Chapter 1 Traversing Primal Chaos, The Delayed Golden Finger. Earth, Shadu. In a modest rental room, a human furious liberateth worn-out computer before him, his face flushed with her. Damn it, wo the hell are a feastful, ah. The more happened, the angrier he became. Hathan slamadisfistinta the already dilapidated keyboard, which sparked violently. And then, silence ensued. For the unman had succumbed to a jolt of electricity from the keyboard, rendered unconscious due to a severe wear and tear, which led to an electric leak. Keyboard. Ivioria dite can refuge here, isotisa form? It seems a amayatage compelled to operate, can't he have a moment of respite, elongtoscape, yet then myself ensnared. Suddenly, within the confines of physia unman's dwelling, Ablacola materialized. From his physical form, Ab Wildered soul drifted out, omlato bedron into the black hole, and the nevera thingreturned to normal. Primal Chaos Continent. A group of humans clad in animal skins and hem garments busily traversed a valley beneath the unyielding mountain range. Among them was a Shiva-skilled around 6-year sausage, whose gaze eased them apart from his spears. He stared blankly with lifeless, fish-like his anmust. Huld have a thought, truly huld have a thought, that he would close my eyes and upon reopening them, find Michelfint his realm where he golden immortal Sura treated like a dogs, and the great Leroy freely. And yet, after 6 years, not a single golden finger has graced me. I wonder if Transmigration Management Bureau has forgotten to locatiana to me disappointing. Indeed, this 6-year-old rascal was none other than Zhang Hao, the one from Earth who had furiously pounded on his keyboard. Having spent 6 years in this realm, Zhang Hao had materialized a synth primal chaos. Moreover, he had arrived rather late, for the primal cha had already witnessed monumental events such as the great cataclysm of creation, the great cataclysm of beasts, the dragon Han cataclysm, the whereof Dao and demons, Hangjun achieving sainthood, the 3 teachings of Dao ancestor, the whereof witches and demons, and the creation of humanity benewa. Zhang Hao had reincarnate into a recently born human, and to make matters worse, he wasn't among the innate human race sculpted benewa during her ascension but rather part of the postnatal human generation. His lineage was lacking, and to possess no inheritance, let alone any fortuitous opportunities. Even if there were a seminate spiritual treasure within reach, he would not Dorito grasp it. For at this moment, the primal chaos offered not traditions of respect for the elderly or kindness to the only the juggalo wolf survival of the fittest prevailed. While others would reversed in tough primal chaos acquire a treasure such as chaos pearl, pangas essence, or 9 turns divine art a standard fare, what of Zhang Hao? After 6 years in this realm, his unlike insulation waste had hadiatobe transformed into demonic excrement. Of course, Zhang Hao had to learn from the various transcendent beings who had traversed into this world, to master the art of air-making, building shelters, and weaving cloth, thus earning some merit synthise off the heavens. However, whenever he tempted to pursue these endeavors, Thejult synthi tribe would see a himbeth the neck and drag him back into the children kirkle. In Thizeroth primal chaos, despite Tebes and Seof grand battles, the environment for Theans of humanity was perilous like treacherous, compelling the tribe vigilantly guard its young. As for Zhang Hasna mind this world, regrettably, he had known. Not only did Heka name, but the entirety of his tribe was nameless, and event the tribe itself bore no title. Insik has mall tribe, could the afford the luxury of names? Yet, there were advantages to his namelessness. The contemporary human race had not even progressed beyond a primitive estate of origin gone blood drinking. If names were to be assigned, they would likely be simple monikers such as Big Mountain, Small Mountain, Great River, or Little Stream. Shoot they help upon a name like Nameless, it would be kin to embracing solitude. At this moment, Zhang Hao pondered. According to Theta Milanov primal chaos, the supreme old man must have already begun his travels among humanity. To apprentice under supreme old man such unatushan is beauty fantasy. As a postnatal human with such pure lineage, he won't even spare me glance. As long as I can bask in theglaw of his teaching and extend my lifespan a little, he would consider Mijel fortunate, lest this rare opportunity in primal chaos turn into a mere afflating tour. With that decision made, Zhang Hao began to take a note of an unfamiliar elderly figure centering the tribe. Whenever such an elder appeared, Zhang Hao wheel trail behind, hoping for a stroke of luck the themite encountered supreme old man and secure a favorable position during his teachings. After all, in Fizera, child trafficking was non-existent, providing a degree of safety. Thus each day Junho will fix large water Yaisupunthi tribes would gates, eagerly waiting Gasuna Sain Eldrappeared, you would over to follow them. Halfair passed, and Junho could scarcely recall how many elder she had trailed. Yet, irrespective of how long or far have followed, an elder remained in elder, until death claimed him, Huel still been elder. After all, the human race system was relatively unified. There revel stranger synthetribuous commonplace, and no exclusionary behavior would eris. Just as Zhang Heo contemplated giving up Heseden libelled an elderly figure wood gates, clad in silken robes, with white hair and beard, leaning on a broad shoulder pole. Thuffled is still an elder, there was an air of distinction that set them apart from ordinary old men. Moreover, astonishingly, a bumble in Jungman followed close Libby indum. Zhang Haozi's narrowed, and a voice within Yushid proclaimed. Hesher, hesterly here. However, what Zhang Ha didn't anticipate to us the identity of the unmantrolling behind Thilder hate hot. Cold it Betheta Schwandu, isn't Suendu supposed to join Supreme Oldman only when he establishes teaching Sandakiva Sainthood? Though Zhang Hao was puzzled, headed not delve deeper. After all, both Supreme Old Man and Suendu were very moved from him. If only he were a Tanayir Sotter, perhaps a Theogy of 16, he might have a vacancy to engage with them. Beautifisment Zheng Ho bore the appearance of a Marie 6-year-old child did he truly expect Supreme Old Manners Zuenduto even glances way? In that instant Zheng Ho felt a tumult within his mind as if something within him had awakened. And as for Zhang Heo himself? Who was no engulfed in ecstatic joy, shouting inwardly. In a wit, the golden finger may erevelet, beautit shall never absent. Chapter 2 The Space of Great Tao. In less than a minute Zheng He comprehended the functions of his golden finger. How could such clarity be achieved in such a brief span? There is in lay the simplicity of his golden finger, which passes down the 12 functions. The first function was the most fundamental of the golden fingers an cubic meter space, which Zheng He appelinamet grand Tao space. The grand Tao space could conceal celestial secrets and suppress his own fortune. The second function each day, the grand Tao space produced a purple substance, which served to purposes synchronization and replication. Synchronization allowed him to align with others' realms, cultivation, techniques, abilities, and lineage. Replication involved copying the external aspects, including spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, talents, and herds. For the internal synchronization, I can tell the holistic alignment, whereas the external replication was selective. To synchronize with an individual's inner qualities, Zheng He merely needed to infuse purple substance into the shadow of that person. Torplicity an external trait, who would that purple substance according to the options available. At this moment, a crystal clear purple substance lay quietly within the grand Tao space. On the left wall of grand Tao space, two projection shad manifesteth the shadows of Supreme Old Man and Schwandu. To the right oft his shadow sways a panel displaying internal and external options, with a single progress bar for the internal. For each external trait, there was a corresponding progress bar. As Zheng He examined the shadow of the Supreme Old Man, he noted the myriad items listed beneath both the internal and external progress bars. Name Supreme Old Man. Internal progress 0. Lineage innate superior. Cultivation late stage of quasi-sainthood peacock slaying 2 corpses. Technique 9 turns primordial art incomplete, wanting scripture, Taiching Chi cultivation method. Lazin Yan law incomplete, Dandao law incomplete, Fire law incomplete. Abilities Taiching Golden chapter includes 1 Chi transforming 3 clear, Taiching Thunder law, Taiching Dandao, Taiching Sword Dao, Tian Gang, Dishu abilities. Next to the internal progress bar was the external options. External. Spiritual treasures Taichi diagrams 0 Heaven and Earth Shanawan Pagoda 0 Red Flower Shoulder Pole 0 Yin Yang Dust Brush 0 8 Trigrams Furnace 0 Purple Gold Gourd 0 Spiritual Herbs 8 Turns Golden Pill 0 Soul Returning Pill 0 Creation Pill 0 Spiritual Materials 3 Lights Divine Water 0 1 Yuan Heavy Water 0 In contrast, Suendo had done lie a couple of options listed for the internal, with no ne for thernal. Lineage innate human lineage with a postnatal medium grade lineage note the innate human races moye postnatal body molded binu wasing innate spiritual object strud helas of creation and does not possess innate roots. Cultivation level refinemento spirit transformation. Note the cultivation level are divided into: before ascension refining essence Saitochi, refining Kinto spirit back to void to unity with Tao. After ascension earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint primordial golden immortal, saint primordial great Luo golden immortal, heavenly Tao. As long as Zheng Ho achieves complete synchronization before the changes in Xuandu, Hu will theory of turbable to disregard the internal transformations of Xuandu and remain in sync with it. Regardless of if their Xuandu cultivates divine ability as or formidable deus technique in the future, Zheng Hao will effortlessly reap the benefits. However, if Heffelstichi full synchronization prior to the changes in Xuandu, the progress of synchronization will subsequently diminish with the internal transformations. For instance, currently, Xuandu has not yet been accepted as a disciple Bitashan Lejun and still possesses a mid-graded postnatal root. Once Zheng Hao fully synchronizes with Xuandu's essence, then, as Xuandu's root improves in the future, learning divine abilities and Daoist techniques, Zheng Hao will similarly enhance his own root, synchronizing with the divine abilities and techniques mastered by Xuandu. When Xuandu becomes a disciple Lejun, and Lejun employ certain methods to elevate his root. Yet, if Zheng He had not fully synchronized with Xuandu's essence for a hand, even if he had achieved a synchronization rate of 99. Once Xuandu advances, the progress bear will plummet. Don't underestimate the difficulty of enhancing an root after all, Taishun Lejun is a master alchemist. Consider the tale of journey to the west, where Amiri Vaterov to Shanglo Jinkas Themenki and Tathi alchemica furnace for several descend emerged with a diamond hard Kishandashan. Moreover, there exists the legendary Chen Kuanding, capable of transforming spiritual treasures from post-natal to innate. However, it is simply the case that the higher the original level, thema recalling the enhancement. As for the functionality of the golden finger, there are unknown. Indeed, not of any guiding spirit or character interface, it is exceedingly simplistic. Zheng Hao must. The golden finger soft great deity suri systems capable of extracting pangas blood synthesis of Tao while lemonimerly produce space the child's milk. Well, having some thing just better than nothing. Since I am here, what else can eat-o? Regarding with spacey of Deo awakenedithizment, Zheng Hao hadarogas. It must have been after Heba held Taishan Lejun with his own totite awakened. After all, Taishan Lejun is the foremost among three pure ones of Pango, blessed by Pangas Ligasha and enjoying the fortune of heaven and earth. Furthermore, Lejun himself is a quasi saint of Hele testage, having severed the duality of good and devil. Zheng Hao attempted to upon the phantom of Xuandu, and was immediately struck by a sensation of tearing that spread throughout his body, a sensation so intense it nearly illicit decree of pain from him. Although Xuandu's cultivation is merely at the level of refinemento spirit transformation, it must be noted that the size agent new any achievement through Xuandu's own rigorous cultivation. And what of Zheng Hao? He's merely an ordinary postnatal human a 6-year-old child. How could the strength of his bonisen meridians possibly compare to that of Xuandu? Moreover, these was in Laya synchronization often percentined, a singular purple substance had merely synchronized in percent of Xuandu's essence. Yet, this singular percentage of synchronization translates to at least severally urso farduous cultivation alongside Laya Jun for Xuandu. Having synchronized in 10th with Xuandu, Zheng Hao hustle redirect the level of refining essence. Zheng Hao felt as if he could strike down an ox from latter generations with a single punk. Once accustomed, Zheng Hao ran behind Xuandu, following silently without uttering a word, merrily trailing behind him. Initially, Zheng Hao had only intended to experiment that adhered to his original thought he would have synchronized with Leo Jun first. However, upon witnessing that a purple substance he couldn't synchronize the own percent of Xuandu's essence at this moment. How much purple substance would be required to synchronize with Leo Jun's? If you were to produce own purple substance daily, how would it pass away before completing the synchronization with Lejun? In the beginning, neither Leo Jun nor Xuandu paid Zheng Hao any mind, merely thinking him a Korea skilled. However, as they walked, both began to feel something ways amiss. Lao Jun. This human child keeps following. What is shukto, kudit bethether recognizes a maya mensprois? Meanwhile Zuundu pondered. Wado his little brat keep trailing behind me, is theriolian thebakov me pantser something? At present, Zuundo like Claremain sooner wear off the identity of Tielderly figure he's following. Lao Jun with his staff walked steadily, followed by an utterly wildered Zuundo and a little rascal. After Taishang Lejun circled around the small tribe, Hepuzdan looked at Zhang Hao, saying, Child, why do you follow? Zhang hot. Ha, Ithadio could endure longer hanthes. Yet, on his face, Hefignet Innocentian replied. I am not following Geo, I am following Thyssenkel. Ash spoke, Hepa went to Dachwandu. Suundo Weiss immediately struck. I am an uncle. Lao Jun, too, felt speechless. So he had been imagining Tumik. Unable to maintain his composure, Lao Jun continued to inquire. Then would Doyo you follow him? Zhang He responded matter-of-factly. Yout were strangers. What knows what our intention Sarayan the tribe, what if I were here to steal some mething from the tribe? Bot hoff them. Chapter 3. I may be a bit old, but I'm not senile initially. I believed that this human child possessed the discernment to recognize greatness, drawn in by his own naive charm. However, Zhang Hao's utterance of stealing nearly caused me and Xuandu to tumble to the ground in disbelief. Both Xuandu and I, with stern faces, swore to never pay attention to this impudent child again. Of course, Zhang Hao had his own schemes. Had he not awakened his extraordinary abilities, he would have certainly followed me around like a sycophant. Much like Xuandu, yet, now that he possessed his powers, given sufficient time, how could he fear remaining a mere bystander? The vastness of the Tao's space had imprinted our ethereal forms, making everything from our past, present, and future accessible to Zhang Hao. His choice to continue following us was nothing more than a desire to see if he could comprehend anything during my teachings in the tribe. The tribe was small, and thus, the three of us completed our exploration in less than an hour. I thought to myself, it is time for the customary proceedings. Consequently, I set down my burden and sat cross-legged upon a stone. Neither proclaiming my identity with grandiosity nor bellowing, heavenly Tao is above, and I shall impart wisdom. Instead, I sat quietly upon the stone, speaking my teachings to myself. Observing this, Zhang Hao immediately mimicked Xuandu's posture. Sitting cross-legged beside him, eager to listen. However, Zhang Hao found himself in a rather awkward position. The teachings were far more perplexing than his previous experiences in a classroom listening to classical texts. While he could grasp single words, combinations of two or more eluded him. As a time traveler, Zhang Hao's cognitive faculties might have been a tad more agile than those of contemporary humans, yet he lacked the innocent heart of the present generation. Additionally, despite the surrounding aura of law and order during my teachings, ordinary beings, even if they could not comprehend my discourse, could still absorb a modicum of that power, unconsciously enhancing their physical constitution. However, this was contingent upon having at least some innate foundation. For those with innate gifts, the opportunities were even more plentiful, as divine forces would nourish them relentlessly even in slumber, with laws and spiritual energy penetrating their very being. But what of Zhang Hao? He was merely an ordinary postnatal human, lacking even the foundational essence. Hence, while I delivered my teachings, not only could he not unconsciously absorb the laws, but he also found himself utterly baffled by even a mere three-word phrase. At first, I believed Zhang Hao, seated among my followers, was also a being of great fortune and destiny. This little rascal is impressive. I did not expect such an ordinary being to grasp the essence of my teachings. While I, with my ramblings, scarcely know what I am imparting, this is a clear case of lacking foundation yet possessing immense comprehension. I considered myself quite distinguished. After all, in terms of identity, I was the foremost among the three purities. And in terms of cultivation, I ranked third in the primordial realm, following Hongjun and Enhua. Even the East Emperor Tai, who wielded the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, would not dare to challenge me. After all, I too possessed the supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, alongside the heavenly and earthly Shenhuang pagoda, and even my burden was of the highest innate spiritual treasure quality. Thus, I naturally believed that any beings attending my teachings were destined to save the chaos. Xuandu, witnessing this little rascal beside him, meditating while listening to my teachings, could only feel profound envy. Yet he bitterly mused, alas, I have followed the sage all this way. I always sit closest during his teachings. Initially a high school student, and now I am a graduate with honors, yet this little rascal, attending for the first time, exhibits such remarkable concentration. How enviable. However, as the teachings progressed, something felt amiss while I spoke. I noticed an unusual sound emanating from my young listener. To my astonishment, Zhang Hao was snoring. Zhang Hao, in his defense, remarked, "While your teachings may be enigmatic, they are remarkably soothing." Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. I was taken aback. What a careless oversight. Xuandu, equally bewildered, muttered, "What an oversight indeed." My fleeting thoughts of taking on a disciple were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of Zhang Hao's snores. Indeed, had Zhang Hao's comprehension truly been extraordinary, I would not have hesitated to accept him as an honorary disciple, although I could not transform him into a top-tier innate being. Creating an exceptional postnatal body or a low-tier innate body would have been a trivial matter. However, my intention to impart teachings for 9 days was made exceedingly difficult by Zhang Hao's incessant snoring. Thus, I ceased my discourse, stood from the stone, and with a grim expression declared, "No more, I shall resume tomorrow." Xuandu, resigned, also stood and respectfully replied, "Yes, esteemed sage." Upon my pause, Zhang Hao groggily opened his eyes and inquired, "Why have you stopped?" I was sleeping so comfortably. Xuandu and I exchanged incredulous glances, with an irritated scowl. I asked, "Child, did you actually understand my teachings?" Zhang Hao nodded and replied, "I did." "Then enlighten me, what have you gained from my discourse?" Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "You cured my insomnia." I struggled to contain my fury, retorting, "Is that all? Were it not for the implications concerning humanity's fate, I would have certainly smacked this infuriating child." Zhang Hao, puzzled, asked, "Is there not more?" Meanwhile, Xuandu, noticing the growing ire on my face, discreetly gestured to Zhang Hao and awkwardly suggested, "Young brother, there might indeed be more." Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, there could be more." I thought to myself, "Are you two putting on a performance at my expense? I may be a bit old, but I am certainly not senile." Furthermore, Zhang Hao was unyielding in showing me no respect, driven by his own motives. Having gained my own advantages, I cannot afford to grovel. It's simply impossible for me to do so for the rest of my life. Originally, Zhang Hao aspired to cling to my leg, hoping to associate with either Yuanchi Tianzuan or Tongtian Jiaozhu. However, he soon realized that it would be far more advantageous to carve his own path. Chapter 4. Cultivation is not possible. Regarding the primordial realm, the countless texts I had perused warned me, the Tao of the Old One is effortless, yet in truth, it is all-encompassing. As the leader of humanity, he regarded humans merely as tools for his own enlightenment and a means to secure his fortune, showing little regard for their well-being. As for Yuanchi Tianzuan, he would hardly glance at someone of Zhang Hao's caliber. Although there might be a sliver of opportunity with Tongtian Jiaozhu, could one simply join the intercept sect, not to mention the ruthless disciples already within it, after the calamity of the witches and demons? The battle for the canonization of God saw the disciples of the Chan sect ruthlessly assaulting them, only to be followed by the next generation of Chan disciples, even if one managed to survive the onslaught of the Chan sect's earlier and later generations. There remained the shameless old man who fiercely protected his own, along with 2 other shameless bald monks. With my newfound powers, I could simply remain a quiet observer, watching the chaos unfold. Wouldn't that be delightful? However, due to Zhang Hao's disruptive antics, I had intended to impart my teachings for 9 days, but by the 6th day, I found myself shouting in frustration, "I shall not continue, I truly will not. Whoever wishes to speak may do so." This reaction from someone of my stature in the late stages of quasi-sainthood was not without reason. After all, imparting wisdom is one thing, but having someone snore loudly at the very moment I began to speak was quite another. Could you refrain from snoring the moment I opened my mouth? What was meant to be 9 days of teaching was reduced to a mere 6, and within those 6 days, I could only manage to teach for a few hours each day. Yet, upon seeing my darkened expression, Zhang Hao immediately piped up, "Old man, you've been going on about your mystical teachings for several days now. Although I am unsure of their content, they are remarkably conducive to sleep. Can I accompany you?" Zhang Hao's words caused both Xuandu and me to involuntarily twitch, beads of sweat forming on our foreheads. In my mind, I could only think, no one is to hold me back. I wish to crush this little rascal 1,000 times with the heavenly earthly Shenhuang pagoda, turning him into a pulp, the kind that even a broom cannot sweep away. Taking several deep breaths, I finally replied, "You and I are fated to be apart." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately nodded in agreement. I assumed he understood my words, only to be taken aback when he produced several shells from his pocket and offered them to me. I was left bewildered. Xuandu was equally perplexed. In the depths of Laozi's eyes flickered a radiant thirst for knowledge as he inquired, "What on earth are you doing?" Zhang Hao, rolling his eyes in disdain, arrogantly replied, "I'm offering you money." Although it seems that in primitive society transactions were conducted using shells, Laozi, refusing to accept, continued to question in confusion, "What do you intend to do with the money you give me?" Zhang Hao, biting his finger, remarked, "Isn't it said that as long as a man has money he has an affinity with anyone? Laozi Xiandu, who is this child, and who raised him? I must eradicate him. I am determined to do so, ya." At that moment, Laozi's heart erupted like a volcano, vowing never to lay eyes upon Zhang Hao's seemingly endearing face again. Consequently, Laozi's face flushed with anger as he grasped Xiandu's hand and turned away. Vanishing from sight after witnessing Laozi and Xiandu depart, Zhang Hao lamented, "Alas, such a splendid lullaby will no longer be available. The not-so-distant Laozi and Xiandu. I never want to see him again. Never again. I merely wish to attain enlightenment and become a sage. Is that too much to ask? Why must I be subjected to such torment?" That said, if any other beings dared to treat Laozi in such a manner, while I might not outright strike them down with a single blow, I would undoubtedly send them flying thousands of miles away. Even towards others of the human race, I would verbally chastise them. Yet, when it comes to Zhang Hao, I truly find myself at a loss. Should I employ divine powers against a mischievous 6-year-old? If I did so, what would become of my reputation as the leader of the Three Pure Ones and the foremost disciple of Hongjun? At this moment, as Zhang Hao pondered, the time for Taishan Laozi to attain enlightenment must be approaching, perhaps within the next 1,000 years. Once Laozi becomes a sage, the 6 saints of the primordial age will soon emerge, ushering in the era of sages. This means I should have roughly 1,000 years to ensure my survival. Observing the 5 strands of purple essence within the Tao space, Zhang Hao tentatively tapped one onto Laozi's ethereal figure. In an instant, Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Indeed, it darkened, as a single strand of purple essence had only elevated his internal progress by a mere 0.00000001. This indicated progress, yet it felt as if nothing had changed at all. Zhang Hao lamented, "Alas, the disparity between my internal state and Laozi's is far too great. It would require 100 million strands of essence to advance by a single percentage point, and to completely synchronize with Laozi's foundation. I would need at least 10 billion strands of purple essence. Given that I currently acquire 1 strand per day, that amounts to 365 strands a year, which translates to nearly 30 million years. And that's only under the most ideal circumstances. The numerical progress will undoubtedly become more challenging as I advance. Even if it were merely 30 million years, let us not even discuss the grass growing over my grave. My ashes may not even remain, thus." Without further ado, Zhang Hao set his sights on Xiandu, whose disparity was not as pronounced. Having made his decision, he directed all 4 remaining strands of purple essence onto the side of Xiandu's ethereal figure, enhancing his aptitude progress. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Hao sensed a subtle shift within his body. Due to his lack of cultivation, he found it difficult to articulate this sensation. At that moment, anyone who had attained immortality and stood beside Zhang Hao would undoubtedly be astonished by the changes occurring within him, for in that brief instant, his bones became denser and more translucent, while his meridians grew more resilient and unobstructed. Subsequently, Zhang Hao observed that the 4 strands of essence had elevated his progress to 3%. This means that in just over 3 months, I will possess the same foundational level in cultivation as Xiandu, reaching the mid-grade of postnatal cultivation and the refinement of spirit to return to the void. Moreover, even as Xiandu continues to enhance his foundation in cultivation, I will be able to keep pace with him. Upon realizing this, Zhang Hao fully relaxed. As he put it, with such a formidable advantage in hand, why not take the time to develop steadily rather than rush into the fray? Spending leisurely days basking in the sun within the tribe was far more appealing. Cultivation, it was impossible to even consider. In this lifetime, he would never cultivate. Chapter 5, I am still just a child. Furthermore, at this moment, the Second War of Sorcery had just concluded, with Taoist Hongjun mediating, the demon clan overseeing the heavens, and the witch clan governing the earth, prohibiting any further conflict for 10 cycles. This implies that, for at least the next 1,000,000 years, while minor conflicts between the witch and demon clans may arise, a cataclysmic war of annihilation would not occur. Additionally, this was a critical period for Taishan Laozi to attain enlightenment. even Laozi himself was still wandering among the human tribes. Therefore, the likelihood of the demon clan launching widespread havoc against humanity before the emergence of the Six Saints was minimal. According to Zhang Hao's perspective, this was indeed the golden era for him to bide his time and develop. After a span of several thousand to 10,000 years, Zhang Hao would have matured into a formidable being. And even if minor demons appeared, they would merely bring wild game to him. Moreover, this scenario assumes Zhang Hao remains hidden. Should he achieve significant success along the way and then spend a few years playing the role of a lurking specter or cunning trickster? Synchronizing with capable beings, by that time, when Hongjun arrives, he would be ready to descend upon the world. A year later, a boy of approximately 12 or 13 years of age appeared utterly disenchanted among a group of 6 or 7-year-olds. Indeed, the seemingly 12 or 13-year-old lad is our protagonist, Zhang Hao. Despite being only 7 years old, he stood a head and a half taller than his peers. The reason for this remarkable growth was that over the course of the past year, Zhang Hao had completely synchronized with Xian Du's internal state, achieving the same foundation and cultivation level as Xian Du. The year it took was due to the increasing demands of purple essence as the progress bar advanced. In addition, Xian Du had made further breakthroughs in his cultivation during this time, slightly diminishing Zhang Hao's synchronization rate. Indeed, Zhang Hao had now become a master at refining the spirit and returning to the void. Within this tribe, he was undoubtedly the foremost warrior. However, once he stepped beyond the tribe's boundaries, one could only imagine the swift decline he would face. Just then, a woman approached, calling out to Zhang Hao. "How come here?" This woman was none other than Zhang Hao's mother in this lifetime, who bore no name. It was only through Zhang Hao's insistence that she and the others in the tribe referred to him as Hao. Zhang Hao hurried to his mother and inquired, "Mother, what is it?" The woman responded, "Hao, the tribe has decided that you will join the hunting party for a hunt." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was taken aback and asked, "Mother, are you serious? I am still just a 7-year-old child. How can you expect me to go hunting?" Zhang Hao was resistant to the idea of hunting outside the tribe, although this period marked a golden age for the human race. The caveat was to avoid provoking the demon clan. Once one ventured into the mountains, who could predict whether a mischievous little demon would spring forth, beckoning him to patrol its territory? After all, this was not the latter-day era of No becoming a spirit after the establishment of the nation, but rather a time rife with mythical sorcery and demonic calamities, with witches and demons lurking everywhere. Zhang Hao's mother, perplexed, questioned, 7 years old? What does that even mean? Zhang Hao smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that this was still the period of the 3 ancestral founders of humanity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had yet to emerge. And Fuxi was still in the demon clan's heavenly court, serving as their sovereign. Furthermore, the human calendar was established by the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, thus the concept of age was not yet prevalent among humans. And matters were determined by appearance and height. Based on Zhang Hao's current stature, he indeed had reached the height necessary for hunting. With no other option, Zhang Hao reluctantly agreed. "Very well, mother, may I go tomorrow instead? I need to prepare some things to ensure a successful hunt." After contemplating, his mother replied, "All right, I will inform the tribe elders right away." During this time, the hunting tools for humans consisted of sharpened stones affixed to the ends of sticks or simply using sharper stone shards. Once Zhang Hao's mother departed, he considered, food doesn't necessarily have to come from the mountains. There are resources in the river too. If Zhang Hao were a great Luo golden immortal, he would not hesitate. However, he was currently merely a fledgling refining his spirit. Zhang Hao muttered to himself, "Xian Du, you must hasten to become my disciple and elevate your cultivation. I am counting on you to expedite my journey." He found a relatively sharp stone shard and proceeded to the wooden fence to cut some vines. Indeed, Zhang Hao was intent on crafting a net, specifically a fishing net. Originally, the fishing net was invented by Fuxi. Yet to avoid hunting, Zhang Hao had seized this task for himself. After crafting a simple fishing net, he sighed in relief, noting that no divine merit had descended from the heavens until he fully developed. Zhang Hao had no desire to attract the attention of powerful beings in the primordial world. Thus, he ventured outside the tribe to a large river, casting his net. Upon pulling the net back, he discovered several fish, totaling over a dozen, and Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Thank goodness, not every river is teeming with prawn soldiers and crab generals." However, given the current era, how could this river be so bountiful? Casting a net at random, one could unexpectedly catch a dozen fish. During this primordial era, it was still an untamed wilderness for humanity, where a river teeming with fish was quite ordinary. Moreover, Zhang Hao was fortunate, as his net yielded a substantial catch right away. However, at that moment, a sudden flash of yellow light descended from the heavens with astonishing swiftness, striking towards Zhang Hao. The yellow light split into two about a meter from his head. With 60% aimed at Zhang Hao's head and 40% landing at the foot of his fishing net, dazed Zhang Hao felt his internal cultivation surge rapidly. He progressed through the mid-stage of spirit refinement, then to the later stage, and finally broke through to the pinnacle of Earth Immortal. This was not a monumental feat, nor did it amount to much merit, unlike the three sovereigns who ascended directly from mortal to quasi-saint or sub-saint. Zhang Hao, bewildered, wondered aloud, is becoming an immortal really this simple? Do you not see how Shen Du followed Laozi for years, even decades, as merely a spirit refinement novice, although Laozi had yet to accept Shen Du as a disciple or impart any cultivation methods? It still illustrates that even in the abundant primordial aura, becoming an immortal is not a trivial matter for the innate human race. Yet here I am, having merely woven a rudimentary fishing net from some thin vines. And I become an immortal? How can this be justified? Furthermore, the net on the ground had transcended its simplicity. It had become the ruler among fishing nets, albeit still a net. Upon picking it up, Zhang Hao exclaimed, "Goodness, it has actually become a mid-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure. This is indeed a delightful surprise." Chapter 6. Another bounty. Zhang Hao reached out and grasped the mid-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, which flew effortlessly into his hand. Having crafted the net himself, he spared the need for refining. As soon as it was in his possession, Zhang Hao instantly comprehended its specific functions, due to material limitations. This was merely a mid-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, a rather weak one at that. Note, treasures are categorized into magical tools, immortal tools, postnatal spiritual treasures, postnatal supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, chaotic spiritual treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures. The power of a spiritual treasure is determined by the number of prohibitions it contains. Low-grade treasures contain 1 to 10 prohibitions, mid-grade treasures 11 to 20, high-grade treasures 21 to 30. Top-grade treasures 31 to 40, and supreme treasures 41 to 49. Innate treasures possess innate prohibitions, while chaotic treasures contain chaotic prohibitions. Both innate and chaotic treasures are formed through prolonged natural processes. In contrast, postnatal treasures have prohibitions or special energies artificially bestowed upon them, gathered or affixed to unique materials. For instance, the heavenly yellow pagoda, a tower-shaped supreme treasure formed instantly from the essence of the Great Tao, contains 49 postnatal prohibitions. Given the same number of prohibitions, chaotic prohibitions significantly surpass innate prohibitions. For example, the chaotic supreme treasure, the opening heaven axe, which contains 49 chaotic prohibitions, can split into 3 innate supreme treasures, each possessing 49 innate prohibitions after the opening of the heavens. This illustrates that chaotic prohibitions are fundamentally superior to innate ones, while innate prohibitions far exceed postnatal prohibitions. The fishing net in Zhang Hao's possession is a merit treasure with 11 postnatal prohibitions. Its power equivalent at most to a low-grade innate treasure with 7 or 8 prohibitions, albeit with the added function of not entangling the user in karmic retribution, as the name suggests. This net is meant for fishing. However, borrowing a saying from fishermen, as long as there is a pond in the heart, all things can be deemed fish. At the moment the Tao of Heaven conferred merit. In the chaotic realm beyond the heavens, Hong Jun in the purple cloud palace changed countenance and began to calculate intently. In an instant, Hong Jun opened his eyes, puzzled. How strange. It appears that someone among the human race has preemptively accomplished what the heavenly sovereign intended to do. Yet I cannot discern who it is. Could it be that an anomaly has emerged in the primordial world? Zhang Hao concealed his fate with the great Tao space. Unless witnessed firsthand, even the Tao of Heaven Hong Jun could not unravel all about Zhang Hao. In the chaotic Nuwa Palace, how peculiar. It is indeed my creation, the human race, and the Tao of Heaven has once again conferred merit. 3,000 miles from Zhang Hao's tribe, an elder in a medium-sized human tribe gazed toward the place where the merit descended, his expression darkening. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, this heavenly merit had drawn the attention of 2 saints and Laozi in the primordial realm, though Zhang Hao was shielded by the great Tao space. His tribe had already caught the notice of several prominent figures. After stowing away the fishing net, Zhang Hao lamented, "The descent of merit is not my desire, I merely wish to quietly endure." Faced with this situation, Zhang Hao felt helpless but resolved to be more cautious in the future. Zhang Hao then took a stick and hung the dozen fish upon it, leisurely returning to his tribe. where he approached the elder and presented the fish at the elder's feet, saying, Elder, may I use these fish to offset my obligation to join the hunting team?" The elder, though astonished at how Zhang Hao had gathered so many fish in such a short time, rolled his eyes and responded, "You think this meager catch is enough to exempt you from the hunting team? Are you dreaming, Zhang Hao? What, this situation is amiss. Shouldn't you be looking at me with newfound respect? Then bowing before my prowess, and considering me a sage of the tribe, promoting me to the position of chief?" Seeing Zhang Hao's bewildered expression, the elder assumed his words were too profound for the young man to grasp. So he explained, "What can this small catch accomplish? It's not even enough for each tribe member to have a taste." Upon hearing the elder's remark, Zhang Hao understood, so this old fellow thinks my catch is insufficient. However, this is easily remedied. Thus Zhang Hao inquired, "Elder, how many would suffice for you to agree that I need not join the hunting team?" The elder's eyes glimmered as he thought, finally, "This is the phrase I was waiting for." The elder replied, "Well, how you know our tribe, though small, has around 3,000 members. I don't ask for much. Within 10 sunrises and sunsets, if you can bring me 100 fish of decent size, I will shamelessly negotiate with the tribe members to ensure you are not sent into the hunting team." The elder's mention of 10 sunrises and sunsets referred to a span of 10 days. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and agreed, "Deal, 100 fish in 10 days it is." Considering that each fish averaged around 3 pounds, 100 fish would amount to approximately 300 pounds. To be frank, gathering 300 pounds of food in 10 days was no trivial task. After all, in a tribe of 3,000, excluding the elderly, women, and children, there were about 1,000 able-bodied men eligible for the hunting team. In good fortune, this 1,000-member hunting team might manage to hunt large game like wild boars, possibly yielding 1,000 pounds of food. However, there were days when they might not even gather 300 pounds. Even if we calculate based on 1,000 people securing 1,000 pounds of food per day, it averages out to merely 1 pound per person, whereas Zhang Hao would need to procure 30 pounds daily, 30 times the output of the hunting team. Zhang Hao agreed to the task because he had already devised a plan and felt no concern. After emerging from the presence of the clan elder, he returned to the expansive river where he had previously fished. Observing the terrain, he procured a sturdy wooden stick and began to dig into the ground. Indeed, Zhang Hao's intention was to excavate a large pond not far from the river, with the purpose of cultivating fish. Even in this untamed world of the wilderness, it was no simple endeavor to catch over 30 pounds of fish from the river daily. Despite the abundance of fish, the relentless efforts of humanity could not be overlooked. Thus, pursuing a sustainable approach was undoubtedly the most prudent path. Thanks to Zhang Hao's current physical condition and his earthy mortal cultivation, he managed to create a pit of nearly 1,000 square meters in less than a day. This was without any knowledge of spells. Otherwise, with a mere wave of his hand, it could have been conjured effortlessly. Following this, he summoned the merit fishing net and cast it into the river. The net, of spiritual treasure caliber, expanded in midair until it matched the width of the river before descending into the water. As he pulled it back, he exclaimed with glee, using the merit spiritual treasure for fishing is truly delightful." Upon retrieving the net, he was astonished to find at least 300 fish within it. He selected a dozen fish weighing around 3 pounds each to offer as tribute, while the surplus of over 200 fish was placed into the newly excavated pond. Once again, a radiant burst of merit descended from the heavens. Chapter 7, The Heavenly Tao. "You have misled me." The merit from above split into 2 portions, with 70% colliding with Zhang Hao, while the remaining 30% showered into the pond he had dug. Originally, the pond he had excavated was uneven and lacked any aesthetic appeal. Moreover, it was at risk of being washed away by floods or landslides. However, infused with the merit of the heavenly Tao, the pond astonishingly transformed into a structure of remarkable strength and beauty. Though it was not a spiritual treasure, the fortune of this pond was undeniable. Floods, landslides, and even celestial beings would find it difficult to damage it. Furthermore, being a merit pond of the heavenly Tao, the fish and shrimp within would thrive without the need for any additional vegetation. Additionally, this pond had the potential to gradually transform the fish and shrimp within into spiritual entities, providing substantial nourishment to any ordinary person who consumed them. As for Zhang Hao, after being struck by the golden merit, his cultivation soared once more. Earth immortal peak, early heavenly immortal, mid-heavenly immortal. He continued to ascend until he reached the pinnacle of mid-heavenly immortal, all through the enhancement of merit, thus bypassing the tribulations of ascension. It is noteworthy that earlier that morning Zhang Hao had merely been a mortal achieving Earth Immortal Peak, and by evening he had ascended to Mid-Heavenly Immortal Peak, an extraordinary feat. Moreover, this occurred without any active cultivation or absorption of spiritual energy on his part. As Zhang Hao once more received the merit of the heavenly Tao, the great powers of the universe were left astonished. Hong Jun, with his eyes closed, mused, "Who on earth is this individual, meddling in the affairs of the celestial sovereign?" Nuwa questioned, "By the way, is it truly so easy to acquire merit for the humanity I have created? Should I descend to the mortal realm?" Laozi inquired. "What is happening? Is it that sorrowful place again?" Yuanshi, unable to attain the grapes, remarked disdainfully, "Humph, mere ants. No matter how much merit there is, they remain but ants." Tongtian pondered, "This human race is intriguing. Should I pay a visit?" Jane and Juanti exchanged glances. Enviously silent. At this moment, Zhang Hao remained unaware that his golden finger, the Tao space, had undergone a transformation. The following day, when he returned to the Tao space to synchronize his enhancements, he discovered that the previously 1 meter cubed space had expanded to a staggering 2 meters in length. Width and height, an increase of not just double but eightfold. Moreover, the positions of Laozi and Xuandu's ethereal figures had also shifted. Previously each occupied one wall of the space, excluding the ceiling and floor, which Zhang Hao estimated could accommodate 4 ethereal figures. Now, however, the 2 figures still occupied 1 square meter, yet Laozi's ethereal figure was positioned in the upper left corner of the left wall, while Xuandu's figure was relegated beneath Laozi's. This indicated that the space could now accommodate 16 ethereal figures. Additionally, a notable change was that Zhang Hao's own ethereal figure appeared on the ceiling, occupying that space entirely. Upon seeing his ethereal figure, Zhang Hao was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Ha, I too am a traverser with a profile." Although having a profile made no significant difference, it allowed for a clearer view of one's assets and deficits. Subsequently, Zhang Hao noticed 10 strands of purple substance quietly resting at the bottom of his space. He was taken aback and exclaimed, "Could it be that the upgrade of the space has increased the quantity of purple substances as well?" He distinctly remembered that previously there had been no strands of purple substance within his space. Even producing one today would not yield 10. This suggested that the upgrade of the Tao space had resulted in a 10-fold increase in the daily production of purple substances. After contemplating this situation, Zhang Hao resolved, "Given this, I must adjust my plans. It seems unfeasible to linger in the tribe for several hundred or even 1,000 years." Just then, a voice interrupted, "Oh, an ordinary human with mid-grade postnatal roots?" Zhang Hao was immediately startled and turned around to see a young man with a sword on his back. Seemingly perplexed as he stared at him, instinctively Zhang Hao shouted, "What are you looking at?" To his surprise, the young man was undeterred and retorted, "What are you staring at?" Just as Zhang Hao was about to respond, he felt the Tao space in his mind roll tumultuously. Subsequently, an ethereal figure appeared beside Laozi's, revealing the young man's identity. Name: Tongtian race, Pangbi Yuanshan roots, high-grade innate cultivation, late-stage quasi-saint techniques, 9 turns Yuan Gong, fragment, Huang Ting Jing. Shangqing Lianqi Ju laws, sword Tao law, fragment, formation Tao law, fragment, destruction law, fragment, supernatural powers, Shangqing Jin Zhang, includes, Shangqing thunder law, Shangqing sword Tao, Shangqing formation law, Tiansha Dijia supernatural powers, etc. External, spiritual treasures, innate supreme, for swords of extermination. Qingping sword Duobao tower, Hanyuan golden dipper, water and fire gourd, Lumu pearl, 24C calming pearls, fishing drum, purple lightning hammer, Shangqing palace lantern, high-grade innate, extermination formation diagram, sun and moon pearls, exotic treasures, 6 soul banner spiritual materials. Spiritual roots. It was evident that this sword-bearing youth was none other than the soon-to-be Tongtian, who had yet to establish his teachings. His external profile revealed an abundance of spiritual treasures. With dozens of innate spiritual treasures and over 100 acquired spiritual treasures. In terms of internal laws, there were dozens in total. However, Tongtian's greatest strength lay in the sword Tao law, and the fragment designation was easily understood. Tongtian followed the quasi-saint path passed down by Hong Jun, rather than the mixed primordial golden immortal path. To put it succinctly, there was a significant distinction between a saint and a mixed primordial great luo. The former was a status granted by the heavens, while the latter was a genuine realm of power. Upon realizing that the spirited young man before him was the late-stage quasi-saint Tongtian, Zhang Hao wisely chose to strategically retreat. He addressed Tongtian, Well, if you want to stare at me without reason, feel free. I must allow you to do so, stare as long as you wish. If I blush, consider it my defeat. Tong Tian, taken aback, thought, what is this child suddenly becoming timid? Thus, he glared fiercely at Zhang Hao and inquired, you are the one who has caused the heavenly Tao to bestow merit upon you twice. Zhang Hao immediately protested, it wasn't me, I don't know anything, don't speak carelessly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao thought to himself, oh no, I should have just immediately gone hunting outside. Alas, heavenly Tao, you have misled me. Chapter 8. Tong Tian's reluctant acceptance of a disciple unbeknownst to him. Tong Tian retorted fiercely, humph, this little monkey dares to lie before me. Judging by your bone age, you are merely a little over 7 years old, born of the postnatal human race, yet your roots have reached the innate human level. Furthermore, you lack the aura of someone who has cultivated techniques, yet possess the cultivation of mid-heavenly immortal, and your cultivation fluctuates, clearly an enhancement forced upon you by the merit of the heavenly Tao. Just as Tong Tian was about to continue his tirade, Zhang Hao interjected promptly, stop, well, I confess I am indeed the unique prodigy of the Tao you speak of, what do you want, come at me. But please, be gentle, Tong Tian, for heaven's sake, be gentle, you think I'm a softy, do you really believe I have peculiar preferences? After taking a few deep breaths, Tong Tian calmly stated, now, I shall present you with two choices. First, I am in need of a disciple, you. Before Tong Tian could finish, Zhang Hao immediately interrupted. Second, I choose the second one. Tong Tian, hey, just based on your shameless demeanor, today, I, Tong Tian, shall take you as my disciple, not even Hong Jin can change that. I have spoken. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao thought, boss, are you really trying to force me into being your disciple? Everything about your sect I have already comprehended, why would I want to be your apprentice? Is your sect something one can just join casually? Can you, Tong Tian, take on disciples so easily? That would be akin to jumping into a pit. Just then, to Zhang Hao's astonishment, Tong Tian, unfazed, drew a sword from his back, gripping the hilt in one hand and the scabbard in the other. As if preparing to unsheath it, Zhang Hao, panicking, shouted, what are you doing? That thing is extremely sharp, don't play with it carelessly, one wrong move, and you could injure yourself, and even if you don't hurt yourself, damaging the flowers and plants would be dreadful. The wilderness is my home, safety and civility rely on everyone, and he thought, oh no, is this Tong Tian planning to? Though I have advantages, as a mere celestial without any techniques, spells or treasures, facing a formidable being at the late stage of quasi-saint, I truly cannot compete. Tong Tian coldly remarked, did you not choose the second option? Zhang Hao feigned ignorance. Yes, I chose the second one. Tong Tian's eyes glinted with malice as he said, my second choice for you is to be slain by a single sword strike. Of course, if you believe you can resist, you may choose to do so. With that, he prepared to draw his sword. The reason Tong Tian had not yet unsheathed the sword was to intimidate Zhang Hao. After all, Tong Tian was well aware that this sword, the Qingping sword, was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Once drawn, its sword chi alone could obliterate Zhang Hao hundreds of times over. Zhang Hao shouted, wait, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Tong Tian's eyes, though his expression remained icy. What is it? Well, is there a third option? Tong Tian, expressionless, replied. What do you think? I believe this could work. Tong Tian said nothing and continued to draw his sword. Wait, what is it now? Well, can we not discuss this? We are a family in the wilderness. Must we be so aggressive? Aggression is undesirable. We should sit down, sip some tea, and calmly discuss this. This time, Tong Tian ignored Zhang Hao entirely, lowering his head to continue unsheathing the sword, muttering to himself, sword. Oh sword, today you shall drink blood again. Zhang Hao was consumed by despair, shouting once more, wait, but Tong Tian did not even lift his head. The sword was about to be drawn as Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, shouted, I choose the first option. I will be your disciple. Please don't draw it, I beg you. The Zhang Hao understood that the sword in Tong Tian's hand was indeed the legendary top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Qingping sword, which would be Tong Tian's ultimate weapon for achieving enlightenment. Once unsheathed, if he, a mere celestial, failed to control it, he would be reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with amusement once more. Feigning confusion, oh, you did not choose that option just now, did you? Zhang Hao, feeling defeated, awkwardly replied, well, you must have misheard. I meant to say I choose the first option, to be your disciple. Why? Because your exceptional charm is undeniable. Like a pear blossom overshadowing the begonia, upon first glance, you exude an aura of a master or a great being. My admiration for you flows as ceaseless as the mighty Yangtze, like the overflowing Milky Way. Unstoppable, therefore, I certainly wish to become your disciple. Tong Tian was taken aback by Zhang Hao's shameless flattery, truly astonished. Could it be that living beings can truly be this bold? Is there truly no limit to shamelessness? However, what he just said was not entirely untrue. Thus Tong Tian smiled and said, I did not expect my virtues to be recognized by my disciple. You truly possess the potential of a sage. Zhang Hao, oh my, Tong Tian, can you be any more narcissistic? Yet he responded, indeed, if you lacked such virtues, would you choose such an outstanding disciple as myself? Tong Tian shamelessly replied, yes, disciple, you are absolutely right. So disciple, shouldn't you now accompany me back to the mountain for cultivation? As he spoke, Tong Tian placed his right hand on the hilt of the Qingping sword to Zhang Hao. Well, master, while that logic holds, I must mention that I have a mother in the tribe who requires support. How about this? Could you perhaps speak to my mother on my behalf? Originally Zhang Hao intended to deceive Tong Tian into returning first while he would follow later, but seeing Tong Tian's readiness to draw the sword, he immediately changed his tone. Tong Tian nodded with a smile. Truly my disciple, not only filial but also possessing a strong desire for cultivation. Zhang Hao awkwardly replied, Indeed, whatever you say, master, is correct. At this moment, Zhang Hao had truly given up. Who could have anticipated that one of the three pure ones, the esteemed Tong Tian, a formidable being at the late stage of quasi-saint, would use a top-tier innate spiritual treasure to coerce a mid-stage celestial? Yet the reality was unfolding right before his eyes. No matter how unwilling Zhang Hao was, he was like meat on the chopping block. What could he do? Oh, Zhang Hao lamented, alas, even with my excellence, not even the dark laws can obscure my brilliance. Chapter 9. Are you forcing me to slay you? Following this, Tong Tian held the Qingping sword in one hand, striding forward, while Zhang Hao could only forlornly trail behind. Initially Zhang Hao harbored some hope regarding the elders of the tribe and his mother. However, upon Tong Tian introducing himself, admiration emanated from the tribe's members, top to bottom. Seeing this, Zhang Hao had no choice but to unleash his ultimate weapon. Immediately clinging to his mother's leg and wailing, Mother, I cannot bear to leave you, Zhang Hao thought to evoke sympathy to reaffirm his status in his mother's heart. However, while thoughts were beautiful, reality was, let go, you good-for-nothing. A celestial being wishes to take you as a disciple, and not just any celestial, but one of Pango's true lineage. You are utterly ungrateful. Go away, if you do not cultivate something remarkable. Do not even think of returning to see me. Zhang Hao was stunned for a long moment, feeling helpless, and turned to the tribal elder saying, Elder, will you not allow me to fish anymore? Even if I tire of fish, I can hunt. The elder rolled his eyes. Do you think I am foolish? Zhang Hao, perplexed, asked, Elder, why do you say that? The elder replied, Right now a few more fish 1 tea make a difference. Whether many or few, the tribesmen still 1 tea be full. However, if you succeed in your cultivation, it will be entirely different. At that time, with just a wave of your hand, wouldn't we have endless food? Zhang Hao, damn, who said primitive people are foolish? In this era, they are already thinking about investing for the future. At that moment, Tong Tian looked at Zhang Hao with amusement. Obedient disciple, can we now proceed to follow me? With that, Tong Tian unconsciously touched the sword hilt. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched a few times, resignedly saying, Well, let us go, we shall leave immediately. In truth, Tong Tian's insistence on taking Zhang Hao as his disciple was not due to Zhang Hao's innate human physique or his decent potential, but rather Tong Tian's own peculiar sense of humor. Witnessing a little brat daring to disregard the face of one of the 3 pure ones was a blow to Tong Tian's pride. Since you do not wish to acknowledge me as your master, then fine, I shall make you my disciple out of spite. Tong Tian's intention to take Zhang Hao as a disciple was purely for his amusement. At this moment, Tong Tian addressed Zhang Hao's mother and the elder, thus, As long as this little brat achieves the golden immortal status, I shall allow him to return. As for how long it will take, that depends on this little brat himself. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, both Zhang Hao's mother and the elder looked at Zhang Hao with a threatening gaze, their meaning clear. Zhang Hao, what exactly is it about me that is so appealing? Can I not change my ways? Then, with a flick of his sleeve, Tong Tian vanished from the sight of the onlookers, taking Zhang Hao with him. After Tong Tian's departure, Zhang Hao's mother could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. At that moment, the clan elder's demeanor softened. He sighed and said, Alas, I hope Hao will come to understand our heartfelt intentions in the future. With reddened eyes, Zhang Hao's mother replied, Hao, truthfully, I am reluctant to part with you. But only through acquiring skills can you truly protect yourself. As for Zhang Hao, when he regained his senses, he found himself standing atop an unfamiliar mountain. Without a doubt, this was Kunlun Mountain. Before Zhang Hao could collect his thoughts, Tong Tian spoke again. "This is my sacred ground, Kunlun Mountain. Come, I shall introduce you to your second master." Without waiting for a response, he firmly grasped Zhang Hao and led him onward. Before long, they arrived before a dignified middle-aged man. Tong Tian first bowed respectfully, addressing him. Tong Tian pays his respects to brother Yuancher. Yuancher nodded in acknowledgement. The third brother has arrived. Tong Tian continued, "Brother, this is my newly accepted disciple Zhang Hao." Turning to Zhang Hao, he instructed, "Disciple, come forth and pay your respects to your second master." Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, stepped forward and bowed. Zhang Hao pays respects to Master Yuancher. Yuancher scrutinized Zhang Hao, frowning slightly. Rised up, he then turned to Tong Tian. "Third brother, why have you taken a mortal as your disciple? Did I not mention that our Pangu Orthodox school requires at least a celestial origin for acceptance? A mere mortal lacks the qualifications to enter our ranks." Tong Tian frowned, about to respond, when Zhang Hao interjected, "Indeed, master, I concur with my uncle's assessment. I truly do not merit a place at your feet. If you insist, I shall take my leave." With that, he attempted to walk away. This display only served to further irk Yuancher, while Tong Tian's perspective shifted entirely to I in the primordial world, who would not wish to be a disciple of the Pangu Three Pure Ones. Yet here was Zhang Hao, upon learning that Tong Tian was one of them, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, as if he had no regard for the honor bestowed upon him. Moreover, from his interactions with Zhang Hao, Tong Tian was certain he was no fool. The only plausible explanation was that Zhang Hao held a dim view of him and the Pangu Three Pure Ones, or perhaps he had better prospects elsewhere. The more Tong Tian contemplated this, the more convinced he became. A whisper deep within urged him to hold on to Zhang Hao, for the young man was of paramount importance to him. Having arrived at this conclusion, Tong Tian would not allow Zhang Hao to depart so easily. Thus, he proclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Disciple, are you compelling me to sever our ties?" Zhang Hao stammered, "Master, I was merely jesting. I am honored to be your disciple." Realizing escape was futile, he quickly backtracked, yet his words did not reflect the honor of joining the Pangu Orthodox school, subtly antagonizing Yuancher. "Since you, Yuancher, look down upon me, I shall not deign to regard your opinions." Zhang Hao was emboldened by his own confidence. He understood that with enough time, he could surpass even the sages. After all, at this moment, Yuancher was merely a late-stage quasi-saint, taking shortcuts. Once Tong Tian had pacified Zhang Hao, he addressed Yuancher, "Brother, this is my disciple. I find him promising, and I shall teach him diligently." Though Tong Tian harbored frustration, the Three Pure Ones had yet to part ways, and he restrained his anger. Having said this, he led Zhang Hao away. Yuancher, witnessing Tong Tian's demeanor, scoffed, "Humph, what a waste of time." He truly held Zhang Hao in disdain and doubted Tong Tian's ability to cultivate anything remarkable from him. Chapter 10. I await your formalities. Master. In a fit of anger, Tong Tian brought Zhang Hao back to his humble abode and pointed at his forehead. Instantly Zhang Hao felt an influx of knowledge, as if several gigabytes of information had been forcibly crammed into his mind. Before he could process it, Tong Tian instructed, "Disciple, I shall impart to you the upper clear chi cultivation method and the upper clear golden chapter. Practice diligently, and once your celestial cultivation is stable, I will share with you the great Tao." However, after Tong Tian finished speaking, he noticed Zhang Hao's lack of response, only to find him staring wide-eyed. Assuming there was something amiss with himself, Tong Tian examined his own body but found nothing wrong. Growing frustrated, he asked, "What are you staring at?" Master, it seems you still have some formalities to complete. I am awaiting you to fulfill those," Zhang Hao replied. Tong Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What more is there?" Zhang Hao exclaimed, "Well, isn't there a customary gift for accepting a disciple? I don't need much, just 100 or so exquisite innate spiritual treasures would suffice as a token." Tong Tian, nearly choking on his own breath, bellowed, No, not a single one. Do you think exquisite innate spiritual treasures grow on trees?" Zhang Hao looked at Tong Tian with a disdainful gaze and said, TSK, master, keep spinning your tales. Do you think I am unaware that you possess the 4 swords of the immortal slaying? The Qingping sword, the treasure pagoda, the Hunyuan golden pouch, the water and fire calabash, the eye-piercing pearl, the 24 sea-calming pearls, the fishing drum, and the purple lightning hammer, along with the upper clear palace lamp. Tong Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Genuinely bewildered. How does this little brat know about my treasures? Some of these I had even forgotten. He knows my assets better than I do. Something is amiss. This child is not ordinary. As Zhang Hao was about to mention the superior innate spiritual treasures, he noticed Tong Tian's expression had turned ghostly, panic set in, and he thought, "Oh no, I've revealed too much." His face shifted, and he fell silent. Tong Tian glared at Zhang Hao slowly demanding, "Speak, why have you ceased your chatter?" Zhang Hao quickly responded, Master, what do you wish for me to say?" Tong Tian regarded Zhang Hao in silence, as if urging him to continue his fabrication. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Zhang Hao awkwardly said, Master, since you just imparted the techniques to me, I shall go and cultivate now. Farewell, no need to see me off with that." He turned to flee. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before Tong Tian kicked him squarely in the backside, sending him sprawling face-first into the mountainside of Kunlun. This kick, devoid of any magical force, merely caused Zhang Hao to rise. Dusting himself off as he muttered, "Humph, petty, if you refuse to give then so be it. Do you truly believe I care? Just you wait, soon enough I shall possess everything you have and even what you lack." Zhang Hao indeed held this confidence. With the power of the Tao space, given sufficient time, he could replicate anything others possessed. Before long, the 4 swords of the immortal slaying would be a mere purchase away. Buy one get one free. Finding a spot beside the azure-roofed hut of Kunlun, Zhang Hao opened a cave and began to assess his existing resources. To be honest, other than his golden finger, the sole resource he had was the upper clear golden chapter that Tong Tian had just imparted. Zhang Hao began perusing the upper clear golden chapter within his sea of consciousness. He discovered it was a synthesis of Tong Tian's fragmented Panga legacy, the Huangting scripture expounded by Hongjun, and Tong Tian's own experiences. The technique could reach a maximum cultivation level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once a cultivator reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, they must begin to comprehend the laws beyond the Great Luo. One either comprehended the laws to a certain extent, thereby naturally breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, or followed Hongjuan's 3 corpses path, taking a shortcut to achieve quasi-saint status in the current primordial realm. Only the Candle Dragon of the East Sea and the Black Tortoise of the North Sea had managed to achieve the Hunyuan Golden Immortal through the laws. Meanwhile, formidable figures like Yang Mei had either been eliminated by Hongjun or expelled from the primordial realm. The notable powers that remained had largely traversed the 3 corpses path. The Witch Clan was a unique case. Although they inherently possessed the laws, they stubbornly focused on enhancing their physical forms rather than diligently cultivating the laws. It is not to say that fortifying one's physical body is wrong. Indeed, during the early days of the Witch Clan's emergence, strengthening the body was the most effective method for a rapid increase in combat prowess. However, in later stages, achieving enlightenment through the physical form in the primordial realm was more challenging than Pangu's creation of the world. To reach enlightenment through the physical form, one must elevate their body to the level of an innate treasure. But how many innate treasures exist throughout the primordial realm? Do you think the heavens would permit you to become a walking innate treasure? Thus, the path for the later stages of the Witch Clan lies in comprehending the laws, utilizing these laws to attain the Tao of Hunyuan, and subsequently nurturing the physical body through the chaotic realm, allowing the corporeal form to realize the Tao. Following this, Zhang Hao began to observe his own Tao space. It was evident that the primordial shadow had already pushed the celestial shadow to the opposite wall. Although both shadows belong to the same tier, the combat prowess of the celestial shadow might even surpass that of the primordial. However, it appeared that the Pango essence of the celestial shadow was slightly inferior to that of the primordial shadow. Adjacent to the primordial shadow, there naturally existed a series of progress bars. Zhang Hao contemplated, if I synchronize all 3 purity stages, could I then synthesize the Pango primordial spirit, and when the time comes to synchronize with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, might I then acquire the Pango body? The combination of the Pango primordial spirit and the Pango body would undoubtedly lead to tremendous advancements. At that point, not even a mere Yuanchi Tianzuan could stand against me, let alone Hongjun, whom I could easily dismiss with a mere flick. Just as he was lost in these exhilarating thoughts, Zhang Hao glanced once more at the 20 purple substances within his space. The future appears bright, albeit the path is somewhat winding. Suddenly an idea struck him. When I broke through to the celestial immortal stage, my Tao space upgraded. If I were to further enhance my cultivation, would my space also upgrade? Would the daily production of purple substances subsequently increase? Upon this realization, Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Without further ado, he began tapping on the celestial shadow's progress panel 20 times. Chapter 11. am I dreaming, or have I not yet awakened? Following this, Zhang Hao sensed that the magical energy within him had become taut and resilient, flowing along a designated route. Previously he had possessed an abundance of magical energy but lacked the means to harness or apply it. Now, however, with but a thought, his magical energy moved like an extension of his own will. Once Zhang Hao acclimated to this new state, he discovered that, although still at the mid-stage of the celestial immortal rank, he could easily overpower the previous 10 versions of himself. Moreover, his mind was filled with an array of celestial techniques and methods of the highest caliber. To put it simply, Zhang Hao had grasped the celestial techniques and methods distilled by the celestial being. Yet the efficacy of their application differed vastly. It was akin to the celestial being wielding a brick to strike, while Zhang Hao was merely employing a feather to poke. No, it was not even a poke, but rather an insult. Upon examining the progress bar within the celestial being's essence, he was astounded to find that the 20 purple substances had only yielded a meager 0.00000002 progress. This indicated that Zhang Hao would require a staggering amount of purple substances to reach the current level of the celestial being, specifically 100 billion. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that his Tao space was capable of further upgrades, and in the primordial realm, what was most abundant, time. Of course, great beings would often enter seclusion for thousands of years. At this moment, Zhang Hao checked his progress panel once more. Name: Zhang Hao. Race: human. Footing: mid-grade postnatal cultivation, mid-stage celestial immortal technique, supreme clarity chi refinement method, divine ability, supreme clarity golden chapter, spiritual treasure, merit fishing net, mid-grade postnatal merit, spiritual treasure. At this point, it had only been a day since Zhang Hao became a disciple of the celestial being, and less than an hour since he had been taught the supreme clarity golden chapter. Even the celestial being, a late-stage quasi-saint, could not have fathomed that his disciple would master the supreme clarity golden chapter in under an hour, solidifying not just his magical energy but also his cultivation at the mid-stage of celestial immortal. After exhausting all the purple substances, Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, intending to cultivate further. However, after an hour his legs became numb, and the increase in magical energy approached zero, let alone any advancement in his cultivation realm. Zhang Hao opened his eyes and grumbled, "Damn it, is cultivation something mere mortals can achieve? Sleep asleep, what nonsense is this cultivation? I'm already a cheat, why bother with this nonsense? Isn't sleeping much more pleasant?" The next day, Zhang Hao awoke naturally, stretching lazily and exclaiming, "Ah, that was a truly delightful sleep." After saying this, he intended to prepare some food, but as he stood up, he sat back down, reflecting, "Hey, since Yuancher and my stingy master haven't accepted any disciples yet, and given that Yuancher looks down on me, if I were to barbecue on Kunlun Mountain, I would likely attract his ire and risk being flattened by a slap. Oh well, I'm already an immortal, I won't starve, so I might as well endure a bit longer. In a primordial realm devoid of entertainment and with his low cultivation, Zhang Hao had no choice but to continue sleeping in his cave. A year later, at Bo Palace, the celestial being scanned his disciple with divine sense. This little monkey is actually sleeping? What a disgrace! In the prime of youth, he should be seizing the time to cultivate instead of squandering it on sleep. Doesn't this little brat understand that in the primordial realm strength reigns supreme? Doesn't he grasp the saying, why prolong sleep in life when eternal slumber awaits in death? With that thought, the celestial being prepared to rise and reprimand the little monkey. However, just as he stood, he noticed that Zhang Hao's cultivation had stabilized like a rock, and the flow of his magical energy mirrored the supreme clarity chi refinement method he had taught him. In an instant, the celestial being's previously furious expression transformed into one of relief, and he remarked slowly, "This little monkey has not had it easy. In just a year, he has already grasped the supreme clarity chi refinement method. He must have devoted himself night and day to studying the supreme clarity golden chapter. Perhaps I should let him sleep a while longer." After saying this, the celestial being closed his eyes once more, delving into the primordial purple chi within his sea of consciousness. As for Zhang Hao, after sleeping for over a year, he gradually opened his hazy eyes and incredulously exclaimed, "Wow, immortals are indeed extraordinary. Even their sleep is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals." If someone had told me before that I could sleep for over a year, I would have definitely scoffed at them, unless they told me I was in a vegetative state. But now, I truly believe. Subsequently, Zhang Hao allocated all the 3,700 purple substances produced in the Tao space over the past year onto the celestial being's shadow. The progress bar within the celestial being's essence soared instantly, after allocating these points, a multitude of insights from the celestial being's cultivation flooded into Zhang Hao's mind, akin to him experiencing the celestial being's past firsthand. This not only caused his proficiency in divine abilities and methods to skyrocket, but his own cultivation realm also ascended rapidly. Once Zhang Hao fully assimilated this wealth of experience, he realized that his cultivation had unexpectedly reached the initial stage of true immortal. 3 years later, the celestial being recalled his disciple once more and scanned with divine sense. Still sleeping? What a disgrace! I must teach him a lesson. I will not be deterred, for I, the celestial being, have spoken. Just as he rose, he observed that his disciple had awakened, appearing disoriented for a moment before experiencing a sudden breakthrough. True immortal initial stage, true immortal mid-stage, true immortal late stage, until he stabilized at the pinnacle of true immortal. At this juncture, the celestial being's mouth dropped open, and he muttered in disbelief, "This little monkey, when did he break through to true immortal? It appears he has already reached the pinnacle of true immortal." Is it really that exaggerated? After Zhang Hao's breakthrough, the celestial being took special care to probe his state, discovering that the fluctuations of magical energy within Zhang Hao were completely stable. No hint of instability present, firmly fixed at the pinnacle of true immortal. At this moment, the celestial being was dumbfounded, his left foot still suspended in midair, as he muttered, What is this? Transitioning from mid-stage celestial immortal to the pinnacle of true immortal in such a short span. In just 4 years, from the unstable mid-stage of celestial immortal to the unwavering pinnacle of true immortal, am I dreaming, or have I not yet awakened? Chapter 12. Come on, let us go head to head. In the absence of a master to impart teachings, clarify doubts, and provide ample resources, it is utterly inconceivable for a postnatal being to advance from celestial immortal to the pinnacle of true immortal in just 4 years. Even if one were to grant a primordial being 400, or rather 1,000 years, such a significant leap would be considered extraordinary talent in cultivation. By comparison, primordial beings would hardly register in Zhang Hao's presence. As the celestial being stood there, drooling and grinning foolishly, he mused, "My disciple possesses the potential of a saint." At this moment, the celestial being had completely abandoned any thoughts of reprimanding Zhang Hao. Instead, his sole focus was, "This is truly delightful. Having such a disciple is truly delightful." Snapping back to reality, the celestial being contemplated, "Since that is the case, I shall grant you 3 more years. I wish to see how far you can advance on your own before you come to request me, your master, to impart teachings and clarify your doubts." If Zhang Hao were to learn of the celestial being's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff and retort, "Request you? To impart teachings? I don't need you for that. Stingy master, don't be ridiculous. You should just go wash up and sleep." As for Zhang Hao, at this moment Zhang Hao's profile transformed into name, Zhang Hao race, human, footing, post-heavenly middle grade, cultivation, pinnacle of true immortal, technique, supreme clarity, chi cultivation method, divine ability, supreme clarity, golden seal, spiritual treasure, post-heavenly middle grade, merit, fishing net. Zhang Hao spent 3 years synchronizing his cultivation to reach the pinnacle of true immortal. At this juncture, he was so exhilarated that he could not even contemplate sleep. Instead, he eagerly observed the changes within the great Tao space. He pondered why during his previous breakthrough to the early true immortal stage, the great Tao space had not upgraded. However, upon elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of true immortal, the great Tao space unexpectedly upgraded. Zhang Hao speculated, could it be that during my last ascent from the mid-celestial stage to the early true immortal, the magnitude of the breakthrough was not sufficient to warrant an upgrade? Nevertheless, this was merely Zhang Hao's conjecture, and he was unaware of the specific circumstances. The keyboard chimed. "Well, there was a minor oversight last time that slipped my mind." At this moment, the originally 2-meter long, wide, and high-grade Tao space had expanded to 4 meters in all dimensions. The increase in volume was not merely doubled. The original volume of 8 cubic meters had now transformed into 64 cubic meters. This meant that a single wall could now imprint 16 phantoms, while the entire great Tao space could imprint 64 phantoms. Presently on the leftmost wall, the uppermost section from left to right displayed the phantoms of the Supreme Old Man, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, and the Heavenly Teacher, with one blank space remaining. Meanwhile, the phantom of Xian Du had been relocated to the lower right corner of the left wall. What truly thrilled Zhang Hao was the tranquil presence of 100 purple substances within the great Tao space. This indicated that with each upgrade of the Great Tao space, the purple substances multiplied tenfold. Zhang Hao, still at the true immortal stage, contemplated the prospect of his cultivation breaking through to the Xian immortal stage. Would the Great Tao space upgrade once more? Would it yield 1,000 purple substances daily? Just then Zhang Hao sensed a slight increase in his internal magical power, albeit a mere increment. He could distinctly perceive it. As he pondered this anomaly, he noticed alterations in the phantom profile of Xian Du. Originally at the level of cultivating the mind to return to the void, Xian Du had, over the course of 4 years, advanced to the current realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao. Given that Zhang Hao's cultivation had surpassed Xian Du's by a minuscule margin, this breakthrough only granted Zhang Hao a slight enhancement in magical power. With a hint of frustration, Zhang Hao remarked, "Come on, buddy, you need to put in more effort. My desire for an easy life depends on your diligence." 3 days later, at Kunlun Mountain near Yushu Palace, perhaps due to Tong Tian taking Zhang Hao as his disciple, the primordial heavenly venerable felt overshadowed and rather unexpectedly took the southern extreme celestial elder as his named disciple ahead of time. In an unforeseen turn of events, while accepting the southern extreme celestial elder, the primordial heavenly venerable inexplicably summoned Tong Tian, who was immersed in comprehending the primordial purple chi. Reluctantly, Tong Tian brought Zhang Hao to the grass hut of Yushu Palace. Upon seeing Tong Tian's arrival, the primordial heavenly venerable addressed the southern extreme celestial elder, saying, "You are a being of Kunlun Mountain, possessing a decent foundation in true immortal cultivation, thus qualifying to be my named disciple." This statement was clearly directed at both Tong Tian and Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao remained nonchalant, preferring to avoid the spotlight, but Tong Tian's countenance darkened significantly. Tong Tian was not foolish. He understood that the primordial heavenly venerable's words were ostensibly about the southern extreme celestial elder while subtly criticizing him, implying, "Look, I have found a named disciple with an innate foundation, yet you, Tong Tian, have taken a post-heavenly human as your personal disciple. This illustrates the gap between us." Nonetheless, Tong Tian suppressed his inner fury, valuing the relationship among the three pure ones. Moreover, while he had taken Zhang Hao as his disciple, the fact remained that Zhang Hao was merely a post-heavenly human with a post-heavenly foundation. In essence, Tong Tian was fully aware that the primordial heavenly venerable was mocking him. Yet he lacked evidence to counter the claim. Meanwhile, the southern extreme celestial elder felt as though he had won a tremendous prize, exhilarated to the point of being dazed. Once he regained his senses, he promptly knelt and addressed the primordial heavenly venerable. "Disciple Nanji pays respect to the master." The primordial heavenly venerable nodded, saying, "Rise." At this juncture, the primordial heavenly venerable seemed to finally acknowledge Tong Tian and Zhang Hao's presence. Turning to Tong Tian and saying, "Third brother, you have arrived. This is my newly accepted named disciple." He then turned to the southern extreme celestial elder, instructing, "Shouldn't you pay respects to your master, Uncle Tong Tian?" As for Zhang Hao, the primordial heavenly venerable did not even mention his name. The southern extreme celestial elder was just about to bow to Tong Tian when Tong Tian interrupted, "No need, I've already met you." He then turned to the primordial heavenly venerable and said, "Second brother, you didn't see me earlier because your eyes are positioned too high. Third brother doesn't blame you for that." Standing aside, Zhang Hao nearly burst into laughter at Tong Tian's words, thinking, "Heck, this discount master seems to have a knack for dishing out retorts." Indeed, after hearing Tong Tian's remark, the primordial heavenly venerable's face flushed crimson, feeling as if he were being ridiculed without any means to refute it. It was evident to all present that Tong Tian's words were a blatant jab. "Second brother, the reason you did not notice my arrival is due to your eyes being situated atop your head. This constitutes a disability, and third brother does not hold it against you." Seeing the primordial heavenly venerable's expression, Tong Tian felt an overwhelming sense of delight, thinking, "Come on, let us keep this going. If I was afraid of you, I wouldn't be called Tong Tian." After a considerable effort, the primordial heavenly venerable regained his composure and, looking at the southern extreme celestial elder, turned to Tong Tian and asked, "Third brother, what do you think of my named disciple?" Tong Tian glanced at the southern extreme celestial elder and replied indifferently, "Mediocre, merely suited to be a named disciple." Chapter 13, Primordial Heavenly Venerable spits blood. The primordial heavenly venerable scoffed, "Oh, how does he compare to your personal disciple?" Tong Tian feigned surprise. "Is that necessary? There is no need for comparison." The primordial heavenly venerable, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? Do you believe your personal disciple Zhang Hao is incomparable to the southern extreme celestial elder?" At this moment, the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder understood that a battle of wits was unfolding between the two formidable figures, and as a member of the Yushu lineage, he naturally sided with the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Even without needing to speak, the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder stood tall and proud, directing a gaze at Zhang Hao. Unexpectedly, Tongtian spoke to the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder, saying, "All right, enough posturing, no matter how much you puff up. It won't yield any substantial results." He then turned to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and asked, "Second brother, how long has the Southern Extreme been cultivating? How many years has it been?" Both the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Southern Extreme were baffled. Yet the Southern Extreme responded, "Master Uncle, I have been in my transformed state for 8,000 years, and thanks to the kindness of the Master, Grand Master, and Master Uncle, I have lectured Kunlun beings. My cultivation has also spanned nearly 8,000 years." The Primordial Heavenly Venerable nodded appreciatively, saying, "The Southern Extreme is a being of innate brilliance, having attained true immortal cultivation upon transformation, with a decent foundation in comprehension." However, as soon as the Primordial Heavenly Venerable finished speaking, Tongtian exclaimed incredulously, "No way, no way, attaining true immortal cultivation upon transformation, yet after 8,000 years only reaching the late true immortal stage, you call that decent? Second brother, look at my disciple, 11 years of age, 4 years of cultivation, and he has reached the pinnacle of true immortal. How can your Southern Extreme compare to my disciple?" Upon hearing this, both the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Southern Extreme Celestial Elders' faces turned as red as cooked shrimp, nearly steaming with embarrassment. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable then turned to examine Zhang Hao closely. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. When Zhang Hao first arrived at Kunlun Mountain, he was merely an ethereal celestial, clearly having forcefully elevated his cultivation. Now, upon closer inspection, he thought, "Holy smokes, in just 4 years. He has progressed from a nebulous mid-celestial to the current solid pinnacle of true immortal. Is there something I am unaware of?" The Southern Extreme Celestial Elder was equally astonished, thinking, "What the heck? This is a post-heavenly human. Am I truly an innate being, or is this post-heavenly human the true innate being? 11 years, 4 years of cultivation, is this some kind of exaggeration?" Witnessing Tongtian's display, Zhang Hao was equally bewildered, pondering, "Holy smokes, is this for real? Who can tell me how Tongtian has become so adept at dishing out retorts? Could he have been possessed?" In Zhang Hao's preconceived notions, Tongtian was a simple-minded, impulsive individual. But now Tongtian's performance had completely overturned Zhang Hao's worldview. This discount master Tongtian has truly elevated the art of retorting to new heights. He has nearly transcended the realm of mere banter, becoming a master of wit. This moment, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable felt as though an invisible hand was slapping his face repeatedly, while the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide. Unfortunately, even if the two quasi-saint figures were absent, Southern Extreme's evasion techniques would be futile within the realm of these two. And still, Tongtian did not relent, asking the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, "Second brother, tell me, can this Southern Extreme compare to my disciple Zhang Hao?" Yuanshi, filled with helplessness, never expected that his attempt to show off would result in ridicule, instead gritting his teeth with such intensity that he nearly shattered his own molars. He uttered each word with resolve. "There is no comparison, it cannot be compared." Only then did Tongtian nod in satisfaction and continue, "So, my second brother, do you have any matters to attend to? If not, I shall return to contemplate the primordial purple energy." With a sigh, he added, "You do not know, as a master, my role is quite challenging." Yuanshi fixed his gaze fiercely upon Tongtian, who remained oblivious to Yuanshi's menacing glare, continuing, "The more capable my disciple becomes, the less presence I, as the master, seem to have. Just think, this little monkey has been cultivating for 4 years without allowing me a moment to guide him. I too have been preoccupied with contemplating the primordial purple energy and have neglected to impart wisdom to this monkey. Alas, as a master, I have been remiss." Zhang Hao interjected, "Oh dear master, could you refrain from stoking the flames? I worry that the moment you leave, Yuanshi will strike me down. You are recklessly testing the limits of your disciple's endurance." Zhang Hao had no doubt that Yuanshi, the celestial master, was quite capable of such an act. That moment, Yuanshi's singular thought was, "Endure, I must endure, I cannot let it out, I truly cannot." This was Yuanshi, driven to the edge by Tongtian's provocations. With great restraint, he addressed Tongtian, "Third brother, I am fine now, you may leave, take your disciple and go." he was on the verge of shouting. Having coexisted with Yuanshi for countless millennia, Tong Tian understood his temperament and recognized that Yuanshi was teetering on the brink of losing control. Should he provoke him further, a confrontation could ensue. Thus, Tong Tian shrugged and said, "Very well, second brother, if you require anything, just call for me, I shall always be present. Even if I am not, you can summon my disciple, and he will surely attend to your requests." Tong Tian's words were a veiled jab at Yuanshi, implying that his named disciple, Nanji, was utterly unreliable. As Yuanshi could no longer contain himself, he shouted at Tong Tian, "Leave, quickly." Seeing Yuanshi genuinely enraged, Tong Tian immediately dragged Zhang Hao out of the Jade Void Palace, grumbling. "What else?" With the sudden urgency, Zhang Hao remarked, "Are you unaware of why he is upset?" After Tong Tian departed with Zhang Hao, Yuanshi glared at Nanji, who felt a chill run down his spine under such scrutiny. Before he could speak, Yuanshi gritted his teeth and declared, 10 years, I grant you a mere 10 years to reach the Shenxian stage. Do you understand? Nanji was taken aback. What, 10 years? You're asking me to achieve in 10 years what took me 8,000? 10 years is hardly enough time for a good nap. And by the way, can you two great beings please refrain from taking your frustrations out on me? Yet, could Nanji dare to refuse? Thus he steeled himself and replied with a pained expression, "Yes, master." Fortunately, Yuanshi was not entirely unyielding. He provided Nanji with resources to aid him in breaking through to Shenxian within 10 years. First and foremost, he bestowed upon Nanji the Jade Void Golden Seal, along with other spiritual treasures and roots. Showing no hesitation in his generosity, Yuanshi believed this was insufficient, so he frequently seized moments to impart teachings to Nanji. Consequently, even his own time for contemplating the primordial purple energy was usurped. As for Zhang Hao back in his cave, he unhesitatingly infused the hundreds of purple substances he had amassed over the past few days into Nanji's ethereal form. Given Nanji's foundation as a low-grade innate being and his cultivation at the late stage of true immortal, it was a worthwhile investment. This infusion of 500 purple substances catapulted his progress to 50%. Indeed, 500 purple substances resulted in a 50% advancement. Nanji had only recently achieved the low-grade innate foundation, while Zhang Hao had already synchronized with the mid-grade postnatal foundation of Xuandu. Additionally, Zhang Hao's cultivation level surpassed that of Nanji, therefore, it required merely 500 purple substances to elevate Zhang Hao's foundation to the pinnacle of the high-grade postnatal level, while the remaining 50% would only take a few days. As for spiritual treasures, it was impractical for a true immortal like Zhang Hao to utilize innate spiritual treasures without inviting trouble upon himself. Not long after returning to his cave, Tong Tian approached Zhang Hao, fixing him with an intense gaze. "So, my disciple, do you have any uncertainties?" Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, it seems there are none." "Then, disciple, would you like me to share some teachings? It appears that is not necessary at the moment." Tong Tian sighed in exasperation. "Just tell me directly what you lack." Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. "Aside from a few innate treasures and a smidgen of innate spiritual treasures, I lack nothing else." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes darkened as he regarded Zhang Hao. "This matter, you may not lack it, but I certainly do. If you happen to find some in the future, I would not ask for much, just 10 or 8 pieces would suffice." Zhang Hao stared at Tong Tian in disbelief, and after a while, he finally asked, "Master, may I inquire about something?" "What is it?" "Your face?" Tong Tian was taken aback. "How dare you ask? Isn't this all a result of your teachings?" Just as Tong Tian was about to extend his leg, Zhang Hao quickly exclaimed, "Wait, master, I just thought of something." Tong Tian, intrigued, asked, "What?" Zhang Hao fixed his gaze on Tong Tian and inquired, "Are you currently contemplating the primordial purple energy?" Tong Tian was startled. "How do you know? How did you find out?" Zhang Hao replied, "How I know is of no concern to you. Just answer me, are you?" "Yes." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Hao considered for a moment and said, "Well, do you have something to conceal the secrets of heaven? There are certain things I find difficult to express." Although Tong Tian was puzzled, he waved his hand and arranged a celestial slaughter array in Zhang Hao's cave to obscure the heavenly secrets. At last Zhang Hao spoke, "Dear master, you need not bother with the primordial purple energy. No matter how much you contemplate, it will yield no substantial results." Tong Tian, perplexed, asked, "Why is that?" Zhang Hao continued, "You know the purpose of primordial purple energy, don't you? It is the foundation for becoming a saint." "Indeed, the foundation for becoming a saint, but isn't that the basis for the primordial essence? What is the difference? Isn't a saint simply a manifestation of primordial essence?" Who told you that primordial essence equates to a saint? Zhang Hao elaborated on the relationship between primordial essence and sainthood, leaving Tong Tian in a state of confusion. Little monkey, how did you come to know this? Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. How I know is irrelevant. Just trust my words. When the time comes for you to become a saint, you will naturally achieve it, even if you do not wish to. The heavenly path will compel you. Tong Tian, bewildered, asked, Then what should I do now? Should I do nothing and just idle? Zhang Hao, exasperated, shouted, Are you foolish to go and comprehend the laws, understanding the laws to become a primordial Deluo? What could be better? Oh right, you cannot become primordial. Tong Tian panicked. Why not? Zhang Hao explained. Primordial means complete and whole. You have severed your good and evil aspects. How can you attain primordiality, unless you discard those two aspects? Tong Tian was genuinely alarmed. Realizing the stark differences between a saint and primordial essence, he was no longer interested in attaining the title of saint. It wasn't that Tong Tian doubted Zhang Hao's words, rather, he felt in his heart that what his seemingly unremarkable disciple said was indeed the truth. Zhang Hao contemplated for a moment and proposed, There is a way, though I am unsure if it will work. Tong Tian immediately pressed, What is it? Speak quickly. Zhang Hao slowly explained, You must exert every effort to comprehend the laws from this moment on and ensure you achieve perfection before attaining sainthood. At the very last moment before becoming a saint, shatter the good and evil aspects and retract those thoughts within you. Then, with the aid of virtue, you can attain primordiality and become a heavenly saint. Tong Tian inquired, Did you not say that heavenly saints are merely puppets of the heavenly path? Why strive to become such a trivial saint? Zhang Hao slowly remarked, In the realm of the great Tao, beneath the celestial laws, all things possess a glimmer of life. The heavenly path bestows upon the sage a position of fruit, and in return, the sage must surrender a fragment of true spirit to the heavenly path. This, of course, is the very reason why the heavenly path remains unbroken and the sage immortal. In the moment you utilize the merits of the great Tao, achieving primordial unity before attaining sagehood, you seize that glimmer of life, thus you need not relinquish that fragment of true spirit. Tong Tian, bewildered, responded, So, does that mean I could simply allow someone to eliminate me? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and replied, What are you thinking? The heavenly path is a cycle of 4 nines, a singular glimmer of life. As long as the heavenly path exists, life exists. When life perishes, the heavenly path collapses, within the primordial chaos. Perhaps someone could defeat a sage, but who could vanquish the heavenly path? Even though you remain beneath the heavenly path, it can only seal you away, not destroy you. Moreover, once you achieve primordial unity, the possibility of surpassing the heavenly path is within your grasp. Tong Tian nodded, saying, All right, I shall now ponder the laws. He prepared to return to his abode of Bo, but hesitated and awkwardly asked, By the way, my dear disciple, do you possess any methods to expedite the understanding of these laws? Grasping the laws is hardly a task suited for mere mortals. Zhang Hao, exasperated, retorted, Goodness, are you the master or am I? Why are you asking me to teach you how to accomplish this? Chapter 15. The iron tree blossoms. Tong Tian, irritated, exclaimed, Stop rambling and just tell me if there is a method. Zhang Hao spread his hands and stated, Understanding the laws is solely reliant on oneself, while there are other means to assist. Before he could finish, Tong Tian seized Zhang Hao's collar and demanded, What means can assist? Zhang Hao, resigned, replied, Stop pondering, there are indeed some intriguing items that can aid in understanding the laws. But those that could assist you in achieving primordial unity are unattainable for you. Observing Tong Tian's skeptical expression, Zhang Hao continued, The finest items for comprehending the laws are the 4 primordial treasures. The Chaos Jade Butterfly, which contains the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. However, that item is with your master Hongjun, and it is incomplete, his lifeblood, unless you wish to court death by attempting to steal it from him. Then there is the Chaos Pearl. This treasure not only harbors a small chaos but also holds complete laws of time and space, yet, since its emergence, it has vanished without a trace, capable of even shielding the opportunities of the Great Tao, unless you are extraordinarily lucky for it to fall upon you. The heaven-opening axe contains the complete laws of destruction, yet it has split into 3 since the creation of the heavens, and you possess none of them. The Chaos Green Lotus is broken. Even if you wish to restore it, you could not. Furthermore, the heavenly path of the primordial chaos would never permit a complete primordial treasure to manifest within it. Of course, there are lesser alternatives. For instance, the Enlightenment Tea, which can temporarily enhance comprehension, yet it also bears a shield against divine secrets, and its location is unknown. The rest comprises various innate spiritual treasures, all containing laws, yet none are whole. To comprehend the laws contained within these treasures and achieve primordial unity, one would need an innate treasure, but do you possess any? Tong Tian, initially, I believed myself quite affluent, yet it turns out I merely possess worthless trinkets. Seeing Tong Tian's disheartened countenance, Zhang Hao remarked, who are you putting on a show for? It's not as if I expect you to directly attain the laws, just ensure you cultivate the laws to a point where you can nearly achieve them. Your sword law has already reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Why not approach it from the sword law? Tong Tian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, right, I still have the sword law. He then shouted at Zhang Hao, enough of this idle chatter, I must delve into the laws. He added, oh, when you reach the golden immortal stage, come find me for the spiritual treasure, for until then, possessing an innate spiritual treasure will only allow you to observe, not utilize. Zhang Hao, is this a classic case of someone pulling up their pants and denying recognition? In truth, Zhang Hao's intention in discussing this matter with Tong Tian was twofold, primarily to ensure a better future for himself, and secondly, because Tong Tian was, after all, his esteemed master. Once Tong Tian departed, Zhang Hao contemplated, in the future, my foundation and cultivation will undoubtedly become increasingly exaggerated in a short span of time. Just now breaking through to the pinnacle of true immortal within 4 years has already astonished many. Should I exaggerate further, I shall undoubtedly find myself in peril. Sigh, if only I could conceal my external appearance. As soon as Zhang Hao's thoughts concluded, the space of the great Tao underwent a transformation. He beheld the important sections of his status panel illuminate with and symbols. Intrigued, he clicked the next to foundation. His status panel subsequently transformed to name, Zhang Hao Race, Human Race Foundation, Mid-Grade Acquired, Cultivation, Pinnacle of True Immortal, Technique, Supreme Clarity Chi Refining Method, Divine Ability, Supreme Clarity Golden Seal, Spiritual Treasure, Merit Fishing Net. The changes in the panel were easily comprehensible to Zhang Hao. The preceding details were those visible to others, while the latter represented the reality. Meanwhile, shifting the focus back to Laozi, he, accompanied by Xuandu, was nearing the base of Shouyang Mountain, the largest tribe of the human race. Laozi was aware of the current state of his second and third disciples, largely due to the second disciple reporting the third's mischief. However, what bewildered Laozi was that his youngest disciple had taken that little rascal as his apprentice. Laozi muttered to himself, I knew it. My naive third disciple has been led astray by that little brat. Previously, he was so innocent, never striking back or retaliating, and now, after taking that child under his wing, he has managed to infuriate the second disciple to the point of spitting blood. Then, Laozi glanced at the earnest Xuandu and felt a shiver run down his spine, thinking, I must return slowly. I cannot let my little scallion be turned into a broccoli by that rascal. Furthermore, even upon my return, I must ensure my little scallion is transformed into a large scallion to prevent the second disciple from losing to the third and redirecting his ire towards me. Although Laozi had yet to formally accept Xuandu as a disciple, he was already aware of the opportunity for his own enlightenment and understood that Xuandu was his destined disciple. However, could Laozi not predict the temperament of his second disciple, he could guarantee that if he brought Xuandu back, the second disciple would undoubtedly complain to their parents about Xuandu's lack of foundation, and might even belittle Xuandu using a few rotten cabbages from his own home. If that were to occur, where would the face of the leader of the three pure ones be placed? Thus, Laozi turned to Xuandu and inquired, Xuandu, how long have you been with me? Xuandu, perplexed, respectfully replied, Master, I have followed you for over 40 years. Laozi nodded and said, Xuandu, my name is Laozi, the supreme being of the Pango lineage. I am the Laozi of the Pango lineage, and I wish to accept you as my disciple to inherit my teachings. What say you? Xuandu was overjoyed and immediately bowed, proclaiming, Disciple is willing. I pay my respects to my master. Laozi nodded, Very well, I shall impart to you my techniques. Once I attain sagehood, I shall formally accept you as my disciple. Xuandu promptly replied, Everything shall be at master's command. In his heart, Xuandu mused, It's been a long journey. After licking for over 40 years, this old iron tree has finally blossomed for me. Following this, Laozi extended his hand and imparted his treasured skills to Xuandu. The cultivation technique was undoubtedly the supreme clarity chi refining method, while the laws and divine abilities were quite similar to those of Tong Tian and Yuanshi. Thus, Xuandu finally cast aside the bicycle powered by his own legs and embarked on a rapid ascent akin to driving a four-wheeled QQ. Beginning a pace of devilish advancement, with the technique in hand, within 3 days, Xuandu stabilized his initial state of harmonization of the void, achieving small breakthroughs every 5 days, and in half a month, He advanced to Earth Immortal. In just a year, he astonishingly ascended from Earth Immortal to Heaven Immortal. Chapter 16. Because you are my master. However, after Xuandu broke through to Heaven Immortal, he distinctly sensed that his rate of cultivation had slowed considerably. For one who had grown accustomed to riding high-speed trains, returning to a tractor would naturally feel disconcerting. Thus Xuandu approached Laozi, awkwardly stating, "Master, why do I feel that my progress has been particularly slow lately?" Laozi, taken aback, replied, "What do you expect?" Xuandu sheepishly remarked, "Master, in the past, I could distinctly sense my progress each day. However, now it takes me 10 days to half a month to perceive even the slightest advancement. This pace of cultivation hardly befits the esteemed title of Pangu's orthodoxy." Laozi replied, "What a farcical notion of Pangu's orthodoxy! You merely seek personal gain, do you not?" Thus, with a tone of earnestness, Laozi responded, "Indeed, this is an unavoidable circumstance. It is your foundation that constrains your cultivation speed. Then, master, could you assist me in enhancing my foundation?" Xuandu implored. Laozi leapt up and said, "How do you know that I am capable of elevating your foundation?" Xuandu, with utmost confidence, answered, "Because you are my master." Laozi retorted, "The audacity of 'because you are my master' has left me speechless." After taking several deep breaths, Laozi slowly stated, "Indeed, I can assist you in enhancing your foundation." "But," Xuandu immediately interjected, "Master, if you can, let us proceed directly." Laozi nodded, and with a wave of his hand a towering bagua furnace appeared before Xuandu. "Step inside," he instructed. Xuandu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Master, what are you planning? Are you going to stew me?" Laozi's forehead broke into a tick as he shouted, "Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to enhance your foundation, quickly climb in." With no choice left, Xuandu glanced at his petite frame and then at the imposing cauldron before him. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed dubious, yet he chose to trust his master. Trembling, he climbed into the bagua furnace, and before he could utter a word, Laozi waved his hand, sealing the lid. Moments later, with another wave, the furnace was ignited with the flames of true fire. In less than 3 minutes, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted from within. Laozi nodded, saying, "In 3 minutes it will be ready." In 3 minutes, it will be time to add the waters of creation. In truth, enhancing Xuandu's foundation was a rather simple task. After all, Xuandu was not composed of true flesh and blood but rather a blend of the primordial essence of the 9 heavens soil and the divine waters of the 3 lights. Shaped by the laws of creation, moreover, Xuandu was not crafted by Nuwa's own hands but rather flung into existence using gourd vines. Although the laws of creation were utilized, he had not undergone systematic refinement. If Laozi wished to elevate Xuandu's foundation to the primordial level, he merely needed to procure some creation pills and water to stimulate the characteristics of the 9 heavens soil and the divine waters. But why did Laozi choose to roast him in a furnace? Simply for amusement. He desired to make Xuandu endure a bit of hardship, or perhaps he was merely itching to refine some pills. Thus Xuandu was roasted in the bagua furnace, shrouded in darkness for a grueling 81 days, before finally emerging with remarkable results. Upon exiting the furnace, Xuandu found himself at the pinnacle of the primordial low tier. And his cultivation abruptly surged from the initial stage of celestial immortality to the early stage of true immortality. Meanwhile, far away on Kunlun Mountain, Zheng Hao, in his slumber, experienced a similar enhancement to his foundation. Reaching the pinnacle of the primordial low tier, a state of completeness, having already synchronized with the foundation of Nanji Shenhuang, he too attained the threshold of the primordial low tier, with Xuandu's elevation. Though he had yet to reach the primordial mid-tier, he was naturally a notch above Xuandu's foundation, and his cultivation quietly broke through to the early stage of mysterious immortality. Simultaneously, Xuandu's foundation reached its highest attainable limit. Any further elevation would ascend him to the primordial mid-tier, a significant leap that would place him among powerful figures such as Kunti, Jane, and Kuanping. Unless Xuandu possessed the fabled system capable of indiscriminately drawing upon Pango's essence, his blood, heart, and marrow, his foundation would remain fixed at this point for life. Post-enhancement, Xuandu felt as though the world had transformed entirely. Previously, he had to laboriously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but now it seemed that with a mere thought, the energy eagerly surged into his body. Furthermore, the rules of heaven and earth, which had previously eluded him like a blind man groping an elephant, now appeared clear and comprehensible. Sensing these changes, Xuandu immediately bowed to Laozi, expressing his gratitude. "Disciple, thanks master for enhancing my foundation. Internally, he mused, considering my genuine enhancement, I shall overlook your previous roasting of me, otherwise, when you pass, you shall have no one to send you off. Laozi nodded, stating, since your foundation has been enhanced, it is merely a matter of time before you attain the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The quasi-saint level is no longer an elusive dream. Indeed, with a low-tier primordial foundation, even a few hundred or thousand years of idleness would suffice to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal status. And reaching quasi-sainthood would pose little challenge. Upon achieving the mid-tier primordial foundation, a ticket to quasi-saint status would be all but assured. In the primordial realm, figures such as Kuanping Zenyuanzi, Kunti Jin Mingi, and Fushi were all quasi-saint entities. Should one attain the upper-tier primordial realm with some diligence, the attainment of Hongmang would be virtually guaranteed. Take the three pure ones for instance, had they not been misled by Hongjun into traversing the path of the three corpses. Their attainment of Hongmang would have been a foregone conclusion. Even Dijuan and Tai, with merely a slight upper-tier foundation, could contend against 12 opponents of the same realm had they not fallen into Hongjuan's trap and been subsequently dragged down by the demon race. They would undoubtedly have been destined for the status of Hongmang Great Luo. Returning to the present, as Laozi's words fell, Xian Du nodded in profound agreement. However, a subsequent statement almost provoked Laozi to deliver a fatal blow. Master, as the heir of Pangu's orthodoxy, my cultivation is merely at the level of true immortality. Might you provide me with some elixirs for further enhancement? Laozi's expression darkened, his lips and eyes twitching uncontrollably. After a long pause, he finally managed to retort, how do you know that I possess elixirs? Because you are my master. Laozi nearly suffered internal injuries from his frustration. After several deep breaths, he bellowed. Get lost. Chapter 17. A delight for your celestial uncle in the primordial realm. What is deemed the least valuable? Any cultivator would surely answer. Time. Time is the most worthless commodity. Thus a decade passed while Zhang Hao remained low-key on Kunlun Mountain. During these 10 years, he occasionally engaged in his own cultivation, primarily because he was reluctant to continue sleeping lest he inadvertently become a vegetative state. The results of these 10 years are as follows. Name: Zhang Hao race, human foundation, mid-tier postnatal. Mid-tier primordial cultivation, mid-stage mysterious immortal, pinnacle golden immortal techniques, Shangqing breathing technique, Taiching breathing technique, Yuqing breathing technique. Divine powers, Shangqing golden chapter, Taiching golden chapter, 100% from Shendu, Yuqing golden chapter, 100% from Nanji. Spiritual treasures, merit fishing net, mid-tier postnatal merit spiritual treasure. A decade prior, Zhang Hao had synchronized with both Shendu and Nanji Shenwan, achieving the limits of the primordial low tier in one fell swoop. Over the years, he had consistently infused purple matter into the ethereal image of Tongtian. Although the progress within Tongtian was painfully slow, an abysmal 1,000th, the minuscule fraction allowed Zhang Hao to break free from the constraints of the primordial low tier, reaching the mid-tier primordial realm. Albeit just at the outset. Regarding cultivation, with Shendu and Nanji serving as perfect tools, alongside the 1,000th contribution from Tongtian, Zhang Hao, even without infusing purple matter or personally cultivating, continued to make progress. There was no need to elaborate on divine powers and techniques. Among the three pure ones, Tongtian's expertise was undoubtedly the most comprehensive, as Zhang Hao had synchronized with Tongtian himself. Whatever techniques Laozi possessed, Shendu could master, and Zhang Hao would undoubtedly follow suit. Similarly, whatever skills Yuanshi or Tianzun wielded, Nanji Shenwen could impart to Zhang Hao. By this point, Zhang Hao had barely developed the potential to become a sixth wheel. However, whether through the three pure breathing techniques or the three pure golden chapters, their maximum applicability was limited to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. If Zhang Hao aspired to attain the Hongmeng Golden Immortal status without becoming a quasi-saint, he would need to synchronize with the laws, which posed a considerable challenge. In the primordial realm, one could synchronize with Hongjun Laozu. Although Hongjun primarily focused on severing the three corpses, he practiced the complete path of severing the three corpses. Moreover, with the fragment of the creation jade butterfly in his possession, how could he not cultivate the laws? Another option was to synchronize with the ancestral witches. There were two significant advantages to this. Firstly, it would elevate one's physical body to the level of the ancestral witches, equivalent to that of a top-tier or upper-tier primordial spiritual treasure. Thus, even if one's cultivation remained at the golden immortal level, their combat prowess would be on par with a quasi-saint. Moreover, since the inception of the witch clan, their bloodline has inherently contained a primal law of destiny. which is considerably simpler to comprehend than the laws that Yuanshan cultivators strive to unravel. As long as the great which the ancestor which is extricated from the deadlock of their corporeal form, their understanding of the law will undoubtedly ascend significantly. Of course, there exists another dubious path, continuously synchronizing with the formidable beings of the primordial chaos. Fervently augmenting one's magical power to ascend to the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian. However, this path carries the peril of physical explosion or the risk of falling into madness. In the event of physical explosion, the remedy is relatively straightforward. One must first synchronize with the ancestor witch's corporeal form to achieve a body strength comparable to top grade or even supreme innate spiritual treasures, thereby mitigating the risk of one's own magical power overwhelming their physical form. As for the risk of madness, aside from synchronizing with Hongjun or patiently comprehending the laws to break through to Hunyuan Jingxian, one could seek out a mighty being from a previous calamity before Hongjun's teachings, such as Yangmei Zhulong, or Shen Gui. Otherwise, Zhenghao truly lacks alternative means to transcend to Hunyuan Jingxian without severing the corpse. Since the onset of this calamity, not a single being has embarked on the path of Hunyuan Jingxian after Hongjun's teachings. For Zhenghao, the past decade has been rather mundane and lethargic. However, in stark contrast, the Yushu Nanji sage has endured a rather arduous existence. Frequently, he is summoned by Yuanshi for inspections, and is often subjected to Yuanshi's penetrating gaze. Regardless of whether he comprehends the teachings or not, Yuanshi periodically employs divine powers to summon the Nanji sage, compelling him to sit before him and listen to his discourses. If it were merely this, it might be bearable, but who is Yuanshi? He places great emphasis on hierarchy and pride. After only a few attempts at educating the Nanji sage, his temper erupts, leading to reprimands and scoldings. Consequently, the moment Nanji lays eyes on Yuanshi or hears his voice, he involuntarily shudders. At this moment, the Nanji sage, with a hint of neurosis, laments, "Finally, I have broken through to the realm of Xianxian after 10 long years. Do you know how I have endured this decade?" The Nanji sage reminisces about his carefree days on Kunlun Mountain and inwardly reflects, "Thinking back to my youthful figure racing beneath the setting sun, those were the days of my lost youth." Just then, Yuanshi's voice rings out again, "Hurry to the Yushu Palace, Nanji. Why does it feel like trouble is always on the horizon? What new game does the master wish to play today?" Although the Nanji sage is reluctant to go, he dares not refuse. At this moment, all he desires is to sing, "I long to escape, yet I cannot flee." Upon arriving at the Yushu cottage, he is met with the strange sight of Yuanshi wearing a smile. The Nanji sage ponders, "Could it be that the master has conceived some new scheme to toy with me today?" Thus, the Nanji sage steels himself and approaches. Disciple Nanji pays respects to the master. "May the master attain enlightenment and sanctity soon." Yuanshi nods and says, "Nanji, come with me to visit your uncle Tongtian." With trepidation, Nanji inquires, "Master, why must we seek out Uncle Tongtian?" Had this been any other day, Nanji would have certainly faced Yuanshi's reprimands. However, today, to his astonishment, Yuanshi responds, "Nanji, your breakthrough to Xianxian within a decade is a momentous occasion, one that marks you as the first disciple of my 3 clear ones to achieve such a feat. Naturally, we must share this joyous news with Uncle Tongtian." Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Nanji initially feels elated. Yet he is quickly reminded of the last encounter, causing his heart to race. Nanji is not foolish enough to believe that Yuanshi's words are entirely sincere. He summarizes his thoughts on Yuanshi, "Take things seriously, and you are doomed. If this encounter ends in loss, the next decade, or rather, the next century or millennium, will be utterly ruined. As for Zhenghao, that peculiar individual, Nanji has no confidence in being able to compete with him." Chapter 18, Is Xianxian really impressive? The venerable Yuanshi arrives outside Tongtian's thatched cottage and bellows, "Tongtian, my brother has come." Naturally, as Yuanshi prepares to flaunt, he discreetly conveys a message to Taishan Laojun, elder brother. "Come quickly, a joyous event, a tremendous joyous event." Far away in the Buzhou mountain range, Laojun, observing the peak of Xiandu already at the early stage of Xianxian, ponders, "My second brother has received good news? I must return to witness it." However, given his temperament, my disciple Shandu should be able to catch his attention. When initially, within the thatched cottage, Tongtian had been deeply engrossed in his comprehension of the laws when Yuanshi's loud voice nearly sent him spiraling into madness. With a stern expression, Tong Tian emerged and asked, "What do you want?" Seeing Tong Tian's expression, Yuancher assumed it was due to Tong Tian's embarrassment at Nanji's current level of cultivation, thus he remained unfazed. Yuancher's inner thoughts were, "Seeing you distressed brings me joy." Nevertheless, Yuancher maintained his facade. Brother, a joyous event, a tremendous joyous event." Tong Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What joyous event? Have you achieved something?" Although Yuancher did not comprehend Tong Tian's meaning, he grasped the first part and, seeing Tong Tian's willingness to engage, he continued, "Brother, look closely, examine carefully." Tong Tian rolled his eyes, scrutinizing Yuancher's abdomen several times, and remarked, "What am I supposed to see? It doesn't appear any larger than before." However, at this moment, Tong Tian indeed noticed that Yuancher's response was different from before. In the past, when he observed Yuancher, he found his cultivation and the fluctuations of the laws to be quite obscure, yet now, it seemed he could see through Yuancher's essence at a glance. The fluctuations of the laws indicated he was at the late stage of Diluo Jingxian, not even at the pinnacle. His magical power remained at the late stage of quasi-saint, similar to before, yet appeared somewhat muddled and ethereal. Tong Tian was inwardly astonished. Since his transformation began, he has cultivated for several million years, naturally aware that the reason he could see through Yuancher was solely that Yuancher's realm had fallen a notch. However, Tong Tian was not foolish enough to state this outright. Within his heart, he increasingly recognized Zhang Hao's words, contemplating, "My dear disciple is truly a harbinger of fortune. The path of quasi-saint through severing 3 corpses is indeed a cunning shortcut." When we attended the Dao lecture at Zishao Palace, our realms were at the late stage of Diluo, thus after being misled by Hongjun, our comprehension of the laws remained stagnant at that level. Yet now with my quasi-saint late-stage cultivation I can revisit the laws, and astonishingly, in just over a decade I have grasped the sword path laws to the pinnacle of Diluo. Alas, if only I possessed a treasure of laws like the creation jade butterfly to aid in my comprehension. Observing Tong Tian staring intently at him, Yuancher suddenly pulled the reticent Nanji sage from behind and said, "Brother, do not look at me, look here, focus on Nanji." At this moment, Nanji, fully aware of the situation, bowed respectfully to Tong Tian. Disciple Nanji pays respects to Uncle Tong Tian. Tong Tian nodded, remaining silent, casting a puzzled glance at Nanji, yet, apart from Nanji's slight elevation in cultivation, he could discern no significant joyous event. Thus, Tong Tian inquired, "What joyous event? Could it be that you have achieved something?" Nanji, what the hell, I have not achieved anything. I am a man, and an old man at that." However, the Nanji sage dared not speak out of turn, knowing that Yuancher had brought him along to showcase him and embarrass Tong Tian. After all, in a conflict between two deities, what place is there for a mere Xianxian to interject? Yuancher, timely interjecting, urged, "Brother, have you not noticed? Do you not see the change in Nanji's cultivation? He is now a Xianxian. Nanji has already attained the realm of Xianxian." Tong Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, scoffing, This is what you call a joyous event? A tremendous joyous event? A grand event? Surely you jest. I thought it was you who were about to attain sainthood. That would indeed be a momentous occasion. Even if not sainthood, if it were you who had achieved something, that too would be noteworthy. But Nanji's breakthrough to Xianxian, what is there to celebrate? What about it is worthy of joy? Yuancher's triumphant smile instantly froze, and he stammered, "Brother, this is Xianxian, 10 years of Xianxian." Tong Tian, equally bemused by Yuancher's enthusiasm, replied blankly, "Indeed Xianxian, so what? Is Xianxian really that impressive?" Yuancher slapped his forehead, at a loss for how to respond. "Yes. So what? Is Xianxian very impressive?" Having sorted through his thoughts, Yuancher exclaimed, "Brother, the point is not Xianxian itself. The crux of the matter is that Nanji accomplished the remarkable feat of breaking through to Xianxian from the peak of Xinxian in nearly 10 years. After a pause, Yuancher continued, "Who are we with Sanqing, the authentic Pangu? How could it not be a cause for celebration that Nanji is the first Xianxian under our Sanqing? Is it not a joyous occasion?" At this moment, Tong Tian gaped in disbelief and exclaimed, "What, is this the matter?" Yuancher echoed, "Is it not?" Tong Tian, with a gaze filled with pity, glanced at Yuancher and slowly replied, "Dear brother, since you claim it to be a joyous event, then so be it. However, it appears that Nanji is not the first Xianxian under our Sanqing." With that, Tong Tian waved his hand, summoning Zhang Hao, who had been sleeping in the cave, and then turned to Yuancher. saying, "Well, dear brother, take another look." Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Yuanshi instantly felt as if his cardiovascular system had been obstructed, and his breathing became labored, despite not actually needing to breathe. As for Zhang Hao, upon being brought forth, he opened his drowsy eyes and innocently asked, "What is going on? Is there a flood?" Yuanshi, Tong Tian, and Nanji. Once Zhang Hao regained his composure, he immediately paid his respects to Yuanshi and Tong Tian, then silently stood behind Tong Tian. At this moment, Yuanshi's face had turned a shade akin to liver. "Once again, my attempt to show off has backfired, and I have been made a fool of," with his last shred of stubbornness. Yuanshi slowly said, "Even if Zhang Hao has already reached the mid-stage of Shanxian, after hiding his true power, Nanji is still the second Shanxian under our Sanqing." Before Yuanshi could finish, he was interrupted by a voice, "Second brother. What is this joyous occasion? Come and see, my newly acquired human disciple has already reached the pinnacle of early-stage Shanxian." Yuanshi, Chapter 19, "Brother, you must believe that what you see is an illusion." Then, they saw Taishan Laojun floating down from the horizon with a human disciple. Yuanshi first glanced at Zhang Hao, who was at the pinnacle of mid-stage Shanxian, ready to break through to late-stage Shanxian at any moment. He then turned to look at Xuandu, who was also on the verge of breaking through to mid-stage Shanxian. Finally, he glanced at Nanji, who was trembling behind him, having just broken through to early-stage Shanxian and still lacking stability in his cultivation. Yuanshi, in the southern sun heavy snow falls, while you in the northern cold night enjoy hot pot and sing. At this moment, Zhang Hao struggled to suppress the urge to burst into laughter. Feeling a profound pity for Yuanshi, it was reminiscent of, startled from a dying illness, I sit up, the jester is none other than myself, or perhaps, I intended to show off but was caught off guard by the enemy's overwhelming retort. Before Zhang Hao could continue to feel pity for Nanji, Laojun struck again, "Second brother, what is this grand joyous occasion? Speak so that I may find joy. At this point, Yuanshi's expression had turned a shade of dark green, resembling someone poisoned, unable to articulate a word. While Tong Tian quickly addressed Taishang, "Well, elder brother, second brother's disciple Nanji has just broken through to Shanxian." Laojun responded with an and inquired, "Tong Tian, what joyous occasion does your second brother have?" Tong Tian repeated, "Second brother's disciple Nanji has broken through to Shanxian." "Oh, third brother, do tell us about your second brother's joyous occasion." Tong Tian, feeling helpless, had to repeat once more, and Taishang, slightly irritated, said, "Third brother, did I not say that I already know? I meant for you to share your second brother's joyous occasion." Given how excited he appears, unable to speak. Let's refrain from repeating the matter of Nanji's breakthrough to Shanxian, shall we? Reluctantly, Tong Tian said, "The joyous occasion for second brother is that his disciple Nanji has broken through to Shanxian." After a moment, Laojun seemed to grasp Tong Tian's words but still questioned, "So what? Therefore, second brother's disciple Nanji has broken through to Shanxian, and that is indeed a joyous occasion." Laojun looked at Yuanshi incredulously, thinking, "Is this it? Just this? One disciple breaking through to Shanxian, and it is deemed a grand joyous occasion? Do I really need to be summoned for this, when Xuandu breaks through to mid-stage Shanxian? Should I also inform second brother and third brother, lest I appear unsociable?" At this moment, Yuanshi gazed at Laojun with a look that suggested he might faint, but how could a powerful being at the late stage of quasi-saint simply faint at will? Escape was certainly not an option, but the emotions within Yuanshi were no longer mere anger, they had turned into murderous intent. Of course, this murderous intent was not directed at Zhang Hao or Xuandu but rather towards his own disciple. Nanji, meanwhile, Nanji, the immortal elder, was already turning pale. He had been contemplating just how tragic his future would be, and coupled with Yuanshi's overwhelming murderous intent, he fainted. Yuanshi, "Great, not only did you make me lose face, but now you faint without dragging me along." In essence, Nanji was truly innocent in this situation. To break through from a true immortal to a Shanxian in just 10 years was beyond mere diligence. It was utterly inhumane. The one attempting to show off was none other than Yuanshi Tianzuan himself, and the targets of his ostentation were Taishan Laojun and Tong Tian. Taishan Laojun, as a master alchemist, could easily create pills that could elevate one to the level of De Luo Jingxian without a second thought, even if it were the 7-turn or 8-turn pills. Giving a few to Xuandu would allow him to effortlessly break through to Jingxian or perhaps even Tai Jingxian. It would be akin to child's play if furthermore Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan stood on the same level. one practiced artifact forging, while the other focused on formations, which did not significantly aid their disciples' cultivation. However, the unfortunate reality was that their disciples were quite different. One trained day and night, while the other slept soundly, yet the latter had the advantage of extraordinary talent. After Taishan Laojun understood the situation and saw Nanji fainting, he was momentarily at a loss on how to alleviate this wretched awkwardness for Yuanshi. After some thought, he pretended to cough and said, "Well, second brother, Nanji is indeed quite remarkable. He is truly worthy of being my Pangu's authentic descendant. Even my disciple Xuandu has been with me for several decades, and I occasionally provide him with pills." Thus, before Taishan could finish his sentence, Xuandu's expression suddenly changed, and a faint bang echoed in the ears of everyone present. It was Xuandu, who had just broken through at that moment. Under normal circumstances, Laojun would have been delighted by Xuandu's breakthrough and would have nodded approvingly, saying, "My disciple possesses the potential of a quasi-saint." However, in this somewhat tense atmosphere, Xuandu's breakthrough only served to heighten the awkwardness of the situation. "Laojun, rebellious disciple, although you possess the potential of a quasi-saint, I must still scold you for being a rebellious disciple. Can't you see that your uncle Yuanshi is about to explode?" Helplessly, as a master, Laojun had to clean up the mess caused by his disciple, and thus he said with a forced smile, "Well, second brother, this was an accident. You must believe your elder brother. This is definitely an accident. And what you see is merely an illusion." Having said that, he exchanged a glance with Tongtian, signaling him to comfort Yuanshi. Tongtian subtly nodded and said to Yuanshi, "Yes, second brother, it's all an illusion. You must believe that Nanji is the best." Then, he instinctively called out, "Nanji, right? Everyone else, are you comforting him, or are you pouring salt on the wound? Can't you see that Nanji is still lying there?" "Nanji, is this considered being kicked while down?" Tongtian soon realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "Second brother, don't be misled by my little monkey. He is already at mid-stage Shenxian, but his foundation is still there. Who knows how many years it will take for him to break through to late-stage Shenxian." Bang! Before Tongtian could finish his sentence, everyone heard another bang, but this time it came from Zhang Hao. Just moments ago, after Xuandu's breakthrough, Zhang Hao's internal power had slightly increased, although it was not enough for him to break through to Taijingxian. However, with such a prime opportunity to mock Yuanshi, Zhang Hao certainly would not let it slip away. Since Xuandu had added fuel to the fire, Zhang Hao felt compelled to stoke the flames himself. Thus, he slightly relaxed the concealment of his cultivation. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had broken through from mid-stage Shenxian to late-stage Shenxian. Chapter 20, Disciple, I cannot manage this. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared blankly at Tongtian. Uttering foolishly, "Tongtian, what did you just say?" Tongtian, momentarily dazed, replied, "I said, my disciple's foundation is lacking. Who knows how long it will take him to break through to late-stage Shenxian." Before he could finish, Tongtian realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "My little monkey will not reach the pinnacle of late-stage Shenxian for many thousands of years. In this lifetime, he may not even have the chance to aspire to the Deluo level." Yuanshi still stared blankly, asking, "Really?" Tongtian, feeling helpless, replied, "Indeed, is it really that serious?" Yuanshi pressed, "Indeed, it is that serious." Tongtian confirmed, "Others may be unaware, yet this humble disciple of mine is capable of guiding my existence. Deluo, the primordial Deluo is still Deluo. Is it not?" At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared to regain some semblance of clarity, nodding and affirming, "Indeed, third brother, you speak wisely. For cultivators, their foundations are paramount. Enough of this." Taishan elder brother, Tongtian third brother, you may take your leave. "I wish to find some solitude." Taishan, how can you seek solitude after calling me back? By the way, where is your solitude? Tongtian, even if you crave solitude, shouldn't you retreat to your Yushu straw hut? Do not make me leave under my bayou straw hut while you indulge in your solitude here, alright? Yet, at this moment, Tongtian, observing Yuanshi in this rare state of regained composure, dared not provoke him further. Though it was not out of fear of being unable to contend with Yuanshi, for he was, after all, his brother, and being reprimanded would be quite displeasing. Thus, Tongtian could only seize Zhang Hao, and in a flash. They arrived at Zhang Hao's cave abode. Upon seeing this, Laozi awkwardly addressed Yuanshi, I must attend to boiling water over there. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for Yuanshi's response, he grasped Xuandu and vanished in an instant. At this moment, beneath the bayou straw hut, only Yuanshi, who was lost in thought, and the unconscious Nanji remained. After Tongtian whisked Zhang Hao away to his cave, Zhang Hao, in a state of perplexity, inquired. Master, what brings you here? Tong Tian, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, well, it is your Yuancher Sherbua who insisted on occupying my bayou straw hut to ponder in solitude. Zheng Hao rolled his eyes and remarked, so? You came to invade your disciple's cave? Tong Tian retorted, how is this an invasion? It is merely borrowing a place to stay for a while. Zheng Hao threw up his hands in exasperation. Is there really a difference? Tong Tian fell silent, adopting an expression that suggested he had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, Zheng Hao had no choice but to ask, how goes your comprehension of the laws? Upon mentioning this, Tong Tian's face lit up with excitement as he proclaimed, Disciple, I have grasped the sword Dao laws to the pinnacle of Diluo. Your teachings are truly remarkable. Zheng Hao regarded Tong Tian, who wore an eager expression of please praise me, and doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Is this all it takes to satisfy you? Master, I must impart some wisdom. Your elder brother Taishan Laozi will achieve sainthood in less than 1,000 years, and after his ascension it will be but a century before the time comes for you to attain sainthood. This means you have, at best, a mere 1,100 years to elevate your sword Dao laws from the pinnacle of Diluo to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Now tell me, do you still have time to be excited? The dynamics of their master-disciple relationship had completely reversed. Were Taishang and the other formidable beings of the Honghuang to witness this pair, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, questioning, who, indeed, is the master, and who is the disciple? Similarly, if Yuancher Tianzuan were to witness this, he would surely wield his Panga flag and unleash chaotic sword chi to turn this defiant pair into a sieve. Tong Tian, momentarily stunned, murmured, 1,000 years, how can that be possible? In a mere 1,000 years, how could one progress from the pinnacle of Diluo to the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, even with 110,000 years? I might not be able to achieve that. Zheng Hao shrugged and replied, Het, perhaps it is simply your own folly. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled as if grasping a lifeline, seizing Zheng Hao's hand and urgently asking, Disciple? Good disciple, clever disciple, do you have a solution? Zheng Hao, at a loss for words, replied, all you need to do is elevate your sword Dao laws to the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Not directly to Hunyuan Diluo. You have several fine swords in your possession, do you not? With 5 top-tier swords alone, cannot you wield them to comprehend the laws contained within them? Furthermore, your relationship with your second brother Yuancher is still fairly amicable. Cannot you borrow the Panga flag, which also emanates sword chi, chaotic sword chi, for your comprehension? Tong Tian, perplexed, asked, it can be done this way. Zheng Hao rolled his eyes. What other option is there? Tong Tian's mind was like a door flung open, revealing a new realm. He promptly declared, very well, I understand now, you may leave. Zheng Hao, wait, are you serious? This is my cave after all. Yet, before Zheng Hao could voice his thoughts, Tong Tian waved him away, sending him outside the cave. Standing outside, Zheng Hao's expression shifted multiple times before he resignedly said, forget it, I haven't returned to the tribe in so long, I might as well go back and take a look. Setting aside Zheng Hao's expulsion back to the tribe, let us turn to the situation at hand with Yuancher and Nanji. After Tong Tian and Laozi departed with their disciples, Yuancher did not employ any magic or divine powers to rouse Nanji, but instead quietly observed Nanji lying on the ground. It was unclear how long passed before Nanji Shenwang finally stirred, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with Yuancher's emotionless gaze, causing a chill to run down his spine. Hastily scrambling to his feet, he trembled and called out, Master, have Sherbua and Shixiang left? Yuancher replied indifferently, yes, they have departed. Nanji, sensing Yuancher's uncharacteristic calm, felt increasingly uneasy, pondering, is this the calm before the storm? Thus, summoning his courage, he asked, Master, shall we return as well? Yuancher paid no heed to Nanji, continuing in his indifferent tone, Zheng Hao has broken through to the late stage of Xianxian, and Xuandu has achieved the mid-stage of Xianxian. Nanji, bewildered, inquired, when did this happen? Just as you were collapsing to the ground. Nanji Shenwang, it's over, it's truly over. Indeed, the next words from Yuancher Tianzuan left Nanji utterly dumbfounded. For the next 1,000 years, I will impart teachings to you, overseeing your cultivation. In 1,000 years, you must break through to the Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Nanji's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to faint once more. Internally lamenting, this is absurd, 1,000 years to elevate from Xianxian to Golden Immortal. Am I underestimating myself, or are you overestimating me? This is absurd. My disciple truly wishes to express that I cannot accomplish this. Chapter 21, Return to the Tribe. A warm reunion. And what is Zheng Hao up to at this moment? Currently, he is making his way back to his tribe, which still lacks a name. Fortunately, Kunlun Mountain is relatively close to his tribe. Coupled with Zhang Hao's familiarity with the various evasion techniques of the three pure ones, while he may not match the speed of renowned races or powerful beings such as Kunpeng, Jingu or Daijang, with his current cultivation at the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, the Ant Squad leader managed to return to the tribe in less than 3 days. In the span of these several years, the tribe has undergone notable changes. However, the passage of over a decade has rendered Zhang Hao somewhat unfamiliar with the people of this tribe. It is worth noting that when Zhang Hao was taken away by Tong Tian, he was merely 7 years old. Upon returning to the tribe, Zhang Hao rushed towards his nest, which at that time had yet to be transformed into a straw hut, a creation of the Nest clan, but found no sign of his mother. During this primordial era of humanity, men would go hunting while women were assigned to gather food or care for children, thus Zhang Hao thought little of it. After all, this was a relatively safe golden age for humanity, where women typically faced no danger. Subsequently, Zhang Hao made his way to the elder of the tribe, after more than a decade apart. The elder appeared significantly aged, his demeanor heavy with the weight of time. Upon greeting the elder, Zhang Hao was met with a pair of murky eyes that scrutinized him, prompting the elder to inquire, "Who might you be?" Fellow tribesman, Zhang Hao felt a pang of sadness. In 100 years, one's hair turns from black to white. In comparison to cultivators, mere decades for ordinary humans equate to a significant portion of their journey. Stepping forward, Zhang Hao grasped the elder's hands and said, "Elder, it is I, Hao. I have returned." The elder appeared to be lost in recollection, and after a prolonged silence, he finally exclaimed with joy, "Hao! You are little Haozi, you have returned. How did you come back?" Initially delighted, the elder's expression then shifted to one of reproach, as if questioning why Zhang Hao had returned. Zhang Hao discerned the elder's underlying reproach and explained, "Elder, I have reached a temporary pause in my cultivation, thus I wish to return and see how things are." The elder grasped Zhang Hao's hands once more, confirming, "Truly you were not sent away by the immortal elder?" Zhang Hao repeatedly assured that he had not been cast out, which finally relieved the clan elder, who remarked, "It is good that you have returned." Subsequently, after conversing with the elder for a while, Zhang Hao led the tribesmen to the fish pond he had originally excavated, imparting to them the technique of fishing with nets. At that time, he had just completed the pond and had not yet had the chance to cast a few nets before being forcibly taken away by Tong Tian, resulting in the human clan remaining ignorant of net fishing even after more than a decade. Moreover, Zhang Hao entrusted the only spiritual treasure he possessed, the postnatal merit fishing net, to the tribe. This net, a postnatal treasure imbued with great fortune, could also suppress minor fortunes, proving of little use to Zhang Hao himself. However, its presence within the tribe would not only aid in its growth and prosperity but also subtly ensure favorable weather conditions in the surrounding areas. After teaching the tribesmen the skills of pond excavation, fishing, and net weaving, Zhang Hao finally returned to his home, where he was finally reunited with his mother. Upon seeing him, his mother was overjoyed, grasping his hand and asking a flurry of questions. Although Zhang Hao had always possessed a mischievous nature, being a traveler from another world, the bond of familial love etched deep within him was indelible. As for Zhang Hao's father, he had perished during a hunting expedition shortly after Zhang Hao's birth. While enjoying the warmth of home, Zhang Hao's heart ached at the sight of his mother's graying hair, prompting him to say, "Mother, let us cultivate the Tao together." His mother paused momentarily before replying with a smile, "Silly child, life is unpredictable. Though I am but an ordinary person, even ordinary folk experience their own joys and fortunes, while the common person toils for daily sustenance. Do not cultivators also suffer from the burdens of deceit and exhaustion?" Though she did not explicitly refuse his suggestion, her sentiment was clear. Zhang Hao was taken aback by her words. Was the pursuit of transcendence not a common aspiration? Yet, upon reflection, he realized the truth in her statement. Ordinary people indeed face their own struggles, and was life truly devoid of hardship for cultivators? He recalled how he had been ridiculed by Yuancher during his years in Kunlun Mountain, and how Nanji had looked down upon him. At least he had the safety of Tongtian's tutelage. What of those lowly cultivators without a master or resources, vulnerable to being extinguished by stronger beings? Zhang Hao did not press the issue further, simply responding, "Very well, mother, I shall heed your wishes." His mother nodded and inquired, "When shall you return to your master?" After contemplating, Zhang Hao replied, "Mother, my cultivation has reached a temporary conclusion. Allow me to spend some time with you." His mother pondered for a moment before silently nodding. Zhang Hao resolved that since his mother was reluctant to pursue the Tao, he would accompany her for the remainder of her life's journey. In the present era of the primordial world, with abundant innate and acquired spiritual energy, even an ordinary human could expect a lifespan of 100 to 150 years, provided they did not meet an untimely end. The human race had yet to devise concepts of years, months, or days, but as a peak golden immortal, Zhang Hao could discern that his mother was nearing 40 years of age. This indicated that he had but a brief 60 to 100 years left to spend with her. For Zhang Hao, who was no longer constrained by lifespan, a mere period of seclusion could last hundreds or even thousands of years. Even without the advantage of the Tao space, he would not squander the opportunity to be with his mother. Moreover, since his breakthrough to the golden immortal stage, the Tao space had undergone an upgrade, expanding from a 4-meter dimension to an impressive 8 meters, with the production rate of purple substance increasing tenfold. From 100 per day to 1,000 Dai in the ensuing years, Zhang Hao quietly remained in the tribe, cherishing the time with his mother while participating in hunting and fishing alongside the tribesmen. This not only ensured the safety of his kin but also significantly bolstered the tribe's food supply. Each evening, he returned home to accompany his sole remaining family member in this world. However, Zhang Hao refrained from attempting any new inventions, having learned from previous encounters with the heavenly Tao's merits that had attracted the attention of Tong Tian. Fortunately, it was Tong Tian, a being known for restraint. Had a more ruthless entity, even a mere true immortal, come, the tribe would have faced annihilation. Thus Zhang Hao resolved to bide his time patiently. As for his concerns regarding Tong Tian's potential return to the tribe to reclaim him, he felt no anxiety, for he had informed Tong Tian that his time was limited to just over 1,000 years, the period until Tong Tian attained sainthood. With that much time at stake, Tong Tian would hardly wish to lose a moment. Thus Zhang Hao remained in the tribe for a century. His mother had passed away with a smile 30 years prior, and with her departure, the last of Zhang Hao's kin and attachments vanished. The elders of the tribe had long since departed as well, and even those of Zhang Hao's generation had succumbed to the passage of time. The once youthful boy, who had been reluctant to join the hunting parties, now wore the countenance of an 18-year-old, yet he had become a figure of ancestral stature within the tribe. After a century of growth, the tribe had evolved into a medium-sized community known as the Fenggun tribe. Zhang Hao was taken aback upon hearing this name. What Fenggun tribe? Does that not correspond with the clan of the Huashu? Is it not the tribe of the human sovereign Fuxi? By the heavens! Even if I accomplish 2 tasks that Fuxi should have undertaken, must my tribe be branded as Fuxi's tribe? This incident compelled Zhang Hao to take the concept of causality seriously. Ultimately, debts owed must be repaid. During this century, Zhang Hao's progress was significant. Name: Zhang Hao. Race: human. Footing: postnatal midgrade, innate midgrade. Peak realm: late Shenxian, peak Tai Jingxian techniques, Shangqing Qi refinement method, Tai Ching Qi refinement method, Yuqing Qi refinement method. Divine abilities: Shangqing golden seal, Tai Ching golden seal, Yuqing golden seal. Spiritual treasures: heaven and earth. Shenhuang pagoda, 1/10,000th, Qingping sword, 3/10,000ths. Indeed, at this juncture Zhang Hao's true cultivation had reached the peak of Tai Jingxian. With Tong Tian's considerable progress over the century reflecting upon him, resulting in Zhang Hao's own rapid advancement, however, he had not fully synchronized with Tong Tian, thus his synchronization rate had dropped to a mere 100,000th. Although the remaining purple substance in the Tao space was scant, it was still sufficient for him to break through to the Luo Jingxian stage whenever he wished, whether in the presence of Tong Tian, Yuanshi, or even Laozi's ethereal form. He could easily augment his synchronization rate and ascend to Luo Jingxian Dai. In this period of the primordial world, attaining the Luo Jingxian status would mark one as a considerable force. After all, this era was dominated by quasi-saints, with only Nuwa having achieved sainthood, and she did not establish a sect or accept disciples. Zhang Hao refrained from breaking through not out of concern for his stability, but rather because he yearned for his ascension to Luo to be unprecedented in the primordial realm. It is essential to note that upon breaking through to Luo Jingxian, the 3 flowers of beings would congregate atop their heads, with the potential of cultivators evidenced by the quality of their 3 flowers. Under the heavenly Tao, the maximum number is 9, thus even Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, possesses only 3 flowers corresponding to heaven, earth, and humanity, which collectively amount to 9. Typically, when beings break through to Luo, they display 3 flowers, thereby limiting their potential at that level. However, if the quality of their flowers exceeds 4, It signifies the potential to reach quasi-saint status. Should the quality of the flowers reach 7, the individual possesses the aptitude for sainthood, as exemplified by renowned figures such as Zhuangti, Jiayin, Nuo, Kuanping, and Zenyuanzi. Only the 3 pure ones achieved the extraordinary quality of 8 flowers throughout the primordial realm, thus their eventual attainment of sainthood was all but assured. As for the venerable Hongjun, through a combination of chaos, reincarnation, and a series of intricate schemes, he attained the pinnacle of the 9-flower standard beneath the heavenly Tao. Zhang Hao's aspiration was to amass an inexhaustible foundation, not solely in terms of cultivation but also in the enhancement of his physical body, footing, and other attributes to their utmost limits. Even Zhang Hao, upon breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal level, found that the Grand Tao space had once again upgraded, now measuring 16 meters on each side. Capable of producing 10,000 units of purple essence daily. However, to synchronize with any of the 3 purities was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. As a result, at present Zhang Hao's synchronization with the Shenuang Pagoda of Taishang and the Qingping Sword of Tongtian barely reached the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure. Despite being at the pinnacle of Tai, he possessed not a single notable spiritual treasure to showcase. Moreover, Zhang Hao at this juncture dared not augment the purple essence within the Tongtian illusion any further, fearing that a misstep could lead to an uncontrollable breakthrough into the Deluo realm. Naturally, those of lesser cultivation could still attempt synchronization, for the Deluo realm represented a qualitative transformation, not merely an increase in magical power. Although Zhang Hao's foundation was already at the peak of innate mid-grade, it was still far from sufficient. According to his plans, he aimed to elevate his foundation to innate top grade, or even to the chaotic divine demon level, when the primordial Tongtian took disciples, the 12 golden immortals. The 4 direct disciples of the Jie sect and the 7 celestial attendants were all of innate foundation. Synchronizing with these disciples of the 3 teachings would merely enhance his magical power and improve his foundation, without triggering the qualitative change necessary for a Deluo breakthrough. Following this, he intended to elevate his cultivation and magical power to the limits of the Tai realm, or even surpass those limits, achieving a physical body of ancestral shaman level, and thereby making a singular leap into the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. By that time, he should at least surpass the 8-petal Sanhua of the 3 purities, potentially even exceeding the latent potential of Hongjun. Only in this manner, even if he were to synchronize with a Hunyuan Golden Immortal lacking cultivation laws, his own comprehension of the laws would be 100 or even 1,000 times simpler than that of others. With such intentions, Zhang Hao murmured to himself, "At the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, is it time to venture forth? Let us first visit the nearest Wu tribe and enhance my physical form." Having said this, Zhang Hao stepped forward, heading towards the main peak of the Buzhou mountain and the Wu tribe. Upon arriving at the foot of the seemingly endless Buzhou mountain, Zhang Hao had no intention of plundering its treasures. Under the heavens, there were only so many innate spiritual materials, and his birth had been delayed by an unknown duration, with the finest spiritual materials already claimed by others long before his arrival. Furthermore, the pressure from Pangu on Buzhou mountain had diminished significantly compared to earlier. A mere climb would serve little purpose in terms of tempering his abilities. Additionally, while Zhang Hao's cultivation was at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, his physical form was merely at the level of an earth immortal, quite frail, and venturing there would only invite trouble. However, Zhang Hao did not behave recklessly by barging into the Wu tribe and demanding to meet the ancestral shaman. Instead, he sought to first engage with the tribe's great shamans. It is worth noting that even the great shamans, based solely on their physical forms, possess strengths equivalent to low or mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, translating to at least Deluo level. As soon as Zhang Hao appeared in the Wu tribe, he was halted by several Wu soldiers. The Wu tribe distinguished individuals based on the purity of their bloodlines, categorizing them as ancestral shamans, great shamans, minor shamans, Wu soldiers, and Wu people. A Wu person, upon birth, was akin to a celestial being of the Qi refinement stage, while Wu soldiers were at the level of Xian immortals. Minor shamans were golden immortals, and great shamans were at least Tai golden immortals, eventually maturing into Deluo golden immortals. The 2 Xian immortal level Wu soldiers confronted Zhang Hao, demanding, "Who are you? This is the territory of the Wu tribe. Leave immediately." Their tone, though firm, was still somewhat courteous, as they noticed the fluctuations of Zhang Hao's magical power, which clearly surpassed theirs significantly. Otherwise, had any other being appeared at the doorstep of the Wu tribe, Given their blunt nature, they would have charged in for a fight without hesitation. Zhang Hao clasped his hands and replied, esteemed heroes, I am from the neighboring human tribe, here to pay a visit to my Wu tribe neighbors. Upon hearing Zhang Hao address them as heroes, the two Wu soldiers beamed with delight, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Completely disregarding the latter part of his statement, the two soldiers approached, throwing their arms around Zhang Hao's shoulders, exclaiming with joy, so it is our human tribe neighbor. Come, let us speak inside. Initially Zhang Hao had been on guard, suspecting the two soldiers were approaching with ill intentions. Yet unexpectedly, their intent was to embrace him. However, as long as there was no conflict, and he could meet the great shaman or the ancestral shaman, that would be the best outcome. At this moment, Zhang Hao inquired, esteemed heroes, is this the headquarters of the Wu tribe? One soldier replied, hey, what do you mean by headquarters? Taken aback by this question, Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before rephrasing, what I mean is the place of origin. The soldier nodded in understanding, is that what you mean? We do not have a headquarters here, this is the Gonggang tribe. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao thought to himself, so this is the Gonggang tribe. Then there is no issue. I comprehend. Among the 12 ancestral shamans, Gonggang was known for his ferocity and recklessness, with no one daring to claim the top spot. To use one's head to test the hardness of Buzhou Mountain was no longer foolishness but rather the act of a fierce individual willing to risk their life. Of course, there was another, slightly less extreme, known as Zhu Rong. After learning that this was the Gonggang tribe, Zhang Hao asked, esteemed heroes, is the great hero Xiang Lu present in the tribe? He feigned admiration as he spoke. The two soldiers, who also held Xiang Lu in high regard, were deeply pleased to find Zhang Hao shared their admiration, further increasing their camaraderie with him. Thus, they patted Zhang Hao on the shoulders, saying, hey, that arrogant Hongjun has prohibited battles with the demon clan, so the great shaman Xiang Lu has been idling about, not present in the tribe. Where else could he be? Indeed, it was not long before Zhang Hao spotted an exceptionally burly man fiercely beating a group of minor shamans in a vast clearing. This robust man could only be Xiang Lu, whose true form was that of a nine-headed serpent, not to be confused with the nine-headed insect from the journey to the west, but rather a great shaman under the command of the water ancestral shaman. Gonggang, upon encountering Xiang Lu, Zhang Hao naturally inscribed Xiang Lu's illusion into the Grand Dao Space. Name, Xiang Lu. Inner attributes, 0 race, Wu bloodline, late great shaman physical strength, mid-grade innate spiritual treasure cultivation method, 9 turns mysterious art, incomplete, water law, incomplete, divine powers, mysterious water waves. Flooding the wilderness, heavy water strike outer attributes. None. Zhang Hao examined Xiang Lu's profile, noting its arrangement differed from that of other cultivators, lacking a realm or cultivation level, instead substituting bloodline. Moreover, it included an additional section for physical strength. Upon observing Xiang Lu's illusion within the Grand Dao Space, it was not positioned alongside the previous 3 purities but rather placed in the central position opposite to the 3 purities illusions. However, Zhang Hao had no intention of synchronizing with the bloodline of the great shaman. Should he synchronize with that, what if he risked losing his primordial spirit, even if his primordial spirit remained intact? What if his mind became as rigid as a fool? Furthermore, in the Honghuang world, who could fail to recognize the bloodline of the Wu clan? Just as this concern arose, the spatial illusion began to alter, and the Grand Dao Space promptly eliminated the bloodline section. Seeing the inner profile devoid of the bloodline category, Zhang Hao wasted no time and began synchronizing with Xiang Liu. As Zhang Hao poured 100,000 units of purple essence into Xiang Lu's illusion, he immediately felt as though his physical form were being shattered into fragments, only to be reassembled anew. The intensity of the pain nearly propelled Zhang Hao to the heavens. It was not that he refrained from calling out, but rather, the agony reached such an apex that he lost the will and ability to cry out. Zhang Hao's condition soon caught the attention of Xiang Lu in the distance, along with the 2 Wu soldiers beside him. Fortunately, although the Wu tribe might be blunt and volatile, they held disdain for interrupting another's breakthrough, given their status as descendants of Pangu. Of course, this did not extend to the demon clan. Zhang Hao was oblivious to how many times his physical form had been ground to dust and subsequently reformed. Transitioning from extreme agony to a state of numbness, after an indeterminate duration, the breakthrough of his physical form finally concluded. Zhang Hao looked again, discovering that the synchronization progress with Xiang Lu had only reached 1,000th of the way. Moreover, his profile now included a new section for physical strength, boldly stating, physical strength, upper-grade celestial artifact. This meant that with the strength of an upper-grade celestial artifact, he could contend equally with those in the middle to late stages of true immortal. Remarkably, this was merely 1/1000th of the synchronization with Xiang Lu's physical strength, propelling Zhang Hao from the early level of Earth Immortal to the middle to late stages of true immortal. 100,000 units of purple essence required 10 days, and at this rate, in merely 1,000 days, Zhang Hao could possess the physical strength of an innate spiritual treasure, although the demand for purple essence would increase as he progressed. The total time would not exceed 2,000 days. Chapter 24. Can it be any simpler? Such are the advantages of elevated cultivation, had Zhang Hao still been at the level of Earth Immortal or True Immortal. Synchronizing with Xiang Lu's physical strength would have been a task of unknown duration, yet, upon reaching Tai Golden Immortal, this time was remarkably compressed to less than 6 years the moment Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He found Xiang Lu staring at him, inquiring, "Human, what brings you here?" Zhang Hao flattered, "Well, esteemed Xiang Lu, I have long admired your witch clan, which is why I could not restrain myself from coming to the witch tribe." Xiang Lu, puzzled, replied, "Oh, you, a human, admire our witch clan?" Zhang Hao nodded and said, "Indeed, I believe that a man should be like the heroes of the witch clan, devouring meat and drinking heartily, engaging in battles with sheer physical strength." Delivering punches that land with force, Xiang Lu clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Exactly, a man should be like that, unlike those cultivators who merely stand back, using treasures to launch sneak attacks, playing deceitfully like cowards." Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and obediently said, yes, esteemed Xiang Lu, you are absolutely right." At that moment, Xiang Lu seemed to recall something and asked, "Did you just break through?" Zhang Hao nodded humbly and replied, "Yes, well, esteemed Xiang Lu, I was watching you train the brothers of the witch clan and it stirred my blood. I couldn't help but wish to replace you, and in my excitement, I broke through physically." Xiang Lu in a daze said, "Oh, really, watching someone fight can lead to a physical breakthrough?" Zhang Hao quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, absolutely, esteemed Xiang Lu, look at me. When I arrived, my physical form was merely at the Earth Immortal level. And now I have already broken through to the true immortal level." Once Xiang Lu confirmed Zhang Hao's breakthrough, he murmured, "So it turns out that watching others fight can indeed enhance one's abilities. Should I too watch others fight more often?" Zhang Hao interjected. "Well, you see, people are not the same, and humans are even more different from witches. Xiang Lu, you shouldn't compare, especially not with someone like me." Then, Zhang Hao promptly interrupted Xiang Lu's fantasy, asking, "Esteemed Xiang Lu, may I train my physique alongside the brothers of the witch clan in your tribe?" After returning to his senses, Xiang Lu glanced at Zhang Hao and said, Are you sure that your slight frame can endure our witch clan's training methods?" Zhang Hao puffed out his chest and replied, "Rest assured, esteemed Xiang Lu, I come with the determination to be a true man." Following that, Zhang Hao repeatedly spoke of being a true man, causing not only the surrounding little witches and witch soldiers to become excited, but even Xiang Lu, the great witch, was similarly enthralled. As Zhang Hao was well aware of the limited capacity for thought within the witch clan, their mental capacity was not contingent on whether one was a great witch, a little witch, a witch soldier, or a witch, for aside from Zhu Jiuyin and Ho Tu, with half a Di Jiang, the rest of the witch clan was essentially devoid of intellect. Xiang Lu then waved his hand grandly, agreeing to Zhang Hao's desire to train his physique within the witch clan. It is needless to say that Xiang Lu and the witch clan's limited intellect prevented them from doubting whether Zhang Hao had ulterior motives. Likewise, as one of the hegemonic races of the Primordial era, the witch clan would not be concerned about the intentions of outsiders. This reflects the magnanimity of a dominant race. In the beginning, Zhang Hao could only train alongside the witches, which rather than true training was more akin to brawling without the use of supernatural powers. After a month, the small witches could no longer satisfy Zhang Hao's needs. As a result, witch soldiers began to take over the training sessions with him. After another half a year, the witch soldiers of the Gonggang tribe felt somewhat inadequate, and thus the task of training alongside Zhang Hao fell upon the little witches. 3 years later, a peculiar phenomenon emerged among the once belligerent witches. Upon witnessing Zhang Hao, a human, challenged them, their first instinct was not to rush in and engage but rather to retreat into their caves. Indeed, it had been less than 4 years since Zhang Hao arrived at the Gonggang tribe. Within this brief period, he had already synchronized 80% of his physical strength with Xiang Lu. Just 20% more, and he would be able to fully match Xiang Lu. At that point, when Xiang Lu broke through, Zhang Hao would follow suit. However, Xiang Lu was already nearing the late stage of a great witch. making the chances of him breaking through to the ancestral witch exceedingly slim. In all the tales of the Primordial era, Xiang Lu had never managed to reach the ancestral witch level. Even among the great witches, he was not among the most renowned, as figures like Xing Tian Hui and Qi Yu were far more famous in later generations. Zhang Hao estimated that Xing Tian and the like were at the pinnacle of great witches, their combat prowess ranging between the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the early stage of Quasi-Saint. On a sunny day, as Zhang Hao lamented the lack of little witches to spar with in order to enhance his close combat experience, he was suddenly met with a roar. "Human brat, you deceived me!" Zhang Hao turned to find Xiang Lu sprinting towards him, fist clenched, ready to strike. Zhang Hao quickly dodged to the side, confused, and asked, "Esteemed Xiang Lu, how have I deceived you?" Xiang Lu, filled with rage, retorted, "You human brat, you said that watching others fight can enhance physical strength. I went to see Hui battle Xing Tian and Kuafu for 4 years. Yet I experienced no improvement whatsoever." Zhang Hao, exasperated, slapped his forehead, thinking, "No wonder I haven't seen this fellow since that day. Turns out he went to watch Hui and Kuafu fight. Sigh, it seems the witch clan truly lacks intelligence. Any person with a modicum of sense would not believe my words." However, Zhang Hao maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Esteemed Xiang Lu, when you watched the fights, was it not the case that Hui was constantly evading Kuafu's attacks?" Xiang Lu, not understanding, replied, "Yes." Zhang Hao continued, "Then did you not observe that Kuafu was always the one losing?" Xiang Lu responded, "Indeed, and did Kuafu not tire and concede defeat every time?" Zhang Hao inquired. Xiang Lu confirmed, "Yes." Zhang Hao clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Then that settles it." Xiang Lu, bewildered for a moment, finally asked, Could you simplify that a bit? This information is rather overwhelming for my mind." Zhang Hao stifled a laugh and explained, "Hui employs a bow and arrow for ranged attacks, while Kuafu uses a peach with staff for close combat. They aren't engaging in a true brawl at all." Esteemed Xiang Lu, do you really think you could gain any enhancement from watching that? Zhang Hao thought that by breaking it down this way, even someone as straightforward as Xiang Lu would grasp the concept. Yet when he noticed Xiang Lu's silence, he assumed as much. However, after a prolonged silence, Xiang Lu sheepishly remarked, Could you explain it even more simply?" Chapter 25, Observing the Brawl. Xiang Lu's naivety. Xiang Lu awkwardly said, Could you explain it even more simply?" Zhang Hao responded, "Well, is it truly possible to explain this in simpler terms?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao, under Xiang Lu's expectant gaze, slowly began, "Esteemed Xiang Lu, did I not mention that I saw you engaging in hands-on training with the little witches?" Before Zhang Hao could finish his sentence, Xiang Lu interrupted, "That was not training. I was merely bored and thus took the opportunity to rough up the little witches in the tribe." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao nearly choked, taking a few deep breaths before saying, "Fine, so you were roughing up the little witches. Wait, where was I? Oh, yes, engaging in hands-on training, right?" Xiang Lu nodded, affirming, "Yes, you are correct." Zhang Hao continued, "Then that is settled." Yet Xiang Lu remained perplexed, asking, "What exactly is settled? You humans, I've told you to speak plainly, yet you still beat around the bush." Zhang Hao, feeling disheartened, replied, "Esteemed Xiang Lu, it is my fault. I shall think of how to convey it to you more clearly." After another moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao clapped his hands, declaring, "It is like this. The crux of what I was saying revolves around hands-on training, since, esteemed Xiang Lu, you were not observing a true brawl, you did not experience any enhancement." Finally, Xiang Lu seemed to grasp the concept, nodding and saying, "So that is how it is. Should I go watch Xing Tian and Qi Yu fight now?" He seemed eager to leave immediately, but Zhang Hao quickly grabbed him, saying, "Esteemed Xiang Lu, allow me to share a new discovery, one that is an even faster way to enhance your abilities than merely watching fights." Xiang Lu's eyes lit up. "Oh, what method is that?" Zhang Hao feigned mystery and said, "It is to find an opponent of equal standing and engage in combat." Xiang Lu eyed Zhang Hao skeptically. "Really? Are you trying to fool me? Haven't I fought enough already?" Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Aren't I just deceiving a fool?" Then, with utmost sincerity, Zhang Hao insisted, "It is absolutely true. Look, when I first arrived, was I not at the true immortal level? How long has it been? I have already reached the same physical level as you, esteemed great witch." At that moment, Xiang Lu suddenly threw a punch at Zhang Hao, catching him off guard and sending him flying several meters away. As Zhang Hao picked himself up from the ground, he glared at Xiang Lu, saying, "You lack martial virtue. You played unfairly by ambushing me. I was careless and did not evade." Only then did Xiang Lu begin to believe Zhang Hao's earlier words, stating, "So you were telling the truth. a punch from me at 80% strength, and you were completely unharmed. It seems I must seek out Xing Tian for a brawl. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a sense of urgency and immediately exclaimed, Esteemed Xiang Lu, it is impossible for you to gain any enhancement by battling Xing Tian. Why not? Due to the fact that the formidable Xing Tian is far superior to you, engaging him would only lead to a beating. Hence, you will not experience any growth. Xiang Lu, enraged, retorted, Nonsense. Who says I cannot defeat that axe-wielding man? Zhang Hao, with a nonchalant tone, casually remarked, Have you ever triumphed over him before? Instantly deflated, Xiang Lu struggled to articulate a response. Ultimately muttering defensively, That's because the axe-wielding man had a weapon, while I was unarmed, which is why I lost. Yes, that's it, Zhang Hao sighed. If it weren't for you being the first shaman clan I sought to assist. If I didn't wish to spare you from making excuses next time, and if I didn't desire to gain some close combat experience, do you think I would bother to intervene? With a deep breath, Zhang Hao continued, Let me tell you, you can only improve by challenging opponents of equal caliber. Fighting Xing Tian will result in nothing but a beating with no room for advancement. Xiang Lu, bewildered, asked, Then what should I do? Zhang Hao, relieved, suggested, Fight me. Are you capable? Xiang Lu exclaimed, unable to contain his temper. I cannot believe this. How dare you question my abilities, Zhang Lu? I shall make you pay. After shouting, Zhang Hao immediately raised his fist and lunged at Xiang Lu. The shaman clan is inherently combative. Whether in a brawl or en route to one, upon witnessing Zhang Hao's fist, Xiang Lu was instantly thrilled and raised his own fist to engage in combat. Although Xiang Lu's physical strength surpassed Zhang Hao's smaller stature allowed for greater agility. Furthermore, as a soul from a later era, Zhang Hao was adept at combat, employing any method necessary to subdue his opponent. Remarkably, the two fought evenly matched without utilizing any supernatural abilities. Xiang Lu's punches were heavier, but Zhang Hao consistently evaded them, and even when he couldn't dodge, he managed to dissipate much of Xiang Lu's force. Conversely, Xiang Lu found himself at a disadvantage, occasionally caught off guard by Zhang Hao's tactics. Although he wasn't injured, Zhang Hao's strikes were undoubtedly painful. After a while, Xiang Lu retreated from the fray, exclaiming, No more. You keep dodging, it's no fun. Zhang Hao, fully engaged, refused to let such a fine sparring partner slip away. With an unusually serious expression, he began to manipulate Xiang Lu, saying, Xiang Lu, I understand why you cannot improve. Unsurprisingly, this statement was a surefire way to provoke Xiang Lu. Why? He quickly inquired. Zhang Hao adopted an expert tone and replied, Xiang Lu, think about it, what is the purpose of fighting? It is, before Xiang Lu could respond, Zhang Hao interrupted, asserting, Fighting is meant to defeat your opponent, and anything that achieves that goal is valid. Xiang Lu, do you know what your biggest problem is? As Xiang Lu began to utter a word, Zhang Hao cut him off again, self-interrogating and answering, Your biggest issue is that you have too many methods, too many techniques, and you focus too much on details. Now, Xiang Lu, do you understand what you need to do? Xiang Lu attempted to speak again, but Zhang Hao was relentless, exclaiming, You must forget all your techniques, all your methods, and all your intricacies, and then give it your all to defeat me. Otherwise, I shall be the one to vanquish you. Feeling quite frustrated, Xiang Lu finally managed to say, Yes, but was once again interrupted by Zhang Hao's fervent shout, Listen, Xiang Lu, either defeat me or be defeated. Now, without regard for Xiang Lu's willingness, Zhang Hao launched a punch at him. What are you doing? I just wanted to speak. In the following months, neither Xiang Lu nor Zhang Hao could gain the upper hand, although Xiang Lu often found himself outmaneuvered by Zhang Hao. Gradually, Xiang Lu adapted to Zhang Hao's rather unscrupulous fighting style and occasionally began to employ techniques with greater dexterity. However, the gap between them continued to narrow, and after another 6 months, their physical strengths were nearly equivalent. Yet in terms of combat tactics, Xiang Lu lagged behind Zhang Hao, resulting in consistent defeats. From that day forth, Xiang Lu frequently bore bruises and injuries. Despite his repeated declarations to cease fighting, he was consistently led astray by Zhang Hao's manipulations. Each time he was bested, he vowed, I shall never fight him again, no matter who comes. Yet, by the following day, Zhang Hao's words would lure him back within minutes. This feels invigorating. Concurrently, Zhang Hao, having fully synchronized with Xiang Lu's inner workings, could replicate Xiang Lu's abilities, and while he may not have been more skilled than Xiang Lu, he was certainly not inferior. Additionally, Zhang Hao reaped the benefit of understanding the laws. Initially, such knowledge required a high level of mastery. But as Xiang Lu was a shaman, Zhang Hao naturally grasped the elemental laws of water, albeit at a rudimentary level. At this juncture, Zhang Hao was devising a plan to entice more simple-minded individuals like Xiang Lu to join their ranks, thereby creating a chain reaction of Na Vet. To accomplish this, he merely needed to guide Xiang Lu in combat strategy. Unbeknownst to Xiang Lu, his practical combat abilities had significantly surpassed his previous capabilities. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of shamanhood, his striking power, precision of attacks, and versatility had transformed dramatically, whereas previously he could only exert about 70 to 80% of his strength. He now, under Zhang Hao's subtle influence, learned to control himself, maximizing efficiency with minimal effort. After a lengthy session, both Zhang Hao and Xiang Lu paused, panting heavily. Zhang Hao, catching his breath, announced, "Xiang Lu, you are now ready to face Xingtian and others." Xiang Lu, taken aback, questioned, "Oh, how so? Did you not say that I would only suffer a beating?" Zhang Hao confidently patted his chest, assuring him, "Fear not, you will absolutely not be beaten, you may even defeat Xingtian." "Really, of course, when have I ever deceived you?" True you haven't," Zhang Hao thought to himself. "You might not realize it, but I have been misleading you all along." After consuming the encouraging words Zhang Hao offered, Xiang Lu strode confidently towards the Dijiang tribe to seek out Xingtian. As Zhang Hao watched Xiang Lu depart, he silently cheered, "Go on, the fool is finally seeking out other simpletons." Within 3 days, Xiang Lu returned, accompanied by an even more robust and brawny individual, a simpleton. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Xiang Lu jubilantly exclaimed, "Haozi, you spoke the truth. I, the late-stage shaman, truly managed to defeat the peak shaman Xingtian." It was exhilarating. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded before addressing the imposing figure beside Xiang Lu, saying, "I am Zhang Hao of the human race, pleased to meet you, Xingtian." Even without Xiang Lu's prior mention of seeking out Xingtian, Zhang Hao recognized the personage before him as the space shaman Xingtian. A new silhouette bearing the name Xingtian had appeared on the right wall of the Great Dao of Space, although Xingtian wielded an axe and shield. He was not a shaman of strength but rather of space. The laws of strength established by the Pangu deity had never been inherited by any of the ancestral shamans or the three purities. Xingtian, somewhat dejected, remarked, "So you are the human Zhang Hao that little Xiang Lu has spoken of?" Zhang Hao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is me." Xingtian muttered, "This won't do. If you taught Xiang Lu how to fight, then you must teach me as well." Zhang Hao had anticipated the simplicity of the shaman clan but was surprised by Xingtian's similar disposition, which seemed at odds with his imposing nature. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao quickly responded, "No problem, as long as you don't mind." Xingtian, unexpectedly, Xingtian retorted, "Hey, you humans are too verbose, just call me Xingtian, and I'll call you Haozi. Let's speak plainly and skip the formalities." Xiang Lu chimed in, "Yes Haozi, no need to be so formal, we are brothers, after all." Zhang Hao sighed, "All right then, Xingtian, when shall we begin?" Xingtian exclaimed with excitement, "Of course, we shall commence right away." As he spoke, he prepared to raise his fist to strike, but Zhang Hao immediately halted him, saying, "Wait, that won't do." Confused, Xingtian inquired, "Why not?" Zhang Hao replied, "Since there are 3 of us, the rules of engagement must be adjusted." Both Xingtian and Xiang Lu were too indifferent to ponder such matters and simply asked, "Then how shall we fight?" "You tell us," Zhang Hao explained. "We will engage in a free-for-all. You can strike me, and I can strike you." Initially, Zhang Hao believed he had articulated his point clearly, yet he underestimated the capacity of the Wu clan's intellect. Xingtian and Xiang Lu stared blankly with wide eyes, asking, "What did you say?" After painstakingly clarifying the meaning of a free-for-all, the two finally expressed, "Isn't that just a chaotic battle? Why call it a free-for-all?" Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Damn, I've been careless, spending too much time with these simpletons has dulled my wits." Thus, the 3 began their chaotic brawl, although Xingtian possessed greater strength than Zhang Hao and Xiang Lu. He refrained from using his axe and shield, opting instead for brute force, as this was merely a spar and not a true fight, coupled with the unconventional fighting styles of his opponents. Xingtian found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Consequently, in the initial skirmish, the one sustaining the most injuries was surprisingly Xingtian, the mightiest of the great witches. As time passed, Xingtian and Xiang Lu unconsciously began to coordinate their efforts against Zhang Hao. The pressure he exerted on them gradually intensified, leading them to combine their attacks against him after every exchange. Meanwhile, due to the initial synchronization with Xiang Lu, Zhang Hao discovered that synchronizing with Xingtian required merely 10,000 units of purple material to match the progress within his essence. The total synchronization would amount to 100,000 units of purple material, and this was achieved in just over 10 days. Chapter 27, The Breakthrough of the Physical Body 10 days later. Zhang Hao completed the synchronization with Xing Tian. As the demand for purple material increased with each subsequent synchronization, he had been delayed for several days. At this point, Zhang Hao's physical combat prowess surpassed even that of Xing Tian without the need for any mystical arts. When classified according to the Wu clan's hierarchy, Zhang Hao's strength could be considered between a Great Witch and an Ancestral Witch, above the Great Witch but below the Ancestral Witch. Subsequently, Xing Tian and Xian Lu could only achieve parity with Zhang Hao by combining their efforts. Frustrated, they felt stifled in their attempts and had no choice but to seek out other Great Witches to challenge Zhang Hao. At this juncture, their thoughts shifted from self-improvement to, we must summon others to subdue Zhang Hao. Thus, the duo left the Gonggang tribe in search of reinforcements. Observing their adorable retreating figures, Zhang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking fools seeking more fools, and fools calling upon more fools, this is the correct approach. Zhang Hao awaited 3 more days. Upon their return, Xing Tian, Xian Lu, and Kua Fu resumed their chaotic brawl with him. However, within 5 days, the trio, once again defeated, sought out other simpletons. 3 days later, Xing Tian, Xian Lu, Kua Fu, and Qi Yu persisted in their efforts. After 3 days of struggle, they brought back a 5th simpleton, Hui. The presence of the archer Hui posed a slight challenge for Zhang Hao. Though it was merely a minor inconvenience, after synchronizing with Hui, Zhang Hao comprehended every aspect of his archery, his stances, methods, and trajectories, allowing him to easily evade the arrows that lacked tips, perhaps due to the vast difference in strength between Great Witches and Ancestral Witches. Zhang Hao's synchronization of the 5 simpletons did not elevate his physical form to the level of an ancestral witch. His physical body remained at the threshold of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Failing to break through to the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure level. 5 days later, the 5 simpletons inevitably returned with the 6th simpleton, Fei Lian. Following this, they brought in the 7th, 8th, and so on. Until the 23rd, relying on Xiang Lu, Zhang Hao successfully synchronized with a total of 23 Great Witches from the Wu clan, leaving only the final Great Witch, Jiufeng. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was now perilously close to the level of an Ancestral Witch. Even the peak of the Great Witch Xing Tian was sent flying several dozen meters away by a single punch from him. Observing the 23 simpletons before him, who no longer sought out other simpletons, Zhang Hao felt a surge of urgency and asked, "Why aren't you going to summon more simpletons?" Great Witches, Xing Tian replied with frustration, "There are no more to call. The Wu clan has only 24 Great Witches across its 12 tribes." Zhang Hao, perplexed, questioned, "But isn't there still one left? Why don't you go and summon her?" Qi Yu scoffed, "The last Great Witch is Jiufeng. She's a woman, and we don't want to associate with her." Zhang Hao thought, "Come on, you are Great Witches, don't be so childish and avoid gender discrimination." In Zhang Hao's recollection, Jiufeng was the sister of the Ancestral Witch Chang Liang, classified as a Great Witch due to insufficient primordial essence at birth. At this moment, what the simpletons needed most was Zhang Hao's inspirational words to nurture the young minds of the 23 Great Witches. With a stern expression, Zhang Hao proclaimed, "What you are doing is wrong." The 23 Great Witches stared at him, momentarily stunned. They had been defeated by him collectively, and their admiration for his strength kept them from reacting angrily. Zhang Hao continued, "You are all members of the Wu clan. Siblings of the same family, why create divisions? Why pursue independence? Why harbor gender biases? Do you not realize that in less than 10 units of time, you will be facing a great war against the Yao clan? Who can you trust? Whom can you rely on to guard your backs? The only ones you can trust are your own siblings, and only with them can you feel secure." Upon hearing this, the 23 simpletons bowed their heads, appearing remorseful. Xing Tian sheepishly added, "Well, Zhang Hao, it's not that we isolate Jiufeng, it's just that she is unreasonable and violent." Before he could finish, a sharp voice interrupted him. "Humph. Xing Tian, what did you say? Who is unreasonable? Who is violent?" At that moment, Zhang Hao beheld a woman clad in fiery red attire, strikingly beautiful yet towering at least 1.90 m, swiftly confronting Xing Tian. Delivering a punch squarely to his nose, before Xing Tian could react, he was sent flying over 100 meters. It was evident that his nasal bone had undoubtedly fractured. This, of course, was Jiufeng. It was not that Xing Tian was weaker than Jiufeng, rather, he had been caught off guard by her sudden assault and his reluctance to engage physically with her owing to her gender. contributed to his predicament. In truth, Jiufeng was merely at the pinnacle of the Great Witch level, perhaps slightly weaker than a few of her peers, including Xing Tian and Hui Zheng Hao. However, was filled with excitement, thinking, here she comes, the last simpleton has arrived of her own volition. After sending Xing Tian flying, Jiufeng turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Hey, human, are you Zhang Hao?" Taken aback by her greeting, Zhang Hao thought, shouldn't you say, hey, are you the human Zhang Hao? He nodded and replied, I am Zhang Hao of the human race. It is a pleasure to meet you, Great Witch Jiufeng. Jiufeng patted her prominent curves and boldly declared, why be so formal? You are their brother, which makes you my brother as well. If anyone dares to bully you, just say the word, and I will summon 300 brothers to deal with them. Zhang Hao felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead and thought, indeed none of the Wu clan are normal, even the women are, quite bold. With Jiufeng's arrival, Zhang Hao saw no need for further combat. At his current level, he had far surpassed her in every regard, excluding her prominent features, and thus synchronizing with her required only 10,000 units of purple material. Over the past days, Zhang Hao had accumulated no less than 1,000,000 units of purple material, so with a mere flick of his hand, Jiufeng became his subordinate. As anticipated, after synchronizing with every aspect of Jiufeng, excluding her bloodline, Zhang Hao experienced a slight tearing sensation in his physical body. This sensation was fleeting, consequently, his physical form seamlessly ascended to the level of an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. Translating this into the terminology of the Honghuang world, Zhang Hao's physical prowess positioned him at the level of an ancestral witch among the Wu clan, while in the realm of primordial spirit practitioners, he possessed combat capabilities akin to a late-stage or peak quasi-saint. Although his primordial spirit cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level, in a genuine confrontation, even if Yuanshi Tianzun did not wield the Pango banner, it would be uncertain whether he could triumph over Zhang Hao. Chapter 28, Insight and Guidance of the Great Shaman. Zhang Hao took a moment to glance at his own status, name, Zhang Hao race, human footing, peak of mid-grade acquired in innate boundary, late Xianxian and peak Taijingxian physical body, superior innate spiritual treasure, 21 innate restrictions, cultivation techniques, upper clear chi refining method, Tai clear chi refining method, Jade clear chi refining method. Divine abilities, upper clear golden seal, Tai clear golden seal, Jade clear golden seal, Xian water waves, water flooding the wilderness, heavy water strike, heavy axe, breaking the void. Laws, seat of the law of water, seat of the law of space, seat of the law of wood, seat of the law of metal, seat of the law of thunder, spiritual treasures, heaven and earth. Xian Huang Tower, in replication. 11 acquired restrictions, Qingping sword, in replication. 13 innate restrictions, though his cultivation had not changed, remaining at the pinnacle of Taijingxian. Zhang Hao was acutely aware that the magical power within him had increased significantly. If one were to compare it to the magical power he possessed before arriving at the Wu tribe, it would be at least tens of thousands or even millions of times greater now. It is important to note that each time Zhang Hao synchronized with a great shaman, he not only inherited their physical strength and divine abilities but also accumulated the magical power of the assimilated shamans. At this moment, his magical power had undoubtedly reached the peak of quasi-saint level, even surpassing that of his master, Tong Tian. As for why Zhang Hao had not yet been overwhelmed by this immense magical power, it was entirely due to the strength of his superior innate spiritual treasure, which equated to 21 innate restrictions. This also clarified why Zhang Hao had been feeling as though his intellect was gradually becoming singular in focus. Furthermore, regarding divine abilities, Zhang Hao had acquired the abilities of all the great shamans, significantly enhancing his arsenal. Most importantly, even before breaking through to Daluo Jingxian, he had already obtained 12 law seeds. All of this constituted a formidable foundation. The thicker the accumulation before a breakthrough, the greater the potential thereafter. In the present reality, seeing Zhang Hao lost in thought, Jiufeng approached and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" With that single slap, Zhang Hao did not even flinch. It is worth noting that greetings among the Wu tribe differ markedly from those of other primordial spirit cultivators. In essence, a heavier slap signifies deeper affection, while a lighter one implies disdain. Zhang Hao, caught off guard, stammered, I was just overwhelmed by the grandeur of great shaman Jiufeng. I never expected such might from you." Initially puzzled by Zhang Hao's abrupt exclamation, Jiufeng burst into a hearty laugh upon hearing the flattery, exclaiming, Zhang Hao, you truly are a good one. I appreciate your honesty. I, Jiufeng, have no particular preferences. but I do enjoy hearing the truth, observing Jiu Feng's exquisite features and her long legs exceeding a meter in height, all while her voice resembled that of a golden oriole. Zhang Hao found the juxtaposition of her actions somewhat incongruous. With the matters concerning the great shamans having reached a temporary conclusion, Zhang Hao regarded the 24 simpletons before him and mused, sigh, they are here laughing and chatting now, but after 10 gatherings, how many of these 24 simpletons will remain? Well, I might as well lend them a hand. Thus, with a serious expression, Zhang Hao addressed his brethren. Brothers, I have identified a concerning issue. The great shamans looked at him in confusion. Awaiting further elaboration, Zhang Hao did not keep them in suspense. After pondering how to convey his thoughts succinctly, he stated, brothers, don't you feel that breaking through has become exceedingly difficult? The great shamans collectively rolled their eyes and replied, do we need you to tell us that? Then, with a hint of despair, they lamented, alas, our bloodlines restrict our breakthroughs. Zhang Hao countered, while your bloodlines may limit your ascension to ancestral shaman status, your combat prowess will not be hindered. The great shamans expressed their skepticism, saying, Zhang Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? If we cannot break through to ancestral shaman status, how can we enhance our combat strength? Indeed, Zhang Hao, do not deceive us. Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, responded, brothers, I assure you, it is true. Since you are struggling to break through anyway, why not trust me just this once? It was Hou who first grasped the situation, saying, fine, we've been stuck at the peak of great shaman for quite some time. Let us take some time to try your method. If it succeeds, splendid. Even if it fails, it won't waste our time. Xing Tian chimed in, yes, Zheng Hao, please share your solution. Zheng Hao nodded, thinking to himself that he had finally managed to steer them back on track. He began, if I am not mistaken, each of you great shaman brothers possesses an innate law, correct? Yes, what of it? Then why not attempt to comprehend that law? Zheng Hao suggested, the deeper your understanding of the law, even if your levels do not advance, it will at least grant you additional divine abilities. Step by step, Zhang Hao guided them, and with his straightforward words, the many shamans began to understand and fell into contemplation. Finally, Jiu Feng decisively declared, why ponder so much? Let us try it out and see. With Jiu Feng's words, the other great shamans echoed, indeed, why overthink it? Let us give it a shot. Thus, the 24 simpletons sat down, seemingly oblivious to everything else, and began to delve into the comprehension of the law within their bloodlines. Zhang Hao, feeling neglected, thought, hey, you all just sat down like that, what about me? Am I forgotten? Unlike the primordial spirit cultivators who practice qi refinement, the Wu tribe members merely needed to excavate the laws within their bloodlines, allowing for a systematic understanding of those laws. For the great shamans, with their bloodlines, comprehending their laws to the peak of Daluo Jingxian would be effortless. Beyond that pinnacle, it would depend on their innate understanding. However, it seemed that the Wu tribe had little connection to the concept of comprehension. With no other option, Zhang Hao resigned himself to sitting cross-legged, both safeguarding them and attempting to grasp the laws himself. Zhang Hao and the 24 great shamans engaged in this contemplation for a century. The various ancestral shamans, noticing that their great shamans had been absent from the Gonggong tribe for over 100 years, grew curious about what had transpired. Zhu Rong exclaimed, it must be Gonggang's mischief, preventing the great shamans from returning. Humph, Gonggang, the most obstinate of the ancestral shamans, could not tolerate Zhu Rong's accusation given the elemental rivalry between water and fire. He immediately retorted in fury, humph, red-haired barbarian, do not wrongfully accuse me, or you shall regret it. Zhu Rong, equally fiery, shouted back, come on, whoever doesn't show up is a coward. As their argument escalated, it seemed a fight was imminent. Yet the other ancestral shamans merely watched with amusement, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 29, the appearance of the ancestral shamans just as the two were on the verge of clashing. Hotu shouted, shut your mouths, besides fighting daily, what else can you do? Upon her interjection, both Gonggong and Zhu Rong fell silent. Despite being the youngest among the 12 ancestral shamans, her authority rivaled that of the eldest. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuwing pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us go to the Gonggong tribe and see what the situation is. Di Jiang nodded in agreement, stating, exactly, let us first investigate. When the 12 ancestral shamans arrived at the Gonggong tribe, they beheld 25 figures seated with closed eyes under the blazing sun. Gonggang, bewildered, asked, what are they doing? Meditating, cross-legged meditation. Zhu Rong immediately countered, nonsense. Who doesn't know that our Wu tribe lacks primordial spirits? Meditating, you're overthinking it. I believe they are simply asleep. Chang Liang chimed in. No, they are playing a game of 1, 2, 3 wooden man, seeing who can sit the longest. With that, the three simpletons approached to awaken the 24 great shamans and Zhang Hao. The human, however, Zhu Jiuyin sensed something amiss and quickly called out, "Wait!" Gangang, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong?" Di Jiang slowly replied, "They should be in the midst of cultivation." Zhu Rong stared at Di Jiang in disbelief, asking, "Eldest brother, how do you know that?" Di Jiang, equally perplexed and unsure, merely wanted to assert his status as the eldest. However, he solemnly replied, "Because I am the eldest." The 11 simpletons who had fallen to the ground in disbelief all muttered, "TCH," angrily. Di Jiang retorted, "Then what do you all think they are doing?" Zhu Jiuyin slapped his forehead and shouted, "All right, enough bickering. Regardless of what they are doing, let us wait for them to awaken before making any assumptions." "What if they are genuinely cultivating?" Hudu, filled with bewilderment, inquired, "Second brother, why do you say that?" Zhu Jiuyin pointed towards Zhang Hao and remarked, "Look, there stands a peak Shenxian of the human race. The current state of our great witches must be connected to that individual. The human race possesses a primordial spirit, regardless of whether or not that person is responsible. Whatever opportunity they bring to our witch tribe's great witches warrants caution, if they are indeed in the midst of cultivation. Our interruption could sever the chances bestowed upon our witch sons." The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, acknowledging their understanding. Shebishir, in a daze, asked, "So what shall we do now?" "Just stand guard." Di Jiang was about to respond when Zhu Jiuyin cast a sidelong glance at him and stated, "We must guard against any unforeseen occurrences." Di Jiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, thinking, "What was that glance for? I was also about to suggest standing guard, you know." Consequently, the 12 great fools fixed their gaze intently on the 25 great witches and the human. As for Zhang Hao, during this century he had not engaged in deep seclusion for enlightenment. Upon the arrival of the 12 ancestral witches, he was already aware, though he refrained from rushing to greet them. Of course, once the 12 ancestral witches appeared, Zhang Hao immediately imprinted their ethereal forms into the vast space of the Tao, although Zhang Hao's physical body had reached the same level as the lowest ancestral witches. They possessed more than mere physical strength. They also wielded laws and divine powers. For instance, the spatial laws and evasion techniques of the spatial ancestral witch Di Jiang. It is known that Di Jiang is the most formidable evader beneath the saints in the primordial realm, capable of covering 280,000 miles with a mere spread of his 4 wings. Even the Golden Crow's transformation and the Kunping's flight pale in comparison to Di Jiang's evasion techniques. Zhu Jiuyin's temporal laws allow glimpses into future scenes, while Zhu Rong's fire laws can summon divine flames rivaling the true fire of the sun, among others. Thus, even with Zhang Hao's current prowess, synchronizing completely with an ancestral which would require far more than 1 or 2 million units of purple essence, fortunately he had accumulated over a century's worth of purple essence, amounting to nearly 400 million. Based on a daily intake of 10,000. Without further ado, Zhang Hao began synchronizing with Di Jiang. After infusing 10 million units of purple essence into Di Jiang's ethereal form, the seed of his spatial laws swiftly began to sprout, further refining and enhancing Zhang Hao's physical body. He continued pouring in 10 million units at a time. Once he reached a total of 120 million, he had completely synchronized with Di Jiang's essence. After synchronizing with Di Jiang, syncing with Zhu Jiuyin proved to be significantly easier, requiring only 80 million units of purple essence to complete. Next came Gongsun, which took 60 million, followed by Zhu Rong, who required 50 million, and Xiangliang, who needed just under 50 million. However, when attempting to synchronize further, Zhang Hao found his purple essence insufficient. Name: Zhang Hao race, human cultivation base, peak of mid-stage innate realm, late-stage Shenxian. Peak Tai Jingxian physical body, supreme innate spiritual treasure, 36 seals, techniques, Shangqing Qi refining method, Taiqing Qi refining method, Yuqing Qi refining method, divine powers, Shangqing golden chapter, Taiqing golden chapter, Yuqing golden chapter. Di Jiang's evasion technique, time river, 9 heavens thunder, laws, fragmented water laws, fragmented spatial laws, fragmented wood laws, fragmented metal laws, fragmented thunder laws, spiritual treasures, heaven and earth mysterious yellow tower, in the process of replication. 11 innate seals, Qingping sword, in the process of replication, 13 innate seals. Zhang Hao understood that at this moment, should he wish to break through to the Deluo Jingxian, it would merely require a thought. However, such a breakthrough would only amount to a bloom of the 8th grade, akin to the 3 pure ones. Zhang Hao's ambitions, however, extend far beyond an 8th grade bloom. He aspires for a 12th grade bloom. Merging into 36 grades across the chaos to the primordial realm, only Pangu has achieved a 12th grade bloom. If the limit under the heavenly Tao is 9, then the completion under the great Tao is 12. This implies that to attain a 12th grade bloom akin to Pangu, Zhang Hao cannot be a descendant of Pangu nor a successor, he must rather be a being of equal standing with Pangu. In the context of the primordial realm, even the former Hongjun might not possess the foundation Zhang Hao currently holds. With a physical body of supreme innate spiritual treasure, his magical power surpasses the peak of quasi-saints. And his Tai Jingxian primordial spirit cultivation already encompasses multiple laws, only his foundation lags slightly, still merely at the peak of mid-stage innate. Upon completing the synchronization with Changliang, a few million units of purple essence remained. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao utilized all of these remaining units to replicate the Qingping Sword. Chapter 30. Is it too much to expect you to think? Previously, Zhang Hao had expended some purple essence to replicate Laozi's Heaven and Earth mysterious yellow tower. However, now that Zhang Hao himself is a walking supreme innate spiritual treasure, does he still require such a device for defense? The Qingping Sword, however, is distinct. It would not do for Zhang Hao to engage in combat like a simpleton from the witch tribe. Charging in with fists raised, the Qingping Sword, with its 13 innate seals, has reached the level of mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. While it may seem somewhat lacking to Zhang Hao at present, it still offers him the opportunity to wield a sword. Does it not? As for the past century, when Zhang Hao contemplated comprehending the laws, in reality, he achieved naught but solitude in understanding, the reason being, the cultivation of the primordial spirit was insufficient. One requires the primordial spirit cultivation of a Deluo Jingxian to even begin to engage with the laws. Currently, Zhang Hao is merely a Tai Jingxian, and lacking the bloodline of the witch tribe, he possesses no innate laws, making it impossible for him to gain any insights, once everything had been completed. Zhang Hao finally opened his eyes, stood up, and approached the 12 foolish ancestral witches. Before he could utter a word, the icy, fierce beauty Xian Ming confronted him, declaring, "Human, what have you done to our great witch?" At that moment Zhu Rong raised his fist and bellowed, "Yes, confess honestly, what have you done to our great witch? Otherwise, have you ever seen a fist the size of a cooking pot?" Zhang Hao, recalling the combat prowess of the ancestral witches, merely scoffed. "With that little frame of yours, you struggle just to climb a flight of stairs, yet you're talking about a fist the size of a cooking pot. You must not have ever endured the experience of carrying a sack of rice up several flights." Seeing Zhang Hao's arrogance and his provocatively mocking tone, Huda slowly remarked, "Hey, brat, are you this audacious? Does your human race know of your arrogance?" Zhang Hao glanced at Huda, noting her exceptional beauty. She possessed a flawless visage devoid of cosmetic enhancements and a body in perfect golden proportion. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, her legs alone reached almost to Zhang Hao's chest, and she exuded an aura reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl when silent, truly breathtaking. Zhang Hao mused, "No wonder. Whenever a great traverser appears, they seldom resist flirting with Hutu. Her looks, her figure, her presence irresistibly captivating." Zhang Hao smirked, tilting his head at Hutu, and retorted, "So what if I'm arrogant? Who in the primordial world dictates that I cannot be?" At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's minds, "First blood." Finally, Di Jiang found a semblance of authority and shouted at Zhang Hao, "While there may be no rules against your arrogance in the primordial realm, being arrogant makes one susceptible to a beating." Zhang Hao, even more audacious, shot a glance at Di Jiang and quipped, "Hey, just you, with the girth of a barrel but a height of a tub. All waste and no substance, with a rear end so prominent, what makes you think you can hit me? Who granted you such confidence? Double kill." Di Jiang, fell Zhang Hao with a double kill. Zhu Jiuyin, with a sullen expression, remarked, "Is being sharp-tongued so impressive? If you have the capability, go ahead and bite me." Before Zhu Jiuyin could finish, Zhang Hao interrupted, "Sorry, but I don't eat dung." Triple kill. Gong Sun, witnessing the others being mocked by Zhang Hao, chuckled. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao scoffed at Gong Sun, "What are you laughing at? If one were to liken him to a plate of dung, the only distinction between you and him lies merely in the absence of the plate." Gong, quadra kill. Xian Ming could no longer contain himself and roared, I can't hold back any longer. I shall annihilate this detestable human brat." With that, Xian Ming prepared to strike Zhang Hao. However, someone was swifter than Xian Ming, Shabishur, who charged towards Zhang Hao at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, exclaiming, "Damn, how could you endure until now? This human lad is mine." Bang! Before Shabishur could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a kick from Zhang Hao. At that moment Zhang Hao's physical form had surpassed that of the chief among the ancestral witches. Di Jiang, kicking Shabishur away was merely child's play among the ancestral witches, aside from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, whose physical forms were of the highest quality innate spiritual treasures. The rest lingered around the upper grade innate spiritual treasure level. If Di Jiang's physical form were likened to a top grade innate spiritual treasure equivalent to 35 prohibitions, then Zhu Jiuyin would be around 33, while the others hovered between 27 and 30 prohibitions, classified as upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. When the remaining ancestral witches witnessed Zhang Hao effortlessly kick Shabishur away, they exchanged glances and roared in unison. Charged Zhang Hao, upon observing this, exclaimed, "Damn, can't you play fair? If you have the guts, come at me one by one." Although Zhang Hao was indeed slightly stronger than Di Jiang, facing 12 ancestral witches at once was tantamount to inviting a beating, even if it were merely a contest of physical strength, without invoking any divine abilities or forming the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation. The 12 ancestral witches, however, disregarded Zhang Hao's protest and eagerly advanced towards him. Zhang Hao let out a cry and sprinted away. This was also his intention, to lure the 12 ancestral witches away to another location, so as not to disturb the 24 great witches who were comprehending the laws within their bloodlines. 3 days later, on a vacant plot of land in the Gonggang tribe, lay 13 beings resembling humans. Upon closer inspection, one would find that they were indeed Zhang Hao and the 12 ancestral witches. A more careful look would reveal that not only had they all undergone transformations, but they had also gained considerable weight. No wonder they were described as beings akin to humans. Di Jiang, inhaling sharply, quietly addressed Zhang Hao, "Human lad, do tell, what manner of freak are you?" Even the elegant and poised Hutu expressed her frustration. "Indeed, speak, what are you exactly? Humans could never produce such an anomaly as you." Zhang Hao, also gasping, rolled his eyes and cautiously replied, "Goodness, how dare you say such things? What about the dignity of the noble ancestral witches?" Zhu Jiuyin, with a grim demeanor, retorted, "Isn't it because you are too arrogant?" Zhang Hao had intended to shout back, but the pain from his injuries pulled at his lips, causing him to wince as he muttered, "Who would have thought you could be so shameless? Bullying the outnumbered, come at me one by one, and see if I don't beat you to a pulp." Zhu Jiuyin chuckled darkly, "We 12 ancestral witches are one entity. You challenging our group means we will beat you together. Thus it is quite fair." Zhang Hao. At this moment, Huda spoke again, "Enough of the fighting. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What is the situation with the great witches?" The other ancestral witches looked at Zhang Hao with curiosity. It was then that Zhang Hao began to elucidate, "I do not understand how your witch clan thinks. You are inherently endowed with a greater advantage in comprehending the Tao than those of the primordial spirit cultivators. Yet you treat it as mere refuse, discarding it aside while stubbornly pursuing that which is utterly unattainable. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your witch clan lacks wisdom. Asking you to think is quite a tall order." Chapter 31, where your ancestor witches are. Zhang Hao's earlier words left the 12 ancestral witches in confusion, but upon hearing the latter statement, they erupted in fury. Were it not for the lingering pain in their bodies, they would have undoubtedly stood up to continue the fight, refusing to relent. Zhu Jiuyin, being the sage of the witch clan, addressed Zhang Hao, "What do you mean? Please elaborate." Simply Hutu added, "Yes, explain. Did Hongjun not say that without a primordial spirit one cannot attain the Tao?" Zhang Hao, in resignation, replied, "Lacking a primordial spirit merely means one cannot attain the saintly Tao, not that one cannot comprehend the Tao of chaos." Hutu, having once attended a Tao lecture. Question: Isn't chaos equivalent to a saint, and a saint synonymous with chaos? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and explained, "Chaos is chaos, and a saint is a saint. Chaos can be a saint, but a saint is not necessarily chaos." After Zhang Hao elucidated the relationship between chaos and saints once more, the 12 ancestral witches fell into a state of shock. After a long pause, they inquired, "Then what must we do to achieve chaos?" Zhang Hao glanced at the 12 ancestral witches and replied slowly, the laws inherent in your bloodlines. Your witch clan is born with a unique law. Is that not sufficient? Understand that other beings can only access the laws after reaching the great Luo golden immortal stage. And most beings may never comprehend the laws in their lifetimes. The laws are fundamental to a cultivator's practice, yet you choose to forsake your own laws to pursue some trifling physical enhancement. The ancestral witches questioned, "Is it wrong to cultivate the physical body?" Zhang Hao shook his head, saying, "It is not that cultivating your physical body is incorrect, but rather that the timing and environment are not conducive. Zhu Jiuyin asked. What do you mean? Zhang Hao explained. In terms of the physical body, your success and failure hinge upon your bloodlines. Your witch clan, since inception, has had its bloodline potential predetermined, much like your ancestral witch bloodline. Initially, with minimal effort in cultivation, your physical forms could easily reach the standard of upper or top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Over time, however, that is where it ends, unless your bloodlines are further enhanced. You must have sensed how challenging it has become to raise even a fraction of your physical strength, right? Only Gonggang, the simpleton, chimed in. Ascend to the heavens? Not difficult at all, is it? Zhang Hao was nearly toppled by Gonggang's remark. Looking at Gonggang, Zhang Hao said, You step aside. You might spread your foolishness. Gonggang, why do you want me to step aside? What is contagious? Huda seemed to grasp something and said, Continue. What should we do? Zhang Hao shrugged and replied. Since you cannot enhance your physical bodies, then delve into the laws contained within your bloodlines. Comprehending the laws of your bloodlines to the pinnacle of the Chaos Golden Immortal is as simple as eating and drinking. Your meals are laid out before you. All you need to do is open your mouths and partake. Zhu Jiuyin then inquired, What comes after reaching the pinnacle of the Chaos Golden Immortal? Zhang Hao replied slowly, After the pinnacle of the Chaos Golden Immortal. It is about attaining the Chaos Tao. That is something you must accomplish yourselves. In other words, the great Pangu has already fed you 99 meals, you merely need to consume the last bite. Even if with your intellect you struggle to take that last bite, your strength would still be at least several times greater than it is now. The numerous ancestral witches felt a mixture of admiration and resentment towards Zhang Hao. They appreciated that Zhang Hao indeed offered them a pathway to attain the Chaos Tao, but they loathed his sharp tongue that often mocked their lack of wisdom, even though it was true. Shenming clapped his hands and declared, All right, let's heed the words of this human lad. We shall retreat here to meditate and comprehend the laws. At this moment, Dijiang sheepishly asked, Human lad, how should one comprehend these laws? Dijiang's question caused Zhang Hao to collapse to the ground, but upon rising, he found the other ancestral witches gazing at him with equally innocent expressions. Zhang Hao smacked his forehead, speaking in a tone of utter exasperation. The laws are those inherent to your bloodlines. You need only follow your bloodlines with your consciousness as they flow. The 12 ancestral witches nodded, saying, Oh, I see, then I shall give it a try. Yes, do try. Zhang Hao encouraged as he watched the 12 ancestral witches sit down right before his astonished eyes to begin their comprehension of the laws within their bloodlines. Zhang Hao. Good heavens, if the great witches are like this, then the ancestral witches too? If a demon god or demon lord were to casually appear now, wouldn't they be able to wipe out the witch clan in one fell swoop? Clearly, it is not only the Wu clan that lacks intelligence. The demon clan, which regards the Wu clan as their mortal enemy, must be equally dim-witted. Helplessly, Zhang Hao, having already achieved his objectives within the Wu clan, contemplated exploring other realms to synchronize with some innate beings. However, upon witnessing the ancestral and grand shamans of the Wu clan sitting on the ground engrossed in comprehending the laws, he felt compelled to remain. Lest his departure lead to the Wu clan's demise, after all, it was the Wu clan that had bestowed upon him his current physical prowess and mastery of laws and divine abilities. If the Wu clan were to inadvertently fall, he would be plagued by guilt. Thus Zhang Hao lingered for another century. After 100 years, having successfully synchronized with all 12 ancestral shamans, his physical form had ascended to the level of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Fortified by 40 innate prohibitions given Zhang Hao's substantial foundation, the subsequent synchronization with the remaining ancestral shamans required only between 30 million to 50 million units of purple essence, with over 100 million units of purple essence still in reserve. Zhang Hao opted to save some as savings for future synchronizations with potential candidates, allowing him to avoid the lengthy waiting process. Just as Zhang Hao was growing restless within the Wu clan, the grand shamans, after more than 2 centuries of introspection, gradually began to awaken. Observing this, Zhang Hao rushed forward to voice his complaints. At last, you have awakened. Pray tell, what have you all been up to? Do you not regard me as an outsider? I am not of the Wu clan, but of the human race. Are you not concerned that I might harbor ulterior motives and betray you all? Xing Tian clapped his hands and replied, Hey, we trust you. Besides, we have our esteemed ancestral shamans above us. How could you possibly turn against us? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and retorted, Where are your esteemed ancestral shamans? The grand shamans followed Zhang Hao's pointing finger and found the 12 ancestral shamans quietly seated upon the ground. The Grand Shamans muttered, "How careless." Chapter 32. If you can, then you come. At this moment, Zhang Hao inquired, over these past 2 centuries, to what extent have you grasped the laws? In truth, Zhang Hao was already aware. Having synchronized with their inner essences, as they advanced, so too did he. If the Grand Shamans had previously possessed the laws merely as seeds akin to nascent divine beings just breaking through to the Deluo level, now those seeds had blossomed, representing mid-stage mastery of the laws. Upon mentioning this, the Grand Shamans erupted in joy. "Ha, Zhang Hao, you truly are remarkable. The human race possesses such keen intellect, merely by speaking. We have felt our strength surge in just 200 years. Indeed, Zhang Hao, over these 2 centuries, while comprehending the laws, I even devised some divine abilities. Absolutely, next time I shall obliterate the ghost chariot. Yes, and don't forget about Baizhe." Zhang Hao interrupted their exuberance, stating, all right, as long as it proves useful from now on, and focus on comprehending the laws to enhance your strength. Remember, a life and death battle with the demon clan is inevitable. Ensure you are adequately prepared, lest you all perish." Xiang Lu thumped his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Zhang Hao, those insignificant demons could never claim the lives of the Wu clan. We shall send you some game afterward." Zhang Hao shrugged, responding, "Very well." Continuing, Zhang Hao remarked, "Since you have awakened, I shall prepare to take my leave." Upon hearing Zhang Hao's intention to depart, the Grand Shamans urged him to stay. Zhang Hao shook his head, saying, "I still wish to wander the vast wilderness. Besides, it is not as if I will never return. However, while you cultivate, ensure that a few remain to guard you. Do not be foolishly careless, or you risk being wiped out." Seeing Zhang Hao's resolve, the others ceased their entreaties. The Wu clan was inherently carefree, merely advising Zhang Hao, "Our doors are always open for your return." And Zhou Feng also shouted, "Yes, if anyone dares to trouble you, send word, and I shall bring 300 brothers to deal with them." Zhang Hao nodded, replying, "Agreed, but don't feign ignorance later." Thus Zhang Hao concluded his sojourn with the Wu clan. Having spent nearly 300 years with the Wu clan, Zhang Hao reaped immense rewards during this time. However, such benefits could only be found within the Wu clan. The Wu clan only recognized bloodline and physical levels, devoid of realms of cultivation. For instance, despite possessing over 1 billion units of purple essence, Zhang Hao refrained from advancing the progress of his Sanqing Phantom, for Sanqing represented a genuine realm of divine essence, and any advancement would inevitably lead him to uncontrollably break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Therefore, Zhang Hao's current task was to synchronize with those innate beings of lower cultivation levels, allowing his foundation to elevate to exceptional innate status, or even to the realm of chaotic divine demons. Zhang Hao's next destination was to seek out innate beings of lower than high innate status. In truth, such beings were plentiful within the demon clan's South Heavenly Court in the wilderness. Without mentioning the likes of Di Jun and Tai Yi, the primary powers of the demon clan, even the 10 great demon marshals were all innate beings of lower status among the 300 demon gods. Many were also of innate status. Additionally, the 10 little golden crows birthed by Shihi, although they emerged from her womb, had attained the mid-tier innate level, had it not been for Hou Yi's arrows. After several Yuan meetings, they would have become 10 quasi-saint powers. However, during this tumultuous period of the Wu and demon clans, Zhang Hao felt a stronger inclination towards the Wu clan, even though he bore the soul of a later generation. The atrocities perpetrated by the demon clan against the human race had likely been etched deep within the hearts of humanity, resulting in an innate aversion towards demons. Were Zhang Hao to possess the strength to contest the heavenly Tao, he would undoubtedly stand forth to openly support the Wu clan. Alas, he was born too late. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, even Nuwa could effortlessly eliminate him with a single strike. As Zhang Hao aimlessly wandered the vast wilderness, the demon clan's heavenly court was already scheming a significant plot. Brother, has Kunping set his sights on Hongyun? Di Jun, with a grim expression, pondered before responding. Second brother, remain calm, let Kunping lead the charge. Besides, there are undoubtedly many who covet the primordial purple aura surrounding Hongyun. At that time, we will, and then, ultimately the primordial purple aura will fall into our hands, won't it? Tai Yi nodded in agreement, delightedly saying, since elder brother has made arrangements, I shall not inquire further. I will leave it to your discretion. Meanwhile, at the juncture of the eastern and western regions of the wilderness stood Wuzhuang Temple. Within Nijin Yuanzi addressed Hongyun, Brother Hongyun, if you have the time, you ought to hasten your comprehension of the primordial purple aura and achieve sainthood. Jin Yuanzi, observing Hong Yun's nonchalance as he casually stuffed his ginseng fruit into his mouth, felt a stark contrast between them. Unlike Hong Yun, he was acutely aware that, aside from Hong Yun, the other 6 individuals possessing the primordial purple aura were all disciples of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Consequently, the purple aura enveloping Hong Yun became a coveted prize in the eyes of many formidable beings in the wilderness. As Hong Yun's close friend Jin Yuanzi could not bear to witness his demise. However, even against 3 to 5 quasi-saints, he felt he could hold his ground, yet according to his earth book, he could not protect Hong Yun. Moreover, Hong Yun had a tendency to excessively consume his ginseng fruits. Though they could regrow, the fruits took millennia to yield just 30. Hong Yun's voracious consumption was unsustainable. Furthermore, by the time one reached quasi-saint cultivation, ginseng fruits served little purpose beyond quenching thirst and providing novelty. Having little effect on one's cultivation. In response, Hong Yun rolled his eyes and retorted, "The primordial purple aura is not something one can simply comprehend. It will. I have spent hundreds of thousands of years in vain. And the aura remains merely an aura." Jin Yuanzi expressed disbelief. "Surely not. After hundreds of thousands of years, you have made no progress with the primordial purple aura. Is it not merely a matter of intellect? Have you not genuinely applied yourself to comprehend it, or are you solely preoccupied with consuming my ginseng fruits?" Hong Yun shrugged and replied, "If you can, then you come." Chapter 33, What on earth is going on? At this moment, both Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun remained oblivious to the fact that outside the confines of Wu Zhuangguan, dozens of quasi-saints had taken up positions. Among them was the fearsome Kunpeng. The animosity Kunpeng harbored towards Hong Yun was akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river, had it not been for Hong Yun's meddling during the sermon at Zishao Palace, where he, in a misguided attempt to play the benevolent benefactor, relinquished his place to the likes of Jun Ti. Kunpeng would not have been forced down from his position by Jun Ti, Jiaying, and Yuanshi. This unfortunate turn of events not only deprived him of being accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun but also stripped him of the foundational Hongmeng purple qi necessary for achieving sanctity. To add insult to injury, upon returning to the primordial chaos, he found himself subjected to the disdain of Di Jun and Tai Yi, who treated him with utter contempt. Of course, Kunpeng longed to confront Jun Ti and Jiaying. But faced with 2 formidable quasi-saints, each of comparable prowess, he felt hesitant to engage. In a one-on-one situation he could manage, but he was outnumbered, and though they lacked supreme treasures, they possessed several top-tier spiritual artifacts and numerous innate treasures. In contrast, Kunpeng only had one prized spiritual artifact, the Yaoshi Palace, which despite being classified as a top-grade spiritual treasure, was merely of postnatal quality, rendering its power equivalent to that of an ordinary innate supreme treasure. As a quasi-saint at the late stage, Kunpeng reflected on his past life with a sense of grievance. Alas, we are all beings of the primordial chaos, some are born of great lineage, others raised by stepmothers, while I was merely a byproduct of a phone recharge. The 3 pure ones, upon transformation, possessed the merits of Pango, blessed by the fortune of the primordial chaos, accepted as direct disciples by the Tao ancestor, wielding innate supreme treasures or top-tier spiritual artifacts, truly born of noble blood. Di Jun and Tai Yi are not only well-connected but also accompanied by innate treasures or supreme spiritual artifacts upon their transformation. This can also be considered a fortunate upbringing, yet here I am, Kunpeng, who, when slaying the corpses, utilized an ordinary mid-grade innate spiritual treasure for the good ones, while the evil ones were dealt with by my own body. Who could be more wretched than I, lacking a proper spiritual artifact to present? Kunpeng naturally refrained from seeking trouble with the duo from the west. As for confronting Yuanshi Tianzun, that would not be seeking trouble, but rather courting death. After all, the 3 pure ones possessed superior cultivation, outnumbered him, and were armed with an abundance of high-quality spiritual artifacts. What could Kunpeng possibly use to instigate conflict? After all, seeking trouble requires a certain level of courage. Helplessly, Kunpeng directed his frustrations towards the unfortunate Hong Yun, yet the pressing question lingered. I wonder, will Hong Yun ever show up? I have been here blocking for several millennia. Unbeknownst to Kunpeng, he was not the only one keeping watch over Wu Zhuangguan, the river of blood Esmingyi, along with the 3,000 guests from Zishao Palace who had not yet departed, were also lingering outside, and that was not all. Di Jun and Tai Yi from the Demon Clan were keeping a vigilant eye, while the shameless duo from the west were poised to act at the slightest hint of movement. As for Zhang Hao, he too found himself in unfortunate circumstances. Originally meandering along quite well, he unexpectedly stumbled into the vicinity of Wu Zhuangguan, only to be obstructed by a quasi-saint at the initial stage. "And halt! This path is under my control, hurry and roll away." Zhang Hao regarded the suddenly appearing quasi-saint with a flicker of thought, imprinting the figure of this quasi-saint within his Dao space. This initial stage quasi-saint was named Kumu Daoren. Boasting a pinnacle of innate quality and a nascent spirit cultivation at the quasi-saint initial stage, accompanied by a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure known as the Ironwood Staff, his laws were those of wood and life. However, these two laws were merely at the level of a mid-stage Di Luo Jin Xian, indicating that prior to attending a sermon, he was likely only at that level, observing his divine powers, most of which were passed down from Hong Jun. It became evident that he had attended the teachings at least twice. To still be a quasi-saint at the initial stage after two such teachings indeed seemed rather unimpressive. Zhang Hao, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "Senior, why do you not allow me to pass? Is this road yours?" Upon hearing this, Kumu Daoren, confronted by this peak Shenxian, hidden, ant, could hardly contain his anger. Bellowing, "Ant, when I tell you to roll, you roll. What else with all this nonsense? Otherwise, prepare to die." Zhang Hao, equally incensed, retorted coolly, "Ant, roll. Please demonstrate. I, as a junior, am not quite familiar with what rolling looks like," although Zhang Hao's actual cultivation was merely at the peak of Tai Jin Xian. It should be noted that both his physical form and magical power had reached an almost complete state of quasi-saint peak. In a direct confrontation, even if the 12 ancestral witches were to attack simultaneously without forming a formation, they might not overcome him. After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Kumu Daoren laughed in fury, exclaiming, "Ha, you little Shen Xian ant, I must say, your audacity is remarkable to dare speak thus to a quasi-saint. I was in a good mood today, but since you insist on seeking death, do not blame me." With that, Kumu Daoren sneered and flicked his sleeve towards Zhang Hao. This was an energy attack from a quasi-saint, not a divine power, nor a Dao technique, merely a casual strike. If Zhang Hao had been an ordinary Shen Xian, such a casual blow from a quasi-saint would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes, but was Zhang Hao an ordinary Shen Xian? As Kumu Daoren's energy approached, it had yet to touch Zhang Hao before being rendered void by the might of his physical form. Observing that the attack had failed and the little Shen Xian stood there unscathed, Kumu Daoren's smile remained, yet his eyes were filled with astonishment. Then, Kumu Daoren called out to Zhang Hao, "Kid, who exactly are you? Why did my attack have no effect on you?" Zhang Hao casually picked at his nose and replied, "Did you just attack? If not, why not give it another try?" Kumu Daoren thought to himself, "Perhaps I am overthinking. After all, he is just a trivial Shenxian." Thus, he grinned once more. "Kid, you brought this upon yourself," Zhang Hao interjected. "By the way, if you wish to strike, then do so. But could you kindly refrain from laughing? Has no one told you how truly repulsive your laughter is?" Kumu Daoren retorted, "You little brat, you seek death. Understood, understood, do not go on and on. I've heard that one phrase so many times it has worn my ears raw." Kumu Daoren was truly enraged, and he bellowed, "Kumu Poison Dragon Drill!" A tremendous amount of magical power morphed into a colossal drill aimed at Zhang Hao. In that moment of unleashing his ultimate move, Kumu Daoren thought, "Alas, I have allowed my anger to cloud my judgment. After all, he is merely a Shen Xian ant. Was it necessary for me to use my unique divine? Wait, what is going on in Chapter 34? Who says the ancestor witches lack intelligence?" Kumu Daoren had originally lamented that this move was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, the scene before him caused him to rub his eyes repeatedly, questioning whether he was hallucinating. It turned out that Kumu Daoren's attack, much like the previous one, disintegrated into nothingness before even brushing against Zhang Hao's garment. After the initial shock, Kumu Daoren incredulously shouted, "What the hell? This is unreasonable. Even Li Jie wouldn't comprehend this." Zhang Hao remained unperturbed, stating, "By the way, continue. Let the music play on." Suddenly, Kumu Daoren appeared to have a realization, greedily exclaiming, "Kid, tell me, do you possess any supreme treasures?" Zhang Hao shrugged and replied, "Well, whatever you think is fine by me." Kumu Daoren, convinced that Zhang Hao must possess a supreme treasure, pondered how a mere Shenxian could possibly withstand an attack from a quasi-saint without one. Thus, the Kumu Daoist let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! Who would have thought that I, merely seeking to enjoy the autumn breeze, would stumble upon a treasure of such magnitude? This treasure surely is destined to be in my possession." Young lad, since you possess this extraordinary item, do not blame me, your ancestor, for being impolite." With that, Kumu Daoist extended his right hand, and a towering ironwood staff materialized in his grasp, gripping the staff with both hands. He swung the robust end towards Zhang Hao's head. As the staff descended, a sinister grin reappeared on Kumu Daoist's face, as if he could already envision Zhang Hao's head bursting like a watermelon. However, upon the staff making contact with Zhang Hao's skull, a dull thud echoed, followed by an unexpected stillness. The staff remained a staff, and the head remained intact. Nonetheless, this strike was significantly more effective than the previous two. As it had indeed landed on Zhang Hao's head, Zhang Hao glanced at the imprint of the staff on his forehead, furrowing his brow and muttering, "That stung a bit." Kumu Daoist, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is absurd, I am not your sister." Then, to his astonishment, Kumu Daoist saw Zhang Hao seize the staff imprinted on his forehead. Kumu Daoist attempted to yank it back with all his might, but his efforts were in vain, as the staff showed no signs of budging. Zhang Hao, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "This staff seems quite decent, I shall accept it." With a swift motion, Zhang Hao yanked the staff from Kumu Daoist's grasp. Leaving the latter to realize he had struck an iron wall, he quickly retreated, addressing Zhang Hao with newfound respect. "Who exactly are you, esteemed sir?" Kumu Daoist had initially referred to Zhang Hao as an insignificant ant, then as a young lad, and now he addressed him as esteemed sir. Zhang Hao, holding the staff, gestured in midair before looking at Kumu Daoist and saying, "Well then, shall you continue? Put some effort into it." "Rest assured, I can take it." Kumu Daoist regarded Zhang Hao warily, reluctant to attack again, yet he dared not flee, knowing that doing so would expose his back to Zhang Hao. Observing Kumu Daoist's cautious demeanor, Zhang Hao casually remarked, "What's the matter, will you strike or not? If not, I shall take my turn." Kumu Daoist, with a bitter expression, replied, "Esteemed sir, it seems I, Kumu, have failed to recognize your might. Let us put our grievances behind us." "Shall we?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, retorting, "What do you think? I arrived, and you immediately shouted for blood. Did I provoke you, or did I eat your rice?" Kumu Daoist, being a quasi-sage with his own pride, countered, "Esteemed sir, do not push me too far." Zhang Hao, infuriated, shouted, "I am not pushing anyone. I have never encountered such shamelessness. I have neither provoked you nor consumed your resources, yet you seek to eliminate me. Now that you cannot win, you dare claim I am pushing you too far. Even the notorious duo of the West cannot compare to your audacity." With that, Zhang Hao directed a punch at Kumu Daoist's position. In this confrontation, despite Zhang Hao's advantage in close combat, the disparity between him and Kumu Daoist was considerable. The supreme innate spiritual treasure granted Zhang Hao a physical prowess comparable to an ascendant, placing him above quasi-saints yet below saints. Additionally, Zhang Hao possessed a magical power at least equal to that of an ascendant, and his understanding of the laws surpassed that of Kumu Daoist, who was at the mid-level of Daluo. Consequently, Zhang Hao's punch unleashed a shockwave, and the force of his strike left Kumu Daoist gravely injured. Staring at Zhang Hao, Kumu Daoist exclaimed in horror, "You are of the Wu clan?" "Yes, you must be the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan. How is this possible? How could the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan appear here?" Kumu Daoist then spoke with a bitter tone. "I never expected that today I, Kumu Daoist, would provoke an ancestral shaman. I deserve this fate. However, may I inquire which of the 12 ancestral shamans you are?" Zhang Hao, rolling his eyes, replied, "Do you think I would tell you?" In truth, Zhang Hao had already discerned Kumu Daoist's subtle expressions and muscle movements, recognizing that he was attempting to divert attention to make his escape. Indeed, the moment Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, Kumu Daoist bolted with unprecedented speed towards the western continent, yet Zhang Hao, unfazed, remarked, "Hey, if you escape, not only will I be exposed, but it will also tarnish my reputation." With a swift stomp, Zhang Hao vanished from sight. In terms of escape techniques, no one in the wilderness could surpass Zhang Hao except for saints. Even the spatial ancestral shaman Daijang could only match his speed as Zhang Hao employed Daijang's escape technique, vanishing in an instant over vast distances. After a brief flight, Kumu Daoist glanced back and, seeing no trace of Zhang Hao, sighed in relief, thinking, "What bad luck! I merely intended to enjoy the autumn breeze, only to encounter an ancestral shaman." He further lamented, "Who would have thought I would provoke this ancestral shaman? Most surprisingly, I managed to escape from him." Before he could finish his thoughts, he noticed a figure awaiting him ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized, "Crap, it's that ancestral shaman. How could he be so fast? This is bad. It's the spatial ancestral shaman Daijang." But Daijang doesn't look like this. I understand now, this ancestral shaman must have transformed his appearance, attempting to play the wolf in sheep's clothing. How clever. Who says ancestral shamans are not intelligent? Convinced that Zhang Hao was Daijang, Kumu Daoist abandoned the notion of escape, knowing full well that his speed could never match that of the spatial ancestral shaman. Chapter 35. I did not come here to be your disciple. Thus, Kumu Daoist, his face ashen, halted a few meters before Zhang Hao and forced a bitter smile. Ah, who would have thought that I... Kumu Daoist, who typically avoids trouble and focuses on cultivation, would inadvertently provoke the spatial ancestral shaman Daijang. Zhang Hao gleaned from Kumu Daoist's words that he had mistaken him for Daijang, rather than refuting this assumption. Zhang Hao welcomed it, having always aimed to be underestimated. Then Zhang Hao inquired, "Why are you blocking my path?" Kumu Daoist, puzzled, asked, "You do not know the ancestral shaman Daijang?" Zhang Hao, bewildered, replied, "What do I know?" Kumu Daoist then explained with a hint of bitterness. "The place where I obstructed Daijang is the route to Wuzhuang Temple." Zhang Hao pressed, "Then why block the road to Wuzhuang Temple?" Kumu Daoist responded, "Because of Hongyun, he is currently at Wuzhuang Temple. Possessing the foundation for sanctification, the primordial purple energy." Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. "So your original intent was to ambush Hongyun?" Kumu Daoist confirmed. "Indeed." Zhang Hao incredulously asked, "You, a quasi-saint at the initial stage, sought to block a quasi-saint at the advanced stage wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure? What gave you such courage?" Liang Jingru, Kumu Daoist awkwardly replied, "Well, I merely intended to enjoy the autumn breeze, hoping to find something valuable. I did not genuinely mean to confront him." Zhang Hao shook his head, sighing. "All right, I understand now, you may leave." Without waiting for Kumu Daoist to react, Zhang Hao delivered a punch, ending Kumu Daoist's existence. Zhang Hao was no saint. He would not spare those who sought to harm him, especially when they were incapable of defeating him. To spare him would be a matter for the Pangu deity. Zhang Hao's duty was merely to send him to meet Pangu, yet Zhang Hao was left speechless when he discovered that after defeating Kumu Daoist, the latter's phantom and the Dao space had vanished. Indeed, the phantom disappeared upon Kumu Daoist's demise. Zhang Hao felt no regret. To be candid, the only item of interest Kumu Daoist possessed was a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, which now belonged to Zhang Hao, but he was not yet ready to synchronize his primordial spirit cultivation. As for the techniques, they were similar to those practiced by most in the wilderness, passed down from Hongjun, rendering synchronization redundant. However, Zhang Hao realized a crucial rule within the Dao space: if an existing phantom loses its corporeal form, it risks being erased. This meant that if Zhang Hao desired something, it was best to synchronize before the physical form perished, otherwise synchronization might not be possible. For instance, if Zhang Hao wished to obtain the Chaos Bell, it was imperative to replicate it before Taiyi's demise. With this concern weighing on his mind, Zhang Hao thought, "It seems I must hasten my efforts lest Taiyi perish before I obtain the Chaos Bell." However, there is no need for haste. There are still nearly 10 Yuan meetings before the calamity of the Wu and Lich concludes. That should be sufficient. However, regarding the Red Cloud, there must be some means to deal with it. Zhang Hao recalled that the true downfall of the Red Cloud occurred after the emergence of the 6 Saints of Heaven Wei, which implies that there were still several hundred, if not thousands, of years remaining. The catalyst for this was the sight of one among the 7 possessing the primordial purple energy, while the other 6 had already attained sainthood. Thus, the Red Cloud grew anxious and sought to retreat to its Fire Cloud cave for introspection on the primordial purple energy. Unexpectedly, it collided with Kuanping, initially forced to self-destruct by Kuanping and his companions. During the escape of its primordial spirit, it encountered the 6th of the Underworld River. Even Zenyuanzi was unable to come to its aid in time. Consequently, Zhang Hao stepped forward, making his way to the 5. Upon arrival, he noted that there were no couplets inscribed on the grand entrance, which was understandable, as the current Zenyuanzi had not yet become the ancestor of Earth Immortals in later generations. After knocking on the door of 5, Zenyuanzi expressed his confusion. "Oh, what is this? A pinnacle Shinxian has come to visit. Could it be for the purpose of seeking a master?" the Red Cloud nonchalantly remarked. "What does it matter? Let him in to have a look. If he pleases the eye, we may take him in, and if not, he can simply leave." Zenyuanzi nodded and instructed Qingfeng and Mingyue to usher Zhang Hao inside. Once inside 5, Zhang Hao encountered a middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe, with a genial countenance, resembling a charming uncle from later times. Additionally, there was another middle-aged man in a red robe. Sitting on a stone stool, exuding an air of irreverence yet possessing a good-natured disposition, albeit slightly less appealing in appearance than the man in blue, it was evident that the charming uncle in blue was Zhen Yuanzi. While the good-natured man in red was the Red Cloud. Upon seeing the two, Zhang Hao clasped his hands in greeting. Zhang Hao pays his respects to the great Jin Yuan Daxian and the elder Red Cloud. After a nod of acknowledgement from both Zhen Yuanzi and the Red Cloud, Zhen Yuanzi inquired, "What brings you to my young friend?" Zhang Hao, lacking a suitable explanation, thought it inappropriate to directly inform the Red Cloud. "You are on the brink of death," thus he replied. "I, Zhang Hao, have long admired the two elders, hence my visit." Both Zhen Yuanzi and the Red Cloud thought, "Indeed, this Shen Xian has come to seek a master. In a gentle manner." Zhen Yuanzi responded, "Young friend, I, Zhen Yuanzi, harbor no grand ambitions. My sole desire is to comprehend the heavenly Tao. If you lack a suitable candidate, I still have some faith in the Hongwang and can recommend someone." "How does that sound?" Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback before realizing, Zhen Yuanzi thinks I have come to seek a master. Thus, he replied politely, "Well, I merely came to pay my respects to the great elder." However, this statement reached Zhen Yuanzi's ears as, "Indeed, he wishes to take me as his master. Alas, while this Shen Xian possesses decent potential, I truly have no intention of taking on disciples." Consequently, Zhen Yuanzi delicately reiterated, "Young friend, my cultivation is rather ordinary, and I possess no significant spiritual treasures. Perhaps you should reconsider." Zhang Hao thought, "Why is this so difficult to convey?" Thus he insisted, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, my interest lies not in your cultivation or your treasures." Zhang Hao pondered, "Why is it so challenging to communicate this? I have made it sufficiently clear. I am not here to seek a master." Unable to bear the exchange any longer, the Red Cloud interjected directly. "Well, young friend, my old companion here does not wish to take on disciples, so you might as well leave." Upon hearing the Red Cloud's clarification, Zhang Hao could only respond, "Well, esteemed elder, you may have misunderstood. I am not here to seek a master." "Truly, you are not here to seek a master." "I am indeed not here to seek a master." Chapter 36, a notable scene. Yun Zhengzi, upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, the Red Cloud burst into laughter. Jin Yuan Dao, brother, you are being overly sentimental." Zhen Yuanzi's expression darkened as he retorted to the Red Cloud, "Is this amusing?" The Red Cloud reflexively replied, Quite, not at all amusing." "Really? As a quasi-saint in the later stages, I generally do not laugh unless I cannot help myself." Zhen Yuanzi, ignoring the Red Cloud, turned to Zhang Hao, "Young friend, please speak plainly. What brings you to my five?" Although Zhen Yuanzi was amiable, he did not offer fruit to any passerby. Moreover, the Red Cloud had consumed all his stock of life fruits during his stay, although Zhang Hao did not partake in the legendary life fruits. He was not concerned, as his purpose was to imprint the ethereal images of Zhen Yuanzi in the Red Cloud. At Zhang Hao's current level, life fruits were akin to ordinary fruits, providing little more than taste without any significant effect on his being. Thus Zhang Hao addressed the two, "It is this, I observed individuals loitering outside the perimeter of five, so I came to inform you both to exercise caution." Without waiting for the Red Cloud to respond, he continued, "Well, since my notification has been delivered, I shall take my leave." After saying this, Zhang Hao departed without looking back, ignoring Zhen Yuanzi's attempts to retain him. A common cultivator at Zhang Hao's level would naturally harbor a sense of pride, let alone Zhang Hao, whose combat prowess undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 in the Hongwang. If a primordial ancestor were to visit Zhen Yuanzi, one could only imagine Zhen Yuanzi's demeanor. As for Zhang Hao, despite not revealing his actual combat strength, he certainly did not seek to curry favor with the two quasi-saint beings. In Zhang Hao's original plan, had Zhen Yuanzi and the Red Cloud been courteous, he would not have minded assisting them. However, given their indifferent attitude towards someone who was previously unrelated, did they truly believe Zhang Hao would demean himself? After Zhang Hao's departure, Zhen Yuanzi and the Red Cloud exchanged puzzled glances, entirely baffled by the sudden shift in Zhang Hao's demeanor. Since descending from Kunlun Mountain over 400 years had passed, Taishan Laojun, accompanied by Xuandu, had been traveling among the human race, preaching doctrines, nearing the completion of his merits. At this moment, Taishan Laojun had arrived at the human settlement of Shouyang Mountain. This time, unlike before, Taishan Laojun did not maintain a low profile. Instead, he declared grandly, "I am the authentic lineage of Pangdu, the first disciple of Daozu Hongjun, Taching Laozu, here at Shouyang Mountain, to preach to the human race for a millennium. All humans are welcome to attend." Thereafter, he began expounding upon the golden elixir Dao he had summarized for the human race. Zhang Hao, being human, naturally heard this proclamation. A millennium, you say? A millennium later, that is when the Old One reaches enlightenment, later than I anticipated by 300 years. Alas, a millennium later, the Honghuan will enter the era of saints. Subsequently, the Red Cloud would face calamity, the human race would suffer dire straits, the war between the witch and the demon would unfold, the heavenly court would be re-established, and the three sovereigns would govern the world. Fortunately, Zhang Hao had not intervened in the Red Cloud's fate, not to mention the Red Cloud's true spirit had reincarnated as the Earth Sovereign Shinon, and if the primordial purple energy under its control had not been severed, how could the three sovereigns and 5 emperors attain enlightenment? Returning to Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian remained as before, occupying Zhang Hao's cave to comprehend the laws. Meanwhile, Yuanchi observed that nearly half of the promised millennium had passed. Yet the cultivation of the Southern Pole Immortal still lingered at the early stage of Xianxian. He had merely transitioned from just having broken through to the current peak of early Xianxian. In order to elevate the Southern Pole's cultivation, Yuanchi had even postponed his own time to comprehend the purple energy of sainthood. However, the Southern Pole remained utterly unresponsive. Yuanchi Tianzuan had recently begun to feel a pang of frustration, not from illness, but from vexation, and the source of this vexation was none other than the Southern Pole Immortal. Simultaneously, Yuanchi felt fortunate that he had not taken the Southern Pole Immortal as his personal disciple. He attributed the Southern Pole's slow advancement to his background. Consequently, Yuanchi quietly resolved that to become his personal disciple, the Southern Pole's background must reach the pinnacle of excellence. Of course, this was merely Yuanchi's perspective. As for the Southern Pole, he wore an expression of utter despair. In a mere 500 years, he had elevated from an unstable early stage of Xianxian to a state where he could break through to mid-Xuanxian at any moment. Was he not trying hard enough? It must be noted that this was Xianxian, not the pre-saint levels or Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, and the like. Once cultivators reach the Xianxian realm, breaking through to a minor level typically requires a millennium. While those above Golden Immortal do so in 10,000-year increments, the Southern Pole truly wished to say to Yuanchi Tianzuan, "Oh, Great One, please have mercy and spare me, or perhaps go and find another to torment. Must you always keep your eyes on me?" Perhaps the prayers of the Antarctic Immortal have borne fruit, for the primordial heavenly sovereign indeed discovered a primordial being not far from Mount Kunlun. Amidst the Zhongnan Mountains, this primordial entity manifested as a wisp of azure cloud, possessing a slightly superior foundation compared to the Antarctic Immortal, yet it still fell short of the mid-grade primordial realm. Upon encountering Yunzongzi, the primordial heavenly sovereign immediately brought him back. As the Antarctic Immortal beheld Yunzongzi standing in the grand hall, his face alight with excitement, his gaze was a mixture of 3 parts pity, 3 parts schadenfreude, and 4 parts relief. As anticipated by the Antarctic Immortal, the primordial heavenly sovereign addressed Yunzongzi, saying, "Yunzongzi, I intend to accept you as my named disciple. Do you consent?" Much like the feelings of the Antarctic Immortal at that moment, Yunzongzi felt as though he had been struck by a halo of fortune, and he promptly knelt and reverently proclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to the master." The primordial heavenly sovereign nodded and stated, "Very well. You have now reached the pinnacle of true immortality. I shall teach you the path of cultivation. In 500 years, you must elevate your cultivation to the peak of profound immortality. Do you understand?" At this, the Antarctic Immortal's heart trembled, thinking, "It has begun, one of the iconic scenes is upon us." Yunzongzi was left dumbfounded. "What, 500 years to reach the peak of profound immortality? Master, surely you have miscalculated the time frame. Even 5,000 years may not suffice for me to achieve this. Could it be that my understanding has faltered? Is the enhancement of cultivation truly so simple?" Chapter 37. The scene was unclear, but it nearly resulted in death. If the Antarctic Immortal were to express his thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Junior brother, I am well acquainted with this, you might as well stew like a rat." Subsequently, the primordial heavenly sovereign instructed the Antarctic Immortal to first ensure that Yunzongzi was settled before returning to impart teachings to his 2 named disciples. Once they exited the jade-thatched cottage, Yunzongzi looked at the Antarctic Immortal with an expression that suggested he had questions, yet hesitated to voice them, resembling someone holding in a long-suppressed urge. The Antarctic Immortal, naturally aware of Yunzongzi's thoughts, nonetheless spoke calmly, "Junior brother, what do you wish to inquire about?" Yunzongzi, somewhat sheepish, replied, "Elder brother, did the master not perhaps underestimate the time required by a factor of 10? The Antarctic Immortal nearly burst into laughter. then regarded Yan Zongzi with a sympathetic gaze, which made Yan Zongzi feel quite uneasy. Finally, the Antarctic immortal slowly remarked, "Junior brother, the master has neither erred nor will he err. Cherish the remaining half-day you have today." Yan Zongzi, what does that mean? Is there something I am unaware of? Observing the puzzled look on Yan Zongzi's face, the Antarctic immortal, feeling pity for him, offered a hint. "Junior brother, do you not know that we have a granduncle and an uncle?" Yan Zongzi nodded, saying, "The granduncle is the Grand Supreme Grandmaster, and the uncle is the Upper Clear Heavenly Master." The Antarctic immortal continued, "Both the Grand Supreme Grandmaster and the Heavenly Master have a personal disciple each." Yan Zongzi was even more bewildered but still responded, "Oh, I have 2 elder brothers, but what does that have to do with me?" The Antarctic immortal did not answer Yan Zongzi directly. After all, he could not divulge that his master was a show-off and a pretentious individual. Instead, he said, 500 years ago, the Grand Supreme Grandmaster's disciple broke through to the mid-stage of profound immortality, while the Heavenly Master's disciple reached the late stage of profound immortality." Yan Zongzi still did not grasp the implications, so he replied, "It seems both elder brothers possess remarkable talent, thus I must strive diligently in my cultivation." "Elder brother, were you present when your elder brothers broke through? Wasn't there a great commotion?" The Antarctic immortal, with a complex expression, replied, "Yes, I was present during their breakthroughs, but as for the magnitude of the scene, I cannot say. It nearly resulted in fatalities." Yan Zongzi, increasingly perplexed, asked, "If you were present, how could you not know? Just who was it that nearly perished? It must have been an astonishing spectacle." The Antarctic immortal awkwardly said, "Well, at that time I was unconscious, so I cannot comment on whether it was indeed a spectacle or not." Yan Zongzi nodded. "That certainly suggests the scene must have been quite grand if it could render even you an immortal unconscious." Upon hearing Yan Zongzi's words, the Antarctic immortal nearly stumbled, resignedly thinking, "As for the magnitude of the scene, I truly cannot say, but my master's temper was indeed formidable. I nearly turned to ash myself." "Alas, child, you shall soon come to understand." The Antarctic immortal was well aware of the nature of his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, the moment either he or the newly arrived junior brother Yan Zongzi broke through to the golden immortal realm. His master would undoubtedly take them to show off to their granduncle and uncle. As for whether the primordial heavenly sovereign would successfully impress them, the Antarctic immortal had long since lost hope. Both of those disciples were eccentric among the human race. Their rate of ascension was more rapid than that of this primordial being. With a melancholic expression, the Antarctic immortal's thoughts drifted far away. The Grand Supreme Grandmaster's disciple, Xuandu, made sense. After all, he belonged to the primordial human race, and with the Grand Supreme Grandmaster's guidance, plus the resources available from his alchemical pursuits, it was reasonable for Xuandu to break through to the mid-stage of profound immortality after a century of cultivation. However, it was rather perplexing for Zhang Hao, the disciple of the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master specialized in formations, much like his master, the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, who focused on artifact forging, which offered little assistance in cultivation. Moreover, Zhang Hao was a postnatal human and had a postnatal foundation, having cultivated for a shorter duration than Xuandu, while the Heavenly Master had not exerted much oversight, adopting a hands-off approach. Yet, paradoxically, this Zhang Hao, despite being left to his own devices, had achieved the fastest progress among the disciples of the 3 Pure Ones, which was entirely unreasonable. Just by the following dawn, Yan Zongzi, still leisurely grooming and preparing himself as he had on Zhongnan Mountain, suddenly heard the voice of the primordial Heavenly Sovereign resonating in his mind. "In 3 breaths, we shall commence the discourse on the Great Tao." Yan Zongzi's mind went blank. 3 breaths, oh no, there is now only a span of 2 breaths remaining. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on his master, Yan Zongzi was compelled to abandon his current task and hasten towards the jade-thatched cottage. Upon arriving at the Jade Void Hall, he found the primordial Heavenly Sovereign already seated at the lectern, with the Antarctic immortal quietly seated on a mat below. The primordial Heavenly Sovereign, upon seeing Yan Zongzi, expressed his displeasure. "Yan Zongzi, you are a disciple of my Jade Void sect. How can you be so negligent in your cultivation?" Yan Zongzi, perspiring profusely, humbly apologized. "Yes, master, I acknowledge my error. I shall amend my ways." However, within Yan Zongzi's heart, he mused, "This Pangu authenticity is indeed extraordinary, this honest child." Yan Zongzi remained unaware that being accepted as a disciple by the primordial Heavenly Sovereign was not necessarily a fortunate circumstance, at least not at this moment. The Antarctic immortal, witnessing the devout expression on Yan Zongzi's face, Internally chuckled. This is merely the beginning, however, dear junior brother, you must not falter. I still need you to share some of the burden with me. Then, the primordial heavenly sovereign commenced his teachings. Initially, Yun Zongzi felt immensely rewarded. Yet as time progressed, he found it increasingly arduous to comprehend. Nevertheless, being the earnest individual he was, he resolved to memorize everything, even if he did not fully understand. Gradually, Yun Zongzi sensed that he was entirely unable to keep pace. Yet when he inadvertently glanced at the Antarctic immortal, he thought, "Elder brother, as expected of you, I am struggling to remember, while you appear entirely composed." Had the Antarctic immortal known the thoughts swirling in Yun Zongzi's mind, he would have laughed heartily. "Junior brother, if you cannot remember, then do not force it. If you do not understand, then do not listen. After all, this discourse will be presented again in 2 days. Although I do not comprehend it myself, I can recite it verbatim." Indeed, the primordial heavenly sovereign was aware that both of his disciples were merely at the true immortal to profound immortal stage. Thus his teachings centered around the concepts relevant to true immortals and profound immortals. As for whether they understood, that was not the primordial heavenly sovereign's concern. What sort of person was he? The very fact that he would impart teachings to the Antarctic immortal in Yun Zongzi was already a great favor. Would he also explain things to his disciples? Half a month later, upon the conclusion of the discourse, Yun Zongzi believed he could return and dedicate time to thoroughly comprehend the teachings he had received. However, the next statement from the primordial heavenly sovereign nearly sent Yun Zongzi into the heavens. Chapter 38, in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years, I established the teachings the primordial heavenly sovereign proclaimed. With this discourse concluded, you shall return and diligently contemplate the teachings received. In 2 days, we shall continue the discourse on the great Tao. The first part of his statement was comprehensible to Yun Zongzi, yet the latter part left him bewildered. "Master, you have lectured for half a month and expect us to contemplate for 2 days? Surely you meant to say 2 years or perhaps the 20th year, but mistakenly referred to it as 2 days. In 2 days, not only would I be unable to contemplate your teachings, but I might even struggle to recall them. Master, I am rather curious. Do you hold me in too high regard, or do I underestimate myself?" As Yun Zongzi was about to speak, the Antarctic immortal immediately interjected. "Yes, disciple obeys." Thus Yun Zongzi, albeit somewhat bewildered, followed suit in performing the customary salute before retreating from the grand hall. Upon exiting, he turned to the Antarctic immortal, a puzzled expression on his face, and inquired, "Senior brother, did the master just make an error? Did he not equate 2 years or 20 years to merely 2 days? The Antarctic immortal gazed at Yun Zongzi with a peculiar expression, causing him to feel an unsettling shiver. After a moment, the Antarctic immortal replied languidly, "Junior brother, the master spoke correctly. It is indeed a matter of 2 days. Furthermore, he intends to assess our progress following this brief interval." Yun Zongzi was taken aback, stammering, "No way, senior brother, truly just 2 days, and we are to be evaluated on our advancement. Can one genuinely make progress in such a short span?" The Antarctic immortal responded slowly, "Let us not concern ourselves with the potential for progress at this point. Instead, we should think about how to best present our assignments 2 days hence. Junior brother, as you are newly arrived, maintain your composure. Like me, you will gradually acclimate over the course of 5 centuries, Yun Zongzi replied. "Senior brother, you have truly endured much over these 5 centuries." At this juncture, Yun Zongzi began to grasp the meaning behind the words the Antarctic immortal had shared with him the previous day. Time flew by, and 5 centuries later, within the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi pointed an accusatory finger at his 2 disciples, furiously exclaiming, "Useless, utterly useless. After 500 years, Antarctic, you have only reached the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. Yun Zongzi, you are merely at the initial stage of the profound immortal realm. What a disgrace, you have brought shame upon me." The Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, both the Antarctic immortal and Yun Zongzi, seemingly unperturbed, wore expressions of apparent chagrin as they replied, "Master, we are incompetent disciples, we beseech your punishment." In truth, the 2 were thinking, "Let him scold us, we have grown accustomed to it as long as he doesn't kill us. A bit of reprimanding won't cost us a thing." Indeed, these 2 had become quite accustomed to such treatment, having been a disciple of Yuanshi for over a millennium. The Antarctic immortal remarked, "This is just a minor setback, merely a small affair." Although Yun Zongzi had only been present for 5 centuries, he too had learned to remain unruffled like the Antarctic immortal. The millennium set by Yuanshi had elapsed. The Antarctic immortal, not to mention the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, had been at the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm 1,000 years prior, over the course of this millennium. Xian Du following Tai Shan Lao Zi had likely reached the late stage or even the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. As for Zhang Hao under Tong Tian, Yuanshi wouldn't dare to even fantasize about that. Observing his two disciples, Yuanshi internally lamented, "Alas, I merely wished to maintain an air of superiority. Why must it be so difficult?" Fortunately, Yuanshi took the millennium seriously, while Lao Zi and Tong Tian paid no heed whatsoever. Lao Zi, after all, had only been preaching on Shayang Mountain for 500 years, with another 500 years remaining until he achieved sanctification. He had no spare thoughts to concern himself with Yuanshi. As for Tong Tian, he was deeply engrossed in his own affairs, likely having forgotten about the millennium deadline entirely, faced with the realization that his efforts over the past millennium paled in comparison to the accomplishments of his two brothers from 1,000 years ago. Yuanshi naturally wouldn't engage in any further self-deprecation regarding the ancient agreement. He could only address his two disciples, saying, "I shall let you off this time, go and cultivate on your own." After exiting the Jade Void Palace, the two exchanged glances, both relieved to see the sentiment of fortune reflected in each other's eyes. They had successfully endured these 5 centuries, as long as they refrained from seeking to impress. The forthcoming time should prove more manageable. In the vast expanse of the primordial era, time held little value, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 centuries had elapsed. Zhang Hao meandered through the primordial realm for a full millennium. Encountering countless beings, whenever he encountered someone who could be of use, he would begin to synchronize with them, although Zhang Hao firmly suppressed his primordial spirit cultivation, refraining from breaking through to the Great Luo. His current strength had already surpassed the category of quasi-saint, reaching the legendary status of sub-saint combat prowess. Name: Zhang Hao race, human footing, mid-grade acquired, upper-grade innate cultivation, pinnacle of profound immortal. Pinnacle of Tai golden immortal physical body, top-grade innate spiritual treasure, 40 restrictions, technique, Shanqing Qi refining method, Taiqing Qi refining method, Yuqing Qi refining method. Divine abilities, 3 purities. Divine abilities: Emperor Zhang's escape technique, River of Time, 9 Ding divine fire, 9 heavens thunder, laws, remnants of water law, remnants of space law, remnants of wood law, remnants of metal law, remnants of thunder law, spiritual treasures, heaven and earth. Xin Huang Tower, Qingping sword root, ginseng fruit tree. All of this was visible on the surface, and Zhang Hao had not only fully replicated the heaven and earth Xin Huang Tower and the Qingping sword, but even the ginseng fruit tree itself. After all, if the Jin Yuanzi would not even offer him a single ginseng fruit, why not simply replicate the entire tree? The replicated ginseng fruit tree was planted within the Dao space, to be transplanted later when he established his own Dao grounds. Moreover, over the past millennium, the purple substance within Zhang Hao's space had amassed into a river. If one were to count, there would be at least hundreds of billions. Whenever Zhang Hao wished, even if he aimed to synchronize with the 3 purities, the purple substance would not fall short. Just as Zhang Hao contemplated returning to Kunlun Mountain, a sudden wave of pressure emanated from the heavens, attempting to force him to kneel upon the ground. Yet Zhang Hao was unwilling to submit. He produced the replicated heaven and earth Xin Huang Tower and held it above his head, calmly observing Lao Zi's sanctification. Indeed, this marked the time a millennium after Lao Zi's preaching, when he achieved sanctification. Before them, Lao Zi cast both the authentic heaven and earth Xin Huang Tower and the innate treasure Tai Chi diagram into the sky. The 2 treasures expanded in the wind, standing tall within the primordial world, visible to all living beings in the primordial realm. Lao Zi proclaimed, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The heavenly Tao is supreme. Today, there is the true lineage of Pangu, the first disciple of Hongjun, establishing the human teaching on Shayang Mountain, utilizing the innate treasure Tai Chi diagram and the acquired treasure heaven and earth Xin Huang Tower to suppress destiny. The human teaching is established." Chapter 39, Big Brother, have you contemplated tranquility for a millennium? Following this, a colossal wheel appeared in the heavens, spinning rapidly. With each rotation, golden merits materialized around the wheel. Subsequently, immeasurable merits divided into 2 parts. 4 parts descended upon Lao Zi, while 6 parts floated toward the entire human race within the primordial realm, with Zhang Hao receiving a small portion as well. However, this small portion felt as though it had been given yet not truly granted. The moment Lao Zi became imbued with the merits of the heavenly Tao, a stream of Xin Huang Qi, a gift from the Tao during Pangu's creation of the heavens, surged forth from him. With the aid of these merits, Laozi swiftly severed his third corpse, yet regrettably the three corpses did not merge, halting at the quasi-saint peak on the path to sanctification. Thereafter Laozi's aura continued to rise, reaching quasi-saint perfection, sub-saint, the first level of saint, until he eventually ceased at the early stage of the second level of saint. Laozi's achievement of sainthood placed him at the early stage of the second level of saint, a significantly higher cultivation than that of Nuwa during her sanctification. When Nuwa attained sainthood, her own cultivation was merely at the quasi-saint late stage after severing her two corpses, and she possessed no Xin Huang Qi. She merely relied on merits to achieve sanctification, remaining at the mid-stage of the first level of saint, even though Nuwa had been a saint for several tens of thousands of years. Her cultivation had yet to surpass the mid-stage of the first level of saint. Upon witnessing Laozi surpass her as the first saint beneath the Tao ancestor, Nuwa's countenance immediately darkened, and she seethed inwardly. Well, Laozi, utilizing my human race to attain the Tao and not even informing me, humph. Yet, Nuwa could only harbor such thoughts, setting aside the fact that Laozi's cultivation exceeded hers. His spiritual treasures were also superior. Even if she sought to confront him, she would find herself unable to contend. Moreover, as a heavenly Tao saint herself, she was acutely aware that Laozi's establishment of the human teaching and his sanctification represented the great trend of the heavenly Tao. Beyond her modest authority to alter, after achieving sanctification, Laozi did not cast even a glance at the human race. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Shen Du and returned directly to Kunlun Mountain. For Laozi, having imparted teachings to the human race for so many years was already an immense opportunity for them. It was inconceivable that he would truly protect the human race. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi, accompanied by his two named disciples, immediately approached to express, "Congratulations, elder brother, on attaining Tao and becoming a saint. From henceforth, you shall endure no tribulations." The Antarctic immortal and Yun Zhongzi also approached to bow, saying, "Disciples congratulate the esteemed master on achieving Tao and becoming a saint. May you endure no tribulations and share longevity with the heavens." Laozi nodded, replying, "There is no need for excessive courtesy among family." Subsequently, Xian Du also stepped forward to pay his respects to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Laozi glanced at Yuanshi, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Second brother, so many years have passed, why is your cultivation still so low?" The smile on Yuanshi's face immediately froze, while Nanji and Yun Zhongzi behind him, though feigning ignorance, were already reveling internally. "Ha ha ha, teacher, you have your day too, well done. Grandmaster, keep it up." After casting a glance at the two behind him, Yuanshi lamented, "Big brother, over the years I have been preoccupied with imparting teachings to my disciples to the detriment of my own cultivation." Laozi, regarding Nanji and Yun Zhongzi with a furrowed brow, inquired, "You have been teaching them, after all this time, one is at the late stage of Xianxian and the other at the early stage?" In that moment, not only did Yuanshi wish to vanish into the ground, but even Nanji and Yun Zhongzi felt the same urge. All Yuanshi could do was awkwardly respond, "Well, big brother, did you not tell me that their cultivation levels were merely temporary?" Laozi rolled his eyes and sighed, "Alas, second brother, I never thought you would actually believe that." Yuanshi retorted, "Big brother, you are being ridiculous." Subsequently, Yuanshi Tianzian glanced at Laozi's disciple Shen Du, and was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had not taken on disciples of innate beings, but rather two pigs. It turned out that in just a millennium, Shen Du had advanced from the mid-stage of Xianxian to the early stage of Jingxian. Meanwhile, his disciple Nanji had barely progressed from the early stage of Xianxian to the late stage within the same time frame. And even that was unstable. Yuanshi exclaimed, "I am exhausted. I truly cannot continue. Heaven, strike me down with lightning, or Pangu, come take me away." At that moment, Laozi queried, "Second brother, where is the third brother?" Yuanshi, taken aback, replied, "Well, Tong Tian is still in seclusion. It's outrageous that he hasn't come out to congratulate you on such a momentous occasion." Laozi's divine sense swept over, revealing that Tong Tian was not in his own secluded abode, but rather in Zhang Hao's cave. He then recalled that Yuanshi had driven both Tong Tian and himself away when he sought solitude under the eaves of the Bayou cottage. Thus, Laozi remarked, "Eldest brother, you have been in the third brother's place, seeking solitude for over 1,000 years. Yuanshi responded, "Big brother, please, I beg you, do not ask any further. If it weren't for your ascension, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Do you think I would hesitate to use the Panga banner on you?" Observing Yuanshi's silence, Laozi pressed on, "By the way, what of Tong Tian's disciple?" Zhang Hao, upon hearing this, Yuan Shi was momentarily stunned and slowly mused, "Oh yes, where is Zhang Hao? It has been years since I last saw him. Could he be in seclusion with Tong Tian?" Lao Zi remained silent, thinking, what a truly good master uncle. In truth, Lao Zi was perplexed. Despite being a sage capable of perceiving the vastness of the primordial land, past and future, he could not discern Zhang Hao's whereabouts nor predict anything about him. Even recollections of their shared experiences offered no clarity. He pondered, could it be that the little monkey possesses a treasure that obscures heavenly secrets? Unable to deduce Zhang Hao's fate, Lao Zi turned to Yuan Shi and declared, "Very well, I shall impart teachings to you for the next 200 years. After that, it will be your opportunity to attain enlightenment. How much you can elevate yourself depends solely on you." Yuan Shi suddenly realized, I used to seize Nan Ji and Yin Zhong Zi for daily teachings, yet today, I find myself ensnared in Lao Zi's lessons. He foolishly suggested, big brother, should we wake up the third brother? Lao Zi shot him a look of exasperation, replying, "No need, let the third brother remain undisturbed in his seclusion." Frankly speaking, Lao Zi felt a surge of irritation. This Yuan Shi is indeed the epitome of a burdensome ally. I wish to offer him guidance, yet he remains oblivious. Thankfully Zhang Hao was not here. Otherwise, how would I explain this? Lao Zi had always favored Yuan Shi over Tong Tian, for Yuan Shi's approach was more sycophantic toward him. A month later, Zhang Hao returned to Kunlun Mountain, observing Lao Zi after his ascension, who was engaged in some mysterious endeavor with Yuan Shi. Zhang Hao quickly deduced that Lao Zi was undoubtedly providing Yuan Shi with special guidance. After returning to his cave, he sensed that Tong Tian was still in his own retreat. At this point, Zhang Hao understood Lao Zi's true nature, and a fleeting expression of disdain crossed his face. Humph, does he really think himself so significant, engaging in such petty favoritism? Ascension is the greatest trap, Zhang Hao mused. He was well aware that even after ascending, sages do not comprehend the ultimate laws. They merely grasp the operational rules of heavenly principles. The more one understands, the more heavenly rules one can utilize in the primordial world. However, the reality remains that the extent of rules one can borrow is ultimately dictated by heaven itself. Thus, even during the Fengshen era, despite Lao Zi being at the 6th or 7th level of sagehood, he could not surpass Tong Tian, who was at the 4th level. Should this occur to Hong Yuan, it would be laughable. The 12 tiers of Hong Yuan, each tier surpassing the last, even a second-tier Hong Yuan, without considering spiritual treasures, could absolutely overwhelm a first-tier Hong Yuan, even at its peak, with no other choice. Zhang Hao headed to Tong Tian's Bayou cottage. In fact, the moment Lao Zi ascended, Tong Tian had awakened once. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have congratulated Lao Zi, but now, understanding the urgency of understanding the laws, he felt no need to waste time on such formalities. He merely curled his lip and resumed his exploration of the ocean of laws, whether it was a legacy from Pangu or not. Tong Tian, leveraging the laws contained within spiritual treasures, had rapidly advanced from the late stage of Diluo to the mid-stage of Hong Yuan in just over a millennium. It is important to note that this was the cultivation of laws, not simply taking shortcuts to eliminate the 3 corpses. Of course, it was also possible that Tong Tian was using his quasi-saintly cultivation to reverse engineer the laws, a plausible scenario. Tong Tian contemplated, if what that little monkey said is true, then after Lao Zi's ascension I have only 200 years left until Yuan Shi and I ascend. Does that mean I have just 200 years? With determination in his eyes, Tong Tian declared, "No, absolutely not. I refuse to become a puppet of heavenly principles. What difference does it make to ascend sooner or later? If I can delay it, why should I not?" He resolved that until he reached the pinnacle or even perfection of Hong Yuan Jingxian, he would not ascend. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. Despite Lao Zi's special guidance, Yuan Shi's cultivation saw little significant improvement, not to mention severing the 3rd corpse. He had not even glimpsed its shadow. In just 200 years, what advancement could a quasi-saintly being truly achieve? At this juncture, Lao Zi gazed at Yuan Shi and proclaimed, "If you do not awaken now, when will you?" It turned out that the time for Yuan Shi to attain enlightenment had arrived. Initially bewildered, Yuan Shi then regarded Lao Zi with a foolish expression, as if asking, "Big brother, what are you doing? Are you unwell?" Lao Zi was nearly driven to madness by Yuan Shi's gaze, his mouth and eyes twitching uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yuan Shi felt even more awkward and inquired, "Big brother, are you alright? Why do you seem to be cramping? Can a sage even cramp?" At that moment, Lao Zi's forehead was emblazoned with several large characters. His face dark as night, silently reminding himself, endure, endure, he is my own, I must resist the urge to crush him. Just as Lao Zi managed to regain his composure, Yuanshi continued with another ill-fated remark, hey! Big brother, why is your face so dark? Are you poisoned? Can a sage even be poisoned? Lao Zi exclaimed, I can no longer endure. With that, he brandished his staff and struck Yuanshi down into the depths of Kunlun Mountain by several hundred meters. Xian Du remarked, Master, please be gentle, Yuanshi is still just a quasi-saint. Nanji and Yin Zhongzi exchanged glances, thinking, Master is so ferocious. I quite admire that. When Yuanshi, filled with indignation, climbed out of the pit. Ready to confront Lao Zi, the latter casually stated, without establishing teachings, one cannot attain enlightenment. In that instant, Yuanshi comprehended and, nodding at Lao Zi, stepped forward, casting his Pango banner into the air. The Pango banner, much like the previous Taiji diagram, billowed in the wind until it covered a significant portion of the primordial realm, and Yuanshi's voice resonated. Heavenly principles above, I am the true lineage of Pangu. The second disciple of Daozu Hongjun, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Today, I established the Chan school, using the Pango banner to suppress the fortunes of the Chan school, Chan in accordance with heavenly principles, elucidating the will of heaven. The Chan school is established, much akin to the ascension of Laozi to sanctity, a will manifested in the heavens, spinning with fervor. With each rotation, a cluster of golden virtues emerged. As the wheel approached its zenith, the golden virtues split in twain, cascading towards Yuanshi. Of this, 4/10 descended upon Yuanshi, who was infused with a mysterious yellow aura that merged with the heavenly virtues, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, Yuanshi's cultivation stabilized at the mid-peak of the first level of sainthood, surpassing the strength of Niwa, yet falling short of Laozi's prowess. Meanwhile, a substantial 6/10 of the virtues, along with 2 diminutive fragments, descended upon the figures of Nanji Shanwang and Yan Shanzi, both of whom promptly transcended to a higher minor realm. The remainder vanished within the vast currents of the Chan religion's fortunes, transforming into its primordial essence. The beings of the primordial wilderness, aside from those with extraordinary treasures, were once again subdued beneath the overwhelming sanctity of Yuanshi, who, in reverence, proclaimed, I pay homage to the Saint Yuanshai. At Kunlun Mountain. With a mere wave of his hand, Laozi shielded himself and Xuandu from the divine pressure, yet Nanji Shanwang and Yan Changzi gazed at Laozi with eyes filled with melancholy, their thoughts echoing, Great Master! Could you not extend a hand to us as well? Zhang Hao from Bo Palace conjured a counterfeit Huang Tower above his head to ward off the oppressive force within the cave. Tongtian frowned, the 4 swords of the immortal slaying swirling above as he resumed his contemplation of the laws. Dai and the demon court. Tai enlarged the chaos bell to shield Diju and Xia, and Shangxi from the divine pressure. The 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan quietly munched on seeds within the Pango Hall, while the 12-petal golden lotus of merit enveloped him and Zhuanti. The Blood Sea witnessed the 12-petal flaming red lotus covering the Nether River. And the Earth Book of Wuzhuang Temple emitted waves of yellow light towards Zenyuanzi and Hongyuan. As Yuanshi Tianzuan fully acclimated to the status of a saint, while his visage bore an expression of solemnity and composure. Internally he roared, Ha, my disciple may not surpass Tongtian's students, but I shall achieve sainthood before him. Ha, the past has returned. With Yuanshi's ascendancy, Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, sauntered out of the Bo-thatched cottage. At this moment, it was the perfect time for Yuanshi Tianzuan to bask in his glory. Had Zhang Hao not come to congratulate him, who could predict what Yuanshi might do? However, Zhang Hao was not foolish. He allowed his concealed cultivation to rise to the early stage of golden immortal, akin to Xuandu, yet still surpassing the recently advanced Nanji Shanwang, just as Nanji Shanwang, having benefited from Yuanshi's ascension, elevated from late-stage Shanxian to peak Shanxian. Yan Changzi also broke through to the mid-stage Shanxian. Zhang Hao approached the gazing Yuanshi Tianzuan and bowed, proclaiming, Disciple Zhang Hao offers his congratulations to Master Yuanshi on attaining sainthood. From henceforth unscathed by tribulations, Yuanshi, with a huff through his nostrils, remarked, has Tongtian's third brother yet to emerge from seclusion? Zhang Hao, internally bemused, thought, does he not know whether Tongtian has emerged, considering they share the same mountain? He replied nonchalantly, yes, Master is still in seclusion. Only then did Yuanshi turn his gaze upon Zhang Hao looking down from his elevated position, and declared, now that I have attained sainthood, it is only natural that I expound upon the great Tao. Since your master has yet to emerge, you too should listen to the teachings and strive to break through to the golden immortal. Wait, when did you break through to Golden Immortal? Yuancher felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What was I just pondering? Who broke through to Golden Immortal first? Alas, I am so weary. Truly, why must there be both Yushu and Shangqing? Upon Zhang Hao's return to Kunlun Mountain, Yuancher glanced at him, recognizing that he was merely at the peak of Shenxian. Having just achieved sainthood, and seeing Nanji Shenwang benefit from it to reach peak Shenxian, he sought to use Nanji to provoke Zhang Hao and see who would first ascend to Golden Immortal. Yet, this competition ended before it even commenced. The drastic transformation of Yuancher Tianzuan not only caused Laozi to step back slightly, creating a distance, but also led Xuandu to bow his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. The most pitiable were Nanji Shenwang and Yan Changzi, caught in an awkward mix of wanting to laugh yet fearing to do so. Zhang Hao too struggled to suppress his amusement, reflecting, "Oh Yuancher, how delightful is it to compete with the very air of the primordial world." Yet, he maintained a composed facade, stating, "Master Yuancher, just as you broke through to sainthood, your disciple inadvertently advanced as well." Yuancher, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, wore a dark expression, uncertain of what to say, his gaze towards Nanji and Yan Changzi becoming increasingly perilous. The two instinctively shuddered, thinking, "What a predicament." Laozi remarked, "Indeed. This little demon king remains unchanged, still retaining that familiar essence from years past." Xuandu involuntarily shivered. "From now on, I must be cautious in my conversations with Zhang Hao, lest I waste a revitalization pill from Master." Seeing Yuancher's seemingly poisoned visage, Laozi, fearing he might react poorly, swiftly interjected, Zhang Hao, since you have already broken through to Golden Immortal, you should promptly stabilize your cultivation." Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, "Yes, great master." However, as he turned away, he muttered under his breath, "Can my cultivation truly be further stabilized? Why am I unaware of it?" The implication was unmistakable. Zhang Hao's cultivation was as solid as a rock, and there was little more to stabilize. Yet all present were formidable beings above Shenxian, who could fail to hear Zhang Hao's murmurs. Laozi paused, a character forming on his forehead, his fist clenched tightly, while Xuandu, sensing the tension, stepped forward and grasped Laozi's hand, saying, "Master, remain calm, remain calm." Zhang Hao was a disciple of Tongtian, Observing Laozi's plight, Yuancher felt a wave of relief wash over him, approaching Laozi and whispering, "Big brother, do not be overly agitated, stay composed, stay composed." Laozi shot Yuancher a sidelong glance and exhaled slowly, responding coolly, "Which of your eyes saw me as agitated? If you can remain composed, how could I be flustered?" Yuancher, bewildered, retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" Laozi rolled his eyes and declared, "This Zhang Hao, disciple of Tongtian, without resources or guidance, a mere postnatal being, has broken through to Golden Immortal. And his cultivation is incredibly stable. This is the essence of disparity." Laozi's words struck hard, particularly the emphasis on no resources, no guidance, postnatal being, stable, and disparity. Upon hearing this, Yuancher's anger flared, his head nearly smoking as he summoned 3 bags of jade rui. Ready for action, those present initially presumed Yuancher would target Zhang Hao, prompting Laozi to immediately intervene. "Third brother, Tongtian's disciple Zhang Hao, my dear brother, do not be overly agitated. Agitation is the devil," the younger generation echoed. "Indeed. Master Yuancher, stay composed, stay composed." Yuancher glared at Nanji Shenwang and Yan Changzi, gritting his teeth. "Who said I intended to harm Zhang Hao? I specifically wished to deal with these 2 useless wretches." Laozi interjected, "I see, so you wish to deal with your own disciples, then there is no issue, proceed as you wish." Thus, Laozi truly relaxed. Xuandu nodded in agreement. Stepping back, Yuancher, bewildered, exclaimed, "Big brother, what is the matter? Why have you ceased to advise me?" "If you utter another word, I shall certainly relent," Laozi retorted. "Yuancher, the moment your posterior shifts, I can discern your intentions. Do you presume to perform for me?" At that moment, Yuancher held the 3 treasures of jade rui. Caught in an awkward predicament where he could neither advance nor retreat, thus, Yuancher remained poised, clutching the jade rui, resembling a still frame for nearly a quarter of an hour, enduring both physical and mental torment. Nanji Shenwang and Yan Changzi finally regained their senses amidst Yuancher's threats. Exchanging glances, they instantly understood Yuancher's intentions, and promptly knelt to plead for mercy. "Master, spare us, we shall diligently cultivate, surpass Zhang Hao, and restore your honor." Continuing forward, Yuancher, unaccustomed to the varied reactions of the others, immediately retreated to his humble abode with a haughty demeanor. He was afraid, genuinely afraid, that Tai Shan Laozi might once again conjure some unexpected trouble. leading to an irreversible situation. Indeed, Yuan Shi's pride was profound, yet his protectiveness towards his disciples was equally sincere. Given his character, how could he truly resort to violence against his two disciples, even in the original narrative? When his 4 direct disciples defected from the Chan teaching, he refrained from eliminating them, merely engaging in a conflict with Jun Ti. After Yuan Shi departed, Lao Zi turned to Shen Du and remarked, "Did we not just counsel our uncle Master Yuan Shi?" Shen Du in accord replied, "Master, it seems we did not. It appears we merely advised Uncle Master Yuan Shi against harming Zhang Help, the disciple of Tong Tian." Lao Zi sighed, "Oh, is that so? Alas, my memory fails me in my old age. It is fortunate to have you here." Yuan Shi, who had not strayed far, quickened his pace upon overhearing the playful banter between the master and disciple. Deliberately adopting an air of ignorance, as if he had not heard their words. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for the trembling figures of Nanji Shanwang and Yan Changzi, who exchanged a glance filled with bitterness. Leaving only desolation in their eyes, with Lao Zi's presence Shen Du remained, and thus Nanji Shanwang and Yan Changzi had no choice but to linger as well. Perplexed, Shen Du inquired, "Master, shall we return? What are we waiting for?" Observing the puzzled expressions of Shen Du and the inquisitive gaze of Nanji, Lao Zi cryptically replied, "Wait a moment, and you shall understand." Lao Zi, possessing profound insights, was aware of the celestial trends. Once Yuan Shi attained sanctification, it would be Tong Tian's turn to establish his teachings. However, after standing there for 3 days and nights, the anticipated moment of Tong Tian's ascension remained elusive, with no sign of his emergence. Lao Zi contemplated, "What on earth is happening? Could it be that my calculations were flawed due to insufficient cultivation?" Not only Lao Zi, but even Hong Jun in the chaos furrowed his brow. "This seems amiss. By my calculations, Tong Tian should have already attained sanctification. What is holding him back?" The heavenly Tao mused, "Is it a miscalculation on my part, or is there disarray within my parameters?" Meanwhile, the other beings in the primordial realm waited in anticipation. After all, Tong Tian was one of the 3 pure ones, and with Tai Shan, Lao Zi and Yuan Shi having achieved sanctification, how could Tong Tian's ascension be far behind? On Kunlun Mountain, the 4 figures remained steadfast, standing undeterred for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, they were not bound by the mortal needs of food and rest. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to the inevitable call of nature before the awaited moment arrived. After half a year, Shen Du began to question the very existence of the weight, pondering if it was indeed a living entity. "Master, are we still waiting for that weight?" Lao Zi, momentarily baffled, responded. "Who is this weight?" Shen Du, with a resigned expression, clarified, "Master, did you not mention that you were waiting for the weight?" Upon realizing, Lao Zi remarked, "The weight is precisely that. Just wait, and you will know." Shen Du murmured to himself, "When did I ever learn that weight was a name?" The notion that this weight could command the attention of a sage like his master suggested that he must also be a formidable being. 3 years later, feeling as though his feet were rooted to the ground, Shen Du wearily asked, "Master, must we continue to wait? Will weight ever come?" Lao Zi, equally perturbed, retorted, "I have already stated that weight is weight. Why can you not comprehend?" Shen Du thought to himself, "Who truly knows which weight you refer to? How long must we endure this waiting, and when will weight arrive?" Meanwhile, within the Bio cottage, Yuan Shi was equally frustrated. Due to the celestial mandate, he could only establish his sect after all 3 pure ones attained sanctification. This meant that Yuan Shi's ambitions to recruit disciples and announce the teachings of the Chan could only commence after Tong Tian achieved enlightenment. Yuan Shi was eager to gather capable disciples to surpass Zheng Hao and humiliate Tong Tian. Yet Tong Tian's lack of cooperation proved a hindrance. Not only Yuan Shi, but even Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao grew impatient. The heavenly Tao channeled the primordial purple energy within Tong Tian's divine consciousness. Yet Tong Tian remained unresponsive, resembling an unresponsive shell, indifferent to the celestial nudges around him. In the midst of all this, within the Yushao Palace, Hong Jun stared blankly at the heavenly Tao, questioning, "What is the matter? Why has the sanctification process stalled at Tong Tian?" The heavenly Tao, though equally perplexed, sought to maintain face before Hong Jun, asserting, "Fear not, it is within control. Tong Tian has entered a profound state of seclusion." Nearing the edge of his 3rd corpse, Hong Jun furrowed his brow. "Oh, is Tong Tian on the verge of severing his 3rd corpse? Would that not elevate him beyond Yuan Shi, the heavenly Tao?" With growing impatience, replied, "It is of no concern, it is controllable." Seeing the heavenly Tao's assurance, Hong Jun could only close his eyes and drift into a meditative state. Tong Tian's failure to achieve sanctification puzzled many. Yet it significantly affected the Western duo of Jun Ti and Jie-in. Originally, the script dictated that upon witnessing the three pure ones attain sanctification, the duo would also try their hand at it. But with Tong Tian's failure, they lacked the courage to attempt it. What if their efforts led to demise? Jun Ti addressed Jie-in. Brother, might I inquire the path forward? Jie-in confidently replied, fear not. The path lies beneath our feet. Jun Ti retorted, what nonsense is this about the path underfoot? I seek knowledge on how we might attain sanctification. Taking a deep breath, Jun Ti proposed, brother, should we not emulate Tai Shang and Yuanshi? Establish a sect, and perhaps we too could attain sanctification. Jie-in, with a calm demeanor, countered, brother, Tong Tian is the youngest of the three pure ones, and since the three pure ones are one, if establishing a sect could lead to sanctification, Tong Tian would not have remained idle until now. Thus the question arose, if establishing a sect could lead to sanctification, what if it could not? The two engaged in an endless loop of speculation atop Mount Shumi in the west. 10 years later, Lao Zi conceded defeat, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, indeed, I have acted rashly. The heavenly Tao remains unfathomable. The heavenly Tao interjected, no, that is not the case, I am quite fathomable. With a sigh, Lao Zi declared, let us return. Shen Du, relieved yet puzzled, asked, Master, are we not waiting any longer? Lao Zi cryptically replied, no more waiting. In admitting that the wait was not the wait he had previously alluded to, Lao Zi sought to preserve his dignity before his disciples, lest he reveal that his calculations regarding the heavenly Tao had gone awry. In the span of these 10 years, Hong Jun has inquired of the heavenly Tao several times, and the responses have been, no obstruction. Manageable, guiding and assisting. It seems they had nothing to occupy themselves with, so they played repetitive games atop Mount Shumi for a decade. A century later, on Kunlun Mountain, in the humble abode of Ta Cheng, Xuandu gazed at Lao Zi with hopeful eyes, often glancing towards the outside of the cottage. Xuandu then consoled him, saying, Master, are you still waiting? Just waiting. Lao Zi, momentarily taken aback, replied with a sense of melancholy, yes, indeed, I am still waiting. Just waiting. Observing Lao Zi's demeanor, Xuandu thought to himself, alas, my master is a man of stories, how unfortunate that I have no fine wine to share. It is no wonder that Lao Zi felt despondent. For every time he calculated the date for attaining the state of a saint, the result invariably indicated, the day of becoming a saint is today, from his initial skepticism to the current realization. Lao Zi sighed, alas, it seems my Taoist cultivation is lacking. I cannot deduce anything among saints. I must be the most inept one. In truth, not only did Lao Zi think this way, but so did Yuanshi, Tianzuan and Niwa. Yet, would they dare to voice such an embarrassing sentiment? As for Zhang Hao, upon discerning Tongtian's thoughts, he stopped foolishly waiting for his master to become a saint. Surely, a good night's rest was far more appealing. In the primordial chaos within the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun raised his head and asked, Heavenly Tao, is it still manageable? The heavenly Tao replied, it should be manageable, I suppose. Hong Jun stared in silence at the great wheel of the heavenly Tao, which retorted in annoyance, isn't this all your fault? Confused, Hong Jun exclaimed, my fault? Are you mistaken about something? The heavenly Tao in anger responded, did you not create the troublesome three-corpse method, and utter those annoying words, without entering the innate? One cannot sever the corpse. Naturally, Tongtian, lacking any innate spiritual treasures, finds himself stuck. Hong Jun widened his eyes and shouted, hey, heavenly Tao, if you put it that way, it loses all meaning. I did not provide Tongtian with a supreme treasure. That was your intention, wasn't it? Furthermore, have I not given Tongtian any spiritual treasures? Just take a look, who in the primordial realm possesses more innate treasures than Tongtian? The heavenly Tao stubbornly replied, Tongtian is the proudest among the Pango Three Clear. He wields innate treasures to sever those troublesome good and evil corpses. For the third corpse, he surely desires to use an innate supreme treasure for the severance. Do not forget, both Tai Shang and Yuanshi possess supreme treasures, while he does not. Thus, he can only strive to catch up to or surpass Lao Zi and Yuanshi in severing corpses. To summarize, even though I commanded that Tongtian not receive a supreme treasure, the primary reason rests upon you. Simply do your part, and I will grant you merit. Isn't achieving sainthood through merit a better path? Hong Jun, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, oh my heavenly Tao, how can you so easily shift the blame? Is that truly acceptable? The heavenly Tao's tone grew cold, and with displeasure, it said, what did you say? A shiver ran down Hong Jun's spine as he thought, darn, I almost forgot that I am not yet fully aligned with the Tao and remain entirely under the control of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, although Hong Jun claimed to have aligned with the Tao in front of others after delivering the three teachings, he was merely on the path to alignment. True alignment would only be achieved when the six saints emerged and the underworld manifested. As for the subsequent collapse of Mount Buzhou, the saintly battle, and the shattering of the primordial realm, these events were all covertly orchestrated by Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao. Aimed at weakening the consciousness of the primordial realm and diminishing Pangu's fortune and influence therein, resigned, Hong Jun had no choice but to pinch his nose and shoulder the blame, stating, "Very well, heavenly Tao. It is all my fault. So what now?" After the wheel in the heavens turned a few times, it replied, "There is a way. Send the Hong Yuan sword over." For a moment, Hong Jun was taken aback. The Hong Yuan sword? To whom? Tong Tian? Surely not. If Tong Tian possesses the Hong Yuan sword, what will Yuancher do? The heavenly Tao confidently asserted. The Hong Yuan sword was damaged during the calamity of the fierce beasts, although it remains a supreme treasure. It is merely one with 41 restrictions. Meanwhile, the Pangu banner in Yuancher's possession boasts 49 innate restrictions. Rest assured, it is manageable. Chapter 44. Heavenly Tao, I am tired. I no longer wish to play. Hong Jun, heavenly Tao, have you perhaps forgotten that the stronger one has power before becoming a saint, the greater one's power thereafter? Nevertheless, after pondering, Hong Jun chose not to elaborate further. In his mind, even if Tong Tian were to sever the third corpse, he could not possibly achieve the unity of the three corpses. This notion of severing the three corpses was merely a concept he had propagated. Did he not understand that the three spiritual treasures embodying the three corpses required a shared origin to achieve unity? Even if Tong Tian truly severed the third corpse and then attained sainthood, his post-sainthood cultivation would at best be comparable to that of Taishan Laozi. Moreover, he still had the heavenly Tao looming above him. If the heavenly Tao was not anxious, why should he, the Tao ancestor, be? With a wave of his hand, Hong Jun grasped the Hong Yuan sword, preparing to rise, when the heavenly Tao called out to him again. Bellowing, "Hong Jun, for heaven's sake, use your brain when you act, will you?" Hong Jun, once more bewildered, asked, "What have I done now?" The heavenly Tao shouted, "Are you not being foolish? I previously controlled the Hongmeng purple chi, leaping joyfully within Tongtian's sea of consciousness. Now you intend to simply send the innate supreme treasure over. Do you truly think that Tongtian, one of Pangu's divine spirits, is a fool? Would he not suspect that you are urging him towards sainthood?" Hong Jun considered this and replied, "That is indeed a point. So what should we do?" The heavenly Tao, in its self-satisfied wisdom, suggested, "Here's the plan. I will cease controlling the Hongmeng purple chi for now. After a few hundred years, throw the Hong Yuan sword toward Tongtian's location, and attach a feigned concern in your transmission. That should work. Furthermore, be cautious when throwing it. Do not miss and accidentally pierce Tongtian." After hearing the first part, Hong Jun thought the heavenly Tao made a valid point. However, the latter part nearly drove him to fury as he thought, "Darn, I am, after all, a major figure in the 12 heavens of saints. Could I possibly kill someone just by throwing a spiritual treasure? You heavenly Tao surely do not consider me a saint, do you?" If Hong Jun were to personally visit Tongtian's secluded dwelling, he would discover that Tongtian was surrounded by sword principles. Thus, it would become evident that Tongtian was not merely severing those troublesome three corpses but was, in fact, cultivating those principles. However, the heavenly Tao's self-satisfied maneuver ultimately squandered a genuine opportunity for control. 300 years later, within Tongtian's secluded chamber, initially, Tongtian was deeply engrossed in comprehending the sword principles when suddenly a beam of sword light descended from above, directly towards him. The speed of this sword light was so swift that even Taishan Laozi and Yuancher Tianzuan, residing on Kunlun Mountain, were unaware. The sword descended without piercing Tongtian. However, he was injured. Indeed, he was wounded by the sword energy emitted from the innate supreme treasure, the Hong Yuan sword. This was because the innate supreme treasure could only be wielded by beings of saintly caliber. Although Hong Jun had thrown it, he forgot that Tongtian was neither a saint nor was the Hong Yuan sword an innate treasure forged from Pangu's heaven-splitting axe. What added to Hong Jun's regret was that after throwing the Hong Yuan sword, he realized he had neglected to suppress its sword energy. Thus, "Hong Jun, you foolish creature, are you being sincere?" Upon witnessing the blood trickling from the corner of Tongtian's mouth, Hong Jun knew he had to shoulder the blame. Consequently, he awkwardly stated, "Well, heavenly Tao, this was merely an accident. I assure you next time, such an accident will not occur." The heavenly Tao, displeased, retorted, "Look at the fine mess you've created, being injured by the principles of an innate supreme treasure. It will take 3 to 5,000 years to heal at the quickest, and at worst, over 10,000. Hong Jun rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and replied, well, is the heavenly Tao alright? Is it manageable or not? The heavenly Tao, unwilling to admit its shortcomings, could only gloomily say, could you remove the not from that sentence? It is manageable. In truth, both the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun were unaware that at this moment, Tong Tian was not merely a quasi-saint but had reached the late stages of quasi-saint cultivation combined with the principles of the Hongmeng Golden Immortal Realm. Having just been injured, it was merely a slight impact on his lungs from the sudden sword energy. For Tong Tian, this injury would heal within a few breaths. Upon opening his eyes, Tong Tian looked curiously at the suddenly appearing sword, recognizing its innate treasure aura without a doubt. Thus, Tong Tian reached out to grasp the sword's hilt. And a voice echoed in his mind, Tong Tian, my disciple, I have observed that both Taishang and Yuancher possess their respective supreme treasures, while only Shangqing lacks one. Therefore, I ventured into the chaos and acquired this sword. Placing it among the innate supreme treasures, I hope you, my disciple, will use it wisely and keep this matter discreet. Zhang Hao had previously informed him of the heavenly Tao and Hongjuan's schemes. The previous vibrant fluctuations of the purple qi within his primordial spirit proved Zhang Hao's words to be accurate. Naturally, Tong Tian would not allow himself to be so easily deceived by Hongjun, nor would he feel overly grateful. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the intent behind Hongjuan's delivery of this 41 restriction innate supreme treasure. It was simply to hasten his path to sainthood. As the eyes of Tong Tian darted around, a sudden idea struck him. Shortly thereafter, Tiandao and Hongjun witnessed Tong Tian astonishingly expelling 2 more mouthfuls of blood in less than 3 breaths while clutching the sword hilt. Hongjun exclaimed, well, Tiandao, is it controllable? Should we toss some elixirs over? Tiandao retorted, are you serious? What if the elixirs you throw over end up killing Tong Tian? Where would I find another Tong Tian? After tempering his anger, Tiandao shouted, are you out of your mind? If you toss elixirs over now, aren't you just announcing that you're constantly watching him? Are you a fool, or do you think Tong Tian is one? Hongjun replied, fine, I won't throw them, but there's no need to get so worked up. Tiandao's voice, tinged with resignation, echoed once more, never mind, let Tong Tian believe this is a test you are giving him. It's nothing, just a minor issue, manageable. Hongjun shrugged and said, alright, you're the boss, if you say it's manageable, then it's manageable. I will follow your lead. At that moment, Tiandao pondered, why haven't Jane and Juandi sworn their oaths, established their teachings, and attained sainthood? Calculating the time, they should have by now. Subsequently, Tiandao swept his awareness across Mount Sumeru. And to his dismay, he was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood, for upon inspection, he found that this duel from the west was engaged in a dialogue, if establishing a teaching could lead to sainthood? To which the other replied, but what if establishing a teaching doesn't lead to sainthood? Each uttered their thoughts, neither competing nor contending, thoroughly enjoying the exchange. Tiandao, having only focused for a brief moment, was left bewildered, unable to discern who had initiated the conversation and where it had concluded. Tiandao mused, good heavens, the individuals I chose are either complete fools or utterly deranged. I am exhausted and no longer wish to play this game. Chapter 45, Senior Brother, you have led us astray at this juncture. Tiandao looked upon the 2 fools, Juandi and Jane, his scalp tingling with anxiety, yet, he could not personally remind them, as they needed to come to their own realizations. For in the eyes of all beings in the primordial chaos, Tiandao was merely an embodiment of unconscious rules. Throughout the entirety of the primordial realm, only Hongjun was aware of Tiandao's consciousness. Even the few who had attained sainthood were oblivious to this fact. However, could Juandi and Jane not comprehend it themselves, and expect Hongjun to proactively teach them the path to sainthood, even if Hongjun were to speak? It would require the 2 of them to seek him out at the Zhixiao Palace, rather than Hongjun rushing over to say, you 2 must establish a teaching to attain sainthood. Furthermore, within the grand design of Tiandao, only after Tong Tian established a teaching would Yuancher Tianzuan and Tong Tian Jiaozhu expand their respective sects and take in disciples. However, at present, it seemed this process had encountered a significant bug. What was originally a smooth progression had suddenly stalled at Tong Tian's end. Tong Tian had not attained sainthood, thus Yuancher could not predict the timing for him to take in disciples. Yuancher, a figure who adhered to the flow of Tiandao, would not dare to openly recruit disciples without Tiandao's indication. While it is true that beneath Tiandao, the grand trend remains unchanged while minor trends may vary, this trend was established by Tiandao himself. Could he be expected to alter it? For instance, if Yuanzhi wished to shift the minor trend to recruit disciples ahead of time, Tian Dao could guarantee that he would not strike him with lightning. Similarly, if Xuanti and Jian were to establish their teachings and attain sainthood before Tongtian, Tian Dao vowed that he would still bestow upon the two merits without hoarding a single fragment for himself. In any case, all matters are susceptible to the word, but whether it be Yuanzhi or the duo from the west, they were akin to puppets, moving only at Tian Dao's slightest pull, just as Tongtian was in closed-door training and Tian Dao found himself helpless. Yuanzhi, Jian, and Xuanti had succumbed to stagnation. It had been 3,000 years since Yuanzhi attained sainthood. During these 3 millennia, Tian Dao was on the verge of tearing his hair out in frustration. Even more infuriating was Hongjun, who would periodically inquire, "Tian Dao, is it controllable?" Tian Dao, exasperated, entertained thoughts of striking Hongjun down. Not only was Tian Dao troubled, but even those who had already attained sainthood, such as Laozi, Anhua, and Yuanzhi, were questioning their own existence. Much like Laozi, whenever Yuanzhi and Anhua attempted to deduce when Tongtian would attain sainthood, the heavenly secrets either indicated today or revealed that Tongtian had already attained sainthood 3,000 years prior. Had there been only the first result, they might have understood, yet the latter outcome was incomprehensible, even to Li Jia. How could it show that Tongtian had attained sainthood 3,000 years ago when he was still in closed-door training? This was not merely a reflection of their own inadequacies but a profound source of frustration. They would not dare to question whether Tian Dao's program was flawed, instead attributing it to their own shortcomings. Nevertheless, fortune finally smiled upon them as the duo from the West could no longer contain their urge to act. Indeed, the Western duo had spent the past few hundred years in repetitive monotony, followed by over 2,000 years of silent stares at each other. It was not that they lacked the desire to cultivate, but rather, in the late stages of their quasi-saint cultivation, the prospect of severing their 3 corpses seemed utterly elusive. Understanding the primordial purple qi, don't make me laugh. The essence that Daozu Hongjun had bestowed upon them remained unchanged from then until now, whether scrutinized closely or glanced at casually, aside from resembling a purple ribbon. It revealed no further mysteries, leaving them with nothing to do but stare blankly. As 3,000 years passed, Xuanti could no longer hold back, shouting, "Senior brother, shall we go or not?" Jian, perplexed, replied, "Go." Initially, Jian assumed Xuanti intended to venture out into the primordial chaos to beg for alms. But to his surprise, Xuanti soared straight into the chaotic void beyond. Jian, bewildered, inquired, "Junior brother, where are we headed?" Xuanti looked at Jian, confused, and replied, "Senior brother, you don't know." Jian answered, "Well, junior brother, are you not going to the eastern part of the primordial chaos to beg for alms, asking me to stand guard?" Xuanti, "So, senior brother, you do not understand my intentions." Jian awkwardly responded, "No, junior brother, I understand. The eastern part of the primordial chaos can no longer satisfy you. You wish to venture into the chaos to beg for alms." After taking several deep breaths and extinguishing his desire to harmonize with Jian, Xuanti finally said, "I wish to seek out our teacher." As soon as Xuanti finished speaking, Jian exclaimed, "Junior brother, have you lost your mind, or am I hearing things? You dare to entertain thoughts of our teacher Hongjun? Do you wish to die? Don't drag me into this." Xuanti's face turned a deep shade of black as he grasped Jian by the collar, shouting, "I'm telling you, I'm going to ask the teacher how we should attain sainthood. Not to rob him, although robbing teacher Hongjun has always been something I secretly desired but never dared to attempt." Jian wiped the spittle off his face awkwardly and said, "Well, junior brother, had you said so earlier, I would have understood." Xuanti clenched his fists tightly. Were it not for the fact that the individual before him was his senior brother with whom he had shared countless years, he would have surely rushed forward to deliver 1,000 punches to that wrinkled old face. As the 2 quasi-saints stirred into action, they naturally could not escape the notice of Yuanzhi Tianzuan, a saint, who followed suit into the chaotic void beyond. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zishao Palace, they encountered Yuanzhi Tianzuan, who, with his nostrils held high, wore an expression of someone who had not seen you two at all, adhering to the principle that a wise man avoids immediate losses. Jian and Xuanti promptly approached Yuanzhi Tianzuan and bowed. "We pay our respects to senior brother Yuanzhi, may you be well." Only then did Yuanzhi nod in satisfaction, saying, "Oh, so it's the 2 disciples from the West. I wondered who it was. My apologies, I didn't see you. What brings you here, disciples?" Xuanti could only respond, "Senior brother, your eyes are set higher than most, so it is only natural you did not see us." We bear no grudges. Oh, by the way, we have matters to consult with the teacher. Yuanshi, having been caught off guard, thought, this sounds strangely familiar. Although he wished to fly into a rage, Yuanshi found no reason to do so and chose to overlook Xuanti's earlier remarks. Nodding, perfect timing. I also have matters to consult with the teacher. Let us enter together, please, senior brother. Go ahead. Yuanshi, brimming with arrogance, led the two into the Zixiao Palace, where Hongjun had been waiting. Upon seeing Jane and Xuanti, Hongjun spoke, I understand the matters you seek. Without establishing a teaching, there can be no sainthood. Off you go. With that, Hongjun waved his sleeve, and the two were promptly expelled from the Zixiao Palace. Yet, as they were thrust outside, Xuanti glared at Jane with a fierce expression, gritting his teeth. Senior brother, you have led us astray terribly. Chapter 46. Senior brother, let me speak. Thank you. Jane had not anticipated this outcome and could only awkwardly say, well. Junior brother, how could this be a trap? This is called being cautious. Do you understand caution? Xuanti, with a sullen face, shouted each word. So your caution has caused us to delay our sainthood by 3,000 years? This is 3,000 years, do you understand? In the span of 3,000 years, I could venture to the eastern reaches of the primordial world to collect alms. Have you calculated this, brother, the one who guides? Albeit aware of his own shortcomings, retorted slyly, well, younger brother, it appears I did not hinder your journey to the east for, collecting alms. Xuanti exclaimed, do you take me for a fool? In the east, there are 3 sages, and beneath them all are but ants. Do ants understand? Besides the 3 sages, there are also the 12 ancestral witches and the demon court. If I go, I shan't return. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun addressed the primordial beginnings. I understand your confusion. You should return and open the doors to accept disciples. After pondering, the primordial beginnings replied, somewhat perplexed, well, master, the heavenly mechanism indicates that I should only accept disciples after achieving sanctification. Hongjun nodded, saying, I comprehend now. Go back and take disciples. The primordial beginnings remained dazed but insisted, but the heavenly mechanism shows that I can only accept disciples after achieving sanctification. Hongjun, growing impatient, declared, I said I understand. I command you to return and accept disciples. The primordial beginnings, still obstinate, retorted, Master, the heavenly mechanism indicates that I cannot accept disciples at this moment, at this point. Hongjun contemplated striking down the primordial beginnings. Did I fail to convey my meaning? I have declared that I know. Do you understand? I previously stated that I am the way of heaven. Though the way of heaven is not me. Sensing Hongjun's rising ire, the primordial beginnings timidly suggested, Master, perhaps I should wait a while longer. Hongjun stifled his urge to strike down the primordial beginnings and slowly inquired, Primordial beginnings? Tell me, who am I? With pride the primordial beginnings proclaimed, Master, you are the foremost sage of the primordial world, my revered teacher, Hongjun Daozu, and what else, is there more? After a moment of contemplation, the primordial beginnings, unable to recall, admitted, Master, I cannot think of anything else. Hongjun's expression darkened as he grasped the primordial beginnings collar, shouting, I have stated after my 3rd sermon that I am the way of heaven. Yet the way of heaven is not me. When the calamity does not arise, Hongjun does not reveal himself. Did my words vanish into thin air? The primordial beginnings trembled as memories flooded back. Master indeed mentioned that, but what does it signify? Overwhelmed, he quietly asked, Master, so what should I do? Should I wait a bit longer? Hongjun, exhausted, contemplated self-destruction, releasing the primordial beginnings collar and smoothing out the wrinkles he had caused. Primordial beginnings. Do you still not understand? I am the way of heaven and the primordial beginnings, bewildered, nodded. I understand, but Master, do you not also say that the way of heaven is not you? Hongjun, is this the essence of Pangu? Is this the extent of Pangu's intellect that he could achieve sanctification? Pangu, heaven, are you truly allowing this fool to entertain us? Yet, alas, under the eaves, Hongjun is merely a worker for the way of heaven. And thus he replied, you need not concern yourself with the latter part. Simply remember, I am the way of heaven. When I say I know, it means the way of heaven knows. When I command you to return and accept disciples, it is the way of heaven commanding you. Do you understand? If not, I shall contemplate and explain further. At this moment, the primordial beginnings felt as if a barrier had been broken, joyfully exclaiming, Master. So that is what you meant. Had you clarified sooner, the esteemed primordial sage, would not have failed to comprehend. With that, the primordial beginnings departed with elation, leaving Hongjun in a state of bewilderment. Hongjun muttered to himself, So it turns out I was at fault. Is it truly my error? He then looked up and asked, Way of Heaven, do you believe it was my mistake? The Way of Heaven replied, Get lost. Hong Jun, understood. The first to return to the primordial world were the duo from the west. Upon arriving at Mount Shumi, Jane and Juan-Ti cast their finest spiritual treasures into the sky. Jane brandished the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, while Juan-Ti showcased the 7 treasures mysterious tree refined from his own essence. Both were classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures. Together, they proclaimed, with the Way of Heaven above. We Jane, Juan-Ti, hereby become named disciples under Daozu Hong Jun. Today, we establish the Western sect upon Mount Shumi, using the golden lotus of merit and the 7 treasures mysterious tree to anchor the fortunes of the Western sect. However, after their declaration, the heavenly will spun a few times before coming to a halt. Observing the meager merit accumulated, it became evident that it would not suffice for either of them to achieve sanctification, let alone create a merit treasury. Jain lamented, You see, brother, I told you that establishing a sect does not guarantee sanctification. Juan-Ti promptly retorted, Silence, recite after me. They then chanted in unison, When I become a Buddha. They recited 48 vows, and with each vow the heavenly will turn several times. Once all 48 vows were completed, they felt that their merit might be adequate. Of course, even if it fell short, they had no recourse, for they had exhausted their options. Thus, the two from the west preemptively secured merit for sanctification through their grand vows, allowing them to become sages of merit. After achieving sanctification, both possessed mid-stage power among the first tier of sages, with Jane slightly surpassing Juan-Ti, akin to the primordial beginnings. Upon Juan-Ti's sanctification, he was elated, yet Jane's subsequent remark nearly drove him to fury. Brother, now that we are sages, the burden falls upon you. Juan-Ti's enthusiasm was doused like cold water. Stiffly turning to Jane, Brother, what about you? Jane casually replied, You shall handle the alms collection. I will stand guard for you. Juan-Ti, gritting his teeth, said, Brother, let me express my gratitude. Thanks to you, 3,000 seasons were wasted. Jane, what do you mean, brother? We are family, no need for thanks. Returning to Kunlun Mountain, the primordial beginnings, upon his return, waved his hand to set up a grand formation beneath the mountain and proclaimed flamboyantly to the entire primordial world, I am the Jade Clear Primordial Beginnings. Having achieved sanctification, those with affinity may enter my teachings and learn my Jade Void Tao. Chapter 47, The Primordial Beginnings accepts disciples. The establishment of the teaching dwindles before it begins. As soon as the Primordial Beginnings announced his intention to accept disciples, Zhang Hao awoke with excitement from his dreams, thinking, it's happening, the Primordial Beginnings is accepting disciples. Surely, the occasion will be grand, and there will be no shortage of beings from the lower ranks. He then leaped from his bed and rushed to the humble abode of Yusu. After all, knowing the primordial beginning's meticulous nature, it would be improbable for Zhang Hao to investigate the crowd without paying his respects. Upon arriving outside the Yusu straw hut, he announced, Disciple Zhang Hao pays respect to Master Primordial Beginnings. Inside, the Primordial Beginnings felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Truth be told, he did not wish to see Zhang Hao. His urgency to accept disciples stemmed partly from the desire to strengthen his teachings, yet more so from the wish to recruit an unparalleled prodigy, one who could surpass Zhang Hao. However, he was nominally Zhang Hao's master, and at present, the three clear ones maintained a decent relationship, at least on the surface. Thus, the Primordial Beginnings glanced at the two figures standing by, Nanji Xianwang and Yin Zhongzi, who momentarily paused, straightening up and feigning indifference. With no other option, the Primordial Beginnings said, Come in. After Zhang Hao entered and once again paid his respects, the Primordial Beginnings asked, Zhang Hao, what brings you to me? Zhang Hao stepped forward, saying, Master Primordial Beginnings, my master has long been in seclusion, as a member of the three clear ones. Upon hearing that you are opening the doors to teach, I naturally wished to meet my fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Beginnings felt relieved. He had feared Zhang Hao would ask him to impart teachings. He could deliver teachings to an unrelated individual, yet he was reluctant to do so for Zhang Hao, fearing that should Zhang Hao hear his teachings, he might break through again. Not if that were to happen, could his own disciples ever catch up to Zhang Hao? Yuanshi nodded and remarked, Very well, then you shall stand aside and wait. Following this, Yuanshi Tianzun waved his hand, employing a mirroring technique to reveal the myriad beings at the foot of the mountain who aspired to join his Yuanshi sect. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hao mused, with Yuanshi's prowess, I need not even mingle among the crowd. Goodness, it seems there are at least 1,000,000 souls eager to seek his tutelage. It was not solely Yuanshi who discerned this. Even Zhang Hao could perceive the backgrounds of those seeking to be disciples. Among the throngs of beings, 60% were ordinary creatures, while of the remainder, a staggering 99.9% were postnatal beings. With the innate beings constituting less than 1/10,000th of the total. Among these innate beings, 3 stood out most prominently. One was a familiar figure to Yuanshi during the 3 lectures of Tao Ancestor. He had caught the last train, qualifying as a guest of Zishao Palace. This was the Taoist of Randang from Lingjiu Mountain, already at mid-stage of Daluo Jingxian, with a background of innate middle quality. Another was none other than the illustrious Guang Qingzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals in later generations. Upon seeing Guang Qingzi, Zhang Hao finally understood why Yuanshi held such favoritism towards him. It was because Guang Qingzi's background was even slightly superior to that of Randang, although he had yet to reach the level of innate upper quality. At that moment, Guang Qingzi appeared to have recently taken form. With a bone age of less than 3,000 years, yet his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Xiansan. The last of the trio was the revered Yuding Jinren. Forged from half of Pangu's tooth and a piece of innate stubborn stone post-creation, his aptitude was comparable to that of Randang, albeit slightly inferior to Guang Qingzi. Originally, all 12 destined to join the Chan sect were to appear, including Ci Hang, Pusan, and Qi Jingzi. Yet Zhang Hao found himself puzzled by the figure of Huang Long. Zhang Hao, Huang Long's background seemed to be on par with that of Nanji Xianwang, perhaps even slightly inferior, yet he too ranked among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Zhang Hao thought to himself, no wonder Huang Longjinren became one of the 4 without Taoists of the Chan sect. The formation laid down by Yuanshi had as its first trial the filtering of aptitude. Those without innate backgrounds could not even enter the formation. Merely this initial formation had repelled 99.9% of the incoming beings. The postnatal and ordinary beings were incensed. Damn it, if you Yuanshi Tianzun disdain those without innate backgrounds, why didn't you say so earlier? We needn't have wasted our time. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Yuanshi, curse your Chan sect. Yet these thoughts remained confined within their minds. The grievances of one individual might be inconsequential, and even 100 or 1,000 grievances would pose little issue, but the collective grievances of millions of beings was no trivial matter. Moreover, this number was steadily increasing. One must remember, this was merely the beginning, with a vast wave of beings still on their way. Initially, Yuanshi had felt quite pleased, but suddenly, he sensed that the fortune of his Chan sect was inexplicably dwindling. In an instant, he was alarmed. Yuanshi swiftly communicated with the heavenly Tao. Upon inquiry, the heavenly Tao was utterly befuddled by Yuanshi's actions. What on earth is Yuanshi attempting? He was instructed to open the door for disciples to strengthen the Chan sect. Yet he has seemingly squandered its fortune even before it began to grow. If only a few hundred or 1,000 individuals bore grievances against Yuanshi's Chan sect, he, as a saint, could easily withstand it. Especially with the suppression of the innate treasure, Pangu Banner. However, the grievances of 1,000,000 cultivators could not simply be quelled by a single innate treasure. Fortunately, when Yuanshi attained sainthood, 6 parts of his merit transformed into the fortune of the Chan sect. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of merely losing his saintly status, but surely a reduction in cultivation was inevitable. Upon seeing the divine mechanism, Yuanshi realized that his actions had roused the grievances of millions. Even tens of millions. Just a single recruitment event had drained 2/10 of the originally abundant merit of establishing the Chan sect, leading to a precipitous decline in its fortune. Yuanshi stood there, dumbfounded, and upon realizing the chaos he had wrought, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was oblivious to Yuanshi's darkening expression, preoccupied with imprinting the ethereal images, whether it was Randang or the 12 destined golden immortals. As long as their backgrounds were innate, Zhang Hao would imprint them without restraint. To say the least, while the number of innate beings was pitifully small relative to the entire base, it still exceeded 1,000. Zhang Hao's great Tao space could ordinarily accommodate such a multitude of ethereal images, yet he had amassed nearly 4,000 years' worth of purple essence. Even a disciple like Yun Zhongzi, who was merely a named disciple of Yuanshi, required only 10,000 purple essences to synchronize with his inner being. The rest was even less demanding. Averaging out, it would cap at 10,000 purple essences. After filling the wall with imprints, Zhang Hao waved his hand to erase all the synchronized ethereal images and began anew. Chapter 48. Breaking through to Daluo. Gradually, Zhang Hao felt a tumultuous energy surging within him. Spiraling beyond his control, the grim-faced Yuanshi noticed something amiss and, perplexed, inquired Zhang Hao, "What is wrong with you?" With great difficulty Zhang Hao responded, "Master Yuanshi, I can no longer contain it, I must break through. I beg your forgiveness, I shall take my leave." Without heeding Yuanshi's now somewhat greenish countenance, Zhang Hao dashed toward the soaring, azure-roofed abode. After Zhang Hao's departure, Yuanshi fixed his cold gaze upon the two figures flanking him, Nanji Xianwang and Yin Zhongzi. The scene was quite comical. As Yuanshi's gaze darted between the two. Had Zhang Hao remained, he would have exclaimed, "What a sight to behold! I have lived long enough to hear of cross-eyed individuals, but never have I witnessed a single person's pupils diverging in such a manner." Yet Nanji Xianwang and Yin Zhongzi had no time to marvel at this spectacle. Their cold sweat had soaked their entire Taoist robes, and their bodies quivered uncontrollably. Yuanshi, devoid of any emotion, stated, "Speak of your thoughts." Zhang Hao was already at the early stage of Golden Immortal, and now he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet cannot restrain himself. The two fell to their knees, exclaiming hoarsely, "Master, please rest assured, we will strive diligently to surpass Zhang Hao." It was not that Nanji Xianwang and Yin Zhongzi wished to kneel, but rather their knees buckled beneath them, yielding to the overwhelming pressure. However, both were inwardly thinking, "Zhang Hao, how could you be so selfish? In just a few days, Master will be accepting a personal disciple, and he will no longer focus on us named disciples. Will it kill you to delay your breakthrough for just a short while?" Yuanshi's eyes remained bulging, his voice icy. "Zhang Hao's background is merely postnatal. His potential inferior to yours. The later it gets, the harder the breakthrough will be. I give you both this time. If either of you surpasses Zhang Hao to break through to Daluo Jingxian first, all will be well. However, if Zhang Hao achieves his breakthrough before you, prepare for self-destruction. I, Yuanshi Tianzun, and the Chan sect, do not accept failures." Though Nanji Xianwang and Yin Zhongzi felt a pang of anxiety. They thought Zhang Hao does not adhere to the usual rules or logic. Who knows when he will break through to Daluo Jingxian? Nevertheless, for now let's just get through this hurdle. Once Master accepts a personal disciple, everything will be fine. Why did the two harbor such thoughts? Because once Yuanshi took on a personal disciple, should that disciple prove capable and surpass Zhang Hao, Yuanshi would undoubtedly be pleased. In such a state of elation, he might even overlook the two of them. Even if Yuanshi's personal disciple could not surpass Zhang Hao in cultivation, what reason would he have to blame them? If his personal disciple could not best Zhang Hao, why should they, as named disciples, be expected to do so? Contemplating their imminent liberation, the two spoke in unison, "Master, rest assured, we shall surpass Zhang Hao to break through to Daluo Jingxian first." Returning to Zhang Hao's side, he arrived back at the azure-roofed abode and immediately began to assess his status. Following the convergence of over 1,000 innate beings, Zhang Hao's background had transcended the shackles of innate middle quality, reaching the level of innate superior quality. Moreover, the magical power within Zhang Hao had exceeded the realm of quasi-saints. Had it not been for the exceptional strength of his innate superior quality physique, he might have exploded at this moment. Zhang Hao understood that if he did not break through to Daluo Jingxian soon, he risked physical rupture and chaos of the primordial spirit. Yet, he was also filled with trepidation. If I break through to Daluo in the wasteland, at the very least, it would be the 9th grade 3 flowers. Be it the heavenly Tao or the saints, they would surely turn their gaze upon me, and I would be exposed. Must I venture into the depths of chaos to achieve breakthrough? Yet, once I ascend into the chaos, the heavenly principles, Hongjun, and the sages will surely detect my presence. What shall I do? At that moment, the Tao space quivered, followed by a powerful force that drew Zhang Hao into its embrace. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Hao exclaimed with joy, "Ah, who would have thought I could physically enter the Tao space? Now, I have nothing to worry about." Subsequently, Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, settling his mind to commence his breakthrough. As Zhang Hao released the constraints on his cultivation, in less than 1/10 of a second, his 3 flowers surged upwards with a resounding pop, reaching 3 feet above his head. This phenomenon is known as the gathering of the 3 flowers at the summit. When a practitioner attains the Tai Golden Immortal stage, they condense their 5 qi. Upon breaking through to the Diluo stage, the 5 qi converge towards the origin, gradually manifesting into the 3 flowers, which then ascend slowly from below the chest to 3 feet above the head. However, for Zhang Hao, the transition from 5 qi to 3 flowers gathering at the summit took merely a fraction of a second. A process that typically spans thousands or even tens of thousands of years for others. Such was the immense depth of Zhang Hao's accumulation. His physique was that of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, surpassing even the power of a quasi-saint, and he possessed the laws of a mid to late stage 13 paths of mixed primordial golden immortals, synchronized with the ancestral witches and Tongtian. But it could be asserted that even Pangu, a contemporary, might not have amassed as profound an accumulation as Zhang Hao. Gradually, the three flowers above Zhang Hao's head transformed from ethereal to tangible, from the first grade of blooming to the seventh grade. This transition occurred with astonishing rapidity. Nearly in the blink of an eye, his three flowers had already reached the seventh grade of bloom. Upon reaching the seventh grade, the process did not cease but merely slowed. Within the span of a teacup's worth of time, all three of Zhang Hao's flowers blossomed to the 8th grade, and after this, while the pace diminished, the momentum remained formidable. As predicted, half a day later, Zhang Hao's three flowers had reached the 9th grade, achieving the utmost peak beneath the heavenly principles, placing him on par with the Tao ancestor Hongjun upon reaching the 9th grade of bloom. The speed once again decelerated, yet it did not halt. Only upon reaching the 10th grade did Zhang Hao feel a slight waning of momentum. He lifted his head and beheld his ethereal reflection. A spark of inspiration igniting in his mind, without hesitation, he used his consciousness to draw forth a handful of purple essence, attempting to infuse it into his ethereal form. Little did he know that this infusion would yield astonishing results. The speed of his Deluo flower blooming surged as if fueled by a fresh blaze, even akin to the addition of gasoline, propelling it to an entirely new level. Observing the effectiveness of this method, Zhang Hao, undeterred by quantity, continued to pour purple essence into his ethereal form relentlessly. Time passed, and when he had nearly exhausted his supply of purple essence, Zhang Hao's three flowers finally blossomed to the 12th grade. Indeed, the 12th grade, the pinnacle beneath the Tao, far surpassing the 9th grade beneath the heavenly principles. Chapter 49. The imitation surpasses the original. Before his breakthrough, Zhang Hao was acutely aware that the probability of achieving the 12th grade of bloom was not merely low but absolutely zero. It was not due to insufficient accumulation on his part, rather, it was dictated by his foundation. Consider the myriad of chaos deities within the chaos, none possess a foundation as profound as his. Among the 3,000 chaos deities, only Pangu had reached the 12th grade of bloom. The reason Pangu's cultivation advanced more swiftly and reached heights beyond that of his peers was precisely due to his superior foundation. Even among the top 10 chaos deities such as Shurchen and Yangmei, their foundations merely grazed the pinnacle of chaos deities. Only Pangu had achieved perfection in the foundation of chaos deities. Commonly referred to as the son of the Tao, had it not been for the assistance of purple essence, Zhang Hao's aspirations for 12th grade bloom would have been little more than a pipe dream. Upon reaching the 12th grade of bloom, Zhang Hao thoroughly completed the crucial steps to transcend into the Deluo golden immortal realm. However, the breakthrough was not yet concluded. The reason once again lay in the extraordinary depth of Zhang Hao's accumulation. As Zhang Hao's three flowers reached perfection, his cultivation began to surge dramatically. Early stage Deluo golden immortal, peak of early stage, mid stage, until his cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of Deluo golden immortal. Indeed, it was merely the pinnacle of Deluo golden immortal. In other words, Zhang Hao's prior accumulation, which surpassed that of a quasi-saint, had only allowed him to reach the pinnacle of Deluo golden immortal. This was due to the solid foundation Zhang Hao possessed, rendering him a Deluo golden immortal capable of overwhelming even quasi-saints. Similarly, should Zhang Hao wish to continue his ascent, the amount of power he would require would be on the order of 10,000 times that of his peers, or even millions of times more. To illustrate, while other practitioners may establish a foundation of 1 meter deep and 10 square meters wide to construct 3 stories in a couple of months, Zhang Hao's foundation spans a depth of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, with an expanse of millions, even tens of millions of square meters. While constructing 3 stories may take him a year or two, erecting 100 or 200 stories would not necessitate any concern regarding the stability of the foundation. After concluding his breakthrough, Zhang Hao examined the alterations to his status panel. Name: Zhang Hao. Race: Human. Foundation: Mid-grade innate superior. Realm: Mid-stage golden immortal. Pinnacle Deluo golden immortal. Physical body: exquisite innate spiritual treasure. 40 restrictions: 3 flowers, 12th grade perfection. Cultivation techniques: Upper Clear Qi Refinement Method, Tai Clear Qi Refinement Method, Jade Clear Qi Refinement Method. Divine abilities: 3 Clear Divine Abilities, Emperor Zhang's Escape Technique, River of Time, 9 Ding Divine Fire, 9 Heavens Thunder, Laws, Time Law 76, Space Law 74, Thunder Law 73, Water Law 72. Wood Law 71, Spiritual Treasures, Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Tower, Qingping Sword Spiritual Roots, Ginseng Fruit Tree. Upon observing the changes in his status panel, Li Zhanghao pondered for a moment and arrived at an understanding. A new column for the 3 flowers had appeared, which was easily comprehensible, representing the section for the 3 flowers. The 2 horizontal lines preceding it were completely concealed because the cultivation he manifested outwardly was merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal. At this stage, without the gathering of the 5 qi, how could there be 3 flowers? Furthermore, the changes in the laws, which were previously summarized by the character, were now concretized through percentages, according to this interpretation. When the numerical value of a law reaches 100%, it signifies that the practitioner has comprehended it fully and may seek to attain the Tao through that law. Li Zhanghao's law panel indicated that the time law was the highest, having reached 76%, undoubtedly a contribution from the witch clan sage Zhu Jiayin Dai. In the brief span of 4,000 years, Zhu Jiayin had attained 76% mastery of the time law. According to Zhanghao's understanding, achieving a comprehension degree of 51% signifies the initial stage of the mixed primordial golden immortal, while 71% indicates the mid-stage. Reaching 81% denotes the late stage, and exceeding 90% represents the pinnacle of the mixed primordial golden immortal. In just 4,000 years, Zhu Jiayin managed to elevate the time law to the mid-stage of the mixed primordial golden immortal. Primarily due to his ancestral witch bloodline, Zhanghao estimated that all 12 ancestral witches could leverage their bloodlines to rapidly comprehend their respective laws to above 90%. The potential of the ancestral witch bloodline corresponds to the pinnacle of the mixed primordial golden immortal. Thus, there are virtually no bottlenecks prior to reaching that stage. Next, Zhanghao turned his attention to examining the changes he eagerly anticipated in the Tao space, with Zhanghao's breakthrough to the Diluo Golden Immortal. The Tao space, as expected, underwent an upgrade, expanding from its previous dimensions of 16 meters in length, width, and height to its current 32 meters. However, the production of purple essence remained unchanged, still at 10,000 units per day. Though somewhat disappointed that it did not reach his expectation of 100,000 units daily, the Tao space gained 2 additional functions. One allows the purple essence to no longer be limited to synchronization and replication but can also be utilized to enhance the engraved ethereal forms. For instance, if Zhanghao wished for Tongtian to swiftly attain the mixed primordial Tao, he could infuse the ethereal form of Tongtian with purple essence, enabling rapid comprehension of the laws. The other function permits him to increase the restrictions on his spiritual treasures, including but not limited to replicated imitations and those he has discovered or possesses. In simpler terms, Zhanghao can now augment all his spiritual treasures with restrictions, whether they be innate, acquired, or chaotic restrictions. An acquired restriction requires 100,000 units of purple essence, an innate restriction necessitates 1 billion units, and a chaotic restriction demands 1 trillion units. It is essential to note that in order to augment the restrictions of a spiritual treasure, one can only enhance the restrictions that correspond to the treasure itself. Only when the restrictions inherent to the treasure are fully saturated can one consider upgrading their level. Upon the elevation of the treasure, the matching restrictions will automatically diminish. The extent of this reduction is something that Zhanghao must experiment with personally. For instance, the Tiandi Shanhuan Pagoda in Zhanghao's possession possesses 49 postnatal restrictions. By investing 1 million purple substance, the Tiandi Shanhuan Pagoda will transform into a pinnacle achievement with 50 postnatal restrictions. However, if the heavenly Tao itself is not complete, then the spiritual treasure will surely not be either. The pagoda with 50 postnatal restrictions will automatically upgrade to a congenital spiritual treasure. The number of congenital restrictions is neither 50 nor 0 but will invariably lie between 40 and 49. With a spirit of experimentation, Zhanghao curiously infused 1 million purple substance into the Shanhuan pagoda, and soon after, he observed the pagoda trembling. Shortly thereafter, the Tao principles emanating from the pagoda became more profound and natural. Simultaneously, Zhanghao discovered new information regarding the transformed Tiandi Shanhuan pagoda. It is a congenital treasure of merit with 42 congenital restrictions, standing above one's head, impervious to those beneath the 4th layer of a sage. It can crush, imprison, and also suppress fate. Upon reading the description, Zhang Hao mused, this implies that transitioning from postnatal to congenital entails a reduction of 8 restrictions, 50 to 42, he chuckled thinking, perhaps I am the only one in the vast wilderness to possess such a congenital treasure. Is this what they call a cover version surpassing the original? Chapter 50, My Third Brother. It seems I still have some confidence then. Zhang Hao noticed that in his spatial realm, he had less than 1 billion purple substance remaining. It is worth noting that he had accumulated nearly 4,000 years worth at a rate of 10,000 per day. How much is that? Close to 150 billion, merely to elevate the 10th grade 3 flowers to the 12th grade completion. He had expended nearly 140 billion purple substance, which was simply, Zhang Hao initially wanted to exclaim that it was too terrifying and not worth the cost. However, upon reflecting that the 12th grade 3 flowers represent the potential of Pangu, the son of the Tao, he quickly changed his mind. Well, 140 billion for blooming perfection is indeed a fragrant deal. Next, Zhang Hao attempted to infuse purple substance into his own ethereal form. Curious about potential enhancements, however, he found it utterly impossible to do so, leaving him perplexed. He could not understand why he could infuse substance during the condensation of the 3 flowers, yet it was impossible afterward. With less than 1 billion purple substance remaining, Zhang Hao decided against enhancing the 2 spiritual treasures he had, the reason being that, for now, the congenital defensive treasure along with the supreme congenital offensive treasure was more than sufficient. Even though Zhang Hao possessed power exceeding that of a quasi-saint, he was still neither a Hunyuan Daluo nor a sage. Possessing treasures of such high caliber would only serve as a burden. Additionally, there existed the principle of bearing the guilt of possessing wealth. Although Zhang Hao was a disciple of Tong Tian was not yet a sage, and Zhang Hao himself could not contend with a sage, let alone the heavenly Tao. Even if Taishang and Yuanshi, for the sake of face, were unlikely to seize treasures from him, the unscrupulous duo from the West could very well act without regard for the two. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao and Hongjun would absolutely not permit the interception of teachings to acquire multiple congenital treasures. At this moment, after Zhang Hao achieved perfection in the Daluo, the previous hesitations about synchronizing with the 3 clear ones no longer existed. Without further ado, he began to pour purple substance into Tong Tian's ethereal form. As for the disparity between Zhang Hao and Tong Tian, how should one describe it, in terms of realm and cultivation? Zhang Hao's visible level was inferior to Tong Tian's. However, in practical combat prowess and magical power, even with a mere fraction of his strength, Zhang Hao could easily overpower Tong Tian, although Tong Tian was at the mid-level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm with quasi-saint level magical power. His actual combat ability was merely akin to that of an early quasi-saint. After infusing a little over 2 billion, everything within Tong Tian's essence had already been synchronized with Zhang Hao. A force equivalent to half of Zhang Hao's magical power, along with sharp sword principles, abruptly manifested within him, prompting Zhang Hao to begin the refining process. When Zhang Hao fully adapted to the refinement, he surprisingly did not advance to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm but rather elevated slightly beyond the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, which could be termed as the consummation or ultimate state of the Daluo Golden Immortal. This included the incomplete 9 turns Yuan Gong inherited from Pangu within Tong Tian's primordial spirit, along with 79% of the sword principles. Zhang Hao initially intended to continue synchronizing with Taishan Laojun but then reconsidered, having already synchronized with my benefactor Tong Tian. If I were to synchronize with Taishan Laojun now, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Even though Taishan Laojun is a clever saint of merit, he is still a sage, and the purple substance required would undoubtedly far surpass that of Tong Tian. When my benefactor Tong Tian attains enlightenment, I too will benefit. By then, even if I do not break through to Hunyuan, I will not be too far from my TI in terms of combat prowess. I would surpass even a newly ascended Hunyuan Daluo. At that time, synchronizing with Taishan Laojun, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and other sages would be a mere triviality. Zhang Hao then looked towards the cave he had originally opened, saying, Master, you have yet to become a sage, and your humble disciple lacks the confidence to act as the 6th brother. Sighing, he continued, Well, I suppose I shall assist you, for I have encountered such an unambitious master. Subsequently, Zhang Hao began to pour purple substance into the sword principles section of Tong Tian's ethereal form. 1 billion poured in, and the comprehension value of sword principles between Tong Tian and Zhang Hao rapidly ascended from 79% to 81%. While in seclusion, Tong Tian had been struggling to comprehend the sword principles. Reaching his current level of understanding was largely thanks to a sword gifted by Hongjun years ago, yet suddenly Tong Tian felt as though his mind had been forcefully stuffed with several hundred gigabytes of information. Leaving him quite dazed, after sorting through the influx, he realized that it was indeed the sword principles. Following the path of the principles in his mind, he managed to comprehend all of them, resulting in an unclear breakthrough to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao pondered, 1 billion for a 2% increase, very well, let us try another billion. Zhang Hao was thoroughly enjoying himself. But Tong Tian's mind was left in a state of confusion. What the heck, am I being haunted? I just digested those hundreds of gigabytes, and now I'm being stuffed with dozens of gigabytes again. Could it be that my previous method of understanding the principles was incorrect? Zhang Hao remarked, this time, 1 billion only increased by 1.8%, let me try again and see how much it decreases each time. Without hesitation, he poured in another billion. Tong Tian, slow down, my head is starting to hurt. Oh, this time it was a 1.6% increase. Very well, let us continue. Tong Tian, damn it, again, please, I can't take it anymore. Stop. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, he was thoroughly enjoying the experience, while on the other side, Tong Tian's head was pounding from the overwhelming influx of sword principles. As Zhang Hao prepared to infuse a 4th billion, a mournful howl erupted from his cave. A wolf, stop, it's going to explode, it's going to explode. This cry from Tong Tian nearly startled the entire wilderness, especially the disciples of the Chan sect atop Kunlun Mountain, who felt a chill at the sound. Except for Xuandu and Nanji Shenwang, the others, including Yan Zizi, were unaware that this wail came from their uncle Tong Tian, whom they had yet to meet. Taishang Laojun and Yuancher Tianzuan immediately rushed to the entrance of Tong Tian's cave, calling out, Tong Tian, third brother, are you well? Even Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao in the chaos felt a chill. The Heavenly Dao manifested its wheel and thundered at Hongjun, Hongjun, you son of a gun. Hongjun, with a dark expression, retorted, what do you mean by that, Heavenly Dao? The Heavenly Dao shot back, what, you don't understand, 3,000 years ago, what did you do to Tong Tian? Surely it's the eruption of Tong Tian's injuries. Hongjun replied, it seems I might indeed bear some responsibility for this. At this moment, Hongjun willingly took the blame. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao sheepishly retracted his fingers, saying, Master, I had no idea this thing had such side effects. My bad. Upon realizing that no further forceful influx was occurring, Tong Tian, despite the lingering heaviness in his head, called out to the outside, brothers, it seems I am still alright. Chapter 51, use it when necessary. It can also be used when there's nothing to do. Zhang Hao truly did not know that enhancing another would carry such side effects. After some contemplation, he came to a realization. It appears that enhancing someone must remain within the limits of what they can withstand. However, it is only logical. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't T1 take off like a rocket in an instant? Zhang Hao infused the sword Dao principles of Tong Tian 4 times, each time with 100 million units of purple substance. Starting from an initial 2%, each infusion decreased by 0.2%. In total, the sword Dao principles of Tong Tian were elevated by 6.8%, thus, in a mere few minutes, Tong Tian's mastery of the sword Dao rose from 79% to 85.8%, propelling Tong Tian's cultivation to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, just 4.2% shy of reaching 90% and attaining the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It was no wonder Zhang Hao felt little, while Tong Tian was in agony. After all, Zhang Hao's foundation was far superior to that of Tong Tian. As Tong Tian ascended, Zhang Hao inevitably experienced a corresponding uplift. But the mere 6-point-something% of Dao power held little significance for him. However, for Tong Tian's primordial spirit, this meant traversing the arduous journey of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. In just a few fleeting minutes, this was akin to compressing at least several millennia into Tong Tian's primordial spirit, only to have it explode all at once, and Tong Tian's memory capacity was simply insufficient to endure such an event. Upon witnessing that Tong Tian was still able to respond to Taishang and the others, Hongjun of the Hongshao Palace sighed in relief, saying, thank goodness, as long as Tong Tian is still alive, I can finally relax my anxious heart. Just as Hongjun finished speaking, the voice of the Dao of Heaven thundered, you're relieved? I nearly lost my life due to you. Hurry up and heal Tong Tian's injuries. The Dao of Heaven's words left Hongjun in a predicament. He awkwardly replied, well, Dao of Heaven, if you want me to provide Tong Tian with treasures, I could manage to bring out a couple. However, Tong Tian has clearly suffered damage from the Dao principles, specifically from his primordial spirit. The best remedy for injuries to the primordial spirit is the Xianhuang water. At the very least, we need the three light divine water, but unfortunately, I have neither. Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, the Tao of Heaven fell silent. He knew that Hongjuan spoke the truth. The best healing elixir for Tao principle injuries was indeed the Xianhuang water, but what exactly is Xianhuang water? It is a condensation of Xianhuang qi. Meaning it is a concentrated form of Xianhuang qi. The Xianhuang qi is not something that can be casually produced by the Tao of Heaven merely spinning around. It is an essence belonging to the great Tao. Granted only by the great Tao itself. When Xianhuang water is further condensed, it becomes a solid akin to the Xianhuang tower in the hands of the Old One and the elusive celestial measuring ruler, both of which are solidified Xianhuang qi. To be honest, although the Tao of Heaven possesses Xianhuang water, it is reluctant to part with it. The little stock it has was acquired during the opening of the heavens by Pangu when the great Tao bestowed Xianhuang qi. And the Tao of Heaven took the opportunity to collect a small amount. After a moment of silence, the Tao of Heaven spoke with difficulty, then let us go with the three light divine water. Although it takes time to produce, its effects are decent. We can just wait a few thousand or even 10,000 years more. Hongjuan nodded, then spread his hands, saying, Tao of Heaven, I also do not possess the three light divine water. As you know, I find that item beneath me. Tao of Heaven, you find it beneath you, as if I would find it appealing. The three light divine water is well known throughout the wilderness. A single light divine water is a deadly poison, but when the three lights combine, it becomes a sacred healing elixir. However, its effectiveness depends on the individual. For beings below the quasi-saint level, the three light divine water is indeed a rare treasure. Yet, if a quasi-saint's primordial spirit is genuinely injured, a few drops of three light divine water will not suffice. Even to heal a quasi-saint in their early stage, hundreds of drops are needed. In the wilderness, who can produce several thousand drops of three light divine water at once? Even the 8 treasures glazed bottle in the possession of Yuanchi Tianzuan produces only 1 drop every 3,000 years. Thus, once one reaches the quasi-saint realm, it becomes almost useless. And what realm is Tongtian? An expert in the late stage of quasi-sainthood. To heal Tongtian's primordial spirit, one would need a ton of 3 light divine water. In the wilderness, the stock of 3 light divine water is absolutely not even a ton. Fortunately, this substance can be artificially generated, but the reason it is deemed so miraculous is that even saints require considerable time to produce it. In essence, this substance is merely water condensed from the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars. Others might find it challenging to create, but for someone with Hongjuan's cultivation, condensing a drop of 3 light divine water takes merely a moment or two. Not to mention the Tao of Heaven. With no other choice, the Tao of Heaven began to spin the wheel. As the wheel turned, it produced a drop of 3 light divine water, and the time taken for 1 revolution was less than a second. Below the wheel, Hongjuan gazed in bewilderment at the wheel above his head, thinking, Wow, Tao of Heaven, where did you buy this wheel? This is something remarkable. It not only produces merit but also makes 3 light divine water. After spinning for a whole day, the Tao of Heaven finally produced nearly 2 tons of 3 light divine water. At this moment, the Tao of Heaven shouted at Hongjuan, Take this to Tongtian. If you mess this up again, I will dig a Tongtian out from your brain. Hongjuan was drenched in cold sweat and replied, Well, Tao of Heaven, rest assured, this time I won't mess it up. The Tao of Heaven nodded in satisfaction and said, With this 3 light divine water, Tongtian should recover within 1,000 years. Keep an eye on him, and don't let any mishaps occur again. Hongjuan patted his chest and assured, Tao of Heaven, do you still not trust me? Hongjuan will handle this. Tao of Heaven, Hongjuan, where's your face? This time, Hongjuan truly remembered the lesson from last time. Not only did he store the 2 tons of 3 light divine water in a mid-grade post-heaven spirit treasure bottle, but afterward, he also sealed the Tao principles of this bottle. Even if this was merely a mid-grade post-heaven spirit treasure, which had no other function than to hold liquids, it was still prudent. In Zhanghao's cave, Tongtian took a long while to regain his composure. Although the explosive sensation in his mind had dissipated, he still felt dazed. Just then, Tongtian's eyes snapped open, astonished by the sudden appearance of the bottle before him. Stunned for a moment, he reached out to grasp the bottle. Indeed, upon touching it, the voice of Hongjuan echoed in his mind once more. Tongtian, my disciple, I have found some 3 light divine water for you. Well, use it when necessary, and even when not needed, it can still be of use. Tongtian, Tao ancestor Hongjuan, this use it when necessary, and even when not needed, are you serious? Chapter 52. Ha, my master is truly good to me. Regarding the items sent by Hongjun, Tong Tian felt no embarrassment, nor did he develop any sense of gratitude towards him. Tong Tian understood that both the innate supreme treasure, the Hunyuan sword gifted by Hongjun previously, and the current 3 light divine water were given with ulterior motives. Their purpose was solely to hasten his ascent to the status of a Tao saint, or more bluntly, to become a puppet of the Tao. However, what puzzled Tong Tian was, why would Hongjun send supreme treasures and 3 light divine water to me? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Stop pondering. The 3 light divine water is meant for your healing. Tong Tian was taken aback and looked up to see his chief disciple standing before him. Tong Tian, bewildered, asked, how did you get in here? Zhang Hao shrugged and replied, this is my own cave. I can come in whenever I want. Tong Tian, puzzled, said, while that may be true, it still feels somewhat off. Indeed, the restrictions inside the cave were intact, and Tong Tian, a late-stage quasi-saint and Hunyuan golden immortal, had not sensed Zhang Hao's presence beforehand. Upon observing Zhang Hao's cultivation, he exclaimed, what the hell, how did you cultivate? You've silently reached the mid-stage of the golden immortal. Zhang Hao smirked and said, mid-stage of the golden immortal? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Tong Tian, did you just read my thoughts? Of course, you were thinking about Hongjun giving you the Hunyuan sword and the 3 light divine water? Weren't you? Tong Tian was merely startled by Zhang Hao's appearance, but now, as Zhang Hao mentioned the Hunyuan sword, Tong Tian was truly astonished. He had been in seclusion and could not have revealed his possession of the Hunyuan sword to anyone. Furthermore, when Hongjun gifted him the Hunyuan sword, he explicitly instructed Tong Tian not to disclose it to anyone, and Hongjun himself would be even less likely to share such information. Now, with Zhang Hao mentioning the name of the Hunyuan sword and the 3 light divine water just received from Hongjun, how could Tong Tian not be utterly astonished? Tong Tian stared at Zhang Hao and asked, how do you know about the Hunyuan sword? Zhang Hao nodded, well, you might have misheard, I don't know anything. Just be cautious when receiving gifts from others. Tong Tian's heart tightened, and he foolishly asked, what? Zhang Hao shrugged and remarked, oh, my foolish master, just keep your wits about you. Don't be like a simpleton, lest you find yourself sold and still counting the money. Tong Tian naturally understood what Zhang Hao was implying but chose not to expose it. He merely inquired, in that case, can I still reap some benefits? Zhang Hao shook his head and replied, as for that, I am not certain. However, if you continue to treat Hongjun and the heavenly way as mere sheep and persist in shearing them, there is a high likelihood that your current mastery of the laws will be revealed. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao added, in truth, I do not recommend that you continue to flirt with danger, although you bear the titles of Pangu and the 3 pure ones. If you pursue self-destruction, others will inevitably take notice. Tong Tian reflected for a moment and said, all right, it seems I have been too greedy. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and said, enough of that, continue to comprehend the laws, hurry up and attain sainthood. Look at the others, they have all become saints, while you remain behind, preventing me from indulging in leisure. With that, Zhang Hao vanished from Tong Tian's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Tong Tian, who had been sitting cross-legged, was startled and jumped up from his mat like a frightened rabbit, exclaiming in bewilderment, what the hell, is this a golden immortal? Even I, a late-stage quasi-saint and a late-stage mixed yuan golden immortal, couldn't detect how a golden immortal appeared and disappeared. He wondered whether he, as a late-stage quasi-saint and mixed yuan golden immortal, was too weak or if the current golden immortals were simply too powerful. With such a golden immortal, I, as a master, should have attained sainthood, otherwise how could I allow you to ride the waves without a paddle? Tong Tian had almost given up on his somewhat ungrateful disciple. Often finding it difficult to discern who was the master and who was the disciple, shaking his head he sighed, well, since we have the 3 light divine water, let's resolve the matters of the mind first. Indeed, although Tong Tian had not been injured, he felt mentally strained. The 3 light divine water, while not immensely powerful, could still refresh the primordial spirit, providing a much-needed clarity. Meanwhile, on Zhang Hao's side, he looked at the dozen or so disciples of the Chan sect and smirked, saying, after hiding in Kunlun Mountain for so long, I can finally indulge my cravings. I wonder if the celestial deer is more nourishing than the mortal deer. With that, Zhang Hao swiftly approached the cave of the South Pole immortal and, upon seeing the celestial deer that South Pole cherished tied at the entrance, without a second thought, he swung the innate merit treasure, the Xianuang Tower, and struck the deer's head. The deer's skull burst open like a watermelon, scattering red, yellow, and white all over the ground. Looking at the headless celestial deer, Zhang Hao chuckled, this must be the child-eating deer from Journey to the West. Now that I have consumed you, you can no longer harm the children of humanity. Ah, how benevolent of me, coming to absolve you of your karmic burdens of the celestial deer. Thank you so much. O Zhang Hao then lifted the celestial deer and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the entrance of the South Pole Immortal's cave. Of course, Zhang Hao would allow a hint of flaw to show, but he felt that the pure qi of the Taching seemed to be more comfortable to use than the pure qi of the Shinqing. 100 miles away from the Xuandu cave, Zhang Hao contentedly wiped the grease from his mouth, remarking, "The celestial deer truly lives up to its reputation. The meat is exquisite, tender, and rich without being greasy. After personally experiencing it, I can confidently declare it a delicacy." Looking at the leftover deer bones on the ground, Zhang Hao declared, "The primordial chaos is my home. Let us all uphold cleanliness." He then bent down to pick up the deer bones and tossed them into the Xuandu cave. Inside the cave, Xuandu suddenly twitched his nose a few times, catching a whiff of an irresistible aroma. As a member of the human race, he naturally recognized that this was the legendary food. And moreover, roasted meat. However, Xuandu was puzzled. How can it smell so good? Can roasted meat truly be this fragrant? I want to taste it. Initially, Xuandu intended to resist, but after making a firm decision, he thought, "Damn it, I can't hold back. If I don't fill my stomach, how can I resist temptation? And without resisting temptation, how can I focus on my cultivation?" Xuandu stood up and followed the source of the fragrance. After walking just a few steps, he stumbled upon a pile of roasted bones and meat. Overcome by the allure of the food, Xuandu immediately exclaimed, My master truly cares for me. He even sent me roasted meat." Before him lay the roasted meat, whether created by his master or not, since it was indeed his master's doing. What was there to wait for? Dig in. Chapter 53. Could you please wipe the grease from your mouth? Meanwhile, on the South Pole Immortal's side, as he emerged from his cave, he sensed something was amiss at the entrance. Something feels off. It seems like something is missing. Frowning, he pondered for a while but could not recall what it was. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the red, white, and yellow remnants on the ground, and his heart tightened as he thought, "Where's my deer? Where has my deer gone?" A terrible premonition struck his mind. In disbelief, he approached the pile of red, white, and yellow remnants and, after dipping his finger into it and tasting it, he let out a heart-wrenching wail. "My dear, how could you just leave me like this? How am I supposed to live without you?" With this cry, the entire Kunlun mountain was stirred. The primordial lord was the first to arrive, his face stern as he shouted, crying and wailing, "What kind of display is this?" Upon seeing the primordial lord, the South Pole Immortal instinctively shrank his neck but still lamented, "Master, you must take charge for me. My beloved celestial deer, I don't know who has harmed it. For so many years, I have raised it as if it were my own child." The primordial lord frowned, for he had not deduced who had stolen the South Pole Immortal's celestial deer, though there remained a faint trace of the unique Tao rhyme of the Taching. Just as the primordial lord was about to speak, a large group arrived, with the Supreme Old One being the second to show up. Following him were the 12 direct disciples of the primordial lord, including Randang and Yun Zhongzi. After the Old One and the others grasped the situation, the Old One furrowed his brow, realizing, "This is dire. There is indeed the Tao rhyme of my Taching lineage here. It can't be, Xuandu, can it?" Although the Old One maintained a calm exterior, he was inwardly in a state of panic. At that moment, Zhang Hao also arrived in a hasty manner. However, en route, Zhang Hao felt that the Tao rhyme of the Shinqing was quite pleasant. So he reverted to the operational style of the Shangqing technique. Naturally, Zhang Hao first paid his respects to the two proud saints before standing to the side in silence. Upon seeing that Zhang Hao had already reached the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, the primordial lord was filled with dismay. "This Zhang Hao has truly broken through to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. How long has it been? It seems my teachings to my disciples have not been diligent enough." Meanwhile, the 12 direct disciples of the primordial lord and Yun Zhongzi felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads. Even Randang, a mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, appeared unperturbed outwardly but began to grow vigilant internally. Is this the disciple of Tong Tian? A postnatal human has already reached mid-stage Golden Immortal. It seems I must also step up my efforts, lest I be outpaced by Zhang Hao and end up in misfortune alongside the 12 direct disciples. As the two esteemed saints remained silent, the younger generation naturally fell silent as well. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Randang broke the silence and asked, "South Pole Junior brother, have you seen who stole your celestial deer?" The South Pole Immortal pouted and replied with frustration, "Randang, I have not seen the scoundrel who stole my deer." Randang contemplated for a moment and addressed the primordial lord, "Master, South Pole has already reached the pinnacle of the Xian Immortal stage. Whoever could steal the celestial deer right under his nose must possess greater cultivation. Among the entire Kunlun mountain, only a few surpass South Pole in strength. The primordial lord nodded, signaling for Randeng to continue. Randeng continued, excluding our revered master, you, and the reclusive Tongtian, the only ones on Kunlun mountain with higher cultivation than South Pole are myself, Xuandu Junior Brother, and Zhanghao Junior Brother. Upon hearing this, the South Pole immortal immediately raised his head and fixed a fierce gaze on Zhang Hao, shouting, "It must be Zhang Hao, it was definitely him who killed my celestial deer." Zhang Hao, appearing helpless, took a step forward and said, "South Pole Junior Brother, do you have any evidence that I killed your deer? Moreover, how do you know your deer is already dead, in the Antarctic?" pointing at the pile of red and white on the ground. Remarked, "I took a bit, tasted it, and it is indeed the flavor of my celestial deer." Zhang Hao cast a peculiar glance at the Antarctic and said, "Antarctic Junior Brother, you truly deserve to raise the celestial deer as your son." "Well done." The others, including Taishang and Yuanshi, also looked at the Antarctic immortal with expressions of bewilderment. The Antarctic immortal, fully aware that his previous statement had exposed him, sheepishly said, "Master, you must believe me, although I sometimes indulge my cravings by slicing off a few pieces of meat. It is truly just a mere few, and I genuinely treat it as my son." The crowd responded, "Yes, you treat it as your son, undoubtedly as your most beloved child. We all understand. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression had turned as dark as could be. Had it not been for the presence of Taishan Laojun and others, Yuanshi vowed he would have certainly beaten this shameless Antarctic to a pulp. Just as Taishan was about to interject, a voice interrupted. "Master, Uncle, Junior Brothers, what has transpired?" This voice was accompanied by a delightful aroma of meat. Everyone turned to see Xuandu, his mouth smeared with grease, with remnants of food still clinging to his lips. Upon seeing Xuandu, it became evident to the group what had transpired to the Antarctic. Noticing the meat remnants at the corner of Xuandu's mouth, internally screamed, "Yes, that color and aroma, it is indeed my offspring, my dear cub." Zhang Hao stepped forward, his face a mask of indignation, suppressing his anger as he said, "Antarctic Junior Brother, I do not comprehend why you hold such a strong grievance against me. If you insist I have stolen your celestial deer, then so be it. I accept that." He then bowed to Taishang and Yuanshi, stating, "Honored uncles, although my master is in seclusion, I do not seek for you to regard me as your direct disciple. But my master is also your younger brother, we are of one family. If I have transgressed in any way, I implore you to enlighten me, and I shall certainly amend my ways. If you both believe I have indeed stolen Antarctic Junior Brother's celestial deer, then please punish me or await my master's return to have him expel me from the sect. I have other matters to attend to. I take my leave." Having said this, Zhang Hao disregarded the livid Yuanshi Tianzuan and the awkward Taishan Laojun, leaving without a backward glance. After his departure, not only did Yuanshi Tianzuan's face remain ashen, but even the disciples of the Chan sect, such as Randeng, felt a sense of shame. Only Xuandu, oblivious to the situation, inquired of Taishang, "Master, what has happened?" Taishang wished to strangle Xuandu, thinking to himself, "My dear Xuandu, you have stolen and consumed. It is not a grave matter, but at least clean your mouth. Your actions make it difficult for the master." In Chapter 54, Tongtian, "I am sorry for the Nether River." Taishang pulled Xuandu behind him and awkwardly addressed Yuanshi Tianzuan, saying, "Well, dear brother, Antarctic has suffered a great loss." That is not correct. He has lost his beloved pet." "No, that is also wrong. He has lost his cherished possession, and I too am greatly saddened by this." Subsequently, Taishang, feigning greater sorrow, retrieved a purple gold gourd from his waist, and with a look of grief, poured out a medicinal pill, offering it to Yuanshi Tianzuan, saying, "As a token of my condolences, I present you with a 9 revolutions golden pill, hoping that Antarctic Junior Brother may find solace." Though Taishang claimed it was for Antarctic, he directly handed the 9 revolutions golden pill to Yuanshi Tianzuan. His intention was quite clear: "This time I am at fault, I shall compensate you with a 9 revolutions golden pill. Let this matter end here." Taishang's gesture further indicated to Yuanshi Tianzuan not to cling to the issue, for the value of a 9 revolutions golden pill far surpassed that of a celestial deer of earth immortal grade. It was best to leave it at that. Yuanshi Tianzuan remained silent, his face dark as he accepted the golden pill from Taishang. Internally, he loathed the Antarctic immortal, thinking, "Antarctic immortal, very well, you are quite something. While I also detest Zhang Hao, you should at least be subtle in your accusations. Do you truly believe the rest here are as dim-witted as you? Do you think I, Yuanshi Shangrun, am a fool? However, Yuanchi felt fortunate that despite the presence of Taishang Xuandu and Zhang Hao, they were all still part of the same family, with no outsiders present. Otherwise, given Yuanchi Tianzuan's temperament, he would have certainly struck the Antarctic immortal into a pulp. Yuanchi, with a dark expression, uttered not a word, snorted coldly, and departed. After Yuanchi left, Randang looked at the bewildered Antarctic immortal, shook his head aside, and silently left. The remaining 12 golden immortals and Yin Zhongzi gazed at the Antarctic immortal, opened their mouths, but ultimately sighed, each taking their leave. This left the Antarctic immortal shivering alone in the cold wind, feeling wronged. So this is how it ends. My offspring, no, my dear, has been consumed, yet somehow it is my fault? Alas, I alone bear the burden of it all. Once Taishang returned with Xuandu, he looked at Xuandu and helplessly said, Xuandu, if you find yourself craving, let us avoid causing trouble for your uncle Yuanchi. Though there are few animals on Kunlun Mountain, there are still some. Moreover, if you truly wish for what your uncle Yuanchi has raised, remember to clean your mouth next time. The affection Taishang held for his sole disciple was undeniable. During the Fengshan calamity, when the saints were signing the list, he would rather let his good corpse avatar be listed than lose Xuandu, which was evident. Xuandu, however, remained oblivious, believing he had merely neglected etiquette today. Thus responding to Taishang, yes, master, rest assured, next time I will definitely clean my mouth. Upon hearing this, Taishang nearly stumbled. Oh my, you actually expect there to be a next time? But what could Taishang say, after all? He had already spoken, and there was no turning back. Thus Xuandu unwittingly bore the brunt of this large round black pot on behalf of Zhang Hao. Upon returning to the Bo straw hut, Zhang Hao lay on the cloud bed, laughing heartily, thinking, Xuandu, you truly are my little darling. Then, with a smirk, he added, now that my adorable Xuandu has played his part, it's time for my foolish master to take his turn. Or alas, poor dear disciple, having to worry about your incompetent master's cultivation. As he shook his head, wearing a sly grin, he dropped 1 billion into Tong Tian's projection. On the other side, Tong Tian, after 2 days of incessantly using the 3 light divine water, finally felt his head settle, but to say he had fully recovered in such a short time was implausible. Just as he thought to rest for a couple of days, suddenly, oh no! Not again, this is not a call for my improvement, it feels like a death sentence. Without a moment to spare, Tong Tian immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to digest the sudden influx of laws in his mind. As Zhang Hao dropped the 2nd billion, Tong Tian's face began to contort. By the time the 3rd billion hit, Tong Tian cried out, stop please, I beg you no more, if you keep this up, I will truly explode, observing the remaining billion of purple substance. Zhang Hao smirked, ha, is this all, my foolish master? You truly are disappointing, your great disciple is worried for you. With 3 billion spent, Tong Tian's sword path law cultivation officially reached 88.8%, referred to as 3.8. After waiting a while, Tong Tian found that his mind was no longer being force-fed, and without hesitation opened the bottle given by Hong Jun, pouring it into his mouth. Though it offered little substantial benefit, Tong Tian mused, what a waste, yet it brings me joy. After taking several gulps, whether it was a psychological effect or the 3 light divine water genuinely working, he felt significantly less pain. Subsequently, Tong Tian collapsed onto the stone bed, fully embracing laziness, cultivation, comprehension. Do not joke, lying down and doing nothing was far more pleasant. Who knew when he would next be forcibly stuffed with laws in his mind? At this moment, in the vast wilderness, those impatient quasi-saint powers had been waiting endlessly, yet still could not witness Tong Tian achieving sainthood. Thus doubts began to arise. Is it possible that Tong Tian, like the Nether River, is unable to attain sainthood? The river of Hades, upon the formation of the saint behind the 2 from the west, had its frenzied heart thoroughly awakened, returning from the periphery of the 5 bureaus to the blood sea. The river of Hades first emulated Nuwa, thereby creating the Azura clan. It remains uncertain whether the river of Hades is psychologically unhinged or otherwise. The Azura clan he produced consisted of men who were all remarkably unappealing, while the women, well, one could hardly tell the difference, resembling males. Upon the creation of the Azura clan, the heavenly Tao graciously made an appearance, circling symbolically in the skies. Subsequently, the river of Hades was elevated from the mid-stage of quasi-saint to the pinnacle of quasi-saint by a golden mass. Yet, the river of Hades, lacking in discernment, deemed this golden treasure too diminutive and insufficient. Thus, he established an Azura sect akin to the preceding saints. Although the heavenly Tao was somewhat vexed, it still bestowed upon him another golden mass. allowing the river of Hades to ascend from the pinnacle of quasi-saint to quasi-saint perfection, while encountering Tai, who possessed the treasure of creation, still posed some challenges in the current primordial realm in terms of personal cultivation. He undoubtedly stood as the foremost beneath the saints, unwilling to be content. The river of Hades' desire for the primordial purple chi intensified. With a fierce glare directed at the 5 bureaus, he mused. That scoundrel Hongyun's primordial purple chi is surely coveted by many. I may not seize it alone, hence, he thought. I apologize, Tong Tian. Why should you, like Hongyun, occupy a privy without doing your duty, possessing the foundation for sainthood yet failing to attain it? If that is the case, then let me, the river of Hades, take the foundation for sainthood to become a saint. Chapter 55. Fearful of the opposition should Zhang Hao become aware of the river of Hades' intentions. He would undoubtedly scoff. Child, your thoughts are perilous. Even if my rather mediocre master stood idle, allowing you to slay him, do you think the heavenly Tao would not strike you down, with the sanctification of Laozi? Yuan Shi, and the two from the west, the entire realm of primordial quasi-saints became agitated. I in the heavenly court, elder brother, now only Tong Tian and Hongyun remain unsanctified. Should we? Before Tai could finish, Emperor Jun interjected. Second brother, silence. Do not forget, there are already 2 who have attained sainthood atop Kunlun. Though Tai bore an expression of discontent, he begrudgingly replied, Elder brother, what then shall we do? With unwavering confidence, Emperor Jun declared. Let us not concern ourselves with Kunlun for now. We must first seize Hongyun's primordial purple chi. Once one of us attains sainthood, acquiring the other primordial purple chi will be straightforward. Tai pondered for a moment and replied. Indeed, elder brother, at this moment in the primordial realm it was not solely Emperor Jun and Tai who coveted the 2 primordial purple chis. Every quasi-saint harbored similar thoughts. However, the primordial purple chi atop Kunlun posed a considerable challenge. In contrast, the Wu clan's reaction was markedly different. Since Zhang Hao informed them of the potential to comprehend innate laws through their bloodline, the entire Wu clan fell into silence. As a result of Zhang Hao's minor interventions, Kuanping found himself lingering around the periphery of the 5 bureaus for an additional several millennia. One day, Hongyun finally bid farewell to Zenyuanzi, returning to his fire cloud cave for secluded meditation. No sooner had Hongyun departed than Zenyuanzi's primordial spirit surged with agitation, instantly recalling Zhang Hao's words from the peak of the Xianxian stage. Without hesitation, he followed after Hongyun. As Hongyun stepped beyond the boundaries of the 5 bureaus, he immediately felt disoriented. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Alas, I have fallen into a thief's formation. Indeed, the moment Hongyun exited the 5 bureaus, he plunged headlong into the northern underworld Great Formation, meticulously arranged by Kuanping. After stabilizing his primordial spirit, Hongyun shouted, I am Hongyun. I wonder which fellow Taoist has set this grand formation here. Just as his words fell, Kuanping's indifferent voice echoed, Hongyun, this formation is one I have meticulously prepared for you. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Upon recognizing Kuanping, Hongyun immediately retorted, Kuanping, I believe I have not wronged you. Why then do you set this vile formation to obstruct my path? The moment Hongyun spoke, Kuanping's ire flared. Hongyun, have you forgotten that during the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, it was your actions that caused me to miss the foundation for sainthood, while you brazenly possessed the primordial purple chi? How could I allow you to have your way? Furious, Hongyun retorted, Kuanping, the foundation for sainthood was granted by the Tao ancestor. How dare you? Kuanping laughed heartily. The Tao ancestor bestowed 7 strands of primordial purple chi. Yet you, Hongyun, with your mediocre cultivation and not being a disciple of the Tao ancestor, have held onto the primordial purple chi for countless eons without attaining sainthood. By what virtue do you possess the foundation for sainthood? Hongyun, wounded by the revelation, shot back, Kuanping, it was Zhuan Ti who usurped your position. Go seek him out, not me. Do you truly believe I am malleable as clay? To this, Kuanping responded dismissively, do you take me for a fool? I am Kuanping, not a foolish bird. As a quasi-saint, why would I seek trouble with a saint? With no recourse, Hongyun shouted, Kuanping, what do you intend? Surrender the foundation for sainthood, the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life. Kuanping retorted, you dare to covet the primordial purple chi bestowed by the Tao ancestor? Do you truly think I fear you? With that, Hongyun brandished his soul-innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd. Readying himself against Kuanping. I in the primordial realm, who does not aspire to attain sainthood, to be impervious to calamities, who would willingly remain as an ant, even Hongyun, the perennial good-natured one, would naturally not relinquish his opportunity for sainthood. As Kuanping made his move, the quasi-saints in the realm sensed the upheaval. The river of Hades, the old lurking devil, had long concealed himself in the shadows, while numerous quasi-saints eagerly anticipated the chance to fish in troubled waters. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun addressed Tai's second brother, "The opportunity has arrived. Prepare the great array of the stars." In the west, Jain turned to Juan-Ti and asked, "By the way, junior brother, shall we assist Hongyun?" Juan-Ti regarded Jain as though he were a simpleton. As Jain felt embarrassed under Juan-Ti's gaze, Juan-Ti finally spoke, "Elder brother, are you a fool?" Furious, Jain replied, "Junior brother, why do you insult me? If you do not clarify things today, I, Jain, shall ignore you for 1,000 years. No, a whole 10,000 years." Veins bulged on Juan-Ti's forehead as he thought, "You insufferable fool, if it were not for our bond with the Western fortune, I might just strangle you." After suppressing his urge, Juan-Ti finally spoke, "Elder brother, how significant is the karma of a saintly position? At the very least, it requires the repayment with an innate supreme treasure. Is your merit golden lotus an innate supreme treasure, or is my 7 treasures mysterious tree an innate supreme treasure?" Jain awkwardly replied, "What should we do then? Should we offer both the merit golden lotus and the 7 treasures mysterious tree to him?" Juan-Ti once again stifled the impulse to eliminate Jain, bellowing, "Are you out of your mind? Karma is what it is. Once a person dies, who concerns themselves with karma, if Kuanping intends to slay Hongyun? Is that not fortuitous? For heaven's sake, you are already a saint. Could you not think with that rusty brain of yours?" Feeling aggrieved, Jain muttered, "Oh, if we do not go, then we do not. No need to shout. Juan-Ti, heavens, I beseech you, strike down this deranged fiend." Atop Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuanshi were acutely aware of Hongyun's current predicament. Though they entertained their own thoughts, they remained steadfast, refraining from any action. For beings of their cultivation, the opportunity to seize would still be ripe, even if they waited until the conclusion of the matter to ACT.AS. For Zhang Hao, he stepped forth to the periphery of the 5 bureaus. Concealing himself, he certainly had no intention of seizing the primordial purple chi. As a transmigrator, he was well aware that anyone attempting to fish in troubled waters would ultimately find themselves empty-handed. This endeavor, if pursued, would likely shatter into many fragments, leaving even the saints with nothing to show for it. Zhang Hao's purpose lay in observing the emergence of numerous powerful beings, including the demon clan's Emperor Jun, Tai, the river of Hades, and the 2 saints of the West, among others, all of whom would make their presence known. Once Zhang Hao had captured the essence of these deities, it would facilitate his breakthrough. Saving him considerable effort, the scene shifted back to the confrontation between Hongyun and Kuanping. Kuanping bellowed, "Hongyun, since you are obstinate, prepare to meet your demise." Upon finishing his words, Kuanping manipulated the formation to strike at Hongyun. Within the North Ming Great Formation, waves of frigid winds surged towards Hongyun, yet Hongyun was not to be underestimated. He opened his crimson gourd and released grains of sand that flew towards Kuanping, who was setting the formation. Chapter 56, Gag, the Heavenly Cycle. Gag, stars follow. The cultivation levels of Hongyun and Kuanping were quite comparable. Were they to confront each other directly, Kuanping would likely find himself at a disadvantage against Hongyun. After all, Hongyun wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd, which could not only corrupt one's primordial spirit but also harm one's physical form, risking the annihilation of both. In contrast, Kuanping possessed merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, the Demon Master Palace, which served little purpose beyond providing shelter or striking at others. However, that was merely an ideal scenario, one had meticulously prepared over thousands of years, while the other had unwittingly stumbled into an ambush. Although Hongyun's 99 scatter soul gourd was formidable, its defensive capabilities were lacking, and once ensnared within Kuanping's North Ming Great Formation, it found itself at a disadvantage. Just as Hongyun began to falter, a mighty roar echoed, "Kuanping, how dare you, brother Hongyun, do not panic, Zenyuanzi is here." Upon seeing Zenyuanzi's arrival, Kuanping's countenance darkened, and he inwardly lamented, "This is troublesome. How did Zenyuanzi come here? Have I not already disrupted the heavenly secrets of Wuzhuang Temple?" Hongyun and Zenyuanzi were indeed the most formidable duo in the wilderness. Zenyuanzi's Earth Book, while lacking in offensive power, was defensively only slightly inferior to Taishang's Xianhuang Tower. Comparable to the merit golden lotus of Jian, with the Earth Book shielding him, a dense yellow light enveloped both him and Hongyun. Hongyun sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Brother Zhenyuan, your timing is impeccable." Subsequently, Hongyun entirely abandoned his defense. Wielding the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd to unleash a torrent of attacks upon Kuanping and the North Ming Great Formation. Kuanping's formation immediately became precarious. Zhen Yuanzi's arrival not only caught Kuanping off guard but also surprised the quasi-saint powers lurking in the shadows and the saints watching the spectacle. Before long, Kuanping's formation crumbled. Hong Yun, gazing at the ashen-faced Kuanping, taunted Kuanping, "Do you have any tricks left? Feel free to unleash them. If we were to fear you, we would not call ourselves the Jinyan duo, just as Kuanping." Unwilling to accept defeat, contemplated retreat, a commanding voice resounded, "Humph, you have allies, Hong Yun. Do you think our heavenly court lacks support?" Both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun looked up to see Dijuan and Tai, their expressions instantly shifting to alarm. Mirrored by Kuanping's OWN.IN terms of cultivation, both Dijuan and Tai, as sovereigns of the heavenly court, surpassed Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yuan in combat prowess. Tai was recognized as the strongest beneath the saints in the wilderness. Regarding spiritual treasures, Tai wielded the Chaos Bell, capable of overpowering all other treasures present in both offense and defense. As for formations, the Heavenly Court possessed one of the four most formidable formations in the wilderness. The Jotian Star Array, capable of contending with saints. Lastly, considering influence, Hong Yun's side consisted of merely himself and Zhen Yuanzi. Even with the addition of the two youths, Qingfeng and Mingyue, from Wuzhuang Temple, they numbered only 4. Whereas on the demon side there were at least 15 quasi-saints, the 10 demon commanders Shihe Chenshi Fushi, not to mention countless De Luo, Tai, and innumerable golden immortals. Zhen Yuanzi, with a face ashen as iron, shouted, "Dijuan, Tai, this is none of your heavenly court's business. Do you wish to meddle?" Dijuan replied coolly, "Kuanping is one of our heavenly court's demon masters, and it was Hong Yun who caused our court to lose a path to sanctification. How could this not concern us?" He then cast a sidelong glance at Kuanping, saying, "Demon Master, do you agree with my statement?" Kuanping's eyes burned with resentment, and he realized that the situation had escalated beyond his control, reluctantly conceding, "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor speaks the truth." Dijuan nodded, "Thank you, Demon Master, for capturing this rogue Hong Yun for our heavenly court." Kuanping lowered his head, bowing, "It is no trouble at all to serve the Demon Emperor." Meanwhile, Donghuang Tai stood to the side. Sneering, holding both Kuanping and Dijuan in utter disdain, Zhen Yuanzi issued a threat, "Dijuan, Tai, are you truly prepared for this? Do you not fear that I shall not rest until we are at odds?" Tai scoffed. "Not rest? You, Zhen Yuanzi, how many keys would you like? I shall provide them for you." Dijuan chuckled coldly, "Not rest? Then let us settle this once and for all. Prepare the Jotian Star Array." The two had already summoned the demon gods of the heavenly court. And at Dijuan's command, the star array began to activate. As the array whirred to life, the wilderness was suddenly engulfed in darkness, followed by the emergence of countless starlights that enveloped a radius of 100,000 miles around Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to speak, but in that moment, Hong Yun laughed heartily. "Ha, I never expected that a life of benevolence would lead me to this end." Hong Yun knew that today he faced a choice: either surrender the primordial purple energy, perhaps securing a slim chance of survival, or perish before the heavenly court. He understood that even with Zhen Yuanzi at his side, not to mention another Zhen Yuanzi, the odds of survival were non-existent. Sensing Hong Yun's intentions, Zhen Yuanzi hastily interjected, "Brother Hong Yun," but Hong Yun interrupted, grasping Zhen Yuanzi's hands, his eyes brimming with tears. "Jin Yuan, my dear friend, having you in this life is enough." As they embraced, a picturesque scene of the setting sun, vast oceans, and soaring seabirds unfurled in the minds of the onlookers. Dijuan shook his head vigorously, dispelling the imagery in his mind before cursing, "Damn it, die, you wretched sodomites." He was about to issue the order to attack when, before Zhen Yuanzi could fully comprehend the situation, Hong Yun exerted all his strength to push Zhen Yuanzi out of the star array's protective radius. Dijuan and Tai did not intervene, merely observing coldly. In their eyes, Zhen Yuanzi was nothing more than a grasshopper, incapable of stirring any significant trouble. Afterward, Hong Yun turned, leaving Zhen Yuanzi with his back, a voice resonating in Zhen Yuanzi's heart. "My dear friend Jin Yuan, Hong Yun is departing. You must promise to live well, and remember, do not seek revenge for me." In reality, Hong Yun raised his head to the heavens and bellowed, "Ha! If you wish to claim my path to sanctification, then come." With that, Hong Yun's physical form began to swell dramatically, while Zhen Yuanzi, having been expelled from the star array, shouted at Hong Yun's retreating figure, "Hong Yun, my dear friend, do not, please, do not die." Dijuan and Tai, witnessing Hong Yun's actions, immediately exclaimed, "Gag, no. Gag, this is bad. Hong Yun is about to self-destruct. Zhou Tian, gag, the stars fall, but it was already too late. Hong Yun's body expanded to its limit before a resounding explosion erupted, accompanied by a mushroom cloud shaking the Zhou Tian star array. This was a consequence of Dijuan's arrogance, believing that with only Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, they were not worthy of a complete star array, hence, they had only set up a smaller array supported by 108 demon gods. Thus, Hong Yun's self-detonation was sufficient to destabilize the star array. Dijuan's expression turned grim as he shouted at Hong Yun's primordial spirit, Hong Yun, you are courting death. Hong Yun glared at Dijuan with hatred, roaring, ha, it is far from over. Following this, Hong Yun's primordial spirit began to swell as well. Dijuan bellowed, Hong Yun, you dare. No sooner had he spoken than an even larger mushroom cloud erupted, completely shattering the star array. Chapter 57, The Struggle for Supremacy. Both Dijuan and Tai were caught off guard by Hong Yun's two explosive acts, leaving them in disarray. At that moment a purple ribbon surged forth from the site of Hong Yun's primordial spirit's explosion. As the primordial purple energy emerged, a cacophony of voices erupted from the previously silent scene. Primordial purple energy, the foundation for enlightenment, seize it, come forth. Dijuan and Tai were filled with both astonishment and fury as they shouted, you seek death. Tai then wielded the Donghuang bell, unleashing waves of invisible sound waves that swept towards the crowd, while Dijuan seized the opportunity to reach for the primordial purple energy. Just as Dijuan was about to grasp it, a destructive sword light accompanied by a cold snort interrupted, humph, while others may fear your demon race, the river of the underworld, do not. Dijuan's eyes narrowed as he retracted his hand, employing the Hichuan Luoshu to defend against the sword light. As he steadied himself, he saw the river of the underworld nearing the primordial purple energy. Feeling both anxious and furious, he roared, river of the underworld, you seek death. The river of the underworld, brimming with confidence after achieving quasi-saint perfection, disregarded Dijuan's threats entirely. However, the river of the underworld did not succeed in claiming the prize, Kunlun Mirror. Go, the river of the underworld exclaimed in frustration, Hadziwangmu, you seek death. Subsequently, the quasi-saints concealed in the shadows began to emerge. It was only upon witnessing them that even Dijuan was taken aback. There were at least 30 quasi-saints present, each at the mid-stage or above. It was unclear who shouted first, seize it. Instantly 3 to 4 dozen quasi-saints lunged towards the ethereal Hongmeng purple chi suspended in the air. Tai bellowed in rage, Donghuang bell, suppress. The Donghuang bell managed to suppress for but a fleeting moment, yet in that brief instant, the purple chi was grasped by Dijun. However, before he could command a retreat, he was ambushed by the river of oblivion. The Hongmeng purple chi froze in midair once more. Only Zhang Hao with a disdainful smirk remarked, fools, have you not noticed that this Hongmeng purple chi has been suspended in the air all along, allowing you to fight over it? Do you not harbor any doubts? Zhang Hao was well aware that this was merely a scheme devised by the heavenly Daoan Hongjun aimed at cleansing the quasi-saints of the Honghuang. A mid-stage quasi-saint, having just laid claim to the Hongmeng purple chi, frantically cried out, ha, it's mine now. This is the foundation for becoming a sage. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was obliterated by a great bell, a tortoise-shell diagram, a sword light, and a mirror light. In the ensuing moments, the Hongmeng purple chi changed hands multiple times, but regardless of who obtained it, they would be besieged and reduced to ashes by the others. Eventually, when only a dozen or so quasi-saints remained, some began to awaken to the peril and sought to flee. Yet, the previously motionless Hongmeng purple chi suddenly sprang to life. It darted towards a peak mid-stage quasi-saint, accompanied by a dozen attacks in its wake. The mid-stage quasi-saint turned pale with fright, screaming, no, don't come any closer, you. Another one fell. The situation reversed. What was once coveted Hongmeng purple chi transformed into a poison to be avoided at all costs. Even Dong Huang Tai dared not reach for it, though the remaining quasi-saints refrained from competing for it. The Hongmeng purple chi acted of its own accord. Whoever was near it would inevitably attract the wrath of all. As time went on, only Dijun, Tai, the River of Oblivion, and Shi Wangmu remained in contention for the Hongmeng purple chi. The others who had come to seize it found no safe escape and perished. Zhang Hao watched in astonishment, exclaiming, this is ruthless. The heavenly Dao and Hongjun are truly merciless. With merely a strand of Hongmeng purple chi, they have eradicated dozens of quasi-saints. At the scene, Dijun and Tai were clearly allied. forcing the River of Oblivion and Shi Wangmu to temporarily join forces. Although both Di Jun and Tai Yi were formidable in cultivation and possessed powerful treasures, the River of Oblivion was a notch above them, and Shi Wangmu was only slightly below. Despite lacking ultimate treasures, they wielded numerous top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The River of Oblivion alone possessed 4 such treasures: the Xian Yuan Water Control Flag and the 12th grade Flame Lotus for defense, and the Yuan Tuanabi Swords for offense. Shi Wangmu also held the Plain Cloud Realm Flag and the Supreme Kunlun Mirror. Thus, the 4 engaged in a fierce standoff, unable to determine a victor. Di Jun shouted towards the River of Oblivion and Shi Wangmu, "River of Oblivion, Shi Wangmu, do you truly wish to engage in a death struggle with the Heavenly Court?" The River of Oblivion scoffed. "As if I, the River of Oblivion, fear your Heavenly Court. As long as the Sea of Blood does not run dry, I shall not perish. If I fear you, I am not the River of Oblivion." Shi Wangmu also retorted, "The Hongmeng Purple Qi is the foundation for becoming a sage. Each relies on their own abilities. I, Shi Wangmu, am unafraid of your Heavenly Court's verbal threats." In desperation, Di Jun turned to the observing Kuanping, shouting, "Kuanping, come help." Kuanping had been sulking at the periphery ever since his plan to seize the Hongmeng Purple Qi from the Red Cloud had failed. Hearing Di Jun's call for assistance, his face darkened even further. Yet, he had no choice, for a fragment of his true spirit had already been captured by Di Jun and placed within the demon-subduing banner. Reluctantly, Kuanping joined Di Jun and Tai Yi's ranks to collectively attack the River of Oblivion and Shi Wangmu. Seizing the opportunity, Di Jun reached out and grasped the Hongmeng Purple Qi, shouting to Tai Yi and Kuanping, "Withdraw." However, the final opportunist would not allow him to escape so easily. A resounding voice echoed, "Leave the Hongmeng Purple Qi behind." Suddenly, a colossal hand reached out towards Di Jun. Upon seeing this, Di Jun had no choice but to relinquish the Hongmeng Purple Qi he had just grasped. Using the river diagram and Luo book for defense, and bellowed in fury Zhuan-Ti. Yet, no matter how enraged Di Jun was, he was struck by Zhuan-Ti's palm, causing him to spew blood and fly back over 100,000 kilometers. Indeed, it was Zhuan-Ti who had made his move of the ongoing battle among Tai Yi, the River of Oblivion, and the other 4 halted as well. Upon Di Jun's return to the battlefield, the 5 of them gazed with bloodshot eyes at the enormous hand reaching for the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Had it been before, would Zhuan-Ti have dared to provoke the Heavenly Court? Even when facing the ruthless River of Oblivion, the duo from the west would have chosen to sidestep the confrontation. But now they could only watch helplessly as Zhuan-Ti's colossal hand reached out for the Hongmeng Purple Qi, just as the entirety of Honghuang believed the Purple Qi was about to fall into Zhuan-Ti's grasp. A voice rang out from the horizon, "Zhuan-Ti, enough, return to the west." Then, from the direction of Kunlun Mountain, another gigantic hand emerged. It was none other than Yuanshi Tianzun making his move. Zhuan-Ti shouted, "Senior brother Yuanshi, this Hongmeng Purple Qi has a connection with the west. I have come to collect it. Do not act against the heavens." Yuanshi coldly snorted, "Shameless Zhuan-Ti. You bring shame upon us sages. This is a matter of the east. Return to the west." Following that, the 2 colossal hands clashed in mid-air. In less than a breath's time, Zhuan-Ti's hand was clearly at a disadvantage, compelling him to summon the 7 treasures mysterious tree against Yuanshi's giant hand. Yuanshi scoffed once more, "Humph, you resort to underhanded tactics, running out of tricks." At that moment, Yuanshi also cast forth his Pango banner, which waved in the air, unleashing a chaotic sword chi that shot straight towards the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Just as it seemed destined to strike, a golden lotus appeared atop the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Blocking the chaotic sword chi emitted by the Pango banner, Yuanshi remarked, "Humph, I anticipated your interference." Jaeyin's voice echoed in response, "How did you know it was me, senior brother Yuanshi? Yuanshi, are you foolish, or do you think me foolish? In the Honghuang, who does not know that the 12th grade merit golden lotus is your spiritual treasure?" Before Jaeyin could respond, the Taiji Golden Bridge descended upon the Golden Lotus, and the voice of Laozi resonated, "Not only does my second brother Yuanshi know, but I also know that you, Jaeyin, have arrived. Oh, my esteemed senior brother and second brother Yuanshi. You are truly remarkable, Laozi and Yuanshi. This is deliberate. He is undoubtedly doing this on purpose." Jaeyin inwardly rejoiced. "Well done, senior brother. You are formidable, senior brother. You are forever my idol." Thus, the 4 saints engaged in their distant duel. What had begun as a contest between Hong Yun and Kuanping for the Hongmeng Purple Qi had escalated into a struggle involving numerous quasi-saints, and now, even the saints had joined the fray. Di Jun and the others clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with resentment. At this moment, the most impulsive Tai Yi could no longer contain himself. He raised the Dong Huang bell and charged towards the Hongmeng purple qi. The four saints, upon witnessing this, shouted in unison, "Impudent, nonsense," and Jain, hearing the high-caliber shouts from the three, synthesized, "Ant, nonsense, impudent, the three of them, is this a case of taking advantage or infringement?" Subsequently, four colossal hands simultaneously struck towards Tai Yi. Even with Tai Yi wielding the Chaos Bell, he was sent flying over 10,000 kilometers, rendered unable to rise. Di Jun shouted anxiously from the side, "Second brother, for the four saints, this was a trivial matter." However, the issue lay in the fact that Tai Yi had already reached the vicinity of the Hongmeng purple qi, which was consequently shattered into 8 segments. The severed Hongmeng purple qi dispersed into the void in the earth. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, enraged, the four saints roared, "Ants, you seek death." Implicit in their words was a desire to seek retribution against Tai Yi. At that moment, a voice echoed from the heavens, "The foundation for becoming a sage has been severed. All of you, cease hostilities." Instantly, the four colossal hands froze mid-air, followed by a chorus of "Yes, master." Subsequently, the four hands dissipated simultaneously. The struggle for the purple qi came to a definitive halt only upon Hong Jun's command. After everyone departed, Zhang Hao intended to reveal himself, but suddenly halted, having sensed that the River of Oblivion had stealthily returned to the previous battlefield. Shortly thereafter, the River of Oblivion discovered a red gourd tucked away in a corner. Laughing heartily, the River of Oblivion exclaimed, "Ha! Though I did not acquire the Hongmeng purple qi, obtaining an additional top-grade innate spiritual treasure is not in vain for this old ancestor." As soon as the arrogant voice of the River of Oblivion fell, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, followed by darkness enveloping him. At the site where the River of Oblivion had been obliterated, a shadow emerged. The figure chuckled, saying, "Ha, River of Oblivion. You celebrated prematurely." This was none other than Zhang Hao, who, upon witnessing the River of Oblivion acquiring the Crimson Gourd, wasted no time in wielding the innate treasure, the Shenhuang Tower, which promptly shattered the River of Oblivion. Subsequently, Zhang Hao picked up the Crimson Gourd, remarking, "This is indeed the correct approach for old Lu." Glancing at the gourd in his hand, he continued, "This is the Jojo Sanhun Gourd. Within it, there is indeed a trace of the true spirit of the Red Cloud. Well, I shall preserve this essence for now." In the depths of the Blood Sea, after a tumultuous upheaval, the figure of the River of Oblivion manifested. With a darkened expression, he roared, "Tai Shang, old ancestor, I shall remember you. Do not let the old ancestor achieve sanctity, otherwise I shall surely avenge the grudge of the Black Hand." Indeed, it had been Zhang Hao who, unbeknownst to him, had been wielding the Tai Ching technique, delivering a blow to the River of Oblivion. Thus, Tai Shan Lao Zi unknowingly bore the blame for Zhang Hao. It was not that Zhang Hao had persistently targeted Tai Shang and Xuandu. For at this moment, none of the 12 golden immortals had yet matured. Not even a hint of the essence of Yuan Shi Tianzun had been grasped, should he attempt to wield the half-baked Jade Qing immortal method. The vulnerabilities would be considerable. Conversely, Xuandu had already ascended to a minor realm above Zhang Hao, having reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal. The ethereal essence of the Golden Immortal could barely suffice to shield Zhang Hao. Naturally, the River of Oblivion would not entertain the notion that a Golden Immortal of Xuandu could obliterate his peak quasi-saint avatar, readily attributing the act to Tai Shan Laozi's covert machinations. Zhang Hao's outing yielded significant gains. He not only imprinted the shadowy figures of Di Jun, Tai Yi, the River of Oblivion, and other renowned quasi-saints of the primordial wilderness, but he also did not overlook those quasi-saints who had yet to make an appearance. Some of the shadows he had already imprinted had been erased by the Dao space upon their demise, which was somewhat regrettable yet not an insurmountable loss. Following this, Zhang Hao leisurely returned to Kunlun Mountain. In the heavenly court, Di Jun supported the bloodied Tai Yi, anxiously inquiring, "Second brother, how severe are your injuries?" Tai Yi, with difficulty, replied, "Elder brother, I am still alive, but these past few thousand years shall be spent recuperating." Blood trickled from the corner of Di Jun's mouth as he retorted angrily, "Second brother, focus on your recovery, that is of utmost importance." Both brothers had sustained injuries in the struggle for the primordial purple gas. Though Di Jun's wounds were not as grave as Tai Yi's, Tai Yi, with a face full of resentment, declared, "Elder brother, shall we simply let this be?" But Di Jun scoffed, "Let it be? How could we possibly let it be? Although the red cloud of primordial purple gas has been severed, the one from Tong Tian remains intact." Tai Yi opened his mouth to respond, but Di Jun interrupted, "Second brother, you must prioritize your healing. Once you are well, we shall not only seize the primordial purple gas but also take revenge on those two." Tai Yi nodded, and was thus supported by Di Jun to enter seclusion for healing. It was not only Di Jun and Tai Yi who harbored such thoughts. In the western Shumi mountain, Jun Ti addressed Jiayin Shixiang, "Do you dare to contend for that primordial purple gas from Tong Tian?" Upon hearing this, Jiayin exclaimed, "Shitty, are you mad? Are you not aware that Kunlun Mountain harbors Taishang and Yuanshe? Furthermore, we have already achieved sanctity. What need do we have to fight over primordial purple gas?" Jun Ti's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he replied, "Shixiang, seizing the primordial purple gas is trivial. What I desire is for the East to be devoid of a saint, as long as Tong Tian cannot achieve sanctity. Or worse perishes, we in the West shall not be suppressed by the Eastern saints. Moreover, this matter shall not draw attention to us. In the end, we merely need to ride the tide." Jiayin, somewhat awkwardly, asked Shidi, "How confident are you?" Jun Ti patted his chest, confidently stating, "Shixiang, if you follow me, rest assured." Chapter 59. Thus I am obedient and will not inquire further. 3,000 years swiftly passed. I in the heavenly court, second brother. "Have your injuries healed?" Tai Yi looked at Di Jun and stated, "Elder brother, I am no longer impeded. Should we not take action?" Di Jun's eyes sparkled with determination. "It is time to act." Thereafter Di Jun, accompanied by Tai Yi, first visited the palace of Niwa, conversing about matters unknown. Before emerging with displeased expressions, the two then made their way back to Shumi Mountain. Upon seeing Di Jun and Tai Yi, Jun Ti smiled, "Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, I have awaited you for quite some time." Di Jun was not surprised. He was well aware of Jun Ti's character, and thus began, "Saint Jun Ti, pray tell, what is your price?" Jun Ti responded with a smile, "Your Majesty, both my Shixiang and I are beings beyond the realm. Let us not speak of money, but rather of fate." Di Jun glanced at the silent Jiayin, internally reflecting, Tisk, these two truly deserve their reputation as the most shameless in the primordial wilderness. How unjust the heavenly Tao is to allow such characters to achieve sanctity. Nonetheless, he articulated, "Indeed, Saint Jun Ti. Let us discuss yuan. I wonder how much yuan you require." Jun Ti's expression became as stiff as wax as he replied, "Your Majesty knows that our western lands are impoverished. It is solely due to my Shixiang and I that the West stands. Alas, we possess scarcely a few capable spiritual treasures. It is a dire situation." Di Jun's eyes flickered with contemplation. "Then, how about this? My heavenly court is willing to offer 2 exquisite yuan in exchange for the fate of both saints. How does that sound?" Jun Ti shook his head. "Not enough. The fate between my Shixiang and I requires more than just 2 exquisite yuan," Di Jun countered. "As for fate, it is mutual goodwill. Only when all parties benefit can it be deemed genuine. I can promise to owe you another causal connection once the fate is established." Jun Ti pondered for a moment. "Agreed." Following this, Di Jun led the bewildered Tai Yi towards the direction of the Blood Sea. Upon exiting Shumi Mountain, Tai Yi scratched his head and asked, Elder brother, were you not to negotiate with the two from the west regarding the matter of a handover? Why have we left?" Di Jun nodded. "Second brother, the negotiations have been finalized." Tai Yi exclaimed, "Finalized? When did this happen? How come I knew nothing of it?" Di Jun glanced at Tai Yi. "Second brother, be obedient. Do not ask too many questions. With your intellect, it is challenging for me to explain how I came to an agreement with Jun Ti." Tai Yi, "Elder brother, are you discriminating against my intelligence?" Little did Tai Yi know that after their departure, Jiayin anxiously questioned Jun Ti. "Shitty, what did you just discuss? You were speaking cryptically, and I could not comprehend a word." Jun Ti glanced at Jiayin. "Shixiang, be obedient. Do not ask too many questions. With your intellect, it is challenging for me to elucidate what I just discussed with Di Jun." Jiayin, "Shitty, I suspect you are discriminating against my intelligence." Upon arriving at the Blood Sea, Di Jun and Tai Yi confronted the River of Oblivion, who wasted no words. "River of Oblivion, no need for pleasantries. Does Kunlun have any intentions?" The River of Oblivion's eyes gleamed. "Indeed, the cost. The Blood Sea formation requires 10 billion azuras. However, the starry array necessitates 100,000 demon soldiers alongside the 2 saints from the west, and the gains, each shall rely on their own abilities and means." The River of Oblivion contemplated, "If I conspire before my breakthrough, it would be akin to seeking skin from a tiger. However, having achieved my breakthrough, while there are risks, it is worth attempting." Thus, the River of Oblivion nodded. "Agreed." In essence, Di Jun was expending great resources to enlist the 2 Western saints and the River of Oblivion. merely to enhance the likelihood of success and to guard against the unexpected. In Jun's mind, as long as they seized it, what could the river of oblivion use to contend with them? Jun nodded, declaring, when the stars dim and the bells toll, let the demon soldiers and Azuras fill Kunlun. With that, he pulled Tai, who was lost in thought, as they soared towards the heavenly court. Yet, during their flight, Jun expressed his confusion, asking, second brother, do you have anything to say? Tai shook his head, replying, no then, second brother, do you know our plan? I do not. Then why do you not inquire? With my intellect. Asking may not guarantee understanding, understanding may not ensure retention, and retaining may not translate to execution. Thus, I shall be obedient and refrain from asking. Jun stumbled, second brother, I can only say, you are self-aware. And very clearly so. By and the chaos beyond the heavens, within the palace of Niwa, with a comical demeanor, remarked, is it not better to enjoy a peaceful slumber in one's own home? Is it not delightful to munch on seeds and savor snacks in my palace? Within the Zishou palace, Hong Jun, appearing anxious, exclaimed, Heavenly Tao, why are you so composed? Jun and Tai are intent on killing Tong Tian to seize the purple gas. After which, he angrily berated Jun Ti and Jiayin, those two troublesome beings. The Heavenly Tao, in a calm manner, replied, Hong Jun, remain composed, do not be impulsive, this is not a misfortune, but rather a fortuitous event. Hong Jun, perplexed, remarked, good fortune? Heavenly Tao, have you not yet awakened? Tong Tian bears no karma. If he were to perish, the will of Panga would awaken, and this world would surely collapse. The Heavenly Tao, calm and unhurried, replied, if I, the Heavenly Tao, am not anxious, what is there for you to worry about? Would I allow Tong Tian to perish? In fact, the commotion caused by those two little crows might just compel Tong Tian to hasten his ascension to sainthood. So rest assured, it is all controllable. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun contemplated, indeed, if the Heavenly Tao is unperturbed, why should I be anxious? Allowing these two crows to cause a stir may not be a bad thing after all. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao itself has declared it to be controllable. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, it surely would not place the blame upon me. At Kunlun Mountain, within Zhang Hao's cave, two remarkably youthful individuals were enjoying hot pot and singing merrily. Unmistakably, these were Zhang Hao and Tong Tian. Zhang Hao smirked and said, I say, cheap master, taking so long to achieve the perfection of the laws is rather disappointing. Isn't it? Tong Tian retorted, I say, cheap disciple, can you refrain from speaking as if you have no idea of the difficulty of comprehending the laws? Achieving the perfection of the laws in less than 10,000 years is no ordinary feat. It is nothing short of monstrous. I, your master, am indeed the legendary prodigy, a marvel of the cultivation world. Zhang Hao, puzzled, inquired, is that so? Then what does that make me? With that, he unleashed the laws within his body in a fleeting display. In that brief moment, Tong Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he pointed at Zhang Hao, caught in a struggle to articulate his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, Tong Tian finally stammered, perfection of the laws? How did you accomplish this? Zhang Hao shrugged and replied, is it really that difficult? Isn't it simply a matter of having a brain? Tong Tian, are you implying that I lack intellect? Chapter 60, How does the flavor of the white crane from the second household compare? Tong Tian, having just tasted the meat, spat it out, exclaiming, difficult, just having a brain, are you too extraordinary, or is my intellect inadequate? Zhang Hao calmly responded, no doubt, it is indeed your intellect that falls short. Tong Tian sighed, as a teacher, I suppose I am truly one of a kind. He then glanced at Zhang Hao's cultivation level and rubbed his eyes. Continuing, hey, cheap disciple, be honest with me, what is your current cultivation level? Zhang Hao shrugged, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor while continuing to enjoy his hot pot. Did you not see for yourself? Tong Tian rolled his eyes, do you take me for a fool? You, the being with perfected laws, are merely at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. For heaven's sake, if you're going to deceive, at least do it convincingly. Zhang Hao raised his hands in surrender. Be more confident. Remove you take from your vocabulary, the term smart is not meant to describe you. Besides, who says one cannot have a bit of privacy? Who cannot have a few hidden cards up their sleeve? Tong Tian, at a loss for words, remarked, right, your hidden cards number in the billions. This is no longer akin to playing the pig to eat the tiger. It's more like masquerading as a caterpillar to swallow a dragon. Naturally, Tong Tian chose to ignore Zhang Hao's previous statement. To be honest, even Zhang Hao did not anticipate that comprehending the laws to 90% would require such a vast quantity of purple essence. After all, this was the result of 3,000 years, and the accumulated purple essence had already surpassed 1 billion. It cost Zhang Hao 80 billion to elevate Tongtian's sword law from 90% to 100%. This was indeed a staggering amount. In other words, Zhang Hao had spent over 2,000 years' worth of accumulated purple essence on Tongtian. A portion of the remaining purple essence was utilized for synchronizing with Dijuan and Tai, while another part was dedicated to replicating the Chaos Clock. Naturally, the Chaos Seed, a treasure of the Primordial era, still lacked sufficient purple essence for complete replication. Once Tongtian's law realm reached perfection, Zhang Hao naturally followed suit and broke through as well, resulting in another upgrade of the Great Tao Space, providing Zhang Hao with a measure of consolation. Name: Zhang Hao Race, Human Footing, Mid-Grade Postnatal, Supreme Innate Realm, Mid-Stage Golden Immortal, Early Stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal Physical Body, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, 40 Restrictions, 3 Flowers, 12th Grade Perfection Cultivation Method, 9 Revolutions Origin Technique Divine Powers, 3 Pure Divine Powers, Emperor Zhang's Evasion Technique, Golden Crow's Transformation, True Fire of the Sun, Kuanping's Absorption River of Time, 9 Ding Divine Fire, 9 Heaven's Thunder, Laws, Sword Law 100, Time Law 81, Space Law 79, Thunder Law 77, Water Law 76, Wood Law 75. Spiritual Treasures, Heaven and Earth Shenhuang Tower, 42 Innate Restrictions, Qingping Sword, 40 Innate Restrictions, Chaos Clock, Replication Incomplete, 31 Innate Restrictions, Spiritual Root, Ginseng Fruit Tree. Indeed, although Tongtian had perfected his sword law, Zhang Hao's synchronization only allowed him to advance to the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Tongtian had not achieved the Tao, the perfection of the law was merely a realm. And in terms of actual magical power, he was at most at the peak of a quasi-saint, without any substantial qualitative change. However, at this moment, Tongtian's combat prowess had surpassed the boundaries of a quasi-saint. If he were to engage in a battle in the chaos, even the mid-stage of the first level of a saint might find it challenging to contend against Tongtian. Yet, in the primordial world, Tongtian would struggle against a quasi-saint. Similarly, Zhang Hao's magical power was extraordinarily vast, far exceeding the limits achievable by a quasi-saint, which merely allowed him to ascend from the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal to the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As for Zhang Hao's actual combat strength, it was slightly higher than Tongtian's, but not by a significant margin. After all, there was no qualitative change, merely a staggering quantity. Moreover, the upgrade of the Great Tao Space resulted in a doubling of its spatial area, reaching dimensions of 64 meters in length, width, and height. The purple essence also underwent a transformation, becoming a singular purple golden essence each year. Presently, within the Great Tao Space, there lay over 100 strands of purple golden essence, accumulated by Zhang Hao over the past century. This purple golden essence had more comprehensive functions. It not only enhanced the projections but also augmented their external attributes. For instance, Tongtian would not need to bestow his Qingping sword upon Zhang Hao. If Zhang Hao so desired, he could elevate the Qingping sword to the status of an innate supreme treasure, whether for himself or for the projections. The cost of postnatal restrictions was 1 strand of purple golden essence, while the cost of innate restrictions was 100 strands of purple golden essence, which was significantly cheaper than before. However, a single chaos restriction would require a staggering 10,000 strands of purple golden essence, indicating that it would take a full 10,000 years to add a single chaos restriction to a chaos spiritual treasure. This was indeed pricier than the previous hundreds of billions of purple essence. Likewise, the same applied to spiritual roots, meaning that a counterfeit ginseng fruit tree could surpass the original, akin to spiritual treasures. Additionally, the function of permanently preserving already imprinted projections had been added. It was even possible to resurrect characters who had perished. Upon resurrection, these characters would be loyal to Zhang Hao, retaining their consciousness and memories but pledging unwavering allegiance to him. Returning to reality, Zhang Hao did not respond to Tongtian's query, instead casually asking, "When do you plan to break through?" Tongtian inquired, "Is it possible to first break through to Hunyuan de Luo and then achieve sainthood?" Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "That seems unlikely. The heavenly Tao will undoubtedly not permit you to break through to Hunyuan de Luo within the primordial realm. Furthermore, your dual notions of good and evil still rely on the innate spiritual treasure, preventing you from breaking through to Hunyuan de Luo." Tongtian, perplexed, queried, "If we're not discussing the heavenly Tao, why can't I break through even though my laws are clearly perfected?" Zhang Hao, rolling his eyes, replied, I've told you before, Hanyuan signifies completeness. Your laws may be perfected, but you yourself are not. To attain the Tao of Hanyuan, you must achieve personal perfection alongside the perfection of the laws. Tongtian nodded, conceding, fine, I shall choose an auspicious day to attain the Tao. Lingering on will yield no benefits and is rather pointless. Zhang Hao, indifferent, stated, as you wish, but if you can hasten the process, that would be preferable. Why, without you at the forefront, it's rather inconvenient for me to rebel. Tongtian, honestly, is this truly acceptable? You want me to bear the brunt of the firepower while you leisurely enjoy yourself in the back? He then seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, do you still need any spiritual treasures? Zhang Hao inquired. Well, do you have any spiritual treasures akin to a brick? I find it rather unsatisfactory to constantly wield an innate supreme treasure tower to strike at others. Tongtian, with a hint of nonchalance, replied, I say, cheap disciple, I am your master after all. Could you refrain from being so ostentatious before me? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. And you dare to speak? Tell me, besides providing me with cultivation methods, what else have you given me? You often ask me to teach you how to do things. Who, exactly, is the master and who is the disciple? Tongtian sheepishly rubbed his nose. Hastily shifting the topic, the brick you mentioned should refer to a type of spiritual treasure used for striking. Right, I do have one, though it is merely a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the mountain river seal. Would you like it? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and said, all right, you go ahead. After Tongtian presented Zhang Hao with the treasure of the mountains and rivers, he casually popped a piece of meat into his mouth and inquired, what kind of meat is this? It's quite delectable. Zhang Hao nonchalantly replied, oh, it's the steed of Taizhenren from the Yuancher sect, which I stealthily acquired and butchered. Tongtian exclaimed, what the hell, my dear disciple? Are you seeking death? Are you defying the heavens? Nonetheless, it is indeed delicious. I wonder how the white crane raised by the second brother tastes. Chapter 61. The melon eaters become the eaten as soon as they mention Taizhenren's mount. Zhang Hao and Tongtian were suddenly startled by a wretched cry. My steed, my celestial crane. Tongtian was momentarily at a loss, contemplating, am I to eat now, or still eat? It seems all three choices lead me to eat. Zhang Hao remarked, has it been discovered so swiftly, faster than the last time with the Antarctic immortal? Fortunately, I turned the crane's feathers into a fan and tossed it into the cave of Xuandu. This time Zhang Hao did not venture near the Tai cave. Following the previous incident with the Antarctic parent and child, Yuancher and Taishan would undoubtedly not cast their gaze upon him. As for this cave, Zhang Hao had long since severed its connection to the heavenly secrets, rendering it impervious to calculations and even divine senses. As for the final outcome on Tai's side, needless to say, Yuancher wore a dark expression throughout. While Taishan Laojun once more offered a 9-turn golden elixir. Of course, Xuandu remained completely bewildered from start to finish. Just as Tongtian was preparing to attain his path, the sky of the primordial wilderness suddenly darkened. And in the blink of an eye, the blazing sun over Kunlun Mountain transformed into a myriad of stars. Tongtian and Zhang Hao exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes brimming with intrigue. Tongtian chuckled, hee, which two crows are planning to stir up trouble again? Zhang Hao, picking at his teeth with a toothpick, replied, who cares, as long as they don't assault Kunlun Mountain, we can enjoy the show. Tongtian nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, then I shall slowly pursue my path while we savor the spectacle. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Hao conjured several ginseng fruits onto the table and declared, let us eat while we watch. Upon seeing the ginseng fruits, Tongtian asked in astonishment, oh my dear disciple, did you rob Zhen Yuanzi or directly uproot his tree? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, saying, there's food to eat. Can't you keep your mouth shut? How could a mere golden immortal like me dare to rob a quasi-saint-level powerhouse like Zhen Yuanzi? Tongtian scoffed, I believe you not, you mischievous rascal, quite the sly one. Although Tongtian could only perceive Zhang Hao's mid-golden immortal cultivation, he was not foolish enough to believe Zhang Hao was merely a golden immortal. According to his own words, this golden immortal, I would have to take a detour around. At that moment, both noticed something amiss. The starry sky was descending upon Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Hao and Tongtian simultaneously halted their fruit consumption, exclaiming in unison, what is going on? Are these two crows truly intending to attack Kunlun Mountain? Tongtian, bewildered, shouted, no way, who gave them the audacity? Hongjun, are they unaware that there are two saints here? Do they think they can defeat two saints with just the great array of the Zhoutian Star Do? Zhang Hao mused. I see. Unexpectedly, the melon-eating has turned to concern for my dear master. What? Zhang Hao fixed his gaze on Tong Tian, leisurely stating, they've come to target you. Tong Tian was even more perplexed, asking, target me? I haven't offended them. Zhang Hao, relishing the moment, replied, what else could it be? It's undoubtedly for the primordial purple energy residing within your primordial spirit. Tong Tian, not lacking in wit, grasped the essence of the matter immediately after Zhang Hao's hint. Thus, he was simultaneously amused and incensed by the audacity of the two crows, exclaiming, do these two crows truly believe they can slay me here at Kunlun Mountain? They must remember that I am one of the three pure ones. While both my elder and younger brothers have already attained sainthood, Zhang Hao shrugged, saying, are you not foolish? Since they have come, they must be prepared. I in the primordial realm, you are not the only one. The Western duo of shameless rogues? There could be three, and let us not forget, Nuwa also belongs to the demon race. Even if the elder and younger brothers were detained, could they assuredly eliminate me? After all, I possess the extermination array that no less than 4 saints can break. Zhang Hao shrugged again, pointing westward. Look over there. Do you see that blood-red cloud? That fellow is likely from the river of Hades and the Shura clan. Tong Tian mused. Although I do not care for the primordial purple energy, if you are displaying such a grand display to come after me, does that not mean I, Tong Tian, am losing face? At that moment, Yuancher Tianzuan bellowed, preposterous, you lowly beings born of wetness and adorned with horns, how dare you defile my Kunlun? After his roar, Yuancher Tianzuan seized the 3 treasures Rui and hurled it towards the star array. However, before the 3 treasures Rui could touch the star array, a 7-forked branch materialized in the void, swiping at the Rui. The 3 treasures Rui returned to Yuancher's hand without achieving its purpose. Yuancher coldly snorted, Zhuan-Ti, since you have arrived, do not hide, lest you lose the dignity of a saint. As Yuancher's words faded, Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin revealed themselves from the air. Zhuan-Ti smiled at Yuancher, saying, Yuancher brother, it is a pleasure to meet you again. The younger brother has gained insights and wishes to discuss the Tao with you. Yuancher retorted angrily, you, a practitioner of the left-hand path, do you think I fear you? With that, he prepared to confront Zhuan-Ti. However, Taishang arrived just in time to restrain Yuancher, saying, second brother, you must not go. Why not? Third brother, what is wrong? Has the third brother emerged from seclusion? Oh, but he hasn't Lao Jun murmured, how careless of me, I completely forgot the mental capacity of the second brother. Lao Jun helplessly added, they have come to slay Tong Tian and seize the primordial purple energy. If we intervene, not only will Tong Tian be in danger, but also the disciples atop Kunlun Mountain. After Lao Jun elucidated the situation, Yuancher Tianzuan glared at Zhuan-Ti, fuming. Zhuan-Ti, you shameless one. Zhuan-Ti remained unfazed, coolly responding, thank you for the compliment, brother. I shall strive to improve. If it were anyone else, being scolded in such a manner would surely provoke outrage, but Zhuan-Ti remained indifferent. Dignity, what is face worth in the grand scheme? Meanwhile, Jieyin, lost in thought, reflected, oh, so this was the intention of my younger brother all along. To confront Yuan's it makes sense. After all, my brother had a falling out with Yuancher previously, but can my brother truly contend with Yuancher? At this moment, Jieyin was still oblivious to Zhuan-Ti's true objective. Seeing that Yuancher would not be fooled, Zhuan-Ti disdainfully remarked, Yuancher brother, if you are too afraid to compete with your younger brother, then you must concede that as your younger brother, I surpass you as the elder brother. Furthermore, cease to flaunt the Pangu Orthodox lineage, lest you become a laughingstock. As soon as Zhuan-Ti uttered these words, Lao Jun thought to himself, this is bad indeed. Upon hearing Zhuan-Ti's taunts, Yuancher became furious, disregarding all else, and charged at Zhuan-Ti. As Zhuan-Ti smirked, whether Yuancher was genuinely enraged or feigning so, he retorted while fleeing, hey, Yuancher brat, this place is not suitable for our skills. If you have the guts, let us go play in the chaos beyond the heavens. Yuancher, his face flushed with anger, bellowed, do you think I fear you, Zhuan-Ti? Today, I, Yuancher, shall ensure you lose face as a saint. Chapter 62, Slaying Tong Tian. Seizing the purple energy upon witnessing Yuancher's folly, Lao Jun sighed, with a second brother like this, it truly is a headache for me. As the elder Nuwa remarked, so it turns out attaining sainthood is more about connections and wit, rather than mere intellect. Hongjun questioned, Heavenly Tao, is this truly the primordial spirit of Pangu? The Heavenly Tao responded, do not ask me, I too am perplexed. Could it be that this fellow was swapped during his transformation? The myriad beings of the primordial realm murmured, ah, Yuancher saint, you have quite the admirable elder. Zhang Hao mused, my dear master, is this truly your younger brother? Tongtian, this benefactor of mine, is destined to be outwitted by such a younger brother. One must wonder just how foolish Tongtian must be. And how well he plays his role. Tongtian, perhaps that is indeed the case. Was I previously scolded daily by such a younger brother? How embarrassing. Dijun, Tai, and the River of Hades trio, seeing that Juanti had lured Yuanshi away, were just about to take action, yet they noticed Lao Jun standing calmly nearby. Dijun whispered to Juanti, what does your elder brother mean by this? As Juanti dashed forward, he swept his divine consciousness across Kunlun Mountain and beheld Jiayin, who wore a perplexed expression as he gazed at Laozi, who in turn regarded Jiayin with an air of nonchalance. Witnessing this peculiar scenario nearly caused Juanti to stumble, almost plummeting from the air. Narrowly avoiding a jab from Yuanshi wielding the Pango banner that could have injured his precious little yellow flower, filled with vexation, Juanti mused, how careless of me, I should have clarified matters with that foolish senior brother beforehand. In truth, Juanti's heart was reluctant to explain anything to Jiayin, for he feared that in attempting to elucidate, he might himself become ensnared in confusion regarding his own intentions. Thus Juanti transmitted a message to Jiayin, senior brother, heed my instructions. Very well, junior brother, speak. Juanti continued, now draw forth your divine scepter. Upon hearing this, Jiayin extended his right hand, and a scepter materialized within his grasp. All right, it is ready. What comes next? Juanti replied. Next, you shall strike Laozi with your scepters. Jiayin, upon processing Juanti's words, prepared to strike Laozi but quickly realized the absurdity of the command. He shouted back through their connection, junior brother, are you trying to lead me to my doom? If I strike Laozi, will I even survive? Juanti nearly stumbled again, but, in a bid to reassure Jiayin, insisted, senior brother, you are a sage, sages are invincible, fear not, you shall not perish. Moreover, we are engaged in a grand undertaking. Do you understand? Besides, why would I lead you astray? After you strike Laozi, you must flee immediately. He cannot catch up to you. Jiayin, still skeptical, asked, is that truly the case? You would not steer me wrong? Juanti reassured him, trust me, senior brother, follow my lead, and you shall gain both spiritual treasures and fortune. As my senior brother, I would never betray you. With a mixture of doubt and resolve, Jiayin grasped the scepter and swung it towards Laozi's head before turning to flee. Laozi, with the celestial tower of heaven and earth atop his head, remained utterly unfazed. Observing Jiayin's retreating form, Laozi muttered, what, is this the extent of your strength? Who do you think you are looking down upon? Meanwhile, Juanti, who had already arrived in the chaos, was about to turn when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure hurtling past him at an astonishing speed. Upon recognizing the figure, he gasped in disbelief. Is that my senior brother? By the heavens, how fast! Glancing behind him, he noticed that Laozi was nowhere to be found, prompting him to wonder, where is Laozi? A sweep of his divine consciousness revealed Laozi standing silently with a dark expression on Kunlun Mountain. In that fleeting moment of panic, Juanti was jostled from behind by Yuanshi, causing him to tumble into the chaos. Juanti exclaimed, senior brother, you just told me not to lead you astray. Am I the one deceiving you, or are you deceiving me? Juanti quickly regained his footing, dodging Yuanshi's assault while sending a message to Jiayin, senior brother, cease your flight, Laozi is not pursuing you. Return now and strike Shendu, Laozi's disciple, with your scepter. Upon hearing that Laozi was not in pursuit, Jiayin halted, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, strike Shendu, he is merely a golden immortal. There is no danger there, I shall do it. Jiayin then made his way back to Kunlun Mountain, where he found Laozi silent and unresponsive. He raised his scepter and headed towards Shendu's cave. Unbeknownst to him, Laozi regarded Shendu as more precious than his own life. This strike would undoubtedly spell trouble. Upon witnessing the impending strike, Laozi's fury erupted. Shendu, my dear disciple. In an instant, Laozi hurled the celestial tower from his head to block Jiayin's strike. Seething, Jiayin, are you courting death? How dare you strike my disciple? I shall see you perish. As Jiayin trembled in fear at Laozi's menacing glare, he stared blankly as Laozi charged towards him. Unable to comprehend why Laozi appeared like a raging bull in heat in the chaos, Juanti, witnessing Laozi's frenzied state and Jiayin's bewildered expression, forewent sending a message and instead shouted, senior brother, run, quickly flee. Jiayin, jolted into action, turned and sprinted away. No sooner had Juanti's words left his lips than Jiayin was already at Juanti's side. As Juanti gazed at Jiayin, his desire to continue shouting stifled in his throat, ultimately morphing into a single statement, senior brother, your speed in flight astounds me. I, Juanti, am left in admiration. However, Jiayin's next words nearly prompted Juanti to strike him with the 7 treasures mysterious tree. As Jiayin inquired, "Junior brother, why is Laozi after me? I have not wronged him." Zhuan Ti responded, "Enough, senior brother, be good and do not ask so many questions. Laozi is approaching." Having realized Laozi's fury, Zheng Hao turned to Tong Tian and stated, "Your esteemed master seems rather unhinged." At that moment, Tong Tian's expression turned blank, his countenance reflecting disbelief at Laozi's peculiar behavior, as if encountering him for the first time. Meanwhile, Di Jun and his companions shivered at the sight of the rampaging Laozi. Di Jun, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, warned his subordinates, "Absolutely under no circumstances should you approach Shendu." As Di Jun pondered Yuan Shi, he reiterated his caution, "And do not engage Yuan Shi's disciples either." Even the typically arrogant Tai Yi and Ming He nodded in agreement, humbled by the chaotic presence of Laozi. Ren Yua observed the scene, murmuring, "Laozi is quite repulsive." Hong Jun and the Tao of Heaven remarked, "Regarding the primordial spirit of Pango, we truly wish to refrain from further commentary. We can only hope that Tong Tian may exhibit some semblance of normalcy, achieving an average standard in the midst of the chaos." The myriad beings of the Hong Huang realm echoed, "So it seems the sage enjoys this kind of ambience. We understand now, we cannot hold prejudice against him, for he is indeed a sage." In unison, Di Jun and his companions shouted, "Warriors of the demon race, Azura race, follow me, let us vanquish Tong Tian and seize the primordial essence." The mountains echoed with the cries of the demon and Azura warriors. "Defeat Tong Tian, seize the primordial essence. The demon race, Azura race, is invincible." Chapter 63, Heavenly Tao. "Shall I offer you a bow?" Within the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shi's 12 direct disciples, along with the 3 named disciples, trembled in fear, hiding within the palace, afraid to show even a hint of themselves. Guang Chengzi, brimming with indignation, proclaimed, "It is all the fault of that elusive Tong Tian, for it is he who incited the demon and Azura forces to assault Kunlun Mountain, dragging us into this mess." The other 11 golden immortals shared similar expressions, each bearing a frown and muttering grievances. As soon as Tong Tian's name was mentioned, he immediately sensed it, his face darkened with fury as he thought, "Ah, very well, this is the kind of disciple you have raised, old toot. I shall see how you explain this." Only Nanji Xianwang and Randang, recalling something, promptly cautioned disciples, "Tread carefully." Meanwhile, Yun Zhongzi stood silently to the side. Expressionless and voiceless, Tong Tian, with an impassive demeanor, gazed at the throngs of demons and Azuras before rising to leave. Zhang Hao observed Tong Tian and remarked, "At present, all eyes in the Hong Huang realm are upon this situation. I cannot intervene. I leave these 3 matters to you. We will settle accounts later. Also, go after those 2 little crows. Remember, do not kill them. Why, they are the protagonists of this calamity, and Hong Jun will intervene. You must secure some benefits." "Understood, I shall heed your words." "And what of Minghe? You, lacking the means to attain enlightenment, cannot eliminate Minghe. His survival skills are unparalleled in the Hong Huang realm. Save for the sages, however, you may seize some treasures, such as that flower, which would be quite valuable." Tong Tian nodded, then stepped outside with the Qingping sword in hand. As the beings of the Hong Huang realm beheld Tong Tian, a myriad of emotions surged within them. The Tao of Heaven and Hong Jun felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension, while Nuwa observed with curiosity. It must be noted that their excitement did not stem from reverence for Tong Tian's emergence but rather from the prospect that one of the 3 purities, Tong Tian, might soon meet his demise at the hands of the demon and Azura forces, having his foundational essence of enlightenment, the primordial purple energy, forcibly extracted from him. Upon seeing Tong Tian, Di Jun and Tai Yi gleefully shouted, "Ah, Tong Tian, you have finally emerged. I thought you intended to remain a coward forever." Ming He added, "Tong Tian, surrender the primordial purple energy, and I may spare your life." Tong Tian scoffed, replying coolly, "You all possess such confidence?" Ming He arrogantly retorted, "Tong Tian, perhaps you have been in seclusion for too long, your mind has become dull. Do you not see my 10 billion Azuras, the Blood Sea formation, and the great array of the constellations?" Tong Tian dismissed them with scorn, "And yet, what of it? Merely a pack of chickens and dogs." Tai Yi snorted, Tong Tian, what grants you such confidence? Is it your mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, or perhaps that exquisite innate spiritual treasure you wield?" Tong Tian remained unfazed, stating, "My confidence? Why not come forth and test it for yourselves?" The 3 of them, Di Jun, could hardly endure Tong Tian's demeanor. In their imagination, Tong Tian should have appeared with a grim countenance, reluctantly conceding defeat, ultimately surrendering the Hongmeng purple chi in the face of their taunts. Yet Tai Yi, whose intellect was on par with the ancestral shaman, wasted no words. He brandished the Dong Huang bell and launched an attack against Tong Tian. shouting, "Tong Tian, you brought this upon yourself, Dong Huang Bell, suppress him." With that, Tai struck the Dong Huang Bell with all his might, unleashing waves of intangible sound waves that surged towards Tong Tian, turning everything in their wake to dust. Tong Tian, however, remained unperturbed, casting a languid glance at Tai and remarked, "Were you a true sage and managed to refine the heavenly treasure, the Chaos Bell? I might have shown you some deference, but you are merely a quasi-saint. Even with the Chaos Bell in hand, what of it? An ant will always remain an ant." Tong Tian made no move, allowing the sound waves from the Chaos Bell to crash against him, yet they could not even ruffle a corner of his robe. Tai, alarmed, contemplated retreating, but at that moment, Tong Tian made his move. "Now it is my turn," he said slowly, extending two fingers as if wielding a sword, and slashed towards Tai. A sword sheath, intent on cleaving through the vastness of the wilderness, surged forth with an overwhelming force aimed at Tai. Tai was struck with terror upon witnessing this sword sheath, his heart racing, and he hastily summoned the Chaos Bell to shield himself. Beside him, Dijun's eyes narrowed in alarm as he quickly cast the Yi-Tu and Luoshu to bolster Tai's defenses. With a resounding clang that echoed throughout the wilderness, Tai was sent flying to an unknown location, and even Dijun found himself with a crimson stain at the corner of his mouth. The sword chi did not strike Dijun directly, but the Yi-Tu and Luoshu he had thrown were cleaved by the sword chi, damaging the spiritual treasure and sending Dijun's primordial spirit into turmoil. After Tong Tian's strike, the entire wilderness trembled as if to say, "Is this, still, not the sainted Tong Tian?" At this moment, Nuwat, no longer a mere spectator, rose in astonishment and exclaimed, "Tong Tian, has he truly not attained sainthood? One casual blow from him is no less formidable than my own as a saint." Hong Jun, observing the wheel above his head, spoke slowly. "Well then, Heavenly Tao, is it controllable?" The Heavenly Tao responded with difficulty, "It can be controlled." Soon after, Tai, bloodied, made his way back to the battlefield at Kunlun Mountain. The three of them, having recovered from Tong Tian's casual strike, shouted in a frenzy, "How can this be? How can you be so strong? A quasi-saint cannot possibly be this powerful." Tong Tian shook his head and replied, "It is not that I am too strong, but rather that you are too weak. Did you truly believe that after my prolonged seclusion, I ignored the attainment of sainthood as if I were merely asleep?" Next, Tong Tian unleashed his cultivation, note, it is cultivation, and released his imposing aura. In this world, apart from the saints in Zhanghao, all felt a wave of pressure, as if standing before a saint. Tong Tian's aura transcended the comprehension of Dijun and his companions. Dijun, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, "Tong Tian, have you attained sainthood?" The others looked at Tong Tian with curiosity, eager for his response. Only Hong Jun and the Heavenly Tao shouted in disbelief, "What the hell, he is at the peak of quasi-sainthood. How is it possible for Tong Tian to break through to peak quasi-sainthood before achieving sainthood?" At this moment, the Heavenly Tao, as if venting its frustrations, turned to Hong Jun and scolded, "You old fossil, did you not say that after exterminating the three corpses, the utmost would be peak quasi-saint?" Hong Jun, equally perplexed, replied, "Well, the method I devised for exterminating the three corpses should indeed yield only peak quasi-sainthood. Why then is Tong Tian at peak quasi-sainthood?" The Heavenly Tao retorted, "Why are you asking me? You turned the tables on me. Could it be that Tong Tian has merged those damned three corpses?" Hong Jun shook his head vehemently. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Merging the three corpses requires a common source spiritual treasure. Otherwise, forcibly merging them would only lead to the destruction of the treasure and the demise of the individual." Then, as if a thought struck him, Hong Jun shouted at the Heavenly Tao, "Heavenly Tao, damn it, this is your doing. It was your granting of the treasure to Tong Tian that caused him to reach peak quasi-sainthood before attaining sainthood, and yet you blame me." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Tao was left dumbfounded, awkwardly responding, "Well, is it possible for a treasure of innate merit to yield such a tremendous enhancement?" Hong Jun, in frustration, replied, "I do not know. Do not ask me. I did not use a treasure of innate merit to exterminate the corpses." Indeed, when Hong Jun had previously exterminated the corpses, he had utilized fragments of the creation jade butterfly, which were chaotic treasures, leaving their true nature ambiguous, whether they were innate treasures or supreme innate spiritual treasures. After hearing Hong Jun's remarks, the Heavenly Tao exclaimed, "You do not even know that, yet you blame me. Furthermore, did you just dare to shout at me? Have you taken leave of your senses? Are you rebelling against heaven?" Hong Jun, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses and pleaded, "Well, Heavenly Tao, it was a mistake. Look, I shall bow to you." Chapter 64, Father God, Am I Adopted? without further ado regarding the blame shifting between Hong Jun and the Heavenly Tao. The scene shifts back to Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian shook his head and replied to Di Jun, "No, I have not attained sainthood yet. My cultivation is merely at the level of a peak quasi-saint. However, dealing with the three of you quasi-saints is as easy as a child's play. Who is calling me?" The expressions of Di Jun and the others darkened as they retorted, "Humph, Tong Tian. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Do not forget, we still have the Jotian Star Do Array, Blood Sea Array, Jotian Star Do Rise, Blood Sea Array Rise." Tong Tian sighed, "I am aware of your formations. You make it seem as though I, Tong Tian, have no formations of my OWNI in this day and age. How can one survive without a few formidable formations?" With a wave of his hand, a sinister aura began to churn within a radius of 100,000 miles around Kunlun Mountain, and 4 swords were positioned around the mountain. This was the Jixian formation, set by Tong Tian using the 4 swords of extermination. If it were merely the Blood Sea Array of the Ming River, Tong Tian would not have taken it seriously, but facing the Zhou Tian Star Do Array, which could contend with saints, he dared not underestimate it. However, the mere act of setting up the Jixian formation with a wave of his hand sent Hong Jun and the Heavenly Tao outside into a frenzy. Twitching in disbelief, the top 10 formations of the wilderness, the top 3 could contend with saints. And at this moment, Kunlun Mountain was home to 2 of the top 3 formations. The foremost of the 10 formations was the 12 Capitals Heavenly Formation of the Witch Clan. A formation capable of not merely contending with saints but overpowering weaker saints. During the Second Great War between the witches and demons, the Witch Clan had set up this formation to summon the Phantom of Pangu, which even Nu Hua dared not provoke. Ultimately, it was Hong Jun himself who had to intervene to resolve the situation. However, this formation had many restrictions and unique properties that made it irreplaceable. Since the fall of the ancestral shaman, the 12 Capitals Heavenly Formation had not reappeared in the wilderness. The second was the Zhou Tian Star Do Array of the Demon Clan, capable of restraining a weaker saint, albeit with the limitation of requiring considerable preparation and a large number of practitioners to set it up. A third was Tong Tian's Jixian formation, which required the combined efforts of 4 practitioners skilled in formations, all at the same level, to have any hope of breaking it. If a quasi-saint set up the formation, it would be utterly incapable of withstanding a true saint. Fourth was the Wan Xian formation, the signature technique of the Eastern King of the original Celestial Court, which had once inflicted severe losses on the Demon Court. Later, the formation diagram of the Wan Xian array was acquired by Tong Tian. The 5th and 6th notable formations included the 2 instruments Micro-Dust Formation by Laozi and the Bodhi Formation by Quentai, both utilizing saintly treasures in their setups. The 7th was the Blood Sea Array of the Ming River and the 5 Elements Array set up with the innate 5 directions flags, one being a heavy offensive formation, the other focused on defense. The 8th was the innate Bagua Array, a formation derived from the He-Tu and Luoshu by Emperor Fuxi. Finally, the 9th was the 9 Curves Yellow River Array, which used the Hunyuan Golden Dipper of Yunshao as the formation I. This means that Tong Tian alone possessed 3 of the top 10 formations. The time for the 3-way contest of formations had now arrived. Tong Tian needed to be vigilant against the starry phantoms descending from above while also contending with the surging blood sea eroding from below. However, due to his cultivation level, Tong Tian could barely manage to cope with the simultaneous assaults of both formations. Nonetheless, the Zhou Tian Star Do Array, being a formation capable of contending with saints, posed a considerable threat, while the Jixian formation was not heavily defensive. As time progressed, Tong Tian's situation began to turn grim. Although his combat prowess was certainly not inferior to that of Quentai, a mid-stage saint, being left in a state of disarray would certainly be a loss of face, wouldn't it? Just when Tong Tian contemplated his next move, a teasing laughter echoed in his mind. "Hee hee, dear master, what is it? Is it too much for you? Are you now seeking to attain sainthood to salvage your reputation?" Tong Tian, filled with rage, retorted, "If you think you can do it, then go ahead. No way, I'm just a little golden immortal. I wouldn't dare. However, if you wish to attain sainthood, I could lend you a treasure that suppresses fate." After Zhang Hao spoke, Tong Tian sensed a tower-shaped innate merit treasure. Tong Tian was taken aback, rubbing his eyes to examine it closely. Indeed, it was still an innate merit treasure. However, the appearance of this innate merit treasure seemed oddly familiar upon further inspection of its name. Tong Tian immediately understood why it seemed so familiar, for this tower was called the Heaven and Earth Shen Huang Tower. Tongtian was drenched in cold sweat. This object, apart from its level and the differences with the Lord's heavenly Shenhuang Tower, was nearly identical in every other aspect. Although Tongtian could not fathom where Zhang Hao had acquired such a thing at that moment, he could not concern himself with such matters. He simply threw the Qingping sword into the air. Di Jun and the others mistakenly believed Tongtian had exhausted his skills, laughing heartily. "Ah, Tongtian, are you giving up by throwing your sword?" Meanwhile, within the chaos, Tian Dao and Hong Jun suddenly perked up, shouting, "It's happening! Tongtian is about to attain sainthood. Tongtian is finally going to become a saint." However, Tongtian's subsequent actions nearly caused Tian Dao to drop the wheel on the floor of the Zishou Palace, while Hong Jun fell directly from his cloud bed. For with another wave of his hand, a tower-shaped treasure, a treasure of innate merit in the form of a tower, appeared in his grasp and was hurled skyward. Hong Jun and Tian Dao exchanged glances before bellowing, "Damn it! Where did Tongtian get this innate treasure of merit?" "It's the innate Shenhuang treasure. Even I, this Tian Dao, do not possess an innate treasure of merit." The innate Shenhuang treasure. Could it be that Panga secretly left it for Tongtian? Then, an even more maddening occurrence unfolded before Tian Dao. Tongtian raised his head and proclaimed loudly, "With the Dao above, today I, the authentic Pango, the upper clear Tongtian, establish a sect named Jet, intercepting a thread of life. All beings must possess a thread of life." The Tao witnesses this, utilizing the innate treasure of merit, the heavenly Shenhuang Tower, alongside the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword. He aimed to suppress the fortunes of the Jie sect. Declaring Jie sect established, within the chaos several saints had ceased their battles. At this moment, Laozi looked dazedly at the heavenly Shenhuang Tower atop his head, then glanced at the one Tongtian had thrown towards Kunlun Mountain. His expression one of bewilderment and grievance. "Father Pango, the tower you gave me is a counterfeit." Yuancher, at this time, was also at a loss, foolishly exclaiming, "Father, this is unfair. The elder brother has the postnatal treasure of merit. The Shenhuang Tower, the third brother has the innate treasure of merit, the Shenhuang Tower, while I possess nothing at all, not a single hair. Father, am I merely a foundling?" Ozhuanti and Jiejing remained silent. "You possess the Pango banner, a treasure of the heavens. What more do you desire? You second-generation beings should consider the feelings of us grassroots. Would that be too much to ask?" As Tongtian's oath escaped his lips, a great eye gradually emerged within the primordial chaos. It appeared to manifest slowly, yet seemed exceedingly abrupt, as if this great eye had always been present, creating a striking contradiction and profound discomfort, with the appearance of the eye of the Tao. Tian Dao, who had previously been dancing joyously within the chaotic Zishou Palace, now resembled a quail huddled in a corner of the palace, seemingly small and helpless. The great eye scrutinized Tongtian, then glanced at the innate treasure of merit, the Shenhuang Tower, with a flicker of confusion evident within its depths. Yet, this flicker vanished in less than a thousandth of a second. Following that, the voice of the Tao resonated throughout the entirety of the primordial world, reaching all cultivators with any attainment permitted. Chapter 65. Stop talking, just bring it here, I'll carry it. Next, the eye of the Tao descended with immeasurable weight, stability, and a vast, deep yellow aura. This was not the merit aura of Tian Dao, but rather the aura of the Taoist Shenhuang. The Shenhuang aura descending from the Tao merged with the Shenhuang aura within Tongtian, and he immediately felt that the fruit of sainthood was within his grasp, ready to be devoured the moment he opened his mouth. Yet, Tongtian did not immediately attain sainthood. Instead, he released his two manifestations of good and evil, roaring, "Shatter!" Both manifestations, whether treasures or physical forms, shattered apart, while the thoughts of good and evil that had been entrusted returned to Tongtian himself. With the aid of the Taoist Shenhuang aura, Tongtian shattered the two manifestations of good and evil, and his primordial spirit and true essence remained unscathed. As the thoughts of good and evil returned, Tongtian achieved completeness. Moreover, under the influence of the Taoist Shenhuang aura, the primordial purple energy within his sea of consciousness seemed to be purified, transforming into a bridge connecting Tongtian with the Tao that had retreated. In the external world, Tongtian's momentum began to soar like a rocket. In less than a second, he progressed from the completion of the sub-saint level to the early stages of the first heaven of sainthood, and did not stop there, continuing to ascend to the mid-stages of the first heaven of sainthood, the early stages of the third heaven, until he finally broke through to the pinnacle of the third heaven of sainthood, where he came to a halt. It should be noted that the originally most formidable Laozi had attained sainthood at the early stages of the second heaven of sainthood, and remained there for 10,000 years. Yet Tong Tian, upon attaining sainthood, reached the pinnacle of the third heaven of sainthood, and moreover, as a saint of the third heaven, he was not under the control of Tian Dao's consciousness. Of course, this was merely the apparent attainment of sainthood. Tong Tian's understanding of the laws reached completion, allowing him to seamlessly break through to the early stages of the first heaven of the Hunyuan Dalu. With the breakthrough in the realm of laws did not occur in a rapid-fire manner like the attainment of sainthood, but rather remained at the early stages of the first heaven of Hunyuan Dalu. After becoming a saint, Tong Tian exuded an overwhelming pressure from within himself. This pressure was significantly greater than that experienced by Anhua, Taishang, and others when they attained sainthood. At the very least, even when Taishang became a saint, the river of oblivion had managed to withstand the pressure without kneeling due to the flames of karma. Yet now, the river of oblivion had completely knelt before Tong Tian, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, despite having 40 premier innate prohibitions. With the emergence of this pressure, the blood sea array laid down by his 10 billion Shura clan against Tong Tian transformed into a veritable sea of blood. Not only was the river of oblivion affected, but even Di Jun and Tai Yi, despite bearing the weight of the chaos bell and the river map, found their knees bending almost to the ground. The only reason they had not yet knelt was due to their remaining pride, forcibly holding them up, while their internal organs suffered severe injuries. If both Di Jun and Tai Yi were in such a state, one could only imagine the plight of the other great powers of the primordial world. Even figures like Zhen Yuanzi and Ziwangmu found themselves kneeling before Tong Tian. Even the 5 saints, including the already sanctified Anhua, felt a wave of discomfort under this overwhelming pressure. Taishang and Yuanzhi immediately changed countenance, realizing, damn, the third brother is so formidable. I, as the elder brother, or second brother, am even inferior to the third brother. This is a major embarrassment. If Taishang and Yuanzhi's change in expression stemmed from jealousy, Zhuanti appeared as though he had just lost his parents, while Jiejing, well, he was simply overlooked, remaining unchanged and even contemplating congratulating Tong Tian. Zhuanti lamented internally, Tong Tian, so this is the true you. You could have become a saint long ago. Why did you not do so? Were you trying to set me up? Tian Dao, I need to report this. Tong Tian is fishing for law enforcement, Tian Dao retorted. Zhuanti, you still have a place to report. I don't even have a place to lodge a complaint. Hong Jun looked at Tong Tian, who had reached the pinnacle of the third heaven of sainthood, with a tinge of envy, yet he was also pleased, thinking that once Tong Tian became a saint, he would be easy to manipulate. Thus, Hong Jun cheerfully addressed Tian Dao. It's still you, Tian Dao, who has the means. Tong Tian has indeed been forced to become a saint. Tian Dao, manifesting a phantom, fixed his gaze on Hong Jun and said, Tong Tian has already reached the completion of the sub-saint level. If he does not become a saint, what else can he do? Hong Jun slapped his forehead, exclaiming, that makes sense. However, as long as he becomes a saint, once he entrusts his true spirit to you, won't you be able to manipulate him at will? Tian Dao, dark-faced, shouted, are you stupid or deaf, or perhaps just old and confused? Did you not hear that when Tong Tian attained sainthood, he swore an oath to the Dao, not to me? Tian Dao, how can I manipulate him? Hong Jun, flustered, hurriedly inquired, Tian Dao, what exactly happened? Tian Dao, still scowling, replied, Pangu must have given all his intellect to Tong Tian. Tong Tian had not even attempted to sever the so-called 3 corpses. Instead, he was comprehending the laws the moment he emerged. He had achieved perfect understanding of the laws and has now attained the Hunyuan Dalu. Though Hong Jun was astonished, he still remarked, even so, a Hunyuan Dalu should be at the early stages of the first heaven. So what about you? Tian Dao scolded, look at the fine disciple you've raised. Tong Tian is cunning. He used the innate Xianuang treasure to invoke the Dao and then swore an oath to establish his sect before the Dao. The Xianuang aura descending from the Dao directly purified the primordial purple energy I provided, turning it into a bridge connecting him with the Dao that had retreated, while Tong Tian attained the Dao of Tian Dao. It was not under my authority, but rather under that of the Dao that had retreated. Hong Jun, bewildered, asked, what difference does that make? Tian Dao, in despair, explained, the Dao that has retreated is an unconscious companion entity, ethereal yet truly existent. While the Dao exists, the retreating Dao exists. When the retreating Dao perishes, the Dao collapses. In other words, at this moment, Tong Tian, to a certain extent, embodies that retreating Dao, although Tong Tian remains under my celestial path. To a certain extent, his status can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, akin to your complete harmony with the Dao. Hong Jun exclaimed, even better, capture him to unify with the Dao. The heavenly Dao rolled its eyes and remarked, there's a latter part. Tongtian has evaded one aspect, but evading one aspect does not equate to Tongtian. Hongjun pondered, damn it, this reminds me that Hongjun is the heavenly Tao, yet the heavenly Tao is not Hongjun. Hongjun, in a daze, asked, then what shall we do about the heavenly Tao now, is it controllable? The heavenly Tao nearly choked on Hongjun's question, gritting its teeth as it glared at him, just take a look for yourself. Can you control the disciples you have taught, Hongjun? I have nothing left to say, just take it. I'll bear the consequences, even if both the heavenly Tao and Hongjun felt a sense of reluctance. They could not alter the predetermined facts of the great Tao, but if even the great Tao acknowledges it, what more could the heavenly Tao do? The one thing the heavenly Tao did not anticipate was that Pangu would leave behind a primordial treasure. The Xianhuang Pagoda for Tongtian, enabling him to successfully awaken the already concealed great Tao. Meanwhile, the situation on the Kunlun side took a sudden turn. Chapter 66. Tai, are you an undercover agent, returning to Kunlun? To be honest, Tongtian, the party involved, was entirely unaware of the intricate vows pertaining to the great Tao. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao also did not realize that he and Tongtian had just traversed a high wire thousands of meters above the ground. In Zhang Hao's mind, which transcendent being had not sworn an oath to the great Tao, swearing to the heavenly Tao was rather lowly, isn't it, after the great Tao emerged from the primordial chaos? It had already retreated into the depths of chaos, entrusting the entire primordial world to the heavenly Tao to govern. Generally, when sentient beings called upon the great Tao, it would pay no heed. Furthermore, should the great Tao become irritated by incessant calls, the chaotic thunder it wielded was not to be trifled with. Tongtian's shout drew forth the eye of the great Tao for two reasons. 1. He was the manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, and one could argue he is a descendant of the great Tao. The other was the innate merit treasure, the Xianhuang Pagoda, lent to him by Zhang Hao. If the heavenly Tao favored beings adorned with its merits, then the great Tao cherished those imbued with the essence of Xianhuang. Once the sanctification declaration concluded, Tongtian turned to look at Emperor Jun and the others, saying, it seems your trump cards are gone. Indeed, the 10 billion Azura tribesmen brought by the river of the underworld were directly crushed by Tongtian's overwhelming pressure. Even the river of the underworld itself knelt upon the ground. Although the grand formation of the Zhoutian Star Do was not yet broken, the 100,000 demon soldiers it summoned had already been reduced to mere pulp. Emperor Jun gazed at Tongtian, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, the heavenly Tao is unjust, the heavenly Tao is unjust. I, Emperor Jun, the dignified heavenly emperor of the demon race, why can I not attain sanctification? Why grant me hope, only to leave me in despair? Tongtian scoffed. The heavenly Tao is unjust. You have already established the most formidable power in the primordial realm. Do you still wish to possess the most fearsome strength within it, if everything is handed to you? What will others have to strive for? You might as well have the heavenly Tao work for you. Initially, the beings of the primordial realm felt pity for Emperor Jun, but after reflecting on Tongtian's words, they thought, indeed, Tongtian makes a compelling point. If everything were to be claimed by him, what need would we have to struggle? Perhaps we might as well lie down. Even the heavenly Tao, upon hearing Tongtian's remarks, silently acknowledged, indeed, Pangu bestowed all his wisdom upon Tongtian. Just look at how reasonable Tongtian's words are. The river of the underworld, standing to the side, having retracted its pressure after attaining sanctification, voiced its indignation. Tongtian, why did you not attain sanctification earlier, choosing to do so only now? Did you calculate this? Tongtian glanced at the river of the underworld with disdain. Calculate? What should I calculate about you? Besides, when I attain sanctification, what business is it of yours? Attaining sanctification, I could have done so millennia ago if I wished. The only reason I have not is that I have yet to reach my own limits. You wouldn't assume that just because I have not attained sanctification I cannot do so, would you? Or perhaps you believe that the late-stage quasi-saint or peak quasi-saint, or even the river of the underworld at quasi-saint perfection, are the limits before sanctification? Don't be ridiculous. Emperor Jun and the others were taken aback, asking, is that not the case? Enhua was only at the late-stage quasi-saint before attaining sanctification, and Taishan Laojun was at peak quasi-saint. The two sages of the West, Yuan Shi and the others, were merely at late-stage quasi-saint before sanctification, just a bit higher than Enhua. Tongtian let out a derisive laugh. Ha, so you truly believe your current cultivation level has reached its pinnacle? How amusing, utterly amusing. Before my sanctification I was already at the quasi-saint perfection. If you three do not rely on formations, you would still be mere ants to me. Against the three of you, I wouldn't even bother using my spiritual treasures. not only Emperor Jun and the others, but even in the primordial realm, apart from the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, even saints were hearing for the first time that there existed a quasi-saint realm above quasi-saint. Emperor Jun and the others murmured, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is, how pitiful, I always thought Tong Tian could not attain sanctification, it turns out his capacity surpasses all saints." "Ha!" Tong Tian nodded regretfully, "do you not feel a sense of the clown is actually me? Alas, I pity you, but even if you are pitiful, I still must collect my debts, after all, in this world, one must eventually repay their debts." Emperor Jun boasted, "Ha, Tong Tian, we still have the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, we are not necessarily bound to lose." Before he could finish his sentence, Tong Tian waved his hand, and the Zhou Tian Star Do formation was instantly shattered. Even the 365 demon gods who had set up the formation were reduced to ash, and all 365 star flags were snatched into Tong Tian's grasp. Tong Tian gazed at Emperor Jun, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh? Is this what you referred to? Well, now it is gone. Do you still have any trump cards left? If so, I can wait." Seeing the star flags in Tong Tian's hands, Emperor Jun and Tai were filled with disbelief. As the main orchestrators of the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, they understood just how formidable this formation was. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Enhua were enveloped by the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, she could not escape before the demon gods who set up the formation exhausted their powers. Yet Tong Tian, with a mere wave of his hand, not only were the demons turned to ash, but even the apparatus of the formation was completely emptied by him. The two internally lamented, "Is there such a vast difference between saints, in the chaos Enhua dwelling in her abode, and the four saints who had halted their actions?" Silently thought, "I fear I have become a false saint among the five who had already attained sanctification. Apart from Lao Jun, only one could confidently exit the star formation within 3 breaths, note, not breaking out. The rest could only claim they could maintain a stalemate at best." Hearing Tong Tian's taunts, Emperor Jun and the others wore expressions of bitter resignation. What other trump cards could they possess, even if they had some? What could they do against the strongest saint under Hongjun, Tong Tian? Emperor Jun raised his head to look at Tong Tian, saying, "Tong Tian Saint, tell us, what must we do to be spared?" Even the heavenly Tao and Hongjun were ready at all times. Previously, they had feared Tong Tian might actually be killed by Emperor Jun and the others, and now they feared that Tong Tian might kill Emperor Jun and Tai if Tong Tian was determined to eliminate Emperor Jun and Tai. Hongjun would immediately intervene upon attaining sanctification. Tong Tian naturally understood Zhang Hao's words were indeed correct. Emperor Jun and Tai could not die, at least not now. There was still a grand performance awaiting them. Thus, Tong Tian slowly stated, "Then it depends on what value your lives hold as the Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign." Emperor Jun tentatively suggested, 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, would that suffice? Before Tong Tian could respond, Tai shouted, "Elder brother, no." Both Emperor Jun and the others believed Tai's intent was that Emperor Jun had offered too high a price. However, Tai's following words nearly left all beings in the primordial realm speechless. "Damn it! I, Donghuang Tai, the strongest beneath the saints, one of the pillars of the demon race, how could I possibly be worth just 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure? Am I being insulted?" Emperor Jun turned his head mechanically to look at Tai and slowly said, "Tai, are you an undercover agent sent by Tong Tian?" After uttering these words, Emperor Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Poor Emperor Jun, who had been struck by pre-sanctification Tong Tian without spilling blood, was nearly brought to his knees by post-sanctification Tong Tian but had gritted his teeth to hold it in. Now, he was actually backstabbed by his own younger brother and ended up spitting blood. Once Tong Tian came to his senses, he looked at Emperor Jun and remarked, "Well, that wasn't my idea, it was your younger brother who said it. So in that case, for items, you two will hand over 4 supreme innate spiritual treasures to me, lest he claims I insulted him." After Tong Tian finished speaking, Tai wanted to respond, but was immediately shouted down by Emperor Jun, "You shut your mouth. You brat, Tai, if you want me to shut up, fine, why shout at me?" Chapter 67. Have you returned to Shumi Mountain? Is there a problem? Di Jun wore a look of despondency, having already paid the price of 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures to summon the 2 saints from the west. He now faced a demand for 4 from Tong Tian. Even though the heavenly court's treasury was vast, it had no surplus to offer. Within the treasury remained only the Sun Essence Wheel and the Moon Essence Wheel. 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures that were yet to be claimed by anyone. The He Tu and Luoshu were not only Di Jun's accompanying spiritual treasures but also the focal point of the great formation of the Zhou Tian stars. thus could not be surrendered to Tong Tian. The Xiaoyao banner, a gift from Nu Hua to the heavenly court, was fundamental to their realm and could not be given away either. There was also a yellow gourd, but it was in the possession of Tai Yi. After all, the Dong Huang bell was a supreme innate treasure. It was impractical for Tai Yi, a quasi-saint, to wield it every time he engaged in battle. The burden of a quasi-saint utilizing a top-tier innate treasure was immense. In the heavenly court, although Shi and Changshi possessed exquisite innate treasures, it would be humiliating for a man to lose a fight and then have to rely on women to ransom him. Such a scenario would trample not only the dignity of the demon clan's emperor and sovereign but also the respect due to a man. Eventually, with great reluctance, Di Jun removed the golden cloud crown from his head. He then summoned the sun and moon essence wheels, illuminating the heavenly court with their verdant light, and gathered the 4 exquisite innate treasures, feeling a painful loss in his heart as he closed his eyes and threw them towards Tong Tian. Upon receiving the 4 treasures, Tong Tian stated, "You may leave." Di Jun, silent and with a pained expression, pulled Tai Yi and flew back to the heavenly court. As for the 365 star flags in Tong Tian's possession, Di Jun was aware of his limitations and did not dare to utter a word. Once Di Jun and Tai Yi had departed, Tong Tian gazed at the Minghe and coldly remarked, "Minghe, do you dare to guess whether I can evaporate the blood sea?" Startled, Minghe realized that his greatest means of survival lay in the 480 million blood god avatars within his blood sea. This was why he had boldly proclaimed, "As long as the blood sea exists, Minghe shall not perish." He then bitterly replied, "Saint Tong Tian, please state your conditions." Without hesitation, Tong Tian declared, to avoid accusations of disparagement, "You shall also present 2 spiritual treasures to redeem yourself. I find the lava red lotus and the Xian Yuan water controlling banner quite suitable." Minghe cursed Tai Yi vehemently in his heart. Yet his body obediently retrieved the 2 spiritual treasures as mentioned by Tong Tian, extracting a sliver of his primordial spirit from within the treasures and handing them over. After accepting the 2 treasures, Tong Tian ordered leave. Minghe did not dare to retort and swiftly flew back toward his blood sea. After observing the conclusion of events at Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian lifted his gaze back toward the chaos. In the depths of chaos, upon sensing Tong Tian's gaze, Zhuan-Ti immediately shouted, "Not good, or brother, run, take me with you, run fast." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiayin seized Zhuan-Ti by the collar and began to flee. Zhuan-Ti, caught unprepared, found his hair standing on end and his features contorted due to Jiayin's speed. Indeed, Jiayin was remarkably swift. He could cover half a day's journey in the time it took Zhuan-Ti to speak just a sentence. However, in his foolishness, Jiayin ran towards Mount Shumi. Watching Jiayin's actions from a distance, Tong Tian's lips twitched as he stepped forward towards Mount Shumi. Taishan Laojun and Yuancher Tianzuan, witnessing Jiayin's antics, could not help but grimace, thinking, "Is Jiayin not heading toward his own demise? Instead of fleeing to the Purple Cloud Palace, he is heading toward Mount Shumi." Originally, Hong Jun had prepared to mediate between Tong Tian and the Western duo. But upon seeing Jiayin's actions, he retracted his previously prepared treasures and words, sighing, "Well, I can't help you now. You all are on your own. Heavenly Tao, you have witnessed this. It is not that I refuse to help resolve disputes, but rather, it is he who insists on my non-involvement." When Zhuan-Ti finally regained his senses and opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was an extraordinarily handsome young man with a sword on his back. Not the familiar face of Hong Jun. Upon surveying his surroundings, a large bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Zhuan-Ti bitterly remarked, "Brother, you truly excel. You managed to run back to Mount Shumi. By the way, may I ask, brother, were you sent by Tong Tian to be my brother?" Jiayin, sensing Zhuan-Ti's discontent, looked puzzled and replied, "Junior brother, did you not ask me to run? I returned to Mount Shumi at my fastest speed. Is there a problem? Moreover, junior brother, even before we attained consciousness, we were together. How could I possibly be sent by Tong Tian to be your brother?" Zhuan-Ti's lips twitched as he struggled to say, "Now there are no issues." Without further ado, Tong Tian turned to Zhuan-Ti and stated, "Hand them over, 2 treasures each. No more chatter, or you know the consequences." Zhuan-Ti awkwardly responded that, Tong Tian, can we not say Yuan but rather Yuan? What do you think? Since we are both saints, how about we bow once to you, nullifying 4 yuans? Does that work?" Tong Tian's expression darkened as he replied, "What do you think?" After saying this, he prepared to draw the Qingping sword from his back. Tong Tian was not foolish. Even if these 2 knelt before him, what was mere face value compared to the tangible spiritual treasures? If given a chance to start over, Zhuan-Ti would surely not flee. Even if it meant facing death at Tong Tian's hands, for saints do not truly perish. dying a few times was hardly consequential, yet Jian in his foolishness had brought him back to Mount Shumi. At that moment, if he did not comply with Tong Tian's demands, Mount Shumi would undoubtedly be destroyed, and Zhuan Ti's painstakingly acquired fated person would be utterly obliterated. With no other choice, Zhuan Ti reluctantly presented the two exquisite innate spiritual treasures given by Di Jun, the Qian Kuan Fan and the Han Yuan Zhan, along with his own Ku Zhu, also known as the 6 roots of purity bamboo, and the only 11th grade merit golden lotus cultivated in the West, surrendering them to Tong Tian moreover, fearing that his brother might create a blunder akin to Tai's. Zhuan Ti specifically shouted at Jian before handing them over, "You must remain silent, Jian, junior brother, did you perhaps miscalculate? Those 2 quasi-saint crows from Di Jun are worth 4 exquisite spiritual treasures. And yet, we 2 saints are also valued at 4 treasures, isn't that a bit too cheap?" After collecting the spiritual treasures, Tong Tian did not linger, turning on his heel and vanishing from Mount Shumi. This time, Tong Tian had amassed a total of 10 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Although the quantity was considerable in essence, they consisted of the lava red lotus, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, the 6 roots of purity bamboo, and the sun and moon essence wheels, 5 treasures that were relatively acceptable, with 40, 39, 38, and 237 innate prohibitions respectively. Of the others, such as the Qian Kuan Fan, Han Yuan Zhan, and Golden Cloud Crown, had names that sounded impressive but actually only contained 31 or 32 innate prohibitions. Even the 11th grade merit golden lotus, being a product of the 3rd generation lotus seed, contained only 33 innate prohibitions. However, after acquiring these 10 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, along with his own, Tong Tian undoubtedly became the wealthiest figure in the Honghuang realm. To say the least, under the heavenly Tao, the number of innate spiritual treasures was inherently limited. Excluding those replicated by Zhang Hao, the quantity of exquisite innate spiritual treasures in Tong Tian's possession had certainly approached or even surpassed half of the total in the entire Honghuang realm. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian was greeted by Taishan Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan, who approached with their disciples to congratulate him, saying, "Congratulations to 3rd brother Tong Tian for attaining the Tao." Tong Tian nodded, smiling outwardly as he replied, "Eldest brother, 2nd brother, thank you for waiting." Following this, the 2nd generation disciples came forward to pay their respects. Tong Tian held no grievances towards Xuandu, but when it came to Guang Chengzi and the other 12 golden immortals, he directly stated, "You may forego the formalities. I, Tong Tian, am unworthy of such grand gestures." Upon hearing this from Tong Tian, the expressions of Guang Chengzi and the other 12 personal disciples changed dramatically. Turning pale, meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan, with a darkened expression, took on the air of a 2nd elder and bellowed at Tong Tian, "What do you mean by that, Tong Tian?" Tong Tian let out a cold laugh and replied, "Why not ask your esteemed disciple what words were spoken when Di Jun and the others came knocking? Even if I had not yet attained sainthood at that time, I was at least their elder. I do not expect them to step forward and defend me as their uncle, but surely a modicum of respect should be afforded." After saying this, Tong Tian turned to Guang Chengzi, asking in a frigid tone, "Guang Chengzi, do you believe what I, Tong Tian, said is true, or do you think I, as a quasi-saint, was oblivious to the words you spoke then?" At this moment, Yuanshi's 12 personal disciples looked utterly pale. Especially Guang Chengzi, who appeared as though he had emerged from a bath of sweat. Tong Tian then looked at Yuanshi, saying, "Yuanshi, is this what you call a person of virtue, having traversed the realms? I have witnessed the profound presence of both Yuanshi and Taishan, each a sage in their own right." Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, they effortlessly deduced the events of the time, yet Yuanshi remained silent. His expression darkened. Although standing by, he did not take action against Guang Chengzi and the others. It was evident that he chose his disciples over his brother. Taishan Laozu, however, favored Yuanshi, addressing Tong Tian, "Tong Tian, my 3rd brother. Guang Chengzi and his companions are merely inexperienced 2nd generation disciples. Do you truly need to stoop to their level?" Tong Tian scoffed, retorting, "Eldest brother," setting Yuanshi aside, "let us consider you that if my disciple Zhang Hao were to speak of you in such a manner, would you not strike him down in a heartbeat?" Had it been Yuanshi in this situation, Zhang Hao would have long ceased to exist. Upon hearing this, Laozu and Yuanshi fell silent, for Tong Tian had spoken a truth that they could not deny. Had Zhang Hao dared to utter such words against them, they would have to confront their own conscience regarding his fate. Shen Du attempted to speak but held his tongue, recognizing that the 12 disciples of Yushu had indeed acted improperly. And as a second-generation disciple himself, he had no right to interject. Tong Tian, observing Yuanshir's glowering countenance, was unrelenting. What say you, Yuanshir urged? Will you not provide me, Tong Tian, with an explanation? Yuanshir seethed. Tong Tian, you have gone too far. Tong Tian's gaze shifted, disappointment evident, as he turned to Taishang. Great brother, do you have anything to say? Taishang remained silent, as if he had not heard Tong Tian's words. With a heavy sigh, Tong Tian's expression grew cold. And he remarked slowly, I never imagined that after achieving sainthood for over 100 Yuan meetings, the bonds of brotherhood would pale in comparison to that of a disciple with a mere 10,000 years of existence. If that is indeed the case, I shall abide by your wishes. As Taishang and Yuanshir contemplated the meaning behind Tong Tian's declaration, he took a step forward, rising into the air, and proclaimed, above the great Tao. Today I, Panga Yuanqin Tong Tian, sever ties with Taiji Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshir. From this day forth, there shall be no more Shangqing Tong Tian, only Panga Tong Tian. The causal connection behind my prior action shall be nullified by two supreme innate treasures. Let the great Tao witness this. The eye of the great Tao responded. Upon the conclusion of Tong Tian's proclamation, although the onlookers did not witness the eye of the great Tao as they had during his ascension to sainthood, they distinctly heard a voice resonate within their minds. Permitted, immediately Taishang and Yuanshir felt their ethereal connection to Tong Tian severed, their fortunes plummeting. Taishang's decline was modest, but Yuanshir's teachings suffered severely. His fortunes, already diminished due to prior actions, reached a point of near invisibility upon the severance of their fateful ties. Tong Tian swore an oath, causing the chaotic heavens to tremble as he inwardly cursed. Tong Tian, how dare you? Must you invoke the great Tao for trivial matters? The heavens knew that Tong Tian's oaths to the great Tao were never frivolous, for he was not only a sage but also a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. In simpler terms, the mixed Yuan de Luo operates under the auspices of the great Tao rather than the heavens, allowing Tong Tian to swear oaths to both. However, it was clear that Tong Tian would likely not pledge his allegiance to the heavens in this moment. The heavens, feeling unjustly treated, lamented, Tong Tian, do you not recall who bestowed upon you the innate treasures, who provided you with the divine waters of the three lights? Is this truly how you repay me? In a corner, Hong Jun shrank away, fearing the wrath of the heavens, knowing he would inevitably bear the brunt of their ire. After the great Tao retreated into the shadows, the heavens roared. Hong Jun replied silently, as expected. I cannot escape. On Kunlun Mountain, Taishang and Yuanshir wore expressions of fury as they glared at Tong Tian, exclaiming, Tong Tian, you scoundrel. Tong Tian responded nonchalantly, oh, a scoundrel. If it is you, Yuanshir, who wishes to play the scoundrel, I, Tong Tian, shall gladly oblige. He then hurled the Qian Koan fan and the mixed Yuanjin at the two, declaring, when I achieved sainthood, regardless of your sincerity, I, Tong Tian, accepted your favor. This is the price demanded by Dijuan for the two from the west, which I now hand over to you. Henceforth, I shall bear no more ties with you. Taishang and Yuanshir. Just as Tong Tian intended to depart, he suddenly turned back, his gaze filled with lethal intent, scrutinizing the disciples of the Chan teaching. The 15 disciples, under the weight of his gaze, felt as though they might collapse to the ground. Tong Tian spoke slowly. This time I, Tong Tian, shall spare you. But should there be a next time, you shall perish. Should you doubt this, observe if your sage-level master in the early mid-stage can protect you. Both you and your mentor are but mere ants. With that, Tong Tian unleashed the full extent of his mixed Yuan de Luo and sage-level power. The heavens dimmed, and the 15 Chan disciples were left dazed, their minds blank as they lay prostrate on the ground. Even Yuanshir, despite wielding the Pango banner, found himself bowing under the pressure, and Taishang, adorned with the heavenly yellow tower and the Taiji diagram, felt a surge of trepidation. At that moment, Guangchengzi could hardly fathom that his mere complaints had led to such a catastrophic fallout. Witnessing even his own master, Yuanshir Tianzuan, being subjected to such oppression before his complaining uncle, his heart sank into despair. Tong Tian let out a cold snort, retracting his overwhelming aura, and departed towards the East Sea without a backward glance. Just as Tong Tian vanished, another figure emerged from Kunlun Mountain, hastening in the direction Tong Tian had taken. Undoubtedly Zhang Hao. Once Tong Tian had left, Yuanshir and the others were seething with rage rather than reprimanding Guangchengzi. Their first reaction was to address Taishang. Great brother, look at Tong Tian, he has rebelled. Taishang cast a dispassionate glance at Yuanshir and replied, you, as a sage, truly excel at instructing your disciples. I shall take my leave with Xian Du to avoid being ridiculed by your unruly disciples. With that, Taishang waved his hand, leading Xian Du away from Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 69. curious, take a guess indeed. Taishang's earlier remarks only scratched the surface of his reasoning. The deeper truth lay in his realization of Tongtian's formidable cultivation. Even Taishan Laozu found himself overshadowed, and confronting Tongtian on behalf of Yuanshi would be a grave error. Moreover, considering Yuanshi's lack of intellect and his arrogant demeanor, it was entirely plausible that he would inadvertently lead himself into ruin. Thus, Laozu deemed it prudent to maintain a safe distance from such a volatile individual. As for Guangchengzi and the other direct disciples of the Chan teaching, who had spoken irreverently of Tongtian, Laozu thought, what concern is that of mine? In the wake of the Three Cleans discord, some rejoiced while others merely observed, yet none felt sorrowful. The rejoicers were naturally the duo from the west, with the Three Cleans divided. Opportunities for them would abound without the fear of simultaneous targeting by all three sages, although presently neither Laozu nor Yuanshi, nor even Tongtian alone, could contend with them. Facing Yuanshi and Laozu together would result in mere embarrassment. While confronting Tongtian alone, while still daunting, was preferable to the alternative of being beset by all three sages at once. The onlookers, including Enhua and other primordial beings, adopted a stance of detached indifference. Perhaps harboring a tinge of disdain for Yuanshi and Taishang among the great powers of the primordial realm, who was unaware that Laozu was the most inscrutable among the Three Cleans, a figure not to be trifled with. Necessitating a wide berth, Tongtian, on the other hand, was forthright and straightforward, a man of clear distinctions between favor and enmity, a worthy companion. As for Yuanshi, his character was well known among the great powers above the level of quasi-saint. He was recognized as a fool, arrogant, and self-righteous. Meanwhile, the Tao of Chaos and Hongjun exchanged bewildered glances, muttering, so the tides have turned so drastically, it seems we have advanced the timeline by a fraction. Indeed, according to this timeline, the Three Cleans had not yet separated, and while the reasons for their division remained similar, the process diverged significantly. Originally, the conflict had arisen from Yuanshi's scornful remarks and disparagement of the disciples of the Jie teaching and Tongtian himself, prompting Tongtian to reach his breaking point. However, in this instance, Tongtian had delayed his ascension to sainthood by over 10,000 years, and both the Tao and Hongjun had prepared for a delay in the separation of the Three Cleans by a similar duration. Yet reality unfolded in an oddly peculiar manner. The division of the Three Cleans not only did not postpone but rather occurred prematurely, leaving both the Tao and Hongjun flabbergasted. Hongjun turned to the Tao and quietly inquired, "Can this be controlled?" The Tao, unable to admit to his subordinate that this was not part of his design, could only reassure, "Fear not, it is controllable, it is precisely the arrangement of the heavenly Tao." Although Hongjun wears a face full of admiration, he cannot help but harbor some doubts in his heart. After Tongtian and Taishang departed from Kunlun Mountain with their belongings, Yuanshi cast a dark glance at Guangchengzi, merely letting out a cold snort without uttering a word of reproach. Yuanshi's affection for Guangchengzi is not much less than Laozi's fondness for Xuandu. However, the connotations of such affections differ significantly. Yuanshi regards Guangchengzi as the very visage of his teachings, embodying his own Taoist lineage and dignity, whereas Laozi's affection seems to intertwine with some peculiarities, following the guidance of heavenly providence. Tongtian found himself at the Jinao Island in the Eastern Sea, yet, upon activating the formation of Jinao Island, he was taken aback to find Zhang Hao reclining in a rocking chair upon seeing Tongtian. Zhang Hao jestingly remarked, "Dear master, you have attained sainthood, yet your speed remains so sluggish, are you perhaps feigning?" The moment Tongtian laid eyes on Zhang Hao, he was thoroughly astonished, and upon further scrutinizing Zhang Hao's cultivation, he thought, "Goodness gracious, he is actually at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. This is truly an extraordinary deception." Tongtian was left speechless. When he reached the pinnacle of the subsage stage, he could not discern Zhang Hao's depth. And to his surprise, even after attaining the mixed Yuan de Luo and the status of a saint, he still could not perceive Zhang Hao's true capabilities. If he genuinely believed that Zhang Hao was merely at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, he should henceforth be called Zuwu Tongtian. Instead, rolling his eyes, Tongtian remarked, "I must inquire, dear disciple, is it truly amusing for you to flaunt your mid-golden immortal cultivation before me?" Zhang Hao nodded, replying, "Indeed, it is amusing." Tongtian, feeling helpless and akin to a cat scratching at his heart, implored, "Dear disciple, do share with me your current cultivation level." Observing Tongtian's utterly unsaint-like demeanor, Zhang Hao slowly replied, "Do you wish to know?" Tongtian eagerly nodded, "Yes, I wish to know, I am most eager to know." "Then you must give me the 6 roots of purity bamboo." "What do you need that for?" Although Tong Tian was puzzled, he nonetheless retrieved the 6 roots of purity bamboo and handed it to Zhang Hao. After accepting the bamboo, Zhang Hao gazed at Tong Tian and, under the latter's expectant eyes, uttered 2 words, "Guess." Tong Tian's face darkened. Subsequently, Zhang Hao stood up and walked deeper into Jinao Island, casually stating, "Dear Master, you must understand that even with that broken sword in hand, you can no longer threaten me as you once did." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Zhang Hao's words implied, "Even if you wield the innate supreme treasure, the mixed Yuan sword, you cannot hope to best me now. To put it more bluntly, my strength surpasses yours." At this moment, Zhang Hao had not yet attained the mixed Yuan de Luo. Still only at the early stage of subsage, indeed, even though he possessed the same level of magical power as Tong Tian at the 3rd layer of sainthood and the foundational realm of the mixed Yuan de Luo. Zhang Hao had not yet broken through to the mixed Yuan de Luo stage. Given Zhang Hao's accumulation in foundation, he had merely progressed from the mixed Yuan golden immortal to the current early stage of subsage. However, even as a subsage, he could undoubtedly suppress Tong Tian with both hands, if not single-handedly. Name: Zhang Hao. Race: human. Footing: post-heaven. Middle grade innate supreme grade cultivation, mid-golden immortal early subsage. Physical body: supreme innate spiritual treasure, 40 restrictions, 3 flowers, perfect 12 grade technique, 9 transformations of the Yuan divine powers, supreme in sword. Emperor Zhang's escape technique, golden crow transformation, true sunfire, control of laws, sword Dao laws 0, comprehension of laws, time laws 81, space laws 79, thunder laws 77, water laws 76, wood laws 75, spiritual treasures, heavenly yellow tower, 42 innate restrictions. Xingping sword, 40 innate restrictions, 6 roots of purity bamboo, 38 innate restrictions, chaos bell, replication incomplete, 31 innate restrictions, mountain river seal, 49 post-heaven restrictions, spiritual root, ginseng fruit tree. The changes in the board are not substantial. It is merely the cultivation aspect that is transformed into the early stage of sub-sage. In terms of divine powers, he gained the title of Supreme in Sword, a realization that Tong Tian achieved after proving himself in the Sword Dao laws at the De Luo level. Had it not been for Zhang Hao, Tong Tian would have been the most formidable figure in the Sword Dao of the primordial wilderness, capable of transforming anything into a sword with a mere flick. His casual swing could rival the most powerful strikes of other saints wielding supreme innate treasures. However, since Zhang Hao could exploit bugs, whatever Tong Tian learned, Zhang Hao could learn as well. Next comes the aspect of laws. A new control of laws has emerged, elevating the Sword Dao laws from comprehension to control, signifying that upon reaching the mixed Yuan de Luo, one must learn to command the laws. As for the spiritual treasures, he just upgraded the recently acquired Mountain River Seal from a Supreme Post-Heaven Treasure with 34 restrictions to a Post-Heaven Supreme Treasure that surpasses the Fan Tian Seal, utilizing 15 pieces of purple gold material in the process. Note: only the Great Tao can instantaneously produce treasures like the Heavenly Yellow Tower and the Celestial Measurement Ruler, which possess 49 Post-Heaven restrictions. Even the Heavenly Tao is limited by materials and cannot create them. The Fan Tian Seal refined by Yuancher holds 42 post-heaven restrictions and is roughly equivalent in might to Supreme Innate Treasures with 30-some innate restrictions. The Mountain River Seal, this formidable treasure, is undoubtedly on par with Tong Tian's mixed Yuan sword in terms of power, firmly establishing itself as the pinnacle of the brick realm. As for the newly acquired blunt instrument, the 6 roots of purity bamboo, while also a supreme innate treasure with 38 innate restrictions, seems somewhat unworthy of the Mountain River Seal's stature. Chapter 70. Dear disciple, I shall surpass you just after Zhang Hao transplanted the ginseng fruit tree onto Jinao Island. Tong Tian, who had followed behind, exclaimed dramatically, Dear disciple, have you lost your mind? You actually brought over the very lifeblood of Zhen Yuanzi. Is he not going to hunt you down? Zhang Hao, unfazed, replied, Lifeblood? Dear master, I suspect you are being suggestive. To fight just him, Zhen Yuanzi, that is not a battle, that would merely be a death sentence. Besides, who told you that I dug up his lifeblood? Tong Tian pointed at the ginseng fruit tree before him, utterly baffled. Then what is this? Don't tell me I am getting old, and my eyesight is failing me to mistake the tree. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. Who dictated that a ginseng fruit tree could only exist as a singular specimen? Is it not permissible for me to seek out a ginseng fruit tree? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian was rendered speechless. Indeed, no one stipulated that a ginseng fruit tree could only exist as one. While the logic holds, why do I always feel that something is amiss? At this juncture, Zhang Hao continued, I say, dear master, shouldn't you also establish a decent abode? Must I endure living in a thatched cottage with you? Tong Tian, with a reluctant demeanor, stammered, well, dear disciple, do you wish to reside with me? Zhang Hao glanced at Tong Tian and remarked, that would be showing you respect. Otherwise, would I willingly share space with such an old codger? Of course, this was merely Zhang Hao's pretext. The true reason was his laziness, too lazy to seek another place and even lazier to dig a hole. Tong Tian, am I truly that old? After shaking his head, Tong Tian immediately donned a smile, inquiring, dear disciple, now that I have attained enlightenment, how should I cultivate? Zhang Hao remained silent, staring intently at Tong Tian until the latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze, before slowly articulating. Sai, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously divulge to you, for who else but my inept, foolish dear master could I do this for? Tong Tian, I feel somewhat offended. Previously, the relationship between Tong Tian and Zhang Hao had resembled a reverse master-disciple dynamic. Now, even if others claimed that Zhang Hao is Tong Tian's master, Tong Tian would accept it. Subsequently, Zhang Hao slowly elaborated, to elevate your status in the mixed Yuan de Luo realm, one must master the laws governing oneself. Prior to the mixed Yuan de Luo, one comprehends the laws. Upon reaching the mixed Yuan de Luo, one commands the laws. Of course, if you seek to enhance your strength, you may also strive to comprehend other laws, which could enable you to attain the mixed Yuan state once more. As for the cultivation of saints, it entails increasing fortune, enhancing magical power, and augmenting the ability to harness the world's power and the heavenly Tao's rules. After listening, Tong Tian pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, dear disciple, listening to your words is akin to receiving a profound revelation. Could you perhaps clarify further? Originally, Zhang Hao thought Tong Tian had comprehended the concepts. But to his dismay, after a while, Tong Tian arrived at such a conclusion. Zhang Hao, indeed, with the precedence of Yuanshi and Laozi, I should not underestimate Tong Tian. With a sigh, Zhang Hao slowly remarked, dear master, I truly envy you. You have a fine father. Tong Tian, damn it, once again I feel offended, but which father am I referring to, the one who passed away or the one from Shayang Mountain? Zhang Hao elucidated, to comprehend the laws is to align oneself with their principles and apply them accordingly, while to master the laws is to command them according to one's own will. The method to enhance one's power within the same realm is to grasp other laws. For instance, your mastery of the formation laws has reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo. You may delve into the intricacies of formation laws, and with your realm of Han Yuan Great Luo, it becomes significantly simpler to reverse engineer other laws. The elevation of a sage's cultivation, to put it plainly, involves recruiting disciples, expanding the sect, and enhancing your influence in the primordial world, thereby seizing its fortune. Tong Tian pondered for a moment and inquired, what do you think should be my focus? After a brief contemplation, Zhang Hao responded, these notions are not mutually exclusive. Luck, in essence, equates to the supremacy of the strong. As long as you possess sufficient strength, why would you fear the inability to seize fortune? Likewise, as your luck amplifies, your sage cultivation will progress rapidly, enabling you to reverse engineer the laws with your superior cultivation. Tong Tian nodded, affirming, very well, I shall first recruit disciples and develop the Yi. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, stating, dear master, remember that only those who are free from karma, possess a heavenly heart, and care for all beings can truly bolster this fortune. If you indiscriminately accept anyone, the meager fortune of the will be insufficient to withstand their ruinous influence. Tong Tian retorted defiantly, isn't the meant to seize a sliver of hope? Must we then differentiate treatment like the primordial beings? Zhang Hao scoffed, differentiate treatment? If you think this way, then those disciples who are free from karma and genuinely devoted to cultivation, who have not wronged anyone, will be burdened by those disciples who could tarnish this fortune. Is this your version of fairness? Noticing Tong Tian's silence, clearly still somewhat unconvinced, Zhang Hao asserted seriously, you may preach to the masses, but those with ulterior motives must not be associated with the. If you agree, I will assist you in strengthening the and transcending the heavenly path. However, if you utter a single word of dissent, I shall immediately renounce my affiliation with the Yi. After all, that indiscriminately accepts everyone is merely a fleeting phenomenon, destined for demise in due time, and I will not allow it to drag me down. Seeing Zhang Hao's stern demeanor, Tong Tian immediately yielded, saying, no, please don't take it to heart. I will heed your counsel not to dwell on the peculiar teacher-student relationship between Tong Tian and Zhang Hao, but rather to focus on Zhang Hao's insights and his seemingly boundless cultivation. As long as Tongtian is not foolish, he knows that even if the does not recruit another disciple, as long as Zhang Hao remains and acknowledges himself as a disciple of the sect will not fall, and neither will Tongtian. After hearing Tongtian's words, Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Then it is settled, dear master, do not let me down." Tongtian contemplated, though I am reluctant to admit it. I must acknowledge that as a teacher, I still have to act according to the whims of my disciple. He sighed. Well, I shall strive to ensure that my disciple is not disappointed. Then Tongtian inquired again. How should I go about screening them? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and replied, It's simple. Did you not seize the infernal river's karmic fire red lotus? Create a red lotus karmic fire formation, where virtue outweighs karma for direct disciples, and those without virtue or fault for recorded disciples. If you can establish a formation to examine their intentions, that would be even better. Tongtian nodded, indicating his understanding. Zhang Hao, having finished his words, stepped forward and vanished before Tongtian's eyes. Witnessing Zhang Hao's silent disappearance startled Tongtian, for it was reminiscent of the time before he attained sainthood. He could not discern how Zhang Hao had vanished or where he had gone. Even if Tongtian were to search the entire primordial realm with his divine sense, he would find no trace of him. After a moment of stunned silence, Tongtian muttered, Damn it, I must cultivate, dear disciple. I shall surpass you. Chapter 71. Arrogance may not be illegal, but it invites beatings. And what of Zhang Hao? Upon exiting Golden Tortoise Island, he stepped into the Blood Sea. After all, when the infernal river had brought the Shura tribe to confront Tongtian, Zhang Hao had told Tongtian that he would seek retribution for his dear master. Although Tongtian may not have taken it to heart, as a devoted disciple, Zhang Hao felt compelled to defend his fragile master. Upon arriving at the Blood Sea, Zhang Hao contemplated and said, Alas, I shall let you off this time, Taisheng. With a wave of his hand, a flicker of solar true fire descended into the Blood Sea. Logically, a tiny flame should have been extinguished upon contact with the boundless Blood Sea. However, as soon as the solar true fire entered the Blood Sea, the blood water transformed in nature, igniting into flames akin to gasoline. Rapidly spreading and intensifying in temperature, within moments, the entire surface of the Blood Sea was ablaze with the roaring solar true fire. Zhang Hao retrieved a mountain and river brick, tossing it in his hand before stowing it away. Muttering to himself, Let this serve as a lesson. His only weapons are those two worthless swords I disdain. Just as Zhang Hao departed, the Blood Sea echoed with the furious roar of the infernal river. Dijun, you are courting death. The denizens of the primordial realm were baffled. What? Is the infernal river clashing with Dijun again? The sages remarked. Oh, is Dijun setting fire to the Blood Sea? What is happening? Guarantee they just allied against Kunlun Mountain. It was no wonder the inhabitants of the primordial realm and the sages assumed Dijun was the arsonist. In the primordial realm, aside from the Jinwu clan, no one else could wield solar true fire. The Jinwu clan, aside from Dijun and Tai, had 10 young Jinwu. However, the young Jinwu had just been born, and if they dared to set fire to the Blood Sea, it would only mean they felt their birth posture was incorrect and wished to be reborn by Shihi. Tai, having always followed Dijun, would not dare to act independently. Thus, the only one capable of unleashing solar true fire in the Blood Sea was Dijun himself. Or it was possible he ordered Tai to do so. Even Tongtian subconsciously believed that the fire was undoubtedly set by Dijun, rather than his dear disciple Zhang Hao seeking to avenge him. Only Dijun, coming to the realization, thought, Wait, did I set fire to the Blood Sea? How was I unaware? Am I sleepwalking? At that moment, Tai approached, looking aggrieved. Eldest brother, why didn't you call me for such an exhilarating event as setting a fire? Dijun replied, What, second brother, wasn't it you who started the fire? Tai rolled his eyes. Eldest brother, why pretend in front of me? Who in the primordial realm doesn't know it was you who set the fire? Just admit it. Dijun stammered. Wait, could it be that I truly did set the fire in the Blood Sea? Dijun was acutely aware that even Hongjun, despite being able to utilize the more potent Zxiao divine fire, could not wield solar true fire within the primordial realm. At that moment, standing above the Blood Sea, the infernal river witnessed the solar true fire steadily evaporating his Blood Sea, rage evident on his face. However, he found himself powerless against the solar true fire. Though he was a perfected quasi-saint and did not need to fear being burned or injured in the short term, his Blood Sea could not withstand such destruction. Enduring for a moment only fueled his anger. Retreating further felt like an even greater loss. Thus, in his fury, the infernal river drew forth his remaining two supreme spiritual treasures, the Yuan Tu and the Yubi swords. and charged towards the heavenly court. As the infernal river made his move, the onlookers erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! There's about to be a spectacle in the heavenly court." June, still pondering how to explain the situation to the infernal river, was interrupted by Tai, who excitedly proclaimed, "Eldest brother, now that you've finished with the fire, let me handle the fighting." June was still in a daze when he saw Tai brandishing the chaos bell, striding out with enthusiasm. June reached his hand into the air, several times attempting to speak, yet no sound emerged. Upon entering the heavenly court, the infernal river immediately collided with Tai, who was holding the bell. The infernal river, scowling, shouted, "Tai, step aside," called June out. Tai, exuding arrogance, retorted, "You think you, infernal river, can see my eldest brother? If my brother were to set a fire, he would burn you along with your old scruffy hair." Initially, June intended to intervene and clarify matters with the infernal river or extinguish the solar true fire in the blood sea, but upon hearing Tai's words he thought, well, no need to go now. The infernal river, upon hearing Tai's words, felt his fury surge, shouting, "Three-legged crow, you are too arrogant. Prepare to die." Tai, brimming with excitement, declared, "Fear you, East Emperor Bell, suppress." The infernal river sneered, "Humph, Tai, relying solely on your chaos bell to show off. Prepare for annihilation." The cultivation of Mingi surpasses that of Tai by a minor realm. However, Tai possesses the supreme treasure of creation and, coupled with the shortcuts afforded by the quasi-saint level, there exists a risk of reversal even across a significant gap in realms. For instance, during the eve of Fushi's ascension to the celestial emperor of humanity, Xuandu, merely a Deluo dared to provoke Kuanping in the North Sea with the Taiji diagram, in the initial 100 exchanges. The two appeared evenly matched, yet beyond that, Mingi clearly fell to the disadvantage. This outcome incited profound fury within Mingi, and his resentment towards Tongtian reached its zenith. If only my Karma Red Lotus and Xuanyuan's water control banner were still intact. How could this crow-like Tai dare to be so arrogant? Mingi completely overlooked that Tai's cultivation at this moment was still a minor realm beneath his own, and the chaos bell had yet to be refined. Otherwise, would he still have the luxury to harbor grievances against Tongtian? He would have long been crushed by Tai's might. The 49 innate prohibitions of the supreme treasure were no trifling matter. The more Tai fought, the more exhilarated he became, exclaiming, "Come forth, let us revel, for there is ample time." Mingi, the onlookers, could it be that yet another pair is destined to unite? It seems that this chaotic realm has recently adopted some rather peculiar trends. Mingi found himself in a predicament. Having boldly sought confrontation, he did not anticipate being taught a lesson by the oblivious Tai. Additionally, his blood sea was continuously evaporating under the true fire of the sun, and he had no means to extinguish it, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. As he pondered, Mingi momentarily lost focus and was struck on the head by Tai's bell. Fortunately, Tai had not yet fully refined the chaos bell. Otherwise, this blow would have rendered Mingi into yet another blood deity, assuming his blood sea remained unscorched. Nevertheless, with that hit, Mingi was sent plummeting from the 33 heavens down to the primordial earth, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact. Meanwhile, Tai, with a flushed face, fervently shouted, "Ha, come forth and engage, who else is there?" Tai shall." Before Tai could finish his proclamation, he was interrupted by a series of muffled thuds. Following this, there was a cold snort from the Dao ancestor Hongjun, succeeded by 6 more disdainful huffs. The brash smile on Tai's face instantly froze, and after lowering his tone several octaves, he awkwardly declared, "I, Tai, beneath the saints, am without." Bang! Tai was struck as an unexpected brick landed on his head, knocking him into unconsciousness. The onlookers, alas, while arrogance is not a crime, one must still face the consequences. Emperor June. Chapter 72. The anomalous immortal volcano. As Mingi crawled out of the pit, his eyes were filled with confusion and despair. He reminisced about the time when he emulated Niwa to create the Azura clan and imitated Laozi to establish the Azura teachings. Yet, the heavenly way was unjust, preventing him from attaining sainthood, bestowing upon him only the perfection of quasi-saint cultivation. He consoled himself, believing that even as a quasi-saint, he was undoubtedly the foremost being beneath the saints, and thus should have a high probability of seizing the primordial purple energy. However, the incident at Wuzhuang Temple provided him with a harsh lesson. Not only did he fail to secure the primordial purple energy, but he also remained oblivious to how he was ultimately defeated. Subsequently, he sought glory by challenging Kunlun and Tongtian. Yet, while aspirations may be beautiful, reality proved to be cruel. He set out in great splendor but nearly did not return. This time, Mingyi remained in his blood sea, doing no harm to anyone, yet the accursed Emperor Jun dared to intrude into his blood sea and cast a handful of true sunfire upon him. Moreover, Emperor Jun shamelessly sustained the magical power required to maintain the sunfire's combustion while confronting him, avoiding any direct encounter, and instructing Tai to emerge of the result. Mingyi was once again beaten by Tai. Lost in thought, Mingyi felt a profound sense of injustice. Before he knew it, tears flowed unbidden from his eyes. As time passed, his sorrow deepened, and the tears transformed into wails. Woe, heavenly way, you are unjust. Woe, Mingyi am wronged, heartbroken. Woe, the heavenly way, this I cannot help you with. Please do not blame me, alright? I truly did not intend for this, all beings. Is this Mingyi? Why does his weeping bring a twinge of sorrow to my own heart? Saints. Upon witnessing another's tears, we ought to feel compassion, yet why do we feel a peculiar sense of delight upon seeing Mingyi cry? At this moment, Mingyi found himself powerless to do anything but weep. Previously, he could return to the blood sea to lick his wounds, but now, he could not even return there. Just then, Tongtian's voice resounded throughout the primordial realm. I, Panga Tongtian, have attained the Tao out a millennium hence. I shall expound the great Tao on Golden Ao Island. Those fated may come to listen. Upon hearing this, Mingyi dried his tears and stood resolutely, silently making his way towards the eastern sea. Having arrived in the vicinity of the immortal volcano in the southern part of the primordial realm, Zhang Hao raised his head and slowly mused. A millennium hence, a lecture on the Tao? Should I also attend? Instantly, this thought was dismissed by Zhang Hao. What is there to listen to? What he speaks I already know. The reason Zhang Hao ventured to the immortal volcano was to ascertain whether the Phoenix clan among the three innate races possessed any formidable beings akin to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. However, upon arriving at the immortal volcano and scanning with his divine sense, he discovered that the pure phoenixes numbered less than 100, and the most powerful among them had only reached the late stages of Deluo Golden Immortal. There were also some impure phoenixes, such as Qinghuan and Jin Feng. In total, the number of birds within the immortal volcano amounted to less than 10,000. This revelation extinguished Zhang Hao's intentions. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the magma continuously surging from the depths of the immortal volcano, mixed with the primordial divine fire, and contemplated, what is the origin of this incessantly erupting fire? It is already the primordial realm. This is a mythical world. It cannot possibly be due to tectonic movements or plate compression. Bearing doubts, Zhang Hao concealed his form and ventured to the deepest part of the immortal volcano. This was the hottest area of the volcano. Only beings like Emperor Jun and other three-legged golden crows, or those like Zhu Rong, who naturally embodied the laws of fire, could endure even a fleeting moment here. However, Zhang Hao was different. Not only did his strength, which is distinct from cultivation level, far surpass that of Tongtian, but he also harmonized completely with the laws of fire akin to Zhu Rong and Emperor Jun. Thus, feeling no adverse effects in this place, after scanning several times with his divine sense, he discerned that the magma beneath the immortal volcano flowed from a hidden space. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao stepped into this concealed realm. Upon entering, even with Zhang Hao's current strength, he felt a wave of discomfort. This was truly a world of fire. As far as the eye could see, it was all flames, merely at the periphery. The temperature of these flames was already no less than the 9 Veils True Fire. It is worth noting that the 9 Veils True Fire ranks among the most formidable in the entire primordial realm. The top of the 10 great divine fires of the primordial realm is undoubtedly the annihilation flame of the Heavenly Way, a destruction fire used solely by the Heavenly Way. Next is the Zixio Sacred Fire, a unique fire system, divine power of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Following that are the True Sun Fire, Red Lotus Karma Fire, Truing Fire, Nirvana Fire, Southern Brightly Fire, 9 Veils True Fire, ZY Heavenly Fire, and 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire. Wink with a frown. Note: this ranking reflects the original state of the flames without any artificial or law-enhanced influences. For instance, while Laozi may wield the 9 Veils True Fire, its potency would surpass that of Emperor Jun using True Sun Fire, although the 9 Veils True Fire ranks only 8th. Even saints in the primordial realm can only access flames of this caliber, excluding the first and second. The remaining flames either require special bloodlines, unique racial abilities, or specific spiritual treasures. Moreover, in this space, the periphery already embodies the 9 Veils True Fire, indicating that even a quasi-saint arriving here without a protective treasure would be significantly hindered. However, for Zhang Hao, who possessed both True Sun Fire and Southern Brightly Fire, Zhu Rong and whose strength exceeded that of the third level of saints, the Nine Veils' true fire posed no threat to him. Thus Zhang Hao proceeded with caution, continuing forward. Indeed, after walking a short distance, the power of the flames here approached that of truing fire. Upon entering the middle layer, the flame's might was comparable to that of true sunfire, causing Zhang Hao to adopt a solemn expression. If this middle layer already exhibited the prowess of true sunfire, what might the upper layers contain? Could they perhaps house the Zhixiao sacred fire, or even the annihilation flame, the core? Could it be the chaos divine fire? Zhang Hao speculated. The innermost core must undoubtedly be the chaos divine fire. Otherwise, the existence of an immortal volcano would not escape the scrutiny of the heavenly Wei and Hongjun, who would surely investigate the cause of such a phenomenon. The reason they likely do not intervene is that they are unable to resolve it themselves. At this juncture, Zhang Hao found himself in a predicament akin to riding a tiger. To retreat would be unsatisfactory, yet he felt an insatiable curiosity to explore what lay within. However, to advance further would expose him to dangers beyond his capacity to withstand. Not to mention the catastrophic flames of destruction that he could not endure. Although the Zhixiao divine fire and the innate treasure, the heavenly Xin Huang Tower, could safeguard him for the time being, they would be utterly inadequate against the annihilating flames of the Tao of Heaven. Chapter 73. The reckless Du Bo. After a period of profound contemplation, Zhang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief and mused. Am I truly a fool? Why the haste? Is it not wiser to return when I am stronger? With that, he decisively stepped through space, returning to the Honghuang world. Subsequently, he ventured to the East Sea to investigate the legendary Ci, as well as the Guishu east of the Bohai Sea. Both locations bore a resemblance to the conditions of the undying volcano. Presently Zhang Hao dared not enter either. Nevertheless, his journey to the East Sea bore fruit as he encountered the fabled Zhu Long, imprinting the dragon's ethereal form. As the ancestral figure of the dragon clan Zhu Long had achieved the pinnacle of mid-stage Hunyuan Jingxian, comprehending the laws of yin and yang, without accounting for spiritual treasures. Zhu Long's prowess was certainly on par with Tai. Regrettably, even during the height of the dragon clan's glory, they possessed no significant treasures. Next, he traveled to the northernmost reaches of the sea, where he encountered Xuanwu, who cultivated the laws of water and was similarly at the peak of mid-stage Hunyuan Jingxian. Zhang Hao also imprinted the ethereal form of Xuanwu. On this day, the voice of Tong Tian resonated throughout Honghuang. The millennium period has arrived. Those destined may come to hear my Tao. Zhang Hao raised his head, murmuring to himself, has a millennium already passed? Very well, I must return and keep an eye on things, lest my unworthy master becomes too engrossed in revelry and loses control. With that, Zhang Hao took a step forward, reappearing atop Jinao Island. At that moment, Tong Tian was conversing with a chubby boy before him. Du Bao, today you shall meet your senior brother, but do not emulate him in any way. The chubby boy inquired, Master, is senior brother truly as much of a rascal as you say? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao could not help but interject, abandoning even the title of master and exclaiming, Old man, you have certainly made a name for yourself. Speaking ill of me in front of your disciple, you think you're something special now, don't you? As Zhang Hao spoke, Tong Tian immediately leaped to his feet. Upon recognizing Zhang Hao, he relaxed his guard, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Ah, disciple, you have returned. You must be weary, please have a seat, take the preferred position. He glanced at the chubby boy and barked, Du Bao, have you not seen your senior brother has returned? Do you lack the sense to prepare tea and offer it? Show proper respect, Du Bao. What a humble master, where is your dignity as a sage? Once Du Bao had stumbled away in confusion. Tong Tian chuckled, Disciple, this is a new student I have taken in. Du Bao, what do you think? Zhang Hao nodded, not bad. The first treasure-seeking mouse of the world has merged with the Earth's veins, boasting a top-tier foundation in peak Shinsin cultivation. With proper guidance, he could become a quasi-saint. Tong Tian rejoiced, exclaiming, Then, disciple, do you consent to my taking him as a pupil? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, You have already taken him. Would you have me ask you to cast him out? By the way, what were you just saying to Du Bao? Tong Tian immediately stood upright. I was just admonishing Du Bao, instructing him to learn from you and to regard you as a model to aspire to. At that moment, Du Bao approached with a teapot, saying, Master, you did not say it quite like that. You told me. Before Du Bao could finish, Tong Tian transported himself beside him, covering Du Bao's mouth with his hand, and awkwardly addressed Zhang Hao. What, disciple, do not heed this rascal's nonsense. He simply requires some discipline. Zhang Hao glanced at Tong Tian and remarked, Oh, is that so? Indeed, absolutely so. Everyone knows I Tongtian am an honest lad who never deceives, he asserted, though the latter half of his statement lingered in his mind. I can deceive with the best of them, Zhang Hao. Uninterested in engaging with this foolish master, said, enough already, release Dubo before he meets his end, suffocated by your hand. Tongtian then turned to Dubo, noticing that he was beginning to roll his eyes, and promptly let him go. However, as he released Dubo, Tongtian shot him a warning glance, signaling him not to speak out of turn. Dubo looked at his senior brother in confusion. Could someone please clarify who was the master and who was the disciple? In this age, must a master be so subservient before their disciple? Perhaps my approach was flawed. Should I not have been so accommodating? The proper way to interact should be as my senior brother does? Suddenly, Dubo had a flash of inspiration and shouted at Tongtian, "What are you doing? Do you not see I am holding a teapot? Hurry up and fetch it." Zhang Hao, Dubo, this path is fraught with peril. You risk becoming a dead mouse. Initially, Tongtian was taken aback by the stark contrast and genuinely stood there, dumbfounded, accepting the teapot from Dubo's hands. Dubo thought to himself, I knew it, this is indeed the correct approach. Having confirmed the proper way to interact, Dubo shouted once more at Tongtian, "Why are you still standing there? Get us both some tea." Just as Tongtian was about to pour tea for the two esteemed individuals, he suddenly regained his senses and bellowed, "You little rascal, what are you doing? Do you dare to shout at me? Are you instructing me on how to do my job? I swear, today I shall thrash you for your insolence." Zhang Hao, little chubby Dubo, if you do not court disaster, you shall not meet your demise. As Dubo fled, he pondered, what is happening? I followed my senior brother's method, so why has it gone awry? Is my master not merely a humble servant to his disciples? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a kick from Tongtian sent him sprawling, followed by a flurry of blows. In no time at all, the little chubby Dubo had transformed into a hefty figure, unable to even keep his eyes open. Tongtian, grasping the now plump Dubo, approached Zhang Hao, conjuring a reclining chair beside him, and unceremoniously tossed Dubo to the ground. After reclining, Tongtian shouted at the prostrate Dubo, still feigning death, "Get up and serve tea to your senior brother. Do you not see he has been waiting for so long? What if he becomes parched?" Dubo, as a fellow disciple, why is it that my senior brother reclines while my master licks his boots? Yet I, after receiving a beating, must serve tea in pain? Even with Dubo's stout arms, he could not overpower Tongtian's leg, so he endured the discomfort, attempting to open his eyes wider to serve tea to his master. However, this action only incited Tongtian's ire further, as he roared, "Dubo, what is the meaning of this? Are you closing your eyes in disdain for your master or your senior brother? Dubo, I am a mouse, not a toad. My eyes are already wide open, thank you very much." Feeling wronged, Dubo resorted to magic to forcibly widen his eyes, then presented the brewed tea to Tongtian. Tongtian slammed the table, exclaiming, "What is the matter with you? Do you not see your senior brother has been thirsty for so long? Do you lack the sense to serve him first?" Chapter 74, A Disciple's Irregularity. Can a master be normal? Startled by Tongtian's sudden outburst, Dubo spilled the tea all over Tongtian's face. "Zhang Hao, Tongtian, you little wretch, today I shall ensure your punishment. Even Hongjun could not save you from my wrath." Dubo, this time, it is truly over, just as Tongtian, with a dark expression, rose from the chair, rolling up his sleeves to further punish Dubo for his insolence. Zhang Hao interjected, "Enough of this ruckus. What a disgrace." Dubo had anticipated that his senior brother would also receive a reprimand. But to his surprise, upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Tongtian immediately became a sycophant, grinning at Zhang Hao and replying, indeed, good disciple, you speak the truth." Dubo, at what point did things go awry? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and addressed Duo beside him, saying, "Duo, enough of that, ignore him and take a seat." With a wave of his hand, another lounge chair appeared to the right of Zhang Hao. This moment, Duo disregarded the problematic dynamic between the master and his disciple, promptly responding to Zhang Hao, "Yes, senior brother." Thus, the three disciples of the were assembled, senior brother Zhang Hao seated in the central position, the sage Tongtian to Zhang Hao's left, and the novice Duo to his right. With another flourish of his hand, several ginseng fruits appeared before the trio. Zhang Hao, with great nonchalance, picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. Tongtian followed suit, treating the ginseng fruit as if it were a casual roadside snack. However, Duo Bao, as a treasure-hunting rat, immediately perked up with excitement, although, as a Xianxian, he was not yet qualified to know what this child-sized fruit was. The aura emanating from the fruit clearly indicated that it was undoubtedly a treasure. A marvelous treasure. Consequently, Duo Bao reached out to grab one, but was halted by Zhang Hao's gentle admonition. Duo Bao, you cannot eat this just yet. Duo Bao turned his face a picture of confusion, with a hint of reproach for Zhang Hao's perceived stinginess in his gaze. Tong Tian, ever the sycophant, immediately interjected, did you not hear your senior brother say you cannot eat that? Do you dare to defy his words? Zhang Hao ignored Tong Tian's antics and, with a sigh, explained to Duo Bao, this fruit is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit. At your current Xianxian level, consuming one would require hundreds to thousands of years to refine, and even then, you wouldn't be able to absorb all its spiritual energy. Furthermore, you must first cleanse the fruit of its inherent laws. It's not that I'm being stingy, the old man is about to impart teachings. If you consume this, you will miss the opportunity to listen to his discourse, though you could break through at your peak Xianxian stage. Listening to the old man's teachings afterward would not only allow you to advance but also help you comprehend subsequent cultivation. Eating this now would be counterproductive. Wait until you reach the Tai Golden Immortal stage, and then you can have it. After all, I have planted this in the old man's backyard at Bo Palace. You can pick it yourself later. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao realized that his low cultivation level was the issue, and he blankly replied, oh, alright senior brother, then I want to eat it. Nevertheless, his keen eyes remained fixated on the ginseng fruit. Speaking of teachings, Tong Tian then inquired, cheap disciple, could you possibly elevate your cultivation a bit? Always appearing as a mid-tier golden immortal is quite embarrassing for me. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and retorted, why should I elevate? Isn't it better to sneak around as a golden immortal? Look, I helped you burn the blood sea of the underworld. Who would suspect it was me, a golden immortal? Tong Tian leaped up, pointing at Zhang Hao and exclaiming, what? You burned the blood sea? Why else would I mention it? Zhang Hao replied, on the day you became a saint, did I not promise to help you settle the score? My master is not someone who can be easily bullied. He then shot a glance at Tong Tian and continued, though, to be fair, he is merely a rather unaccomplished master. Tong Tian had grown immune to Zhang Hao's disrespectful remarks and instead beamed with pride, saying, my precious disciple is truly impressive. Meanwhile, Duo Bao had become stunned, overwhelmed by Zhang Hao's words, his mind racing with the thought, wow, I've struck gold, my master is the strongest saint. And this senior brother seems to be no less formidable than him. I refuse to remain a rat, I want to become a crab. However, Tong Tian's next question nearly sent Duo Bao into a state of shock. Tong Tian asked, was it you who sent Tai Yi flying just now? Zhang Hao nodded, explaining, initially, I intended for Tai Yi to fight with Di Jun, but Tai Yi was too arrogant, while arrogance isn't a crime. It does seem to invite a beating, Tong Tian said thoughtfully. No wonder I wondered who could send Tai Yi flying without even a saint noticing. So it was you, and that mystery is resolved. By the way, I am about to deliver teachings, senior brother, could you perhaps display a higher level of cultivation? Zhang Hao shrugged and replied, you're giving a lecture, I never said I would attend. Why would I want to listen to your limited knowledge? Tong Tian hesitated, stating, but this rascal is only a Xianxian, I find it hard to present him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao remarked, true, Yuan Shi's eldest disciple, Guang Chengzi, is already at mid-tier golden immortal, and my Xian Du has reached late-stage golden immortal. It is indeed a bit lackluster for Duo Bao, a mere Xianxian. Very well. I will upgrade Duo Bao. Just as Zhang Hao was about to act, Tong Tian casually remarked, Yuan Shi's eldest disciple, Guang Chengzi, and my Xian Du disciple, I suspect you are joking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao spat out the ginseng fruit he had in his mouth and shouted at Tong Tian, old man, can you act normally? There is still little Duo Bao here, don't corrupt the child. Tong Tian retorted, with a disciple as abnormal as you, how can I maintain normalcy? Meanwhile, Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. As if to say, actually, I'm not that young anymore. After Zhang Hao shouted, he disregarded Tong Tian. On the surface, he waved at Duo Bao, but in the realm of the Tao, he infused a purple golden substance into Duo Bao's ethereal form. The external Duo Bao watched Zhang Hao wave at him, somewhat perplexed, but soon, he felt a surge of power within him, and suddenly a wealth of cultivation insights flooded his mind. In less than a second, Duo Bao stood on one hand, breaking through from peak Xianxian to early-stage golden immortal, then shortly after to mid-tier golden immortal with remarkable stability. When Duo Bao regained his senses, his first reaction was to pinch his face in disbelief. Muttering in just one breath, "I've gone from peak Shenxian to mid-tier golden immortal," his eyes sparkling with excitement, he gazed at Zhang Hao and said, "Senior brother, why don't you wave at me again? I really enjoy it when you wave at me." Chapter 75, Zhang Hao's reminiscence. Zhang Hao replied, "That is quite enough." As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, Tong Tian clung to Zhang Hao's leg, wailing, "Disciple, look at this old man. I'm so pitiful, please wave at me too." Zhang Hao insisted, "Get up." The reason Zhang Hao could elevate Duobao to mid-tier golden immortal with just a single infusion of purple golden substance was that Duobao was already at peak Shenxian. However, could Tong Tian compare? As a first-level mixed Yuan de Luo and a pinnacle saint, even 1,000 infusions would not elicit a single bubble from him. Tong Tian exclaimed, "No, I refuse to get up unless you wave at me." Zhang Hao retorted angrily, "Do you want me to wave at you? Have you forgotten what it felt like when Kunlun Mountain nearly exploded?" Remembering that incident, Tong Tian immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "What, it was you?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. "Who else would it be? You didn't think it was your deceased father's spirit, did you?" Tong Tian thought to himself, "What the hell does deceased father's spirit even mean?" But I honestly did think it could be him. Just as Tong Tian was about to say more, Zhang Hao shot a glance at Duobao, and Tong Tian quickly realized this matter should not be discussed in public. As for Zhang Hao elevating Duobao's cultivation from Shenxian to golden immortal, it was truly not a significant event in the grand scheme of things, not to mention the ginseng fruit, which could enhance cultivation. There were countless spiritual fruits, elixirs, and spiritual materials, not to mention the merits of the heavenly Tao capable of elevating even quasi-saint levels, although Zhang Hao's act was simpler and quicker. It was not beyond comprehension. As for Duobao, he remained in a state of shock, completely unaware of Zhang Hao's glance towards Tong Tian. Of course, even if Duobao were not dazed with Zhang Hao and Tong Tian's cultivation levels, he wouldn't be able to perceive their exchange. Zhang Hao's display of power before Duobao was entirely due to Duobao being a worthy candidate for cultivation. Regardless of his roots or temperament, in the original narrative Duobao was indeed commendable. By the later stages of the Fengshen era, his cultivation would enable him to withstand Guang Chengzi's Fan Tianyin with sheer physical power, undoubtedly qualifying him as a quasi-saint powerhouse. Moreover, during the destruction of the Zhanxian formation, he dared to confront the strongest saint, Taishan Laojun, as a quasi-saint, although he later sought refuge in Buddhism. Was that not forced upon him by Laozi? Furthermore, at that time, they had already perished, and even Tong Tian was imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace. Could Duobao expect any kindness from Laozi and Yuanshi, who represented Taoism, at this moment? Duobao had just been accepted as Tong Tian's disciple. As long as they remained strong, and with Zhang Hao around, would Duobao ever face the fate of being compelled into Buddhism? At this juncture, Zhang Hao spoke up with Duobao. Duobao jolted, immediately responding, "Senior brother, I'm here." Zhang Hao instructed Duobao, "If I am not present at the, keep an eye on your master to ensure he doesn't get carried away and forget who he is." Duobao, in a state of bewilderment, remarked, "Well, senior brother, it's not that I refuse this task, but rather that your cultivation level is truly insufficient for the job at hand. Fear not, as long as your reasoning is sound. If the old man disregards your words, simply call my name, and I shall seek vengeance for you." I refuse to believe that he would dare to defy me, Tong Tian responded. "So, as the master, I am to be constantly supervised by my disciples." He pondered, "Is it truly necessary for a sage such as myself to endure this? Am I not still capable of engaging in merriment? How could this be?" That Duobao, glancing cautiously at Tong Tian, ventured, "Senior brother, I mean master, can he truly surpass you?" Zhang Hao shrugged and replied, "Rest assured, even if the old man loses his wits and charges ahead recklessly, I will surely bring him back to his senses." Duobao burst into laughter, declaring, "All right, senior brother, I shall accomplish this task splendidly." Tong Tian mused, "Once there was a young lad who declined my offer to take him as a disciple. When I drew my sword, he acquiesced. If heaven were to grant me another chance to choose, I would undoubtedly select the mightiest sage, the primordial chaos. How delightful!" At that moment, Zhang Hao, with a look of confusion, inquired of Tong Tian, "Old man, when do you plan to deliver your teachings?" "I returned only after hearing you say a millennium had passed." Tong Tian appeared to suddenly recall his duty to teach, slapping his forehead as he exclaimed, "Darn it, I nearly forgot, I must go deliver my teachings." He then hurriedly made his way toward the entrance of Bio Palace. Zhang Hao thought, "There isn't a single reliable one among the Panga spirits." Duobao contemplated, with such a muddled master, is there truly a future for me? Perhaps I should follow senior brother instead. Indeed, I should follow senior brother. Noticing that Duobao remained stationary, Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Shouldn't you be going to listen to the teachings? By the way, after the old man begins his lecture, should he float about intending to recruit disciples, you must intervene." After pondering, Duobao understood Zhang Hao's intent and assured, "Senior brother, you can rest easy. I will keep a close watch on the old man and ensure he does not wander off." Then, with shining eyes filled with curiosity, Duobao asked, "Senior brother, may I inquire how you managed to train master to be so obedient?" Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly, "What difficulty is there in that? The day you can single-handedly handle the old man, he will likewise heed your words." Duobao further inquired, "If you are indeed so formidable, why then are you the disciple and he the master?" Reflecting on this, Zhang Hao with a profound gaze recounted, "This matter harks back to a time long past. Back then, at the age of 7, I, your senior brother, enjoyed a life of abundance in the human tribe, with both land and wealth. Little did I know that the old man, in his ruthless manner, would thrust the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, against my neck, which at that tender age and merely possessing the cultivation of a celestial immortal, compelled me to become his disciple and separated me from my mother for several decades." Enough of this. Speaking too much brings only tears, Duobao remarked. "Senior brother, was that wave of reminiscence truly necessary?" However, Duobao was deeply astonished by Zhang Hao. He never imagined that this esteemed senior brother was, in fact, a human, and that at the age of 7, he had already attained celestial immortal status, with Pangdu himself having to wield a sword against his neck to successfully take him on as a disciple. In comparison to himself, he felt utterly inadequate.